Chapter 981 A Baby with Lightning. Luo Qingzhou was a little confused. But soon, he reacted, stood up immediately, followed Yu Wu, and went up the stairs. Did time pass so quickly? The queen was about to give birth. And he looked at the body judging stone in his hand again, frowning. Grandmaster Peak, Progress 5. Spiritual Transformation Peak, Progress 50. In the past 6 months of practice, his soul broke through 2 levels in a row, and also helped his uncle to break through 2 levels smoothly. However, there was a strange situation in the practice of the physical body. 2 months ago, the progress of his physical body had reached the peak of the Grandmaster 100. Just when he was about to break through, he suddenly found that the progress suddenly became 0 again. And he started all over again. The energy that had been hard to gather in the body suddenly disappeared without a trace. He quickly told Sister Yu about this situation. But after listening, the other party could not explain it, and only asked him to continue practicing and see the situation. So, he practiced for another 2 months. I thought it was just a mistake somewhere in my body, and it would be healed soon. But today when he took out the body checking stone to check, he found that it still hadn't recovered the previous progress. And the progress of recultivation was so slow that it was outrageous. It took 2 whole months to increase by 5 points. He felt very confused. Was all the previous efforts in vain? Not only him, but also his uncle seemed to be affected. His uncle's soul followed his footsteps and broke through to the peak of the spiritual transformation realm. But his physical cultivation was still stuck in the middle stage of the Grandmaster, without any progress. And there was no reason to find. But obviously, he must have made a mistake. Could it be because of the fruit? Or was it that he used those monsters to cultivate quickly, causing irreversible trauma in some aspects? He felt extremely heavy in his heart. There were more than 3 months left before the Jojo conference was about to begin, but he was still unable to break through to the Martial King realm. Not only could he not break through, but all his previous efforts and hard work suddenly returned to 0. And he had to start all over again. And the speed of cultivation became the same as that of ordinary practitioners. So slow that it made people crazy. Now, His Majesty is going to give birth to a baby again. He has another responsibility on his shoulders. However, given his current situation, how can he protect the Yin, and how can he protect them? My lord, it's okay. With Granny Zhu here, His Majesty will definitely give birth to a baby smoothly. Granny Zhu is a master of midwifery. She helped with midwifery in the palace during the reign of the previous emperor and never made any mistakes. Yuewu saw that he looked heavy and thought he was worried about His Majesty. So she comforted him quickly. Luo Qingzhou came back to his senses, put away the body judgment stone in his hand, and said, I'm not worried. Your Majesty is not an ordinary person, so it should be fine. Yuewu smiled and said, Does Your Majesty want a prince or a princess? Luo Qingzhou said, It's all right. Yuewu looked at him and said, Your Majesty wants a prince. His Majesty said that when the prince grows up, he can help His Majesty beat the young master. If it's a princess, she will definitely help the young master. As she said that, she laughed. Luo Qingzhou also smiled, and the depression in his heart was slightly relieved. The two soon came to the ground. An old woman's voice came from the room, Your Majesty, try harder. If it hurts, scream out. Don't hold it in. Luo Qingzhou's heart tightened, and he walked over immediately. Outside the room, 2 rows of female guards in silver armor were standing there with solemn expressions. Yuying also came back. At this time, she was also wearing silver armor, with a sword hanging from her waist, and she was frowning and wandering in front of the door in a heroic manner, looking very worried. Yuying. Luo Qingzhou greeted her. Yuying looked at him, bowed her head and said, Your Highness. Luo Qingzhou said, Just like Yuewu. Just call me young master. It's more pleasant to call me young master. Yuying looked at him coldly and said, That won't work. Yuewu is your concubine, not me. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he walked towards the door without saying anything more. Yuying immediately flashed, stood in front of him with her chest puffed out, and said, What are you doing? Luo Qingzhou was stunned and said, Go in. Her Majesty is about to give birth. As her husband, I must go in to accompany her. Yuying frowned. Men cannot go in when women are giving birth. Luo Qingzhou said. Who said that? Yuying paused and said, This is the rule. At this time, the queen's voice came from inside. What a bullshit rule. Luo Qingzhou pushed her away and then pushed the door open. The other female guards next to him wanted to draw their swords to stop him, but hesitated for a moment and didn't dare to. They all looked at their own masters. Yue froze in place for a few seconds, looked at Yue next to him, and said, "He just pushed my chest." Yue suppressed her laughter and said, "I didn't see it." After that, she followed him in and closed the door. Yue stood still, motionless. The female guard at the side whispered, "Sir, do you want to ask him to come out? I heard that if a man goes in when a woman is giving birth, he will bring bad things. Although he is your majesty's husband, he should abide by the rules." Yue glanced at her coldly and said, "What is the rule? Do you know? The bigger the fist." "The rule? Is our fist as big as his?" The female guard immediately shut her mouth. "Oh my god! Oh my god! How did you get in? Someone! Get this kid out." Suddenly, the voice of Grandma Zhu yelling came from the room. However, the guards outside seemed not to hear it. Luo Qingzhou came to the bed, looked at the queen with sweaty hair on her face, gently held her hand, and comforted her. "Your Majesty, it's okay. Just use force." Grandma Zhu screamed a few times on the side, and when she saw that no guard dared to come in, she was furious, raised the cane in her hand, and hit the boy in front of her, and screamed, "Get out! Get out!" Luo Qingzhou did not dodge or resist, letting the cane fall on his body, like tickling. He turned his head and looked at the old woman in front of him and said, "Grandma, save some energy. Help your Majesty deliver the baby quickly." Grandma Zhu was furious. At this time, Nandong Huiyue suddenly trembled. One hand grasped the bed sheet, the other hand grasped Luo Qingzhou's hand, and trembled, again. Grandma Zhu hurriedly put down the cane, walked to her bulging belly, and screamed, "Your Majesty, do it in one go. Don't lose heart. Hurry up and use force. It hurts." Nandong Huiyue tried her best, turned her head away, and looked at the person beside her with a face full of pain and grievance. Luo Qingzhou held her hand tightly. Seeing her trembling with gritted teeth, his heart ached. He immediately fell on her, hugged her tightly, pressed her mouth on his shoulder, and said, "Your Majesty, bite me hard." Nandong Huiyue hugged him tightly, but still gritted her teeth tightly. She didn't want to bite him, but her nails seemed to have sunk into his back. "Your Majesty, it's almost there. It's almost there. Try harder. The head is out. Your Majesty, hurry!" Granny Zhu was encouraging, and suddenly her body twitched and fell to the ground. Yue and the maid next to her were shocked when they saw this. They hurried over to help her up and asked, "Grandma Zhu, what happened to you?" Grandma Zhu was trembling all over. She looked at the legs of His Majesty in disbelief and said in a trembling voice, It seems like there is thunder and lightning. It's numb to death." The queen, who was struggling in pain, suddenly laughed out loud. "Ah! It's out! It's out! Ha ha ha!" At this time, Grandma Zhu hurriedly picked up a little man covered in blood. When she was excited, her face suddenly changed. "Why aren't you crying?" Luo Qingzhou's heart sank. He let go of His Majesty and turned to look. Nandong Huiyue also endured the pain and hurriedly raised her head. The room suddenly became strangely silent, just as everyone was terrified. The little man suddenly twisted his body, then opened his mouth and cried, "Wow!" This childish cry immediately pulled everyone's hearts back to the bottom of the valley. Granny Zhu excitedly shouted, "It's a good baby! It's a good baby! Congratulations, Your Majesty! Congratulations, Your Majesty!" Nandong Huiyue's body softened and she lay on the bed. "Is it a boy or a girl?" Luo Qingzhou still held His Majesty's hand and asked calmly. Granny Zhu took a quick look and said with a smile on her face, "Congratulations, Your Majesty! Congratulations! It's a little prince." Nandong Huiyue's face suddenly showed a smile, but tears flowed from the corners of her eyes unconsciously. She looked to the side and said weakly, let's see if you dare to bully me in the future." Granny Zhu quickly wiped the little guy clean, and then hurriedly said, "Bring some water quickly. Yue, help His Majesty wipe it. Be careful." The maid immediately brought warm water. When Granny Zhu was about to give the little guy a bath, Luo Qingzhou hurried over and said, "Granny, let me do it. Be careful of the electric shock." Granny Zhu's face changed, and she looked at the baby in her arms again and said, "It shouldn't be ah." At this moment, with a sizzle, a weak lightning suddenly appeared on the baby's body. Granny Zhu trembled all over and fell backwards. but still held the baby tightly in her arms. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly supported her, and took the baby from her arms. Granny Zhu's body softened and sat on the ground with a lingering fear, saying in disbelief, "I have been delivering babies in the palace for so many years, and occasionally I will go out to deliver babies for the families of other princes and officials. But I have never seen such a strange thing." Luo Qingzhou trembled a little, while holding the poor little baby in his arms, and first tested the water temperature before carefully putting him in. The baby just cried a few times, and at this time, he was unusually quiet in his arms. Luo Qingzhou looked at the little nose, eyes and mouth, and his heart almost melted. "Your Majesty, Master, what name should you give the baby?" At this time, Yue spoke. Nandong Huiyue said weakly, "Let him choose it." Luo Qingzhou carefully bathed the baby while thinking. After a moment, he suddenly said, "Let's call him Luo Yuefei." As soon as these words came out, the room suddenly became silent again. Granny Zhu stood up from the ground tremblingly, looked at him with a strange and suspicious face, and said, "Luo Yuefei? Whose surname is Luo?" Luo Qingzhou. Chapter 982 Sister Yu. We want a little girl in the future. Wow. The baby's crying relieved Luo Qingzhou's embarrassment. Granny Zhu said quickly, "She must be hungry. Come on. Bring in the prepared goat milk." Yue went out quickly. Luo Qingzhou held the clean baby, walked to the bed, and gently placed it next to His Majesty. Strangely, as soon as he put it down, the baby stopped crying immediately. The mother and the child faced each other sideways, staring at each other with curiosity. Nandong Huiyue suddenly frowned and said, "The baby is so ugly." Luo Qingzhou said, "Children are like this when they are born. They will be fine after growing up." Nandong Huiyue looked at him suspiciously and said, "How do you know so clearly? Have you given birth outside?" "Ahem, Your Majesty." "Prince, I'll go out first." Granny Zhu was very perceptive at this time and hurriedly took her leave. Yue placed the warm goat milk she brought on the table and quietly left. Luo Qingzhou replied, "Isn't this basic common sense? It's all recorded in the books." Nandong Huiyue pressed on, "Which book?" "Bring it to me," Luo Qingzhou said. "I forgot." "Humph." Nandong Huiyue glanced at him and suddenly said, "What does the name you just gave me mean?" "Luo Yuefei, which Yu? Is it the Yu of your sister Yu?" Luo Qingzhou said. "Of course not. It's the Yu of Huiyue." Nandong Huiyue still looked at him suspiciously. At this time, the baby suddenly made a ya-ya sound and tried to grab her with her little hands. Nandong Huiyue's face immediately became gentle, and she quickly stretched out a jade finger and gently placed it in his little hand, humming, "Baby, you will help the Queen Mother beat your father in the future. Do you hear me? Yeah. Use your little electric shock to shock him. Yeah. Even his concubines. Okay? Yeah." Nandong Huiyue was about to laugh out loud, but suddenly frowned and twitched in pain. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, talk less and rest more." Nandong Huiyue glared at him, ignored him, and continued to complain to her baby about his father's romantic and shameless affairs. The news that the queen gave birth to a prince quickly spread. Nandong Meijiao and Nandong Shui, who had been waiting outside the door, and the princess of the southern kingdom, all came in to congratulate. Other princes and their families were all outside the door to congratulate. The news spread to the Qin family. Song Riyue solemnly put on the clothes of a royal lady and hurried into the palace with Miss Qin air, congratulating outside the door. Nandong Huiyue glanced at someone in the room, and then said to her baby, "Look, your father's concubine and mother-in-law are here." Luo Qingzhou stayed in the palace for 3 days. After making sure that His Majesty and the baby were fine, he left the palace and returned home. The baby's name has been chosen. After repeated deliberations and discussions, the baby's name was finally determined to be Nangong Feiyu. It's not that His Majesty forced him to let the baby have the surname Nangong. There is really no need to have the surname Luo, and Nangong is the royal surname, so he can truly ascend the throne as the emperor in the future. Of course, Luo Qingzhou did not want his son to become the emperor. Luo Qingzhou went directly back to Meixiang Garden from underground. In the past 6 months, he came back once or twice a month, because His Majesty explained it in person. His mother-in-law did not doubt anything. His Majesty said that he was sent out to understand the people's sentiments, and would be entrusted with important tasks in the future. His mother-in-law was naturally very happy. My father-in-law and my second brother also came back a few times, but they left soon. The situation on the border is getting more and more tense. The Great Mongolia Empire has sent a lot of troops to set up camps on the border, and often sent teams disguised as bandits to harass the people and merchants on the border of Dian. Dian is naturally not to be outdone, and often sends teams to fight back. So there are more and more frictions on the border. The armies of both sides are increasingly unable to control their tempers, and sometimes they even come in groups and yell across the border. But whenever the conflict is about to be irreconcilable and a battle is about to break out, both sides tacitly give in. They both know very well what the other side is waiting for. It is naturally the Kyushu Conference a few months later. By that time, when the Pyamyu immortal sect and the sects and countries that depend on it are free, it should be the time for the war to break out. The Great Mongolia Empire is waiting for that opportunity. In their eyes, Dian, without the support of the immortal sect and other major sects and countries, has become their meat on the chopping board, and they can be slaughtered at will. My second brother said that he killed a lot of Deming scouts, but the other side also often robbed and killed merchants and civilians in Dian. In the study, Miss Qin Er was chatting with Luo Qingzhou about border affairs. Luo Qingzhou listened carefully, and his heart became heavier. If he can't break through to the martial king realm in the remaining 3 months, he will not only be bullied and exploited by the Pyamyu immortal sect, but the entire Dian will probably suffer unpredictable disasters. By the way, Brother Qingzhou, you haven't visited my sister for a long time. Miss Qin Er saw that he was worried, so she didn't dare to continue and change the subject. Luo Qingzhou was silent and didn't speak. Miss Qin Er had no choice but to say, Brother Qingzhou, Bailing and Chan also miss you very much. Luo Qingzhou came back to his senses, and then he got up from the couch and said, Then I'll go and see. He went out and came to the Lingshan Moon Palace next door. When he was about to raise his hand to knock on the door, his expression suddenly froze, and he looked up. In the dark night in the sky, a vague figure appeared, as if it had merged with the night, floating there, motionless. Even his eyesight could not see it clearly, but he was sensitive and just suddenly felt a trace of breath coming from there. He suddenly disappeared from the spot. This time, his soul left his body directly and flew silently into the air. When he was about to approach the figure, the other party suddenly found that the figure flashed and flew into the sky. Luo Qingzhou immediately chased after it. The other party looked like just a wisp of soul, and it was still a very small wisp of soul. Luo Qingzhou chased after him with all his strength. His figure flashed, and he was in front of the figure. Then, lightning flashed on his body. The soul was wrapped in a layer of light moonlight. Judging from the figure, it should be a woman in a long skirt, and she looked familiar. Zizi. A ball of lightning appeared in Luo Qingzhou's hand. At the same time, the flying sword flew out silently and hit on one side. The two sides stood in silence for a moment. The figure suddenly spoke, his voice cold. I have no ill intentions. Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, frowned and said, Fairy Qiniao, you again? The other party did not speak again. The thunder ball in Luo Qingzhou's hand was still flashing, and he looked at her coldly and said, What is your purpose? The other party was silent for a moment and said, No purpose. I just want to accept you as a disciple. Luo Qingzhou narrowed his eyes and said, Use this method? Fairy Qiniao said lightly, Yes. Because you have always disagreed. So I decided to harass you. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched. Is this fox demon the cold and arrogant, unworldly, and secular Fairy Qiniao that everyone said, even deemed by respected her very much? I'm afraid the fairy didn't tell the truth? Of course he would not believe these nonsense. No matter how good he is, the other party would not come to spy on him again and again. It's the truth, Fairy Qiniao said, and suddenly her figure flashed and flew to the sky, saying coldly, Don't stop me. I won't reveal your identity. After hearing this, Luo Qingzhou immediately stopped where he was, watching the other party disappear in the sea of clouds in the sky. He stood there for a while, then took out the message and sent a message to Fairy Fanyu. What is your master going to do? Come to our dine again tonight. Sent. He looked up again and landed. When his soul returned to his body and came to the gate of Lingshan Moon Palace again, the message came back, Really? I don't know. I saw Master practicing in the cave today. Shouldn't he go to Dian? Luo Qingzhou replied, It's just a wisp of soul. She has admitted it. And she said that because I have never agreed to be her disciple, she deliberately harassed me all the time. Fairy Fanyu? How could Master be like this? Luo Qingzhou, I am also surprised. Please help me tell her. Fairy. I hope she won't come again in the future, no matter what her reason is. Please keep her away from my home. The Neo Fairy, my master would never do such a thing. Let alone say such a thing. I hope you don't slander her. Luo Qingzhou, believe it or not. Luo Qingzhou ignored her, and put away the communication treasure. Dong! 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 He came to the door of Lingshan Moon Palace, and raised his hand to knock on the door. Beiling's clear and pleasant voice soon rang out in the yard. Who? Who's knocking outside? Luo Qingzhou said, Me. It was quiet inside for a while. And suddenly he said, Lil Beiling is not here. Chan Chan is not here. And the young lady is not here. There is no one at home. No one. Luo Qingzhou paused and said, Open the door. I'll go to pay my respects to the young lady. Beiling's tone was suddenly full of resentment. Humph. Who are you? Why do you have to pay your respects to my young lady? Why don't I remember that we have a son-in-law? The young lady doesn't remember that she has a husband. You must be a liar. And little Beiling will not be fooled. Luo Qingzhou had to apologize. I have something to do recently. So I rarely come back. Humph. Bai Ling. Open the door. I'll greet the young lady. Humph. I won't open it. Luo Qingzhou stood at the door for a while, thinking that he had something to do tonight. So he had to say, okay. Then greet the young lady on my behalf. After that, he did not stay any longer and turned to leave. Back to Meixiang Garden. He put away the spiritual liquid on the table and explained to Miss Qin Air, and then left the mansion and went to Long Air. Stinky son-in-law. Bad son-in-law. No sincerity at all. Chan Chan. Son-in-law has fallen in love with someone else and doesn't like you anymore. In the courtyard of Lingshan Moon Palace, Bai Ling looked at the figure in the corridor angrily. Xia Chan stared at the door blankly and was silent for a moment, and then whispered, He is busy practicing, miss. Busy refining pills. Bai Ling looked into the house and said nothing. It was late at night. In the lake in the center of East Lake, Luo Qingzhou stood on the boat, took out the body judgment stone again, and checked his data. The data remained unchanged. The progress of the Grandmaster's peak realm was still a lonely and pitiful 5 points. What happened? He was troubled and puzzled. Long Air came out of the water and said, Sir, my sister hasn't come these days. I don't know if she will come tonight. Has your progress not recovered yet? Luo Qingzhou shook his head, his expression heavy. Long Air sighed and said, I have never heard of this situation. It's so strange. The progress has been completed. How could it suddenly regress? At any time, she suddenly said. Sir, could it be sucked away by your thunder spirit root? Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, It shouldn't be. The thunder spirit root has another white lightning and is growing faster. But it should have nothing to do with it. I suspect it was caused when I was practicing by killing demons at the border. At that time, my training speed was very fast, and I advanced very quickly. I guess, maybe because of the demonic energy, I suffered some invisible trauma in my body. Long Air frowned slightly. It's possible. However, I still need my sister to check it in person to know. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the communication treasure in his hand and said, I have sent her a message. But she didn't. There is a reply. Longer said. Longer also sent it. But sister didn't reply. Sister has been very busy recently. She should be helping the young master to refine the elixir. Luo Qingzhou smiled bitterly and said, It's a pity that my cultivation has regressed. Even if sister you refines the elixir, I haven't reached the 100th level. So I can't break through the barrier and can't take it. Longer comforted him softly. Young master, don't worry. Sister will definitely find a way to help you. By the way, did you tell Dean Bai? Dean Bai is knowledgeable and may be able to find out the reason. Luo Qingzhou sighed and said, When I first found it, I had already consulted him. But he didn't understand. And he is also in seclusion now. So I didn't disturb him anymore. While the two were talking, Longlis suddenly took out the communication treasure, looked down, and said happily, Young master. Sister replied to the message. Luo Qingzhou immediately went over to look together. Is he still there? Longer quickly replied, Yes. Sister, the young master has been waiting for you. When will you come? Luo Qingzhou also quickly took out his own communication treasure and sent a message to Sister Yu. Sister Yu, I'm here. Can you come and help me check? Long Air received a reply. Tell him not to worry. It shouldn't be a bad thing. I found a cultivator in the ancient book, and his situation is somewhat similar. As for how to solve it, I don't know. Let him eat the second spiritual fruit. Continue to practice, and then see. Luo Qingzhou immediately snatched the communication treasure from Long Er's hand and replied, Sister Yu, what is the situation of that person in the ancient book? Can you tell me more about it? The message came back quickly. The record is very brief. It is that when the cultivator should be promoted to a certain realm, he suddenly has to start practicing again, and finally breaks through 2 levels in succession. And he also has a natural magical power, and his strength is stronger. Luo Qizhou, but my current practice speed is very slow. With the help of the spirit mineral heart and spirit liquid, it took 2 full months to increase the progress by 5 points. There are still 3 months before the Jiuzhou conference begins. I'm afraid I'll be too late. Sister, the second spiritual fruit of that small tree should be ripe. You can eat it. Combine it with the spiritual liquid and see the effect. 1 month later. Try taking the spiritual pill in advance. Luo Qizhou, Sister Yu. Does it take another month to refine the spiritual pill? Do you have all the materials? I heard that the materials are hard to find. I can help you collect them. Sister, no need. Luo Qingzhou hesitated. We haven't seen each other for a long time. I want to see you. The other party didn't reply. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, then sighed, and returned the communication to Longer. Longer took it and read it, and comforted him, Sir, Sister should be busy. I heard that the spiritual pill is very difficult to refine. Sister should be afraid of distraction, so she dare not come out. Don't think too much. Sir. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, I will try Sister Yu's method first. I hope it will be effective in a month. Longer said, yes. The two fell into silence. Longer. I'm leaving. Oh. Longer believes that you will succeed. I will be in seclusion for another month this time. Oh. Don't you have anything to say to me? Longer was stunned for a moment and said, What do you want me to say? Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else. With a sizzle sound, an arc of electricity appeared on his fingertips. Longer suddenly reacted and smiled. Did you think about it too? Longer actually thought about it. But I didn't dare to say it because you were in a bad mood. Luo Qizhou sighed and said, There's no way. For those who practice body, the internal fire is always too strong. If you don't release it often, you won't be able to practice quietly. Longer smiled, his eyes rolling. Where do you want to practice this time? In the Dragon Palace? Or in the water? Or? Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything, raised his head, and looked at the night sky. In the night sky, the moon was bright, and the stars were all over the sky. Not long after, a silver dragon flew into the night sky, stirring up the wind and clouds, with lightning and thunder. The next day, Luo Qingzhou returned to the palace, accompanied His Majesty and the baby for a while, and then went underground to continue practicing. After sitting down under the spirit or heart, his eyes turned to the small tree in the storage ring. The small tree has now grown into a big tree 7 or 8 meters high, with lush branches and leaves, and 3 more buds of different colors. The second flower has already grown into a fiery red fruit, and now it is ripe, as if a flame is burning on the branch. Luo Qingzhou observed the other flowers for a while, and then picked the fiery red fruit. As soon as he took it out of the storage ring, an alluring fruity fragrance came to his nose. Seeing this fruit, he suddenly remembered the first fruit and the core of that fruit. Of course, there is also his broken stick. I wonder if Sister Yu has repaired it. Just as he was about to eat this fruit, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. He was puzzled and took it out to take a look. It turned out to be a message from Sister Yu. The baby is very beautiful. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly said, Has Sister Yu come to the palace? Is she still there now? Sister Yu, no. She sent me a picture. Luo Qingzhou, oh. What did His Majesty say to you? Sister Yu, I didn't say anything. Just showing off. Luo Qingzhou was a little embarrassed. Don't pay attention to her. She has always been a little girl in front of Sister Yu. Sister Yu, don't take it to heart. After a while. Sister Yu, I don't like boys. Luo Qingzhou, why? Sister Yu, she will be as bad as you. Luo Qingzhou. Suddenly, he reacted, then Sister Yu likes girls. Right? Sister Yu, yeah. Luo Qingzhou's fingers trembled. Sister Yu. Then let's have a cute little girl in the future. Okay. After a long time, the message came back, okay. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou's heart seemed to stop beating suddenly. Chapter 983 Melting Sister Yu. Finally, Sister Yu's cold heart finally melted. He had waited for this moment for a long time. He lowered his head and looked at the word OK on the communication treasure again and again, as if he couldn't see it enough. He seemed to be afraid that this word would suddenly disappear again. He didn't dare to reply again. He was afraid that Sister Yu would suddenly find various reasons to deny this OK. For example, I sent it by mistake. Another example, it was sent by someone else. With Sister Yu's arrogant and cold personality, she would definitely feel more and more shy and regretful after sending this OK. So, he couldn't give her another chance to take it back and regret it. No. The message seems to be withdrawn. He suddenly thought of this possibility. The communication treasure can take pictures and videos. But how to take screenshots and save them? Is there this function? He quickly found Fairy Pink in the address book and asked, Fairy, are you there? I have something to ask you. Why did he ask Fairy Pink? First, the other party is a disciple of the Immortal Sect, and he is well informed and should be familiar with the function of the communication treasure. Second, the other party always replies quickly. Third, the other party is actually a stranger to him, so he doesn't have to worry too much. Sure enough, the message came back quickly. Yes. Please speak. Luo Qingzhou, can I take a screenshot of the communication treasure? That is, save the message sent by the other party. Even if the other party withdraws it, I can still watch it at any time, and it can be used as strong evidence that the other party has indeed sent this message. At the same time, Qin Mansion. A small courtyard. A room. Red candles are burning. On the bed covered by the curtains, a girl in a snow-white dress is sitting in the corner with her knees hugged, looking down at the communication treasure in her hand. Under the skirt, the pair of bare feet are as white as jade, delicate and slender, and beautiful. The flawless face and beautiful eyes are also shining under the light of the treasure. Beautiful and suffocating. At this moment, she was stretching out her slender jade finger and tapping on the message on the treasure letter, with a trace of entanglement on her face. At this moment, her eyes moved and swiped to another page. The chat messages between someone and Fairy Pink were all in sight. Fairy Pink, I don't know either. I'll go ask for you. By the way, can you tell me the reason? Why do you want to save the other party's message? Why did the other party withdraw it? Luo Qingzhou, the other party owed me money and was lured by me to tell it, so I have to save the evidence immediately. If the other party does not admit it, I will take out the evidence to slap her in the face. Fairy Pink, okay. Wait for me. After a while. Fairy Pink, sorry. It seems that it cannot be saved. However, you can delay for a while. After half a cup of tea, the other party will not be able to withdraw it. Luo Qingzhou, okay. Thank you. Very soon, the message treasure letter in the girl's hand suddenly vibrated. Luo Qingzhou, oh, Sister Yu, I have something to ask you. When I was practicing my inner strength just now, I suddenly felt some pain in my stomach and soul gate. Do you know what the reason is? The girl's mouth moved slightly. I don't know. The message came again soon. Sister Yu, how is my stick? Is it repaired? No. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu, when will you return the jade pendant I gave you last time? That jade pendant is very important to me. Lost? Luo Qingzhou, ah? No way. Luo Qingzhou, by the way. Sister Yu, I have another question about cultivation to ask you. A few minutes later, at the last moment when the message was about to be irrevocable, the girl suddenly swiped over and clicked. The word OK was instantly retracted. The girl's mouth moved slightly, and there seemed to be a hint of mischief in her eyes. The message was sent immediately. Sister Yu, what do you mean? Why do you want to withdraw that message? Which one? Luo Qingzhou, that OK word. Why do you want to withdraw it? I do. The girl sent the message, and the corners of her mouth seemed to unconsciously reveal a hint of playfulness, as if she didn't even notice it. But soon, her mouth stiffened. Luo Qingzhou sent her a photo, which clearly showed the conversation between the two of them. One of the messages was the one she had sent before. Sister Yu, okay. Luo Qingzhou, hee. I knew you would withdraw it. So I sent you a message to delay time while borrowing another communication treasure to take a photo of the message you just sent. Sister Yu, let's see how you can deny it now. Girl. After a while, she replied, it was not sent by me. Luo Qingzhou, I knew you would say that. But it doesn't matter. When I break through to the king of martial arts, I will take this evidence to find you. If you dare to deny it, don't blame me for using force. This is what you asked me to do in person. I didn't. Luo Qingzhou, you know whether it is true or not. I want to practice and don't want to listen to your quibbling. Just wait for you to give me a cute baby girl. The girl pouted in the dark. The palace? Underground. Luo Qingzhou put away the communication treasure, and was in a good mood. He found that he was so bold and arrogant just now. In the past, he would not dare to speak to Sister Yu in that tone. But now, perhaps after Sister Yu sent that word, he knew the other party's intention, and no longer had any concerns. So, he has to practice harder now. Without breaking through to the realm of King of Martial Arts, it is useless to think more. It will only be like daydreaming and waste your mind in vain. It's time to practice. But before that, he has to go up and return the communication treasure to Yuying. Just now, he borrowed Yuying's communication treasure, took a photo of the evidence, and sent the evidence to his own communication treasure. As for the photos on Yuying's communication treasure, they have naturally been deleted. He immediately went up the stairs, returned the communication treasure, went to the room to take a look at the sleeping queen, and then returned to the underground. Sit down under the heart of the spiritual mine and concentrate. After a moment, he took out the fiery red fruit, put it under his nose and sniffed it, then began to eat it. Crunch! Crunch! It tasted similar to the golden fruit before, but with another strange taste. And after the juice flowed into the body, the energy generated seemed to be much stronger. Feeling the energy rolling in the Danhai, hope suddenly rose in his heart. Hope it will work, even if he can't restore his previous cultivation progress, as long as he can speed up the cultivation speed. He closed his eyes and began to practice the technique. The Yuanli in the Danhai in his body was quickly mobilized and began to refine and fuse the new energy. 7 days later, he put away the technique and slowly calmed the fluctuating energy in his body. Then, he couldn't wait to take out the body-judging stone, held it in his palm, and looked at the data on it. Grandmaster Peak, Progress 10. Spiritual Transformation Peak, Progress 60. Although it still didn't meet his expectations, it was obviously much faster than before. Hope suddenly rose in his heart. Continue to practice. He took out the spiritual liquid and dripped 5 drops directly on his palm. Soon, a stream of heat flow was generated in the body. At the same time, the transparent vortex that had just disappeared above his head also reappeared and began to rotate slowly. A stream of pure yuan-chi followed the vortex and entered the body. Under the fusion of the triple energy, the airflow in his body became more and more violent. The meridians and acupoints in the body ached slightly. But if he wanted to temper his body quickly, he had to endure this pain. The stronger the energy, the better the effect. He ignored the pain and urged the violent energy in his body over and over again, continuing to flush and temper all parts of his body. Another 7 days passed. He took out the body-checking stone again and checked his progress. Grandmaster Peak, Progress 18. Spiritual Transformation Peak, Progress 70. Soon, the speed increased again. He took a short break, took out the spiritual liquid and dripped it on his palm. When he was about to continue practicing, the queen's voice suddenly came from the door. Is it effective? Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, well, although the speed is still a little slow, it is much better than before. And the speed seems to be slowly increasing. Nandong Huiyue showed a gentle smile on her face and said, that's good. Luo Qingzhou looked into her arms and said, where is the baby? Nandong Huiyue said, up there. Yuewu and Meiju are watching. The vitality here is too rich. And you are practicing. So I didn't dare to bring him down. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, nothing happened outside. Right? Nandong Huiyue hesitated. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Your Majesty, is there anything we can't talk about? Don't worry about affecting my cultivation. I'm not that fragile. Nandong Huiyue looked at him and said, I heard from the dean that he saw Yu Yao when he was a guest at Penglai Fairy Island a few days ago. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and said, then what? Nandong Huiyue was silent for a while and said, the dean asked a friend to find out. It turned out that Yu Yao went to Penglai Fairy Island to ask for medicine. But she didn't get it, and was humiliated by the other elder son Ming. The dean wanted to chase her to ask about the situation, but he didn't catch up. Luo Qingzhou fell silent. Nandong Huiyue looked at him and whispered, she should be doing it for you. Luo Qingzhou whispered, I know. Both of them were silent for a while. Nandong Huiyue sighed softly and said apologetically, it's a pity that I can't help it all. Luo Qingzhou comforted, it's okay, Your Majesty. Just take good care of the baby. Nandong Huiyue looked at him and said, but I am the eldest lady. Luo Qingzhou was silent and did not speak again. Nandong Huiyue looked at him for a while and said, you practice well. Then I will go up first. After that, she turned and left. Luo Qingzhou sat in silence for a while, and took out the communication treasure. But after hesitating for a long time, he didn't know what to say. Words of thanks are useless. It's obviously useless to persuade Sister Yu. Just practice well. A firm look appeared in his eyes, and he slowly clenched his fists. No matter what, he must break through the king of martial arts. When the time comes, no matter what the damn Piamu immortal sect, what the damn Punlai immortal island, as long as he humiliated Sister Yu, he will not let anyone go. This time, he practiced for more than 10 days. The meridians and acupoints in his body were about to be torn apart, and the bones, muscles, and other places all over his body were also in unbearable pain. The high intensity and continuous tempering made his body's endurance reach the limit. That evening, he immediately put away his skills. After a long rest, he took out the body judgment stone and checked his new data. Grandmaster Peak, 38. Spiritual Transformation Peak, 92. His progress over the past 10 days has become faster. But for him, it is still far from enough. He sighed, took out the spiritual liquid, dripped it on his palm, moistened the wounds in his body, and took out the communication treasure to check the news on it. Sister Yu sent a message 2 days ago. How is it? Luo Qingzhou quickly replied, just finished practicing. The effect is not bad. The progress of the physical body has reached 38, and the soul has reached 92. However, there are still 2 months. I don't know if the time is enough. After a while, the message came back. Go to East Lake tonight. Luo Qingzhou's heart moved. Will Sister Yu go tonight? The other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou immediately put away the communication treasure and left from the underground. His body began to stink and his stomach was very hungry. He had to take a good bath, change into clean clothes, and then have a good meal. Then, he would go see Sister Yu. Chapter 984 I will give birth to a boy. And your sister Yu will give birth to a girl. Plop! Luo Qingzhou took off all his clothes and jumped directly into the bathtub. The bathtub was filled with mist and rippling water. The warm water and red petals instantly wrapped his tired body. He moaned comfortably. It's been a month. For a whole month, he hadn't taken a bath. You can imagine how dirty he was. As he lay on the jade stone, scrubbing gently with his eyes closed, a cold jade hand suddenly reached out from behind and rubbed his shoulders gently. Yuewu whispered. Sir, His Majesty will be here soon. Luo Qingzhou asked. How is the baby? Yuewu smiled. The baby is very cute, and has grown up. He is as beautiful as His Majesty. Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes, turned his head and glanced at her, saying, How can a boy be beautiful? He should be as handsome as me. Yuewu smiled. Even children can be said to be beautiful, and the baby really looks like His Majesty. When he is angry, a flame mark will appear between his eyebrows. Really? Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. A little worried. Hey, it seems that he may have a bad temper in the future. Yuewu whispered. Sir, are you slandering His Majesty? Luo Qingzhou immediately denied. Of course not. Yuewu snorted. That's right. Yuewu is going to tell His Majesty that the young master Luo Qingzhou suddenly grabbed her little hand and pulled her off. Plop! Water splashed everywhere. Yuewu screamed and fell on his chest. Her dress was instantly soaked, and her face was full of panic. Luo Qingzhou pinched her delicate face, pulled it, and said, Do you still want to tell His Majesty? Yuewu's face flushed, bit her pink lips, and said weakly, No, I won't say it. Luo Qingzhou then let go of his hand and said, Continue to scrub the bath. Yes. Yuewu lowered her eyes and continued to rub him gently. Gradually, her cheeks became redder and redder, and her eyes became more and more misty. Soon, her whole body was immersed in the water. I don't know how long it took. The stone door suddenly boomed and slowly opened. Luo Qingzhou immediately opened his eyes and looked. The queen was wearing a fiery red dress, holding a baby in her arms, and walked in with a smile while teasing the baby. But she had just taken a few steps, and suddenly raised her head and asked in confusion, Where is Yuewu? The moment she looked over, Luo Qingzhou trembled with fear and stammered, She. Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes and looked into the bathtub. Wow! At this time, Yuewu suddenly popped her head out of the water, coughed a few times with her face full of water stains, and hurriedly went ashore, knelt on the ground with her head down tightly, and said in a trembling voice, Your Majesty, this servant cough. Raise your head. Nandong Huiyue said coldly. Yue slowly raised her head. Her face was slightly pale. Her body was full of water stains. And her mouth was tightly closed. Nandong Huiyue stared at her for a moment. And Fong said lightly, "Get up." Yue then lowered her head and slowly got up. Nandong Huiyue ignored her. Looked at someone in the bathtub and said, "Are you done? The baby is going to sleep." Luo Qingzhou quickly scrubbed it a few more times. Then went ashore and put on his clothes. The baby was looking at him curiously with his big black eyes. Luo Qingzhou hurried over and stretched out his hand. Nandong Huiyue looked at him again. Then lowered her head and smiled at the baby, saying, "Fei Yu, look at which bad guy this is." Aya. The baby blinked and stretched out his little fist to Luo Qingzhou. Nandong Huiyue snorted. "You are indeed a bad guy. The baby will beat you when he sees you." Luo Qingzhou quickly took the baby in his arms, lowered his head, and carefully looked at the baby's eyebrows and eyes, and said in surprise, "Sure enough, he looks very similar to your majesty, with big eyes and long eyelashes. Very beautiful." Nandong Huiyue said proudly. "Of course my prince looks like me." Luo Qingzhou felt a little sorry. "If it is a girl, she must be more beautiful than your majesty." Nandong Huiyue suddenly sneered and said sarcastically, "Didn't you plan it a long time ago? I will give you a boy, and your sister you will give you a girl. Didn't they agree?" Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment. "Humph." Nandong Huiyue flicked his sleeves, walked to a chair beside him, and sat down, no longer paying attention to him. Luo Qingzhou was embarrassed and said, "Your Majesty, how did you know?" Suddenly, he remembered Ying's message. "Well, can the communication treasure letter restore deleted messages?" Nandong Huiyue looked at him coldly and said, "You just know it now? I thought you knew it a long time ago and kept it to anger me." Luo Qingzhou, at this time. The baby suddenly waved his hands and scratched his face. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Oh, it hurts. Don't scratch. Daddy is wrong. Daddy will never make your mother angry again." Nandong Huiyue laughed and snorted. "Good scratch, baby. Scratch hard. Scratch his face. Let him have no face to see people." "Humph." The baby continued to wave his hands and scratch. Luo Qingzhou continued to lower his head and beg for mercy. Nandong Huiyue looked at this scene and thought of how he had been hiding underground and practicing hard for the past 6 months. Her heart softened and she said, "How is your practice going?" Luo Qingzhou then looked at her and said, "Not bad." Nandong Huiyue frowned slightly and said, "How good is not bad? How much progress have you made?" Luo Qingzhou did not answer, but paused and said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. I will definitely break through before the Jiuzhou conference." Nandong Huiyue was silent for a while, and said softly, "You don't have to feel too burdened. If you can't break through, we won't participate. At most, we will compromise, endure humiliation, cede land and pay compensation to buy you more time." Luo Qingzhou did not speak again, and looked down at the baby in his arms. Nandong Huiyue did not continue the topic and changed the subject. "The dean has broken through to the peak of the Gi realm. I have visited your family several times, and they are all fine." Luo Qingzhou said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Nandong Huiyue said lightly, "It should be. I am the legal wife." Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said, "The baby yawned. He must be tired and needs to rest." Nandong Huiyue hurried over, took it, and said, "I coaxed him to sleep. You go home and check on him." Then he said, "I know you're going to see her. I have no objection. She has done so much for you. It's only right for you to accompany her." Luo Qingzhou said nothing more. He looked at the baby in her arms again and said goodbye. The cave door slowly closed. The training room was quiet for a moment. Nandong Huiyue turned his head and looked at Yue beside him, saying, "Are you full?" Yue was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly lowered her head. Her face flushed, and hesitantly said, "Your servant. Go change your clothes, wash up, and come to help me coax the baby to sleep. The baby likes to listen to you sing." Nandong Huiyue said lightly. Yue hurriedly said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Luo Qingzhou left the palace and returned to the Qin mansion. Night had fallen. A bright moon rose in the sky, casting bright moonlight. Luo Qingzhou looked up and was about to enter the Meixiang garden. After thinking about it, he walked to the Lingshan Moon Palace next door. Knock, knock, knock. When he came to the door, he raised his hand and knocked gently. There was no movement inside. He knocked a few more times and said, By Ling Chan Chan. Still no one responded. He waited for a while, and looked at the wall next to him. Just as he was hesitating whether to jump in, Chior suddenly came out from the Meixiang garden next door, looked at him and said, "Son-in-law, the eldest lady and her family are not at home. They went out shopping." "Shopping?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. Walked over and said, "With whom?" Chior said, "It's the eldest lady. Sister Beiling. Sister Xiaochan. That's the three of them." Luo Qingzhou was a little surprised. The three of them went out shopping? Chior smiled and said, "It's really a bit strange. The eldest lady and Chan Chan never go out. When Sister Beiling came to tell us tonight, we were also surprised. The second lady also said that she wanted to accompany the eldest lady, but was rejected by Sister Beiling. Sister Beiling said that the eldest lady wanted to go out alone to calm down." Luo Qingzhou frowned and said, "Go out to calm down?" Chior said, "I don't know the reason either." Luo Qingzhou thought about it again and said, "Do you know where they went shopping?" Chior shook her head. Luo Qingzhou was puzzled and entered the Meixiang garden. Miss Qin Er came out of the house and said softly after seeing him, "Sister may be tired of staying in the house. Or Beiling wants to go out. Brother Qingzhou, don't worry. Chan Chan is with you." Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Have you coughed again recently?" Miss Qin Er said, "Much better. I coughed a few times a month. And I didn't cough up blood. The pill that Brother Qingzhou brought back is very useful." Luo Qingzhou felt relieved and said, "Don't worry. If there is a chance, I will help you find a few more." The two talked for a while in the corridor. Luo Qingzhou entered the house, put away the spiritual liquid on the table, and said, "Wei Mo, I may not come back for the next 2 months. If you have something, let Longer notify me, or go directly to His Majesty or the Princess." Miss Qin Er didn't ask more questions and said softly, "Well, Brother Qingzhou, don't worry about home. Sister Meiju often comes here, and His Majesty occasionally comes here. Wei Mo is in good health, and will wait for Brother Qingzhou to come back at home." Luo Qingzhou held her in his arms, his heart full of apology, and said, "When the matter is resolved, I will stay at home with you." "Yes." Miss Qin leaned in his arms and hugged him. The two talked for a while. Seeing that it was getting late, Luo Qingzhou did not stay any longer and left directly from the underground. After leaving the Qin mansion, he suddenly remembered the eldest lady and Chan Chan. He immediately came out of the underground, flew into the air, and looked down. The streets and alleys of the entire inner city were in full view. But he searched carefully for a long time, and did not see the eldest lady and the other two. Are they not in the inner city? He was puzzled and was about to go to the outer city to look for them, when he suddenly found a familiar figure walking out of a medicine shop on the street not far away. Chapter 985 Sister You. Will you marry me, Beiling? Luo Qingzhou was puzzled and followed immediately. Why was there only that girl? Where are the eldest lady and Chan Chan? Didn't they come out with her? Beiling looked around the street with something in her hand, and suddenly turned into an alley. Luo Qingzhou immediately flew over the alley and looked down. Where are the people? The alley was empty. The pretty figure in the pink skirt seemed to have disappeared suddenly. Luo Qingzhou's heart trembled. He searched carefully again and floated down immediately. The alley was dark and narrow. In addition to the dilapidated walls around, there were some residents. However, the courtyard doors of those residents were tightly closed. Judging from the speed he just rushed over, it was impossible for the other party to enter a household so quickly. It was almost a moment. As soon as the other party entered the alley, he flew over, and the other party also disappeared out of thin air in this moment. Invisibility? Or? Luo Qingzhou stood in the alley, thinking for a while, and suddenly looked at the ground. Schwa! He immediately entered the underground. He searched underground again, but still couldn't find it. At this time, he suddenly remembered the medicine shop. He immediately came out of the underground, walked out of the alley, and walked towards the medicine shop. What did the girl buy in the medicine shop? Is it ordinary medicine? Or the medicinal materials for refining those flower medicines? Where are Chan Chan and the eldest lady? He entered the medicine shop with doubts in his heart. At this time, the owner of the medicine shop was about to close the door. Seeing him come in, he had to walk back to the counter and said with a smile on his face, "The customer brought a prescription? What medicine do you need?" The owner was wearing a green robe, a slightly fat figure, a mustache on his mouth, and squinted his eyes when he smiled, looking quite funny. Luo Qingzhou took out a piece of silver, put it on the counter, and said, I don't need any medicine. I just want to ask. What medicine did the girl who just came in buy? Did she come alone? Did the boss see anyone else around her? The boss was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion. Girl? Where is the girl? Luo Qingzhou's eyes turned cold. And he looked at him and said, the girl who just came in was wearing a pink dress and a flower card on her head. She was very beautiful and had a nice voice. When she smiled, she had 2 dimples on her face and her eyes were big and smart. Do you remember it? The boss looked confused and said, I was in the store just now and didn't see anyone come in. After dark? Only the public. You came in alone. There was no girl. Luo Qingzhou's eyes flashed with a green light. Staring into his eyes and said, Are you sure? But I just saw her come in with my own eyes. And I also saw her go out with my own eyes. The boss looked at him strangely. Did the customer see it wrong? I can swear that there was really no one else coming in except you just now. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled. And continued to stare into his eyes, and said, Are you the only one guarding the store here tonight? The boss nodded and said, Yes. I am alone. Luo Qingzhou stared at his eyes for a while. And then pushed the silver on the counter over and said, Thank you. Maybe I remembered it wrong. Maybe it was in another store next door. After saying that, he turned and left. When the boss saw him walk out of the shop, he immediately picked up the silver, waited, looked at the door again, and shook his head. I'm afraid there is something wrong with his brain. In the middle of the night, how can a girl come alone to buy medicine? After saying that, he suddenly shuddered. A trace of fear appeared in his eyes, looked around, and said to himself, That boy is not a yin-yang eye. Did he see a ghost? He hurriedly packed up his things, closed the shop and left. Luo Qingzhou walked on the street, thought for a while, and suddenly walked into the alley next to him, and then flew into the night sky and flew towards the Qin mansion. Of course he would not see it wrong, let alone remember it wrong. But he just saw from the eyes of the drugstore owner that the other party was not lying. In his memory, no girl entered his drugstore tonight. Then there is only one possibility. No, there should be 2 possibilities. First, Bailing used the invisibility technique to enter, and the boss did not see it. Second, Bai Ling might have used some tricks, such as spreading pollen or something, so that the boss would forget it immediately after seeing her. But the medicine shop sells medicine, and they are all ordinary medicines. If she wants to buy something, she can just go in and buy it directly. Why is there such a need to be so sneaky? Unless she buys shameful medicine. Of course, it is also possible that the materials she uses to make flower medicine are secret, and she doesn't want others to know. Luo Qingzhou thought in his heart, and quickly returned to the Qin mansion. He floated above Lingshan Moon Palace, and looking down, he could only see a thin layer of mist, and nothing could be seen inside. But at this moment, a familiar and pleasant song suddenly came from the courtyard. He is a little donkey. I don't want to ride it. One day he begged me to ride it. I had a small whip in my hand, and I was very proud of whipping him. Luo Qingzhou floated to the door of Lingshan Moon Palace, and after she finished singing, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. Who's banging outside? The clear and pleasant voice of the little Bailing sounded in the courtyard. Luo Qingzhou said, Bailing, the second lady asked me to come over to pay my respects to the eldest lady and bring you a string of candied haws. Chior just bought it outside. Ding ding ding. The sound of running was heard in the courtyard immediately. Squeak. The courtyard door opened. Bailing showed her little head and said happily, Uncle, give it to me quickly. Little Bailing hasn't eaten for a long time. This time I must lick it hard. Ah. Luo Qingzhou grabbed her neck and pushed her in. Uncle, what are you doing? Where is the candied haws? Bailing struggled with her teeth and claws, and her smart eyes were still looking around at his other hand. Luo Qingzhou closed the door, grabbed her by the back of the neck and said, Tell me, where did you go tonight? Bai Ling whimpered. I went shopping, uncle. Put me down quickly. If you continue to bully me, I will cry. Woo, Luo Qingzhou said. Where did you go shopping? Where are the eldest lady and Chan Chan? When did you come back? As he spoke, he looked into her eyes, and a green light shone in them. He never used this skill on people around him. After all, it is immoral and disrespectful to spy on the other person's secrets. But the situation tonight is really weird, and he must find out clearly. Bailing couldn't break free, so she had to grab his chest and pinched it hard with her little nails. Whimpering, Bad son-in-law, I'll strangle you to death. Let me go, I just went out for a walk. I didn't do anything bad. Woo woo. Luo Qingzhou stared at her eyes and asked a few more questions, including asking about her going to the medicine shop. But he didn't get the answer he wanted. I just went shopping. Just strolling around the street. Miss and Chan Chan also went. Why didn't the son-in-law dare to bully them? Woo woo. I didn't go to the medicine shop. I can make medicine myself. Why would I go to the medicine shop? Son-in-law slandered me. Woo woo. Luo Qingzhou's mind reading had no effect on this girl. There seemed to be another power in the girl's eyes, blocking his gaze. It's really not simple. Luo Qingzhou stared at her for a while, then suddenly picked her up and walked into the room and said, Since you are not telling the truth, let's go to the room and talk. Bai Ling immediately hugged his neck and struggled, Uncle. Don't little Bai Ling, don't. Luo Qingzhou ignored her, hugged her directly, kicked the door open, and walked in. Then, he froze in place. In the room, Xia Chan stood in front of the window holding a sword. In front of the table, Miss Qin, who was wearing a snow-white dress, was sitting there with a book in her hand. At this time, the two people's cold eyes looked at him. The air suddenly became silent. Big Miss. His hands softened, and he put down Bai Ling in his arms. But Bai Ling's arms were still tightly holding his neck. While struggling, she whimpered, Uncle. Don't. Little Bai Ling would rather die than surrender. Little Bai Ling is Mrs. Person in life and Mrs. Ghost in death. Luo Qingzhou pried her hands apart and pinched her waist hard. Aw, it hurts. It hurts so much. Bai Ling immediately covered her waist and squatted on the ground. That miss. I heard that you were not feeling well. So I came to see you. Since you are fine, I will take my leave. After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, he immediately prepared to slip away. Xia Chan's figure flashed and blocked the door, closing it by the way, looking at him coldly. At this time, Miss Qin said, Do you have anything to say to me? Luo Qingzhou paused, hesitated for a moment, then turned around and looked at her and said, I heard that Miss went out shopping tonight. Miss Qin also looked at him and said, Yes. Luo Qingzhou said, Why did Miss suddenly want to go shopping at night? Miss Qin said lightly, Does it have anything to do with you? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, Of course. At least, we are still husband and wife. So I care and want to ask. Bai Ling immediately covered her waist, raised her head and said angrily, Does the son-in-law still remember that my young lady is married? The son-in-law promised to come to greet the young lady every night and talk to the young lady. But he didn't come for a whole month. The young lady was bored at home, so she went out shopping. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and fell silent. The son-in-law is too much, Bai Ling said angrily. Xia Chan at the door also echoed in a low voice, Yes. Too much. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and apologized, Miss. I'm wrong. But I've been very busy these days. I've been out all the time, and rarely come back, so I didn't come to pay my respects to you. Bai Ling muttered to the side, Are you so busy that you even forget your own wife? Humph. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, and a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. He seemed to have something to say, but for a moment, it was difficult to speak. At this time, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. He looked up at the night outside the window, and hurriedly bowed and said, Miss, I have something to do. I have to leave first. Paused. He said again, I may have to go out for 2 months, and I can't come to pay my respects to you. When I come back, there is something I want to discuss with you. Bai Ling immediately said, What is your matter? Can't you say it now? Luo Qingzhou glanced at Miss Qin, and then at Chan Chan at the door. Without answering, he flipped out of the window, and soon disappeared outside the door. The room was quiet for a while. Bai Ling asked in confusion, Miss, what does the uncle want to say? Then she suddenly said in fear, the uncle won't ask you to give Xiao Bailing to him to bully. Right? Miss. Don't. Luo Qingzhou left the Qin mansion, and soon came to the East Lake. When he landed on the boat in the center of the lake, he took out the message. I thought it was a message from Sister Yu, but when I opened it, it turned out to be a message from Fairy Fenyo. Let me tell you something. A few days ago, Yi Yao came to our Jiotian Yaotai. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and said, What did she go for? Fairy Fenyo, it seems to be asking for medicine. She said that she would exchange it with the tasks of our sect. She is willing to take any tasks. However, the elders of the sect did not agree. According to the rules, only disciples of our sect can take those tasks and exchange them for the cultivation resources of our sect. Luo Qingzhou's heart trembled. Then what? Very pink. Then she left. As for where she went, I don't know. Luo Qingzhou slowly clenched the communication treasure in his hand, and a layer of mist gradually appeared in his eyes. Fairy Pink, I heard that she went to Penglai Fairy Island first, but was rejected. Did she encounter a bottleneck in her cultivation and need elixirs? I heard that the spiritual medicines she needed were very precious, but with her previous personality, she should not come to ask for help. So everyone is talking about it. Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes, then slowly opened them and said, Did anyone bully her? Fairy Pink, how could it be? We at Jiutian Yaot I actually value her very much. At the beginning, many uncles and uncles liked her and wanted to accept her as a disciple. But unfortunately, she rejected them all. This time she came to ask for medicine, and all the uncles and uncles spoke for her and persuaded her to join our sect. No one would bully her. Luo Qingzhou, thank you. Fenyo Fairy, actually, you can join our Jiutian Yaot with her. In this way, with your talents, you will have cultivation resources. My master is very optimistic about you too. Luo Qingzhou did not reply again, and clenched the communication treasure in his hand. Longa surfaced and spoke to him, but he seemed not to hear it. His mind was full of that lonely figure. Sir, my sister is here. Longa suddenly looked up at the sky. Luo Qingzhou finally came to his senses and looked up. A moon-white figure cut through the night sky, flew from the distant clouds, and then floated down. She landed at the stern, with a faint moonlight on her body. Just a wisp of soul. Luo Qingzhou suddenly came over, hugged her in his arms, and hugged her tightly, saying, Sister, you marry me. Let me accompany you forever and protect you forever. Okay? The figure at his arms was motionless. Long Air, floating on the water, opened his eyes wide. Chapter 986, Ghost Realm Kung Fu. Do you? Shall you? Three people walking. The night was silent. Only the sound of the wind and waves hitting the boat was playing slowly and long. It was like a piece of music under the moonlight, which made people fall asleep. At the stern, Luo Qingzhou hugged the person in his arms tightly and refused to let go. After a long time, he looked at her and spoke again, Okay? Yu Yao looked at him quietly, and there seemed to be no ripples on her face. She said, No. Luo Qingzhou said, Why? Yu Yao's figure flashed, left his arms, stood at the bow, gave him a cold back with fluttering clothes, and said, Go back and ask your queen first how she calls me. Luo Qingzhou froze immediately. Long Air complained angrily, Sir, that little liquor a him. Your queen called my sister a concubine, and she also held a baby and arrogantly asked my sister to call her good sister. Luo Qingzhou. Headache. Sister you. In fact, according to the real marriage law of Great Yin, she also. When Luo Qingzhou was about to say it, he suddenly stopped. No. Can't say it. If Longer goes to mock and provoke His Majesty, it will be over. Besides, His Majesty now has his baby, and is the honorable queen of Great Yin. No matter what, it is impossible for her to be a concubine. Also, when the second lady married him, she actually performed the concubine ceremony. In other words, the queen was originally the legal wife. If the ones who really married according to the marriage law of Great Yin are truly his legal wives, then only the eldest lady and the queen. The identities of these two people are worthy of the name and cannot be shaken. So, Sir, what's wrong with her? Longer asked curiously. Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, Nothing. Then he looked at the figure at the bow and said, Sister you, don't bother with her. Just ignore her. You know her personality. She likes to compete and likes to compete with you. In fact, she is very grateful to you and admires you very much. So? Yu Yao turned her head and looked at him, saying lightly, Do you want me to call her sister? Luo Qingzhou, silence for a long time. He whispered, Sister you, I will solve this matter. Yu Yao did not speak again, and looked at the dark night in the distance. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to continue this topic, and walked over and said, By the way, Sister you, where is Hua Gu? Long Air said in the water, Young master, Hua Gu has awakened, but it still needs to be nurtured for a while, so that the soul and the body can be completely integrated and familiar. After all, they have been separated for too long. Luo Qingzhou said, Where is she now? Long Air glanced at his side and did not answer. Luo Qingzhou also glanced at the side, paused, and said, Okay, let her rest well. Then he said, Sister you, after I ate that fiery red spiritual fruit, The speed of my cultivation in the past month has indeed increased a little. Now the progress of the physical body is 38. And the progress of the soul is 92. But there are only 2 months left. I am afraid it will be too late. Is there any other way to speed up the cultivation speed? Yuya retracted her gaze from a distance and said, "It's already very fast." After that, she took out a wooden box, handed it to him, and said, "This pill was originally used to break through the barrier after the process reached 100. But your situation is special. You can take it now. It should increase the speed of cultivation. But I don't know whether you can successfully break through later." Luo Qingzhou took the wooden box and opened it carefully. A strong smell of medicine suddenly came to his nose. At the same time, a golden light flashed for a few times before extinguishing. In the wooden box, there was a golden elixir. Whether it was the color, appearance, or fragrance, it was all exciting and salivating. It smelled so good. Longer in the water swallowed his saliva and said with envy, "There is also golden light. This pill is at least a top-grade elixir. Young master is so lucky. Sister treats you so well." Luo Qingzhou stared at the elixir in the wooden box, and his mind once again recalled the scenes of Sister Yu running around to ask for help in order to find the elixir for alchemy, and suffering all kinds of grievances. Sister Yu, even if you successfully break through to the martial king realm, there is still one thing missing. Yu Yao interrupted him coldly. Luo Qingzhou was startled when he heard this. And then he came to his senses. Boxing? Yu Yao looked at him with cold eyes and said, "For you, whether it is boxing, swordsmanship, or stick skills, it's actually all right. When you reach the martial king realm, any skills can be integrated and used freely. What you lack now is the skills of the martial king realm. And I don't have it here." Luo Qingzhou said, "Then Sister Yu, do you know where to find it?" Yu Yao said, "Yes." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Where?" "Sister Yu, tell me. I will go and get it immediately." Yu Yao was silent for a while, and said, "The netherworld?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned. "The netherworld?" Longer immediately said, "Sister, are you talking about the ghost world?" Longwei has also heard from Dad that many powerful skills and treasures in our ancient times disappeared, and it seems that they all went to the ghost world. Yu Yao said lightly, "It's not that they went to the ghost world. Anything in the human world will have it there after it dies or disappears. Whatever. No matter people, animals, exercises, treasures, or mountains. It is said that there is a flame mountain in the Kirin Mountains. Every moon night, you can enter the ghost in the innermost magma. I haven't been there. How can I know?" "Luo Qingzhou, I remember that Sister Yu became a little white rabbit there." He was no. "That's not Sister Yu." "No. Then I can't wait for the Tao." He also had to take elixirs to practice, and also try to reach the realm of Martial King. So time was already insufficient. If we don't hurry up and go, I'm afraid it will be too late. Long Air hurriedly said, "Young master, you can't just go into the ghost world casually. Even if there is an entrance, you may not be able to get in. Daddy said that place is not for people to go. If you go in, you can never come back." Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou looked at Sister Yu. Since Sister Yu mentioned that place, then she should have a way to get in. Yu Yao was silent for a while and said, "Long Air is right. That place is not for people to go in." Luo Qingzhou's expression moved, and he immediately understood what she meant. Sister Yu means that people can't go in, but ghosts can. In other words, our souls should be able to go in. Right? Yu Yao looked at him. Her eyes moved, and said, "The soul should be able to go in. But if there is a slight mistake, you can never come back." Long Air then threatened, "If the soul can't come back, the body will slowly rot and disappear. Then, the young master's queen and baby, the eldest lady, Miss Chan Chan Bailing, Master, and the lovely Longer will never see the master again. The master will never see or play with their feet again." Luo Qingzhou was not joking with her, and said solemnly, "Sister Yu, you know that I don't have much time, so I must try, as long as there is a chance. I am willing. Tell me how to get in, and I will go tonight." Yu Yao stared at him for a while and said, "If you really want to go, you need Xiaoya to accompany you, and I will go too." Luo Qingzhou's face changed. Long Air also hurriedly said, "Sister, Long Air will also go with you." Luo Qingzhou immediately said, "Sister Yu, His Majesty, she can't go. She just gave birth to a baby, and she is the king of a country. The border is not peaceful now, so I can't let her accompany me to that kind of place. And Sister Yu, you have done too much for me. You can't go either. I can go alone. Yu Yao said lightly. The Flame Mountain is not an ordinary volcano. The temperature and flames inside are stronger than ordinary volcanoes. Only if Celia is with you, you can go to the innermost part. Otherwise, you can't even get in the door. And I can only protect myself and can't help you. Only her fire spirit body can protect you in. Luo Qingzhou said, Sister Yu, I also have spiritual fire to protect my body. When I was with Xia. He stopped talking immediately. Yu Yao glanced at him lightly and said, even if she gave you some, it is far from enough. Luo Qingzhou fell silent and didn't speak again. Yu Yao looked at him for a while and said, I'm just telling you the method. You need to make your own choice. In fact, as long as you break through the Martial King realm, even if the technique is weak, coupled with your lightning, most practitioners in the Gi realm are not your opponents. Also, I'm still refining your wooden stick. After adding that fruit core, the power should be stronger. Luo Qingzhou suddenly remembered something, searched on his body, took out another fiery red fruit core, handed it over, and said, Sister Yu, this is the second spiritual fruit core. Can you see if it can be used? Yu Yao took a look. Her eyes moved slightly, took it in her hand, and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou said, That's it. I'll go to retreat and practice. As for the technique, we'll talk about it later when we have a chance. Long Air sighed and said, The 3 major immortal sects should have it. But unfortunately, this kind of skills are extremely rare, and they can't show it to outsiders. Luo Qingzhou said with a relaxed expression, It's okay. I still have thunder and lightning. Yu Yao put away the fruit core, looked at him and said, After taking the elixir, no matter what abnormalities you have in your body, remember to tell me. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, Okay. Then he suddenly said, Sister Yu, since you have finished refining the elixir, why don't you go to the underground of the palace with me to practice? In this way, if I have something to do, I can always ask you for advice. Yu Yao looked into the distance and said, I have something else to do. Luo Qingzhou said, What is it? Yu Yao did not answer, and the moonlight flashed on her body, and she was about to leave. Luo Qingzhou quickly pulled her and said, Sister Yu, I want to ask, how did you get all the elixir together to refine this elixir? Yu Yao looked into the distance and did not answer. Luo Qingzhou looked at her hazy figure in the moonlight and whispered, I know that you are doing this for those spiritual medicines. Practice well. Yu Yao's figure flashed and disappeared. A ray of moonlight flew up to the night sky, and soon flew into the clouds, leaving no trace. Luo Qingzhou stood on the boat for a while, turned his head, and looked at Longer in the water, and said, Practice well. After that, his figure flashed. He went ashore, and went directly to the palace. The queen and the baby were sleeping. Luo Qingzhou took a sneak peek, then went underground, and came to the bottom of the spiritual mine heart. Without the martial arts of the Martial King realm, his strength would indeed be greatly reduced. But as long as he breaks through to the Martial King realm, relying on the strength of his physical body and the powerful blood and chi power, plus his thunder and lightning, I believe that except for the practitioners at the peak of the Return to One realm, he is not inferior to the practitioners at other levels of the Return to One realm. Of course, even the practitioners at the peak of the Return to One realm can't even think of hurting a Martial King. Therefore, as long as he breaks through the realm of Martial King, unless the other party sends out a Master of Thunder Tribulation, don't want his life. And if he fights with his life, even a master at the peak of the Return to Oneness realm will have to shed a layer of skin. So, it's better to break through quickly. There are more than 2 months left. I hope that the elixir given to him by Sister Yu can play an unexpected effect, and the energy of the fiery red spiritual fruit has not been completely consumed. One by one, the red rune-like things are still swimming in his Dehai, and can continue to bring him more energy. Of course, there is also his spiritual liquid. Calm down and concentrate. He calmed his mind, and was quiet for a while. Fong slowly opened the wooden box in his hand, ready to take the elixir given to him by Sister Yu, and then began to retreat. When he took out the elixir, and was about to open his mouth to take it, a baby's cry suddenly came from the door. Aya! He immediately looked up. The queen was wearing a fiery red nightgown, holding a baby in her arms, standing at the door looking at him. The baby was looking at him curiously with his big black eyes, stretching out his little hands, as if he wanted to grab him. Luo Qingzhou quickly put away the elixir, stood up and walked over, saying, Your Majesty, why are you here? Weren't you sleeping just now? Nan Donghuiyue showed a gentle look on her face, and said, I just dreamed about you. Luo Qingzhou stretched out his fingers and let the baby hold them in his hand. He said with a gentle look. What dream? Nandong Huiyue looked at him and said. A nightmare. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said. Then don't say it in front of the baby. Nandong Huiyue was silent for a moment and said. Are you going to practice in seclusion again? Luo Qingzhou teased the baby with his fingers and said. Yes. I may have to practice in seclusion for 2 months. Nandong Huiyue looked into his eyes, revealing a complex look in her eyes, and said. Don't you have anything to say to me? Luo Qingzhou was slightly stunned and looked at her and said. No. What's wrong? Nandong Huiyue was silent for a moment and said. Nothing. Then he said. You practice. I won't disturb you. I'm going to take the baby to bed. Luo Qingzhou looked at the baby reluctantly again, slowly pulled out his fingers, and said. Okay. Go to bed early. There is still an early court tomorrow. Nandong Huiyue didn't say anything else and left with the baby. Luo Qingzhou looked at her back until she disappeared in the passage not far away. Then he turned around and returned to the heart of the spiritual mine. He lowered his head and looked at his fingers. The fingers that the baby was holding still retained the warmth of the baby's palm. And this warmth seemed to be another kind of power, penetrating directly into his heart. He took a deep breath and took out the spiritual pill again. At this moment, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. He was stunned for a moment. Who could it be at this time? Sister Yu? Or uncle? He took it out and took a look, and suddenly stagnated. It turned out to be a message from Xiaoya, who had disappeared for a long time. Good brother. Sister Mrs. Yu? Luo Qingzhou. Is there anything? Naturally. He didn't dare to call her good sister again. It's not that he didn't dare, but he felt that it was a bit shameful to pretend any longer. Xiaoya, I heard that you asked your sister for help. It just so happened that my sister was very bored during this period and wanted to go out for a walk. Good brother. Where should we meet? Luo Qingzhou frowned. Who told you? Xiaoya, longer. That little witch came to me and told me that my brother needs my help. Luo Qingzhou, I just said it casually. There's nothing I need your help with. Don't pay attention to her. Xiaoya, but she said that my senior sister has gone alone. Good brother. You asked my senior sister to help you, but you didn't let your good sister help you? Luo Qingzhou suddenly stood up from under the spirit mind heart. Sister Yu is gone? Xiaoya, brother. Don't you know? Longer said that my senior sister is very concerned about your affairs. After she separated from you tonight, she went alone. Luo Qingzhou's figure flashed, swept out of the passage, and immediately sent a message to Sister Yu. But just after editing, he paused for a moment and suddenly deleted it. He thought for a while, and immediately edited again. Sister Yu, I just ate the elixir you gave me, and now I feel very uncomfortable in the elixir sea, and my meridians are very painful, and my whole body seems to be about to explode. After the message was sent out, he immediately sent another message. Sister Yu, save me. My skin is cracked and bleeding. It hurts so much. He quickly came out of the underground and came to the surface. Then his figure flashed and flew into the night sky. Just as he was about to fly quickly towards the Qiling Mountains, a familiar voice suddenly came from the roof behind him. Brother, my sister is here. Luo Qingzhou was stunned, stopped, and turned his head to look. On the roof below, a familiar figure in a fiery red dress wrapped in red light was standing there, waving at him excitedly. Luo Qingzhou froze, and had to turn around and fly over, landing in front of her. Xiaoya said excitedly, Good brother. Long time no see. Then she said faintly, It's been so long. You ignored me. Have you forgotten me? Your good sister? Humph. You even bit my socks. Luo Qingzhou. Xiaoya smiled and threw herself into his arms, hugged him, and said, Brother, where are we going? No matter how hard it is, I am willing to go with you. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched a few times, and said, Don't make trouble. Just stay at home and coax her. I am Xiaoya. She suddenly interrupted him, lowered her voice, and said shyly and proudly, Dog licker Xiaoya. Luo Qingzhou was speechless. But no matter what, he couldn't take her to take risks. Xiaoya, listen to me. This matter. Brother, listen to me first. Xiaoya interrupted him again, and said firmly, This time, I must go with you. Senior sister did so many things for you, but I did nothing. I am very sad. Does your brother let you pay? But not me. Does he look down on me? Or do you think that you are close to your senior sister? But not to me? Since you and your brother are a family, you should live and die together and face danger together. Right? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, Xiao Ya, if it was before, I could let you go. But now? You have. Brother. Xiao Ya looked at him affectionately and said, if it was before, I would not be willing to take risks with you, let alone live and die with you. But now? My sister? If I am willing, I have the responsibility to accompany my brother. If my senior sister can do it, why can't I? Good brother, give me a chance. Even if I really die there with you, I am willing and happy. At this point, she paused and said softly, if you are unwilling to let me bear the danger with you, then I will be very sad and upset. If I am sad and upset, I may tell you all my embarrassing stories in the past, and let my baby have no milk to eat. Luo Qingzhou, Xiao Ya leaned in his arms and hugged him tightly. Brother, let me go with you. This matter is not just my brother's business. I also have responsibilities. Let's bear it together and face it together. Okay? Luo Qingzhou was still hesitating in his heart. At this time, Xiao Ya suddenly looked up in the air and said, Senior sister, is it okay? Xiao Ya can go with me? Luo Qingzhou immediately turned his head and looked behind. In the night sky, a moon-white figure stood there, silent, and I don't know how long it has been there. The white figure was silent for a while, then said, Ask him. Before Luo Qingzhou could answer, the person in his arms suddenly stood on tiptoe, kissed him on the lips, and begged, Good brother, if you promise me, I will give you all my socks when I come back. Okay? I will also let you play with my cute feet. Okay? Then suddenly he said, If you think it's not enough, I will catch you and give you your socks and feet to play with. Okay? Your socks are fragrant and soft. And your feet. Luo Qingzhou immediately blocked her mouth, turned his head, and looked at the white figure behind him, and said, Sister you, if the three of us go together, what is the chance of coming back? The white figure was silent for a moment and said, I don't know. Xiao Ya immediately took his hand away and said, Good brother. My luck has always been good. With my sister here, brother can rest assured that I will come back safely. After saying that, the red shadow flashed and immediately flew into the night sky, saying, Sister, let's go. Xiao Ya's red flame fire moon spear is thirsty. Wow! As soon as the words fell, a fiery red spear with flames suddenly appeared in her hand, and between her eyebrows, there was also a flame mark, which suddenly appeared. Luo Qingzhou looked into the night sky. Under the moonlight, a white figure and a red figure stood opposite each other, with fluttering sleeves. This scene is so familiar, just like the nights when he first met them. She stood on the eaves of the attic, bathed in the moonlight, looked at the night, and listened to his story quietly. Do you? Shall you? After all, they stood together again because of him. I don't know if they will kneel together because of him one night in the future. Pa! He suddenly slapped himself. Wait for me. He didn't hesitate anymore. His figure flashed, and he returned to the training room, told Yu Wu and Yu Ying, and then sat with the queen's body. Then, his soul left his body. Of course, there was still a wisp of soul left in the body. The soul passed through the roof, flew into the night sky, flew in front of the two people, looked at them affectionately, and said, Then let's go together. Yeah. Yeah. Shall you nodded happily? Yu was still cold and speechless, and flew to the sky with a flash of moonlight. The night was silent. The three figures quickly disappeared in the night sky of dying Kyoto. Chapter 987. Three people enter the ghost world. Big Moon's eyes. Little Moon's fire. Running fast all the way, because it is the soul that is traveling. The speed is faster. 3 days later, the three people have arrived at the Kirin Mountains, which stretches for thousands of miles and is uninhabited. Looking down from the sky, the whole mountain range is like a huge Kirin galloping on 4 hooves. Those towering ancient trees are like strands of hair on its body, and its head is the Flame Mountain. The whole Flame Mountain is red on the top and charred on the bottom. There is no grass growing on the soil around. At the crater, flames are constantly spewing all year round, and streams of red magma are flowing. The terrifying high temperature makes the air around distorted. The wild beasts, birds, poisonous insects, etc. in the nearby mountains dare not approach. As soon as the three landed a distance, they immediately felt a scorching air wave coming towards them. Luo Qingzhou's body was swirling with strong winds, isolating the heat wave. Xiao Ya was very excited. She rushed down first without any light shield on her body. The flame mark between her eyebrows became brighter and brighter like blood. A trace of white gas appeared on Yuya's body. The white gas lingered around her, making her look more hazy and ethereal like a fairy. Sister, are we going in directly from here? Celia stopped at the crater, baked by the constantly spewing flames and gushing magma. Not only did she not feel any discomfort, but she became more and more excited. Yuya did not speak, bypassed the crater, and flew to the halfway point of the mountain. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly followed behind. The temperature was getting higher and higher, as if there was a flame burning on his body. However, he also merged Celia's fire spirit into his body, so he did not feel uncomfortable. Sister Yu. The white gas on her body was getting more and more. Luo Qingzhou followed behind, and could still feel a trace of coolness blowing on his face. Celia followed and said with a smile, Brother, is my fire spirit very powerful? I'll give you some later. Okay? Luo Qingzhou hissed and said, Stop talking. I heard that there are all kinds of powerful fire spirit beasts hidden in this flame mountain. Be careful not to disturb them. Who knew that when Celia said this? Her eyes lit up. Really? I just want a fire spirit beast. If there is a fire unicorn, that would be great. I will definitely catch it and take it back to raise it. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and continued to fly down. The three of them soon arrived at the halfway point of the flame mountain. The rocks here are all charred black, all formed by solidified magma. Although they are not as hot as the red rocks above, they also emit terrible high temperatures. Yu Yao's body was shining with moonlight and lingering with white air. He took the two of them around the entire flame mountain and finally found a cave. She did not go in immediately, but observed at the entrance of the cave for a while, and said, Someone went in. Xiao Yu looked indifferent. It must be some practitioners who practice fire-related skills. They are probably here to find spiritual medicine or spiritual beasts. Who cares? Anyway, they dare not go to the bottom. Yu Yao did not say anything else. After observing for a while, Fang's figure flashed and entered the cave. The two immediately followed behind. Xiao Yu whispered, Brother, hold your sister, so you won't be afraid of the fire inside. Luo Qingzhou was alert and looked around, but ignored her. The three of them entered a narrow passage and flew for about a quarter of an hour. Suddenly, the front became spacious. At the same time, the rocks inside began to turn red, and the temperature was getting higher and higher. The passage stretched downward. Suddenly, a three-way intersection appeared in front. Looking forward, the three passages were indistinguishable. All the rocks were red, and there was a faint sound of magma flowing. Yu Yao stopped, took out a jade plate, and looked down. She was wrapped in a layer of moon-white halo, and at the same time, white breath continued to emanate from her. It was like flames baking ice. Luo Qingzhou's skin also felt burning at this moment, but it was still within the tolerable range. Celia still did not feel any discomfort. Pause for a moment. Yu Yao put away the jade plate and flew to the middle passage. The two immediately followed behind. The downward slope of the passage became steeper and steeper, and the temperature in the air became higher and higher. Soon, the front became fiery red. There was magma flowing on the ground, and flames were spraying from the cracks of the fiery red stone wall. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of magma boiling and flames burning became louder and louder. The white gas on Yu Yao's body became more and more dense. Luo Qingzhou finally couldn't bear it anymore, and quickly condensed a protective light shield to isolate the scorching heat wave. A moment later, the three of them came to a larger space. A magma pool appeared on the ground, and the fiery red magma inside was constantly rolling and boiling. At the same time, wisps of fire spirit energy floated and moved above the pool. Hua! 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 Flames kept burning in the surrounding space, extinguished, and then burned again. This is the spirit of the earth fire. The shield may not be able to resist it. Don't let them touch your body, Yu Yao reminded, and her figure flashed, flying from the sky above the magma pool to the opposite side. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly followed behind carefully. Celia followed him and said solemnly, Brother, this earth fire spirit is a spiritual object of heaven and earth. Even if it touches the skin a little bit, a big hole will appear, and then the whole body will burn. And the soul is no exception. It is very scary. After saying that, she suddenly cried Aya. Her body swayed, and fell on a newly ignited flame. Luo Qingzhou was startled and hurriedly reached out to grab her, but saw her giggle, opened her mouth, and swallowed the flame in one gulp. At the same time, the flame mark between her eyebrows suddenly burned. But for my sister, they are a great tonic. Hee hee. She smiled triumphantly, and immediately rushed to other flames and flames, eating them one by one. Ah! Ah! In a moment, she had swallowed more than a dozen. Those spiritual fires seemed to still have some consciousness, and immediately began to run away and hide. Ah! Awoo! Don't run. Let me eat. Xiao Yu's red skirt fluttered. Her mouth opened wide, and she chased after him with her teeth and claws bared, like a ferocious little beast hunting its prey. Luo Qingzhou. He didn't dare to stay here, and immediately flew over the magma pool to the opposite passage, and floated together with Sister Yu. Sister Yu. Will she be okay if she eats like this? He was still a little worried. Yu Yao was wrapped in white air, hazy, and said in a light tone, if you care about her, go eat with her. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he didn't dare to say anything. Xiao Yu chased and swallowed for a while, and saw that the flame had been eaten up by her. So she flew in front of the two people with unsatisfied intentions, muttering, it's just this little. Not enough to fill people's teeth. At this time, the flame ignited by the flame mark between her eyebrows gradually extinguished, but it was still bright red. Her face became more and more rosy. Yu Yao turned and entered the passage. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly followed behind. Wait for me. Xiao Yu stroked her stomach and followed immediately. The spiritual fire that had just been swallowed was being digested in the Danhai, and a trace of pure fire spirit energy was flowing in her body. The three of them walked forward for a distance of several thousand meters, and the passage suddenly turned sharply downward. Looking down, below, the flames were blazing and the magma was rolling, as if it was a deep well filled with magma and burning with flames. And the well was bottomless. Yi Yao stopped at the entrance to the bottom, took out the jade plate again, observed it carefully, looked down, and said, this should be the entrance to the underworld. There are raging fire and magma below, thousands of feet deep, and you can only go in by sinking to the bottom. The lower you go, the higher the temperature. There may be spirit beasts bred by the earth fire, as well as some dangerous things. Speaking of this, she paused, turned her head, looked at the two people behind her, and said, we are in the state of spirits. Without a body, our defense will be greatly reduced. Maybe we will melt before we reach the entrance to the netherworld. So, are you sure you want to go down? Celia immediately said, I'm not afraid. Then she said, brother, hold your sister later, and your sister will protect you. Luo Qingzhou looked at the roaring flames below, was silent for a while, looked at the two people in front of him, and said, I can try it alone first. Sister you and Xiaoya. Before he finished speaking, Yu Yao had already flown down. She was seen with flashing light and white gas hissing, as if ice cubes put into the fire were melting rapidly. Luo Qingzhou's heart condensed, and he immediately followed. Xiaoya followed closely behind him. The three of them soon arrived above the blazing fire. This fire was not an ordinary flame, but was formed by the spirit of the earth fire, and the burning power was extremely strong. Even Xiaoya felt a trace of burning pain on her skin at this moment. She didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. A red light flashed on her body, and a light shield appeared. Be careful, Yu Yao said lightly, and her figure flashed and flew into the sea of fire. Luo Qingzhou immediately followed. As soon as he entered the sea of fire, he immediately felt a burning sensation enveloping his entire body. The protective wind and light shield on his body were all vulnerable and melted away in an instant. Fortunately, he had absorbed Xiao Yu's fire spirit energy. At this time, a layer of flames ignited on his body, like a layer of fire shield, protecting him inside. Xiao Yu was much more relaxed, with red light flashing on her body, and she was interested in looking around, trying to find a few spirit beasts. The moonwhite light shield on Yu Yao's body kept flashing, and the frost around her body kept melting, turning into a wisp of white gas. But it was instantly burned away. The three of them quickly passed through the sea of fire and sank into the rolling magma. The terrible high temperature and the boiling red magma around made Luo Qingzhou's heart shrink and hold his breath. All he could see was red. All he could hear was the gurgling sound of boiling magma. The resistance of the magma was getting stronger and stronger. The speed of the three people sinking began to slow down, and it became more and more difficult, consuming more and more soul power. Pop! Just after sinking a few hundred meters, the flame shield on Luo Qingzhou's body suddenly broke. At this moment, the moonlight in front of him suddenly enveloped him, and the red light behind him instantly covered him in it. A trace of cool air came from the moonlight, and the red light was warm like spring. But at this time, the light shield on Yu Yao's body was getting thinner and thinner, and the energy consumed was getting faster and faster. Xiaoya immediately said, "Senior sister, I can protect him. You just lead the way." Yu Yao didn't say anything, put away the moonlight, and continued to sink down. Xiaoya held Luo Qingzhou's hand, no longer joking, frowning, and finally showing a solemn look on her face. The further she went down, the more exhausted she felt. Even her fire spirit body could not bear it at this moment. Shwa! At this moment, a huge fiery red monster suddenly rushed out from the magma on the right, opened its bloody mouth, and pounced on the two. The fangs and tongue in its mouth were all the fiery red of the magma. Although Luo Qingzhou discovered it at the first time, he didn't know how to deal with it, because here, he couldn't even protect himself, whether it was a fist or a weapon. As long as it left Xiaoya's light shield, it might melt. Shoo! A light sound suddenly came from my ear. Then, a long spear burning with flames suddenly stabbed at the monster. A vortex of flames appeared on the sharp tip of the spear, and it shot out with a wow sound, instantly piercing the upper jaw of the monster. The monster shook its head and tail suddenly. Just as it was about to struggle, Xiaoya held the gun handle and gently lifted it up, and actually lifted the huge monster up. Swish! Another light sound. A red light suddenly shot out from Xiaoya's eyebrows, and flew directly into the monster's open mouth, instantly piercing its entire body. Many cracks suddenly appeared on the monster's ferocious and powerful body. The next second, the crack suddenly sprayed flames and began to crack rapidly. The monster opened its mouth and seemed to want to roar, but its entire body suddenly broke into pieces, and then a huge flame appeared in its body, instantly burning it to ashes. And where its body disappeared, a red round bead as big as an egg suddenly appeared. Beast pill. Seeing this, Xiaoya immediately reached out and grabbed it, and actually sucked it over. She held it in her palm without feeling hot, and her face was full of joy. The quality looks good. Just right to refine the fire spirit pill, and then give it to my baby Ahem. For myself to take? Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, "Let's go." Xiao Yu immediately put away the beast pill and continued to fly forward with him. The three continued to descend. Another nearly a kilometer away. The speed of the three began to slow down. The resistance ahead became extremely strong. At the same time, the even more terrifying high temperature enveloped the bodies of the three people. The light shield on Yu Yao's body kept disappearing, then appeared in an instant, then disappeared again, and appeared again. She was rapidly consuming a lot of soul power. Her face turned slightly pale. Xiao Yu also felt very tired. The light shield on her body kept melting and condensing, and the flame mark between her eyebrows kept flickering. It was as if ordinary people were walking in thick mud, and it was difficult to move. The three of them continued to sink step by step. After walking hard for about half an hour, a trace of coolness suddenly came from the front. Wow! The three finally passed through the boiling magma and landed on the red rock at the bottom. In the middle of the rock, a black vortex appeared. In the vortex, green runes appeared one by one, forming a strange pattern, slowly rotating in the vortex. The gate of HL. Living people are not allowed to enter. Yu Yao looked at the runes on the pattern and murmured softly. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and found that her body was covered with frost, and the breath she exuded was colder than before. His heart trembled secretly. Sister, you would not use that kind of ruthless and cold skills to bring him here, right? Sister, how can we get in? Xiaoya asked doubtfully. Yu Yao said, you should be able to get in if you gather your soul power and hide the breath of living people. However, there should be a storm of yin qi inside, and those with weaker souls will be torn into pieces. Luo Qingzhou asked curiously, where did the other ghosts get in from? Are there really ox-headed and horse-faced ghosts from the underworld who come to the ground to capture souls? Yu Yao glanced at him coldly and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and became more worried. Sister, you finally had the feelings and emotions of ordinary people, so don't disappear suddenly again. I'll go in first, Yu Yao said lightly, and her figure flashed and flew into the vortex on the ground. Swish! A suction force suddenly appeared in the vortex and sucked her in directly. Luo Qingzhou immediately pulled Xiaoya and said, follow me closely. Xiaoya looked at his tightly held hand, then looked at his solemn expression, and said gently, yes. She secretly said in her heart, good brother. Sister will always follow you. Schwa! The two held hands and flew into the vortex together, and were immediately sucked in by a huge suction force. It was pitch black all around. The two spun rapidly in the vortex and fell rapidly, as if falling into a bottomless abyss. Huh? A hurricane suddenly blew. Some hurricanes turned into dense blades, and some hurricanes turned into monsters with hideous faces and strange shapes, roaring and rushing towards the two. The two did not dare to activate their soul power, nor could they dodge, and could only rely on the powerful defense of their souls to resist. A hurricane fell on the two, as if to tear their bodies apart. They were still falling rapidly, and in the dark space around them, storms continued to hit. After nearly an hour, the howling of the storm beside their ears suddenly disappeared. The two opened their eyes in dizziness, and found that the speed of falling began to slow down. Then with a bang, the two fell on the soft soil. A charming scent of flowers filled the air. The two of them lay on the ground for a while, then rubbed their heads and stood up. The night sky was dark, with a blood moon hanging in the sky. There were densely packed graves all around, and the graves were full of white flowers. Gusts of cold wind blew, bringing a bone-chilling chill. Sister Yu. Luo Qingzhou immediately let go of Xiaoya's hand and looked around. When he climbed a hillside, he suddenly found a black river not far ahead, and a moon-white figure was standing by the river, looking down at the river. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said to Xiaoya, who was following him, "Let's go. Sister Yu is there." The two ran over immediately. But when the two were about to reach the river, a white bone claw suddenly stretched out from the river, grabbed the moon-white figure by the river, and dragged her down. The moon-white figure fell into the water without splashing any water, and disappeared instantly. Luo Qingzhou was shocked and immediately activated his soul power to rush over at the fastest speed. Then, without hesitation, he suddenly jumped up and jumped directly into the dark river. "Brother, don't! That's not my senior sister!" Xiaoya suddenly rushed from behind, and threw the fire moon spear in her hand and landed below him. Luo Qingzhou's heart was shocked, and he touched the tip of the spear with his toes and immediately flew back to the shore. Xiaoya took back the fire moon spear and pointed to the river on the right and said, "Brother, look there." Luo Qingzhou turned his head and was stunned. On the right side of the river, a moon-white figure was squatting there, looking down at the dark river, motionless. Luo Qingzhou's pupil shrank and his face changed. It should all be fake, Xiaoya guessed solemnly. Luo Qingzhou slowly closed his eyes, stabilized his mind, and slowly opened his eyes again. A green light flashed in his pupils, and he looked at the moon-white figure by the river again. The figure suddenly turned into a black shadow, turning its head and grinning at him. Shua! Luo Qingzhou suddenly rushed over. The black shadow immediately pounced on the dark river in front. But the moment it jumped up, Luo Qingzhou's fist had already hit it. Bang! The black shadow was immediately shattered, screamed, and turned into nothing. Ghost? Xiaoyu followed. Frowning, I heard that many ghosts are divided into many types. There are unconscious lonely ghosts. There are also conscious evil ghosts. And there are also spirit ghosts, who have absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, or have obtained great opportunities. Some spirit ghosts can even practice like humans. Unpredictable. Luo Qingzhou's eyes searched around, but did not find Sister Yu's figure. He took out the communication treasure, and found that the communication treasure could no longer light up, as if it had become a dead object. Senior sister should have appeared here just now. Otherwise those ghosts and monsters would not deliberately change into her appearance. But she should not leave alone. She should wait for us to come together. Unless... Luo Qingzhou's heart sank, and he said, "Unless she is in danger." He immediately jumped up, wanting to fly into the air to search, but found that even if he activated his soul power, he could not fly up. After jumping to a certain height, he immediately landed again. "Brother, look! There seems to be traces of fighting here." Xiaoyu suddenly flew to a grave on the side and pointed at the grave. Luo Qingzhou immediately rushed over. One side of the tomb was cut off, and the soil on it turned charred black. Xiaoya moved her nose. Her expression condensed, and said, "It's a fire-based technique. The other party may also be a human practitioner." Luo Qingzhou looked down at the ground around the tomb. Some of the blooming white flowers were burned. Some were torn into pieces by something, and there were traces of trampling in many places. Obviously, the other party was not alone. He clenched his fists, and when he was worried, a flame suddenly lit up a few hundred meters to the left near the river bank. Seeing this, the two of them immediately rushed over at the fastest speed. Chapter 988 Ghost World Treasure. Sister Yu and the Ghost King. Wow! A flame lit up again by the river. The darkness was illuminated. Several figures were surrounding a figure in the middle, performing their skills. Luo Qingzhou suddenly stopped. It's not Sister Yu. He immediately grabbed Xiaoya, hid behind a grave, and looked up. Those figures were all the souls of human practitioners. There were 4 people in total, all wearing blue robes, with familiar sect marks embroidered on the collar and cuffs. From the fluctuations of their soul power, they were all masters of the transformation realm. Xiaoya looked cold and whispered, "It's really a narrow road for enemies. They are actually people from the Piaomu immortal sect." Then he was surprised and said, "I don't know which sect the one surrounded is from, but her fire skills are not weaker than mine." The one surrounded by the 4 people from the Piaomu immortal sect was a woman in a black dress, who also looked like a practitioner in the transformation realm. She fought 4 people alone, but she was not at a disadvantage. But at this moment, another figure suddenly appeared from the darkness, not far away, and arrived in an instant. Bang! With just one palm, the black-dressed woman was knocked out. Returned to one realm. Luo Qingzhou's pupil shrank. Those who can enter here are naturally souls, so they are all soul cultivators. The soul cultivators of the return to one realm are naturally very powerful here. As soon as the black-dressed woman fell to the ground, the 4 people from the Piaomu immortal sect immediately rushed up and prepared to cut her into pieces. One of the women shouted, "Uncle Lien. This person has the goblin fire lotus on her body. And she also killed Brother Wu." A ball of fire suddenly burst out from the black-dressed woman's body, resisting the fierce attacks of the 4 people. She suddenly jumped up from the ground and turned around to escape. And the old man who had just appeared in the return to one realm, his figure flashed, and he had floated behind her, and lightly slapped her figure with a palm. The black-dressed woman suddenly felt her movement stagnate, and immediately turned around and punched. "Pa!" Her body shook, and she flew backwards again. The old man in blue robe followed her like a shadow, and before she landed, he slapped her again. A golden palm shadow appeared, instantly smashing the flames protecting the woman in black skirt and landing on her forehead. The woman in black skirt was slapped to the ground heavily, her spirit flickering. The old man in blue robe said nothing, looked at her coldly, and slapped her again. This palm was shining with golden light, and the palm shadow covered the whole body of the woman in black skirt. The terrifying pressure was like a small mountain falling, pressing the woman in black skirt to be unable to move. Puff! At the critical moment, she suddenly opened her mouth and spit out a fiery red sword. The red light of the small sword burst out, suddenly became larger, and instantly collided with the palm shadow. Take advantage of this opportunity. The woman in black skirt broke free from the pressure, immediately jumped up, and her figure flashed, fleeing forward. Jung! A buzzing sound. The flaming red sword fell to the ground, but immediately turned into a stream of light and flew back to the woman in black. The old man in blue robe was about to chase her, but suddenly his expression froze, and he looked at the grave in front of him. The woman in black, knowing that she couldn't escape, suddenly stopped behind the grave and stopped running forward. Luo Qingzhou and Xiaoya hid behind the grave, looking at the black-dressed woman who suddenly stopped beside them, and remained silent. "Save me. I will take you to find the treasure," the black-dressed woman whispered. The voice sounded like a little girl's voice. At this time, the blue-robed old man suddenly said coldly, "Where are you, little ghost? Sneaking around? Hiding there?" Luo Qingzhou was wrapped in fluorescent light and stood up from behind the grave. Xiaoya was also wrapped in red light and stood up. The blue-robed old man looked at the 2 of them coldly, with golden light flashing in his palm, and walked over step by step. The 4 soul cultivators of Piaomu Xianzong also followed behind with vigilant expressions. "Is it you?" When he got closer, the blue-robed old man suddenly stared at Xiaoya, who was hidden in the red light. His face changed, and he sneered, "Who did I think it was? It turned out to be a traitor of my Piaomu Xianzong." Although Xiaoya's figure was covered by the red light, the flame mark on her forehead, the fire moon gun in her hand, and her unique aura of the fire spirit body all announced her identity. After all, she was once a disciple of Piaomu Xianzong. Xiaoya narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "Elder Lien, the word traitor is not appropriate for me. I left according to the rules. However, I really didn't expect that Elder Lien is over 100 years old. Shouldn't he be buried? How come he is still alive? How dare you?" Behind Lien Lishan, a tall woman in a blue robe shouted coldly. Xiaoya glanced at her lightly and sneered. It turned out to be Senior Sister Lien. "I shot her teeth and broke them. Have they grown back now? You are looking for death." Lian Ping gritted her teeth, and the sword in her hand lit up with a sword light. Lian Lishan said coldly, Pinger, be patient. Then, he looked at the figure wrapped in fluorescent light in front of him. His eyes flashing. Since you are here, this person should be the king of the north, who killed many disciples of my Piamu Xianzong? Luo Qizhou looked at him, and did not speak. Xiaoye said, What king of the north? He is my brother. Elder Lian has made a mistake. Right? Lian Lishan sneered and said, Don't worry. We are not wasting time and energy to seek revenge when we come to the netherworld this time. We will naturally wait until the 9 Provinces Conference to get back those grudges in front of all the practitioners in the world. Of course, the premise is that you Yin dare to participate. Xiaoye said, I'm sorry to disappoint Elder Lian. We, a small Yin, dare not participate in that kind of conference. Lian Lishan snorted coldly and ignored her. He looked at the woman in the black dress with a cold look. Then turned around and said, Let's go. Business is important. Lian Ping hurriedly followed behind and whispered, Grandpa, that woman's body. Lian Lishan did not stop and left quickly. The 4 disciples of Piamu Xinzong had to follow behind. When they walked far away, Lian Lishan slowed down his pace. Lian Ping said unwillingly, Grandpa, there are only 3 of them. Why don't we kill them? That kid killed so many people from our Piamiaoxian sect. And now his body is gone. Only his soul. I heard that his soul was only at the level of spirit division at the beginning. Even if he cultivates faster, he is only at the level of spirit transformation. Grandpa is at the level of unity. And he can be killed in a few moves. And that woman, she has a lot of treasures on her. Lian Lishan stopped, turned his head and looked back, and said in a deep tone, Pinger, don't be careless at any time. It was because of your carelessness that you lost your life in the Great Yin Border competition, making our Piamu Xinzong ridiculed by the world's practitioners. That kid is a physical cultivator. Now he has no physical body. So he is indeed very weak. But the people around him are not simple. Do you think that there is only that woman around him? Lian Ping said with doubts. There are others? Lian Lishan's eyes flashed. And he said, Yu Yao should be there too. Just when you were about to take action, there was a breath fluctuation behind a tomb next to you, which was colder than the yin qi. It should be her. Maybe she deliberately revealed her breath to scare us. But for the sake of safety, we should not act rashly. At that time, it will not be too late to take their lives after meeting up with your Uncle Liang and others. A young man next to him was very happy. She said, Uncle Lian, what is Yu Yao's current cultivation level? Lian Lishan's face changed for a moment. And he said, no one knows. She didn't take action at the border of Yin. However, no matter how talented she is, she can't cultivate as fast as before without the cultivation resources and the skills of my Piamiao Xinzong. Even if she has other opportunities, she could only reach the initial stage of Gi at most. Lian Ping snorted coldly and said, 2 traders actually came to the netherworld. And that kid is here too. It seems that Yin really has no cultivation resources. It just so happens that we can catch them all in one fell swoop this time. Lian Lishan looked back again. His expression slightly condensed. Even if you have the help of your Uncle Liang, you can't be careless. You must first test Yu Yao's true cultivation level. Or, find a way to separate them and kill them one by one. Our Piamiao Xinzong has lost too many disciples. And there can't be any more mistakes. Uncle Lian is right. The young disciple on the side nodded. Let's go! I hope the netherworld blood moon blade will appear. Otherwise, we risked our lives to come here, and it would be a waste of time. The group immediately walked forward. In front of the tomb, Xiao Yu looked at the woman in the black dress in front of her with unkind eyes. Luo Qingzhou looked around with a worried look. The woman in black took the initiative to speak. I am Wan Yanzi. Thank you for saving me just now. I wonder what you 2 are looking for when you enter the netherworld. If you are looking for ordinary treasures, I know the location and can take you there. Xiaoye did not answer, and asked, why do they want to kill you? Wan Yanzi smiled bitterly and said, because they saw me using the treasure before. They wanted to kill me and rob me. The disciples of the immortal sect turned out to be a group of despicable and shameless people. I am really eye-opening today. Xiaoye asked again, when did you come in? How do you know where the treasure is hidden? Wan Yanzi's face dimmed, and said, about half a month ago. I came in with my master, and my master took me to find the treasure. However, we encountered a ghost king. In order to save me and leave, my master was shattered by the ghost king and disappeared. Ghost king? Xiaoye's face changed slightly, and said, what is the cultivation level of the ghost king? Wang Yanzi showed a lingering fear on her face, and said, "It is more powerful than the Gi realm. My master is in the middle stage of Gi realm, but he can't beat it. It also has many ghost soldiers and ghost generals, which is very powerful." Xiao Yu said solemnly, "Is the Ghost King guarding the treasure?" Wang Yanzi said, "Not necessarily. But there are many ghost soldiers and ghost generals patrolling there. If you too want to take the treasure, you need to deal with those ghost soldiers and ghost generals first. However, if you encounter the Ghost King, it will be troublesome." Xiao Yu turned her head and looked to the side. Luo Qingzhou suddenly flashed and rushed to a tomb not far ahead. At this moment, a moon-white figure suddenly flew out of the tomb. Luo Qingzhou breathed a sigh of relief. "Sister Yu, why are you hiding in here?" The moon-white figure landed in front of him, but did not answer. She held a small black flower in her hand, put it under her nose and sniffed it, and then handed it to him. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and quickly took it in his hand, and suddenly said excitedly, "Sister Yu, why did you suddenly think of giving me flowers? But this flower is black." Don't be sentimental." Yu Yao suddenly interrupted him coldly and said, "Smell it." Luo Qingzhou paused, and immediately put the black flower under his nose and smelled it. Wondering, there is a faint cold fragrance. "Sister Yu, what kind of flower is this?" Yu Yao looked at him and said, "Don't you think this smell is familiar?" Luo Qingzhou was slightly stunned when he heard it, and immediately put it under his nose and smelled it. Then thought hard, but couldn't remember. "Sister Yu, what kind of flower is this? Is there something wrong?" He was full of doubts. Yu Yao looked at the small black flower in his hand, pondered for a moment, and said, "Its taste is somewhat similar to the taste of the roots of the small tree in your storage ring. It is the flower of the netherworld earth spirit. Very rare. It is said that when it was first discovered, it was under the roots of the holy tree of heaven and earth of the demon clan." Luo Qingzhou seemed to understand, and said, "So?" Yu Yao looked at him and said, "The holy tree of heaven and earth has 9 heavens above its head and roots in the netherworld. You can use the netherworld energy here to make the small tree grow faster and produce more and more exotic fruits. In this way, you will practice faster." Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and said, "But we only have more than 2 months." Yu Yao raised her head and looked at the blood moon in the night sky, saying, "1 day in heaven, 1 day on earth. Year, 1 day in the human world. 1 month in the netherworld. That's what the book says. You can try it." Luo Qingzhou's eyes lit up immediately. "If that's true, then I can let the small tree grow and bear fruit here while cultivating my soul. My soul is about to break through, so I should be able to cultivate here, right?" Yu Yao said, "Yes. The netherworld spiritual energy absorbed by those spirit ghosts can be used for cultivation. However, we can only stay for 3 months at most. Otherwise the soul will be infected by the netherworld power, and will really become a netherworld soul, and can never get out again." At this time, Xiaoya came over and said, "Senior sister, if this is true, isn't this a paradise for soul cultivators? Soul cultivators can come down to cultivate frequently, and go out when the time comes, which saves a lot of time compared to the outside world." The woman named Wang Yanzi also followed and said, "My master said that every soul can only come in once. If they come in again next time, they will be killed by the thunder of the netherworld hell." Xiao Yu opened her mouth and said nothing. Yu Yao was silent for a while and said, "Not every soul can practice here. He is different from ordinary people." Xiao Yu said, "What's the difference? Then can we practice?" Yu Yao did not answer, but looked at the woman in black skirt beside her and said, "Do you know where the treasure is?" Wang Yanzi nodded and said, "I know." "Is there a method?" Yu Yao asked again. Wang Yanzi said a little embarrassedly, "I don't know. I just took a quick look at that time." Yu Yao was silent for a moment, and said, "Let's go. Let's go get the skills first." Wang Yanzi immediately led the way in front, and reminded in a low voice, "Everyone should restrain their breath. The Ghost King has a very sensitive and terrifying sense of smell. If we are discovered by it, none of us can escape." Yu Yao said lightly, "It's okay. I just happened to find it." As soon as these words came out, the 3 of them were stunned and looked at her. Chapter 989 Ghost World Taoist Temple. "Sister Yu, the all-knowing one, looking for the Ghost King?" The faces of the 3 people all showed astonishment. Xiaoya couldn't help but said, "Sister, why are you looking for the Ghost King? Do you want to fight it?" Yu Yao didn't answer. Wang Yanzi looked at her in confusion, and continued to lead the way. "Sister, I advise you not to be impulsive," Xiaoya hurriedly persuaded. The Ghost King is immortal in the netherworld. And there are thousands of ghost soldiers behind him. I don't want to accompany you to die. The four people passed through the tombs and came to the dark river. Wan Yinzi said, we need an iron product to cross. We can't fly on the river. And we can't walk on the water. Otherwise we will be swallowed. There are many ghosts and evil ghosts at the bottom of the river. Everyone should be careful. After speaking, she took out an ordinary black iron flying sword and threw it into the water. The flying sword fell into the water. And there was no ripple in the water. The flying sword floated directly on it. Motionless. Wan Yinzi jumped up lightly, stepped on the tip of her toes, moved her soul power, and the flying sword carried her forward. She turned her head and looked at the three people on the shore and said, this is the only way to cross the river. Some people wanted to use wooden boats and other treasures to cross the river before, but they were directly sucked in. Luo Qingzhou thought for a while. There seemed to be a large piece of black iron in the storage ring, which was picked up from the blackwood forest. He took it out immediately and threw it into the water. The heavy black iron, which was as big as half a brick, floated on it motionlessly as soon as it fell into the water, looking extremely strange. Luo Qingzhou was secretly surprised and jumped up carefully. He supported the iron with his toes and stood steadily on it. What was even more strange was that when he jumped up, the black iron did not show any signs of sinking. Celia took out a black iron spear, threw it into the water, and jumped on it. She stood on tiptoe, held up her skirt, and spun gracefully on it. Smiling, it's fun. Yao threw out an iron sword, which landed lightly on it. Luo Qingzhou looked at the sword under her feet, and was secretly curious in his heart. How could sister you have an iron sword? Could it be that sister you used it before? Brother, are you peeking at my feet? At this time, Xia next to him suddenly spoke. Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze, glanced at her, and said, I'm looking at the sword. Xia snorted and muttered, obviously looking at the feet. Don't my sister's feet look good? Just as the four of them walked to the middle of the river, the entire river surface suddenly began to gurgle and boil. Immediately, white bone claws stretched out from the water. At the same time, hideous ghost faces also floated to the surface of the water, looking at them with scarlet bloodthirsty eyes. Hurry! Wan Yinzi immediately sped up. When those white bone claws were about to grab them, they suddenly froze into ice sculptures and froze in place. The four people quickly got ashore. At this time, the ice on those white bone claws melted away. On the river surface, those hideous and terrifying ghost faces were all smiling grimly. But there was a deathly silence, which was creepy. Let's go! Wan Yinzi did not dare to stay and immediately rushed forward. The three followed behind. Soon, there was a noisy sound ahead. When they came closer, they found that this was actually a bustling market. The vendors were shouting. The pedestrians were chatting. The carriages were turning their wheels gurgling. And the cattle drivers were waving whips and hitting the cattle's buttocks. There were old people, children, men, women, cattle, horses, chickens, ducks, and all kinds of goods. It was like a real market. But there was a faint black mist floating in the whole market. And the faces of those people were abnormally gray. They were laughing, talking, shouting, and cursing. But there was no breath of life on them. These are all people who died normally and disappeared in the world due to illness, premature death, and aging. Yu Yao whispered. They kept repeating what happened before they died, thinking they were still alive. And their relatives who were still alive thought they were dead, and even burned paper and worshipped them. We thought they were ghosts, and they thought we were ghosts. Luo Qingzhou was shocked. Wan Yinzi whispered, go away. Master said that we can't disturb these people. Just like ghosts in the human world, we can't disturb humans in the human world casually. Xiao Yu asked curiously. These ghosts look like people. But what about those evil ghosts? Why do they become so scary and vicious? Wan Yinzi explained. Those are people who died abnormally. Some people were framed to death, murdered, died suddenly, etc. When they died, they had fear, resentment, despair and other emotions in their hearts. And then, they turned into evil ghosts and fierce ghosts, intent on harming people and doing evil. Xiao Yu suddenly looked at her vigilantly and said, how do you know so much? Which sect are you from? Wan Yinzi smiled bitterly and said, I don't have a sect. My master is a casual cultivator. And I am also a casual cultivator. I followed my master to travel around the world and traveled all over the Kyushu continent. So I know more. Not long after, A mountain range surrounded by black fog suddenly appeared in front of them. As soon as the four of them arrived at the foot of the mountain, they encountered several evil ghosts who were wolfing down a beast. Seeing the four people, the evil ghosts immediately pounced on them with their fangs and claws. Just as Luo Qingzhou was about to punch, the evil ghosts seemed to smell something and suddenly turned around and fled, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Hey, what's going on? Wan Yinzi's face was full of surprise. Xiaoya raised the fire moon spear in her hand and said proudly, "It should be scared by my powerful breath." Wan Yinzi's eyes glanced at the white figure next to him. The four people followed the path and climbed up the mountain. Although they could not fly, the speed of their souls was still very fast. Not long after, several people came to the top of the mountain. On the top of the mountain, many tall palaces appeared, as magnificent as the imperial palace. But there was still black mist floating in it. There were many figures walking inside. On a huge square, hundreds of figures were practicing swordsmanship in unison. Wan Yinzi whispered, "My master and I came here. My master said there are many treasures here. But we were discovered after only a short while. There is a mountain protection formation here. And there are many masters and a spirit beast inside. It seems like a sect." Luo Qingzhou suddenly found that Sister Yu stopped where she was and looked up. He immediately walked over, stood with her, and looked up. A plaque appeared on it. There were a few big characters written on the plaque in a flamboyant style. He didn't recognize them. "What's wrong?" Xiaoya also hurried over, raised her head, looked curiously, and looked confused. "What's written?" Wan Yinzi walked over and said, "Master said it is a very ancient language." "What is it called?" "My language," Yu Yao said lightly. Wan Yinzi's eyes lit up immediately. And she said, Yes, it's my language." Then he looked at her suspiciously and said, "How do you know?" Luo Qingzhou asked. "Sister Yu, what's written on it?" Yu Yao looked at the towering palace inside, and a light flashed in her eyes. And she said, "Xianyuan Gate." "Xianyuan Gate?" Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion. "Is it a sect that practices cultivation?" Yu Yao said indifferently. "It was a sect that specialized in swordsmanship in Tianshan Kingdom in ancient times." She retracted her gaze and looked at him and said, "The location where Tianshan Kingdom used to be is now the location of Baiming Kingdom, north of the Great Mongolian Empire." As soon as these words came out, Xiaoya was startled and said, "Senior sister, do you mean that what we see here now are all shadows left over from ancient times?" Yu Yao turned around, looked into the distance, and said, "Maybe it's not just a simple shadow." Xiaoya wanted to ask more. She suddenly walked down the mountain and said, "Let's go." The three of them were stunned. Wan Yinzi asked in confusion, "Aren't you looking for treasure?" Luo Qingzhou hurriedly followed and whispered, "Sister Yu, since this is a sect from the ancient times, maybe there are exercises I can practice in it." Yu Yao looked at the distance below the mountain and said lightly, "There is a Xiang temple on Xiang Mountain, 1,000 miles east of Xianyuan Gate, which is known as the Taoist Holy Land of the ancient times. The exercises there are suitable for you." And Luo Qingzhou waited for a while and asked curiously, "Sister Yu, and what?" Yu Yao turned her head and looked at him and said, "And your Tao Te Ching and other scriptures should be of great use there. That is the real treasure place. Whether it is exercises or treasures you can also practice there. And maybe you will get unexpected gains." Luo Qingzhou heard this and his heart moved, and said, "Really?" Yu Yao looked at him for a few breaths and said, "Fake." After that, she walked quickly down the mountain. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly followed, saying, "What Sister Yu said is of course true." Then he said with hope, "I don't ask for any treasures. As long as I can get a technique, I will be satisfied." At this time, Xiaoya suddenly caught up from behind and asked, "Brother, what are you whispering to senior sister?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, "Nothing." Xiaoya snorted coldly and said angrily, "Everyone heard it. You were secretly talking to senior sister. You said that you don't ask for other women's feet. As long as you can get senior sister's feet, you will be satisfied. Right?" Luo Qingzhou. Chapter 990, Merge with Sister Yu. Taoist Heavenly Words. Not long after, several people came to the foot of a towering mountain, surrounded by black fog. A purple gold light appeared on the top of the mountain, flickering continuously. When several people climbed to the middle of the mountain, they found that it was a purple round bead inlaid on the top of the Taoist temple. Many ghosts in the forest did not dare to approach. Several people climbed to the top of the mountain, came to the gate of the Taoist temple, and looked up. On the plaque, there were 3 gray and white characters. The characters twisted and twisted, like tadpoles, and like ripples. Looking carefully, you can vaguely hear the sound of evening bells, desolate and distant. When several people stepped out and prepared to enter from the gate, a water wave-like curtain suddenly appeared at the door. At the same time, a Taoist Bagua diagram suddenly condensed on the plaque. The Bagua diagram slowly rotated, blooming a few strands of golden light, and suddenly fell on several people. Several people were instantly fixed in place, unable to move. What is this? Wan Yinzi's face changed, and she struggled hard, but couldn't break free. But strangely, when Yu Yao and Luo Qingzhou were fixed, some small scriptures suddenly appeared on their bodies, and they immediately broke free from the shackles of the golden light. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and quickly reached out to grab Xiaoya beside him. The moment he touched Xiaoya, the golden light on Xiaoya's body also disappeared immediately. Hey, brother, what's on you? Xiaoya's face was full of surprise, and then she looked at Dayu again. Her face suddenly sank, and she said angrily, Senior sister actually has it on her body. You two must have done something bad together behind her back. Luo Qingzhou ignored her, stretched out his finger, and touched Wan Yinzi beside him. The golden light on Wan Yinzi's body also disappeared immediately. She thanked him quickly, and a suspicious look appeared on her face again, saying, the small words that just appeared on the young master's body seemed to be Taoist scriptures. Are you also a Taoist disciple? Luo Qingzhou did not answer, and secretly guessed the reason in his heart. At this moment, a clear voice suddenly sounded in the door. Which little ghost dares to trespass into my Xiang temple? As soon as the words fell, a middle-aged man, with a long beard under his chin, and wearing a blue Taoist robe appeared with a whisk in his arms, looking at the 4 people outside the door with a dignified face. Then he was surprised. Are you not afraid of the 8 diagrams mirror of the Xiang temple? Could it be a few spirit ghosts? He was clearly speaking in my language, but when it fell into the ears of several people, they could understand it. No one answered. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at Sister Yu beside him, and the other party was also looking at him. He hesitated for a moment, and had to take a step forward, bowing and saying, We are from another world. We heard that Xiang Temple is a Taoist holy place here, so we came to take a look. If it is convenient, I hope to go in and take a look. The middle-aged Taoist was stunned when he heard this. Another world? What world is another world? When Luo Qingzhou didn't know how to answer, a voice suddenly sounded beside her, Immortal world. As soon as this was said, several people looked at her. The middle-aged Taoist was stunned for a moment, and immediately sneered, Immortal world? In this case, you guys are all immortals? Yu Yao said lightly, Yes. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he looked at her with some guilt. Sister, you can actually brag. And she brags without blushing or beating her heart, just like a real person. The middle-aged Taoist priest sneered and said with a sneer on his face, A few little ghosts dare to call themselves gods? Then a golden light flashed in his hand, and a bronze mirror appeared. He shouted to the few people, Ru Jingyang, Ba Fan Shui, ghosts and monsters, show up quickly. Shua. As soon as the words fell, a dazzling golden light suddenly shot out from the bronze mirror, instantly covering all 4 people in it. But at this moment, a golden rune suddenly appeared between Yu Yao's eyebrows. Wow! The golden light covering the 4 people disappeared instantly. The bronze mirror also clicked and cracked, shattered. The middle-aged Taoist priest was stunned and froze in place. Let's go! Yu Yao said lightly, and went straight into the door. Luo Qingzhou and Xiaoya were stunned for a moment, and hurriedly followed behind. Wan Yinzi stopped at the door, and said apologetically, You 3. You go in. I won't go in. I still have to find my master. Although my master's soul is broken, there should be a strand of him that escaped. I have to find him quickly, and take him out. After that, she was about to leave. Yu Yao suddenly looked at her and said, Since you are here, why do you have to leave? Don't you want the things anymore? Wan Yinzi paused, turned her head and looked at her. With a blank face, Sister, are you talking to me? Yu Yao looked at her, and didn't say anything. Wan Yinzi looked at her, and didn't say anything. The scene suddenly fell into silence. After a while, Wan Yinzi's eyes suddenly showed 2 red lights, and her voice was still as tender as a little girl. How did you find out? Yu Yao looked at her for a while, and then said, When you were deliberately surrounded and approached him. Wan Yinzi narrowed her eyes and said, I think I am perfect. Yu Yao said, It can detect you. It? Wan Yinzi's eyes flashed red. And she was still puzzled, even if it is. It is not on you. Yu Yao paused. Her expression was indifferent. I can detect anything on him. Wan Yinzi was slightly startled, and looked at the boy next to her again, and said after a moment of hesitation, Your souls have merged into one? Yu Yao did not answer. Wan Yinzi stared at the two of them for a few more times and said, What do you need? Yu Yao turned around and walked into the Taoist temple, saying, Wait outside. Wan Yinzi paused, with an incredible look on his face. You actually let me wait outside? Yu Yao ignored him and continued to walk into the Taoist temple. Luo Qingzhou and Xiaoya hurriedly followed behind. Xiaoya hurriedly leaned forward and whispered, Senior sister, that person is Ghost King. Luo Qingzhou answered on behalf of Sister Yu, if I'm not mistaken. Xiaoya was speechless. At this time, the middle-aged Taoist priest caught up and said in a trembling voice, Where are you going? Luo Qingzhou suddenly stopped and looked at him and said, Where is the place where you hide your skills? The middle-aged Taoist priest's face changed, and he immediately said, You want to steal my Xiang temple skills? How bold. Then he suddenly shouted loudly, Come here. Enemies are invading. As soon as the words fell, many Taoist priests came hurriedly with swords in hand. In the pond not far away, water splashed everywhere, and a spirit beast roared and flew up. With overwhelming pressure, many Taoist priests in white clothes came riding cranes and stopped in the air, forming a siege. In a blink of an eye, the ground and the sky around were already surrounded by dense figures, which ghosts dared to trespass into my Xiang temple. At this time, an old man with white beard came riding the wind and stopped in front of the three people. Yu Yao still had a calm face and said, We are looking for Master Xiang. The white-bearded old man looked serious. Uncle Xiang never sees guests. Who are you? Where are you from? Why do you want to see Uncle Xiang? At this time, the middle-aged Taoist priest immediately went over to report, Uncle Tianyun. They said that they are from the fairyland. Fairyland? The white-bearded old man was slightly startled when he heard it. The middle-aged Taoist priest's face changed again, and he said, The door guarding Bagua mirror at the door has no effect on him. The disciples' re-mirror just released golden light, and it was broken also. There is a ghost king waiting for them outside. The white-bearded old man's face suddenly showed a solemn expression, and said, Do you know what their cultivation level is? The middle-aged Taoist priest whispered, I don't know. However, the woman in the white dress just had a golden rune between her eyebrows, which is somewhat like the Taoist scripture and the Tianzi mantra. The white-bearded old man showed a look of surprise on his face. Tianzi mantra? Then, he looked at the three people in front of him again. His face changed, and he said, Can you three explain your purpose? Luo Qingzhou said, I just said that we want to see Ziyang. The white-bearded old man looked at him, and said, Uncle Ziyang has been in seclusion for 100 years, and never sees guests. I am afraid that you will be disappointed. Luo Qingzhou said calmly, Really? It's okay. Then we go to other Taoist temples. I have a few Taoist scriptures here. I wanted to discuss them with Ziyang. Since there is no chance, I will not see them. After speaking, he turned around and left directly. After walking a distance, the other party did not ask him to stay. He couldn't help but look back. And Xiaoya and Sister Yu didn't catch up. He hesitated, and had to turn back. Walked to the two people and whispered, What are you doing? Xiao Yu whispered, Brother. Stop pretending. They don't buy it. Luo Qingzhou. At this time, an old voice suddenly came from the back of the crowd. If the three friends really have Taoist scriptures to discuss, my Xiang temple will welcome you. When speaking, the voice was still far away. But as soon as the words fell, the person was in front of the three people. Master. The Taoist priests around, including the white-bearded old man, saluted respectfully. Standing in front of the three people was an old Taoist priest in a green robe, with white hair and a childlike face, and a long beard hanging down to his belly. He looked kind and gentle, and his aura was also warm and peaceful, like an old grandfather next door, without any majestic momentum. He looked at the three people with a gentle gaze and said, If you three friends really want to see Uncle Xiang, I can go and inform him. But I can't guarantee whether he will come out. After all, Uncle Xiang hasn't seen guests for a long time. After that, he turned sideways and said, Please go to the backyard to drink tea first. I will go and ask. Yu Yao looked at him and said, In fact, it's not necessary to see True Man Xiang. If Master Yiqing can make the decision, then it's fine. True Man Yiqing glanced at her and smiled. What are you doing here? Yu Yao didn't say anything else. Luo Qingzhou said, "We want to go to your Sex Sutra Pavilion to take a look. Of course. We will exchange things." True Man Yiqing smiled when he heard this and raised his hand and said, "Please go to the backyard to talk." Chapter 991 Good Sister and Good Sister. Tao Te Ching and Supreme Divine Mantra. Backyard of the Taoist Temple. The three followed Master Yiqing through a bamboo forest and came to a pavilion. Outside the pavilion, a waterfall fell from the sky. Under the waterfall, two white cranes were waving their wings and playing, and seemed to be dancing. Their bodies were light and graceful, like two young and lively girls. "Three friends, please sit down," Master Yiqing said with a smile after entering the pavilion. The three sat down. Two Taoist children brought tea. The cup was steaming, and a faint tea fragrance came to the nose. But the teacup fell on the table, and there was no ripple in the tea in the cup. Luo Qingzhou looked up. Whether it was the waterfall, the crane, the bamboo forest, or even the kind-looking headmaster in front of him, and the tea on the stone table, there was a faint black air lingering on them. "Excuse me for asking one more question. Are you three looking for something in my sutra library?" Zhenren Yiqing sat down with his whisk in his arms, and asked in a gentle voice. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, "I need a set of cultivation techniques. I heard that your temple is a Taoist holy place here, so I came to seek it." Yu Yao said on the side, "At least 3 sets. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, and had to say, "Yes, 3 sets. Xiao Yu glanced at the two of them quietly on the side. After hearing this, Master Yiqing showed an apologetic look on his face. "If you are looking for other documents, records, etc., I can let the 3 of you in. But I'm sorry that I can't help you with the exercises. The exercises of my Xiang temple are all passed down by our ancestors. Except for the disciples in the temple. No outsiders can watch them. Some exercises, even for the disciples in the temple, need to be predestined to see them." Luo Qingzhou said, "Of course we are not watching for nothing." Master Yiqing smiled slightly, looked at him and said, "Even if you really have Taoist scriptures, I can't break the rules. But there are not only scriptures, but also various spells." Speaking of this, Luo Qingzhou's face suddenly showed confidence. "Spells are also exercises. You give me exercises, and I give you spells. It's just an exchange of exercises. What's wrong with that?" Unfortunately, for some reason, although he knows all these Taoist scriptures and spells, he can't practice them. "I don't know how Sister Yu practices." "Spell?" Master Yiqing was slightly startled, pondered for a moment, and said, "Young friend, can you take out a poem first and let me see it?" "Of course." Luo Qingzhou did not hesitate. After a little thought, when he was about to read it out, a voice suddenly came from the side. "Right." Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her. Master Yiqing immediately understood and said to the outside of the pavilion, "Bring the pen, ink, paper and inkstone." 2 Taoist children heard the voice and quickly brought the pen, ink, paper and inkstone. 1 Taoist child was holding an ink block and was about to grind the ink. Yu Yao said, "Xiao Yu grinds the ink?" Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment, then glared at her and said, "Why? You grind it. This woman, what right does she have to order her? She is obviously older, and this woman is younger. She should order her." The Taoist child immediately bowed his head and retreated. Master Yiqing waited with a smile. The pavilion was quiet for a moment. Xiao Yu had to pick up the ink block with one hand and gently twist her sleeve with the other hand, and said angrily, "You wait. When the time comes to go out and get married, you will be in trouble. I will make you kneel on the ground and grind ink every day." "Huh?" Xiaoya was grinding ink and suddenly found that there was no friction between the ink block and the inkstone. But the ink came out quickly. Luo Qingzhou picked up the pen and dipped it in ink. After a moment of hesitation, he wrote the words. Lines of beautiful small characters appeared. Yu Yao watched silently from the side, and the jade hand in the sleeve moved slightly unconsciously, as if imitating his movements. When Luo Qingzhou was about to finish writing, he suddenly stopped. "Master, please look." He handed over the semi-finished product. Master Yiqing took it with both hands, his eyes slightly fixed, and looked at the small characters on the paper seriously. When he saw the last sentence, he was stunned and looked up and said, "What else?" Luo Qingzhou said calmly, "In my stomach." Zhenren Yiqing was slightly stunned, then understood, smiled faintly, looked down and read it again, and said, "This article is indeed good, but..." He shook his head, returned it politely, and said, It is useless for my Ziyang temple. Luo Qingzhou was stunned. When he was thinking about the next article, Yu Yao took the rice paper and put it in front of him. Then stretched out her jade hand and said, "Give me the pen." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, dipped the ink, and handed it to her. Yu Yao held the pen, and suddenly golden words appeared in the depths of her eyes. After a pause, she wrote with ink, and each stroke fell on the small characters on the paper. She copied on the original characters. When her strokes fell on them, the ink color of the small characters became more intense. And when she finished copying the last font, the rice paper suddenly wowed, and a golden light lit up. Then, those black characters, one by one, all lit up with golden light. At the same time, the shadows of the characters slowly swam on the rice paper. The immortal I Ching, who was sitting opposite, was shocked. The rhyme of the text, the true words of the heavenly characters, Luo Qingzhou and Xiaoya, who were standing by, both opened their eyes wide. Yu Yao handed the article over again and said lightly, "Truthless person. Take another look." Immortal I Ching took it quickly and looked down at it again. Danju mouth god. Vomits filth and removes atmosphere. Tongue god Jingwen. Tong Ming Yanshan. Luo Qianxi god. Xiuexia Weizhen. I don't know why. When he read it just now, he felt that there was nothing strange about it. But now, he suddenly felt that every word contained the supreme rhyme of the Tao. And when several sentences were combined, it was like a supreme skill that was running fast in his mind. When he was reading the exciting part, the following suddenly changed to, "What's more outrageous is that at this moment, in his eyes, even these few dots are shining with golden light, containing the supreme Taoism." He was stunned for a few seconds, and quickly looked up and said, "What about the following?" Luo Qingzhou still said, "In my stomach, Jin I Ching." Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, "I have another more powerful spell here, which may contain the highest cultivation method of Taoism." Jin I Ching looked suspicious. The highest cultivation method of Taoism? Most of the highest cultivation methods are in their Ziyang temple. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else, picked up the brush, and said to Xiaoya beside him, "Grind the ink." Xiaoya pouted immediately. "Why don't you let Dayue do it? She's not your concubine." Luo Qingzhou looked at her strangely and said, "What concubine? Aren't you my good sister?" Xiaoya. Humph. She had to pick up the ink block with grievance and continued to grind the ink. Luo Qingzhou picked up the pen and dipped it in ink. After a moment of hesitation, he wrote it down. This time, he only wrote half of it, because this spell can really be called a Taoist spell. "Master, please." Just as he was about to hand over the article, a jade hand suddenly stretched out from the side and took it over. Yu Yao took it in her hand and looked down quietly. After a long time, she put the rice paper back in front of him and said, "Finish it." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, but did not ask any more questions. He immediately picked up the pen and started writing again. Soon, the whole article was finished. Yu Yao took it again, lowered her head to read it, and then put it away directly. She looked at him and said, "Just write the Tao Te Ching directly. We have other things to do." Luo Qingzhou nodded when he heard it, took another piece of rice paper, and said, "Shall you grind the ink?" Shall you said angrily, "Let Dayue grind it once." Luo Qingzhou coughed and whispered, "She is not my good sister." Shall you said aggrievedly, "Do good sisters have to be bullied? You always bully good sisters. Can't you bully good sisters?" After saying that, she suddenly pooed twice. She is not a sister. Humph. With outsiders present, she had to restrain her temper, holding the ink block aggrievedly, and continued to grind. At the same time, while grinding, she muttered in her heart, "Wait. When I go back, I will keep grinding you like this. The Tao that can be said is not the real Tao. The name that can be named is not the real name." Luo Qingzhou picked up the pen and dipped it in ink, and began to write seriously. Who knew that just after writing a few paragraphs, a strange energy suddenly appeared on the paper. Starting from the first word Tao, the ink black font suddenly lit up with golden light and began to quickly turn golden. Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt that the brush in his hand was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Every stroke required great strength and concentration to write. The soul power in the body rushed to his arm at a terrifying speed, poured into the brush, and then fell on those beautiful fonts. A wisp of mysterious and inexplicable Tao rhyme rose from the font. The Taoist I Ching, who was sitting opposite, was shocked. The long beard hanging on his abdomen trembled constantly, and the expression on his face kept changing. The black air lingering on his body disappeared unexpectedly. Luo Qingzhou soon became sweaty. He only wrote 1/3 of it before he was no longer able to write. Sister Yu, what's going on? He turned around and asked, his face full of astonishment. Yu Yao was stunned for a moment and said, Stop. These few words are enough to exchange for any set of exercises in Xiang Temple. Luo Qingzhou loosened his fingers with difficulty. When the brush slipped from his hand, he seemed to have suddenly broken free from the mountain that was pressing on him. His whole body immediately felt relaxed. And his heart, which was suppressed and unable to beat, and his breathing, etc., began to regain freedom. He let out a long breath. Only then did he realize that there was very little soul power left in his body. At this moment, a clear and distant voice suddenly came from the back mountain. I Ching, bring it here for me to see. Then he said, Forgive me for my rudeness. My 3 friends. I am in seclusion now, and cannot leave here. Let I Ching receive you. I can satisfy any request you have. I Ching Zhenren immediately woke up and apologized, saying, Wait a moment. My 3 friends. I will be back soon. After saying that, he immediately took the fragments of the scripture and hurried away. Luo Qingzhou was still frightened, and rested for a while before whispering, Sister Yu, what happened? Why didn't I have this kind of vision and feeling when I wrote the Tao Te Ching before? Also, I can understand these scriptures and spells, but I can't seem to practice them. What's going on? Yu Yao was silent for a while, and said, Because when I just entered the door, the 8 trigrams awakened the Tao rhyme scriptures in your body. This is another way of practicing. If you want to practice, you must abandon all your previous cultivation. Forget your previous mental method, and start again. Luo Qingzhou was still puzzled, since I can't practice. Why do I have those Tao rhyme scriptures in my body? And why did I have a vision when I wrote just now? Yu Yao didn't say anything else, and glanced at him lightly. Luo Qingzhou suddenly remembered what the middle-aged Taoist said just now. Could the Tao rhyme scriptures in his body be condensed by Sister Yu's practice? Sister Yu burned her soul to save him, dismembered her soul, and turned it into energy to enter his body so she merged with his soul? Xiao Ya on the side suddenly said, No wonder you dared to go on stage during the border competition, and dared to say that you didn't need any skills from the Piamu immortal sect. It turns out that at that time, you had already embarked on another path of cultivation. Luo Qingzhou asked curiously, Sister Yu, what realm are you in? Or, what realm is equivalent to that of a soul cultivator? Yu Yao ignored them, took out the complete spell just now, lowered her head, and read it carefully again. Suddenly, she looked up at him and said, Why didn't you give me this spell before? Luo Qingzhou opened his mouth, was stunned for a moment, and said, Sister Yu didn't ask me for it. I gave Sister Yu so much before, but Sister Yu didn't give any feedback, and I couldn't practice, so I thought it was useless to Sister Yu. Yu Yao stared at him in silence for a while, and said, after returning, Read to me any scriptures and spells of Taoism and Buddhism, as well as stories, and those about Confucianism and Taoism. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Okay. He naturally wanted to help Sister Yu. After all, he owed Sister Yu so much, and he didn't know how to repay her. Xiao Ya immediately said sourly, No. Brother still needs to practice. How can I waste so much time on you? Yu Yao did not speak again. Luo Qingzhou said, It's okay. I can practice with Sister Yu, so that when I get tired of practicing and rest, I can. Xiao Ya suddenly pinched his waist, and her face suddenly revealed a majestic and cold expression that did not belong to her. Say it again. Luo Qingzhou closed his mouth and did not dare to say anything. Xiao Ya glanced at the two of them coldly again, and then let go of her hand and said, Unless she calls me sister. Neither of them spoke. A moment later, Immortal I Ching hurried back, his long beard fluttering, his face full of rosy color, although he tried his best to remain calm and composed. But he could not hide his excitement. 3 little friends. Uncle Xiang has agreed that the 3 of you can follow me into the Sutra library, and you can stay there for 3 months. And you can read any book in it, and practice any technique in it. But? He held 2 pieces of paper in his hand, and the expression on his face was self-evident. Luo Qingzhou reached out to take the first one and said, Then I will finish the first spell first. As for the Tao Te Ching, I need to rest for a day before continuing to write. Immortal I Ching immediately saluted with his palms, and said solemnly and gratefully, Thank you, little friend. Luo Qingzhou picked up the pen and turned around and said, Xiao Ya, grind the ink. Xiao Ya, Hongxiu grinds ink, and the beauty accompanies her. Luo Qingzhou's heart suddenly arose with pride, picked up the pen and dipped it in ink, and soon completed the first spell. When he put down the pen, his temperament suddenly changed. The look that I Ching Zhiren gave him changed from the casual look he gave him, as if he was looking at a junior, to a deep and solemn one. Luo Qingzhou handed the article to him. I Ching Zhiren took it with both hands, thanked him again, and then read it very carefully, with every word deeply engraved in his heart. 3 friends. Please! At the same time, a blood moon suddenly appeared on a barren mountain thousands of miles away. The people from Piamu Xinzong, who had already arrived, were suddenly very excited. Chapter 992 Luo Qingzhou's Taoist Mantra. Ghost King becomes a good sister. Left the backyard. Passing through a lush bamboo forest. There is a bottomless abyss in front. Above the abyss, there is an ancient single-plank bridge. Opposite the wooden bridge, there is a solitary peak surrounded by clouds and mist, with cranes flying. The Sutra Pavilion of Xiang Temple is located on the solitary peak. Immortal I Ching held a whisk in his arms, and personally led the 3 people to the single-plank bridge, and said respectfully to the other side, "Uncle Imu, I need to take 3 friends to the Sutra Pavilion for a look." An old and distant voice came from the solitary peak. "Senior brother Xiang has already told me. You go." Immortal I Ching bowed his head and saluted, and walked over with the 3 people. When they reached the other side, they crossed a small path again, and the Taoist Sutra Pavilion in front of them suddenly appeared. Immortal I Ching led the 3 people up the steps, and came to the door of the Sutra Pavilion. He waved the whisk in his hand, and gently opened the door. Then turned around and said in a warm voice, "You 3 friends can go in and read. The first floor is the history and culture of Taoism. The second floor is the travel notes of the Taoist predecessors and some stories. The third and fourth floors are all the scriptures of the exercises. The 5th floor is where my Taoist predecessors used to practice meditation. I have never been there, but Uncle Xiang said that the 3 friends can visit this Sutra Pavilion at will." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly thanked him. Immortal I Ching nodded with a smile, and said goodbye without saying anything more. Luo Qingzhou did not waste time. Went straight into the house, found the stairs, and went straight to the 3rd floor. The 3 of them searched on the bookshelf together. Soon, 10 sets of exercises were selected. 2 sets of internal skills, 5 sets of boxing, 1 set of swordsmanship, and 2 sets of sticks, all of which can be used in the realm of king of martial arts. While Luo Qingzhou was thinking, Yu Yao handed him 3 books and said, 1 set of internal skills, 1 set of boxing, and 1 set of stick skills. Luo Qingzhou took them in his hand, and looked at the names on the books. The internal skills are Black Turtle Breathing. The boxing is Chaos Open Heaven. And the stick is Demon Breaking Stick. Xiao Yu immediately took 3 books and handed them over, saying, "Brother, I think these 3 sets of skills are suitable for you." Then she glanced at the book in his hand and hummed, "For internal skills, Heaven Mysterious Earth Spirit is definitely better than your turtle. For boxing, Xiao Yu, I want these 3 books." Before she finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou had already made up his mind. Xiao Yu paused for a moment, then said angrily, "Is what senior sister chooses better than what others choose? Do you only believe senior sister?" Luo Qingzhou walked to the table and sat down, flipped through the book in his hand, and said, "No. In fact, I just took a fancy to these 3 sets of exercises." Xiao Yu was even more angry. Brother is lying. Brother obviously doesn't believe others. Only senior sister. Luo Qingzhou raised the book in his hand and said, "The internal strength mental method I practiced before was the breath of the divine turtle. So this one is more suitable for me. As for boxing, Chaos Opens the Sky is fierce and domineering, which happens to be suitable for the boxing I practiced in the past. As for stick skills, my wooden stick can become longer or shorter, thicker or thinner, which is also suitable for practicing the set of breaking demon stick." Xiao Yu was immediately discouraged, pouted her lips, and muttered with a faint look, "Anyway, as long as it is chosen by senior sister, it is the best. And as long as it is said by senior sister, it is right. Brother is a little licking dog in front of senior sister." Luo Qingzhou pretended not to hear, and continued to look at the inner strength mental method. Xiao Yu's eyes suddenly lit up again. "By the way, brother, you can remember all the other exercises. Anyway, the head teacher said that I can read any of the exercises here." Luo Qingzhou looked up at her and said, "Don't be too greedy. And for me, 3 sets are enough. If there are more, I can't practice." Then he said, "You and sister, you can also choose a few sets." Xiao Yu thought for a while and said, "Then I'll go and see." After she left, Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and memorized it seriously. page by page. All the content was soon memorized in his mind. One day passed in a blink of an eye. The next day, when Luo Qingzhou put the 3 sets of exercises back on the bookshelf, he suddenly found that the 3 books emitted a wisp of black smoke. And then, they actually burned and quickly turned into ashes. Sister Yu, what's going on? He was stunned for a moment, and turned his head to ask. Yu Yao pondered for a moment and said, These books all appear in another form. Perhaps after you have read them all, their energy will be exhausted and disappear. Luo Qingzhou was surprised and said, Fortunately, we only chose 3 books, so there is no waste. Yu Yao looked at him and said lightly, It's not your stuff. So what if it's all wasted? Luo Qingzhou said, Sister Yu also said that this is a Taoist holy land. These books are treasures. And treasures that can only be read once are even more rare. Maybe there will be other practitioners who will have the opportunity to come here in the future. And there may even be our descendants. It is better to keep them than to waste them. Yu Yao looked at him deeply and said nothing. At this time, Xiaoya suddenly walked out from the bookshelf next to her and said faintly, Brother really covets senior sister's body. Have you even thought about your descendants with senior sister? Luo Qingzhou ignored her and said, Let's go. Although they allow us to stay here for 3 months, it is better to leave as soon as possible. Looking at these people and these things, there is always a creepy feeling. The 3 of them went downstairs and left the sutra library. Just as they walked to the single plank bridge, an old and distant voice suddenly sounded from the peak behind them. If I am not wrong, the 3 of you should be human beings. Right? When these words came out, the 3 of them were startled and turned to look. There was no one behind them. Only the old voice, sure enough. No wonder those books disappeared. The 3 of you should get out as soon as possible. As far as I know, the gates to the human world will soon be closed. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly thanked. Thank you for telling me. The 3 of them crossed the single plank bridge and entered the Taoist temple. I Ching came out to greet them and said in surprise, You 3 friends have only watched for 1 day. And you are leaving? Luo Qingzhou said, I have selected 3 sets of exercises and have memorized them in my mind. Then, he took out a folded piece of rice paper, handed it to him with both hands, and said, This is the remaining text of the Tao Te Ching, and I will give it to you. I Ching hurriedly took it solemnly, without checking it, and saluted and said, Thank you, friends. The 3 did not stay any longer, and said goodbye and left. I Ching personally sent them to the outside of the temple, and watched them walk down the steps before turning around and entering the Taoist temple. At this time, he quickly took out the rice paper, and unfolded it for a closer look. There is a thing that is mixed and formed before the heaven and the earth. It is silent and lonely, independent and unchanging, and it circulates without end. It can be the mother of the world. I don't know its name, so I force it to be called Tao, and I force it to be called De. Man follows the earth follows the sky follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. His hands trembled, and the white beard hanging on his chest also trembled. He said excitedly, Uncle Xiang is not exaggerating. This Tao Te Ching is the supreme treasure of our Taoism. When Luo Qingzhou and the other 2 walked to the halfway point of the mountain and turned around to look, the Taoist temple on the mountain suddenly disappeared strangely, as if it had never appeared. Xiaoya suddenly asked curiously, Brother, what is the second spell you wrote? Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze and said, Golden Light Spell. Xiaoya said, What is the Golden Light Spell? Luo Qingzhou said, It is one of the 8 great spells in the Taoist scriptures. After practicing it, you can be protected by golden light, protect the Tao in the body, and be invulnerable to all things. Xiaoya was surprised when she heard it. Is it so powerful? Then she glanced at the front sourly and said dissatisfiedly, No wonder someone took it away without saying a word. Who knows? Yu Yao, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and turned around and said, One of the 8 great spells? In other words, you still haven't told me 7. Right? Luo Qingzhou. Tell me when you go back. Yu Yao said lightly and continued to walk down the stairs. Xiaoya immediately said angrily, Why? Senior sister, you asked brother for something, and you are so arrogant. Brother doesn't owe you. At this point, she suddenly stopped talking. Luo Qingzhou whispered Xiaoya, Sister Yu is right to ask me for anything. Xiaoya was silent for a moment, and said angrily, But can't she speak properly? She is always cold, as if others owe her money, and she is commanding. Humph! What right does she have to command you? Only my brother's wife can command my brother. Not her. Luo Qingzhou held her hand and whispered, "Okay. Don't say anything. We have gained a lot this time. All thanks to Sister Yu. We will find a place to stay later. I decided to practice here for a few days. Maybe my soul can directly break through to the state of unity." Xiaoya's eyes lit up immediately. "Is my brother's soul progress full?" Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "It was originally. It's only a few seconds left. I just checked with the body judgment stone. And the progress has reached 100. The aura here seems to be very effective for the progress of my spiritual cultivation." When Xiaoya heard this, she was immediately excited and said, "Really? That's great. Brother is about to become a master of the return to one realm." In the Yin, apart from Dean Bai, there are no other masters of the return to one realm, and brother is still so young, and he is practicing both body and soul. And brother is about to break through the martial king realm. Oh my god. Brother is so amazing. Brother is the world's #1 invincible cultivation genius. Sister admires you so much. Loves you so much. While talking excitedly, Xiaoya hugged his arm and rubbed her cheek against his. Like a flattering little cat. Luo Qingzhou glanced ahead and said modestly, "Sister Yu is a cultivation genius. Much better than me." Xiaoya snorted, but could not refute. So she could only mutter in a low voice, "It is only because of my brother that she can practice again. Without my brother, she would have practiced that kind of heartless technique." "Xiaoya, stop talking." Luo Qingzhou interrupted her immediately. Just as the three of them arrived at the foot of the mountain, a figure suddenly walked out of the woods on the right, wearing a black dress. Tall figure, red eyes, and black hair lingering around her. It was the girl named Wan Yanzi. "I am not waiting for you. I am just bored and just wandering around." It was still the childish voice of the little girl. Yu Yao stopped and looked at her and said, "I heard that you have a Pluto bead, which contains infinite netherworld spiritual energy, which can make ghosts practice quickly, break ghost soldiers, and travel between the human world and the netherworld at will." Wan Yanzi's face changed immediately when she heard it. "Who told you that?" Yu Yao did not answer, and said, "If you have it, give it to him, and he will give you what you want." Wan Yanzi's face changed several times, and said, "I don't have it." Yu Yao said lightly, "Forget it." After that, she continued to walk forward. Luo Qingzhou and Xiaoya immediately followed her. The three walked for a distance. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and saw that the ghost girl named Wan Yanzi was still following behind. "What are you looking at? If you look again, I will eat you." Wan Yanzi bared her teeth, revealing two sharp little tiger teeth, and said with a ferocious face. Luo Qingzhou took a few quick steps and caught up with Sister Yu, whispering, "What does she want?" Yu Yao said, "The roots of the sacred tree. The roots can take root in the netherworld and grow in the netherworld." Luo Qingzhou whispered, "If I give it to her, will the little tree die?" Yu Yao said, "No." Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, "Then give it to her." After saying this, Yu Yao suddenly stopped, turned her head and looked at him, paused, and said, "Just because she is a woman?" Xiao Yu also muttered behind him, "Brother is lustful. He is hungry and will eat anything. He even wants to lick the feet of ghosts." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly explained, "Of course not. I just think that she is so low-key as a ghost king. And she is very polite to us. She looks good. And Sister Yu also said that if the roots of the little tree are given to her, the little tree will not die. Just treat it as making friends." Xiao Yu snorted. "What if she is a man? Or looks ferocious? Would brother still be willing to be so generous?" Luo Qingzhou thought about it, but couldn't answer. But he was sure that he was not coveting the Ghost King's body, but really wanted to make friends with her. "Humph! Brother is speechless," Xiaoya said angrily. Luo Qingzhou said nothing more. "Listen to Sister Yu. But I want to find a place to practice. And it's not a good idea for her to follow me like this." Xiaoya immediately took out the fire moon gun and said, "Brother, wait a minute. Sister will drive her away." After saying that, she immediately turned around and said, "Don't follow us anymore. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble." Hee. At this moment, dense ghost soldiers and generals suddenly flew in from all directions, holding swords, guns, sticks and clubs, and surrounded the three people with murderous intent. And Wan Yanzi's body suddenly exuded a strong aura, and a scarlet cloak suddenly appeared behind her, and wisps of red light swirled around her. A third eye appeared between her eyebrows. Xiaoya immediately retreated and whispered, "Brother, let her follow. She is idle anyway." Luo Qingzhou turned around and looked behind him. Yu Yao also stopped in front. Wang Yanzi's voice was still the tender voice of a little girl, but it was unusually arrogant. Leave the things behind, and I will spare your lives. Zizi. A purple lightning suddenly lit up on Luo Qingzhou's fist. Wang Yanzi's pupil shrank, but he still said coldly, "This is my territory. No matter how powerful you are, you have to kneel down and talk to me." Zizi. A red lightning lit up again on Luo Qingzhou's fist. Then, a black lightning lit up again. Wang Yanzi opened her mouth, and a look of doubt appeared on her face. Zizi. At this time, Luo Qingzhou's fist suddenly lit up a golden lightning and a thin white lightning. Although the white lightning was the smallest, it kept jumping and shuttling on the other 4 lightnings, as if it was treating them as toys. The moment she saw the white lightning, Wang Yanzi's face finally changed. At this time, a golden font also appeared between Yu Yao's eyebrows. As the golden light flashed, a powerful aura of Taoism spread out. The ghosts and monsters that were shouting and waving around suddenly stagnated and were fixed in place. There was a sudden silence in the field. After a while, the third eye between Wang Yanzi's eyebrows and the scarlet cloak behind her suddenly disappeared. The powerful aura on her body also disappeared. She suddenly looked at Luo Qingzhou and said in a tender voice imitating Xiaoye's tone, "Good brother, you just said that you would give the roots of the holy tree of heaven and earth to your sister. Is that true?" "Xiaoye?" Luo Qingzhou paused and said, "I need the Pluto Pearl." Wang Yanzi sighed and said, "Sister just wants to make friends with brother. Isn't the relationship between friends very simple? How can it be exchanged for interests? Brother, don't listen to the instigation of some bad women. Just do what you want. Brother's things. Brother decides." As she spoke, the scarlet light in her eyes flashed. Luo Qingzhou's eyes flashed with a green light, and he said, "Your mind-confusing skills are useless to me. Give me the Pluto Pearl, and you will get the roots of the holy tree of heaven and earth. If you try to rob it, both of us will suffer." Wang Yanzi was silent for a while, and said, "Good brother, can you exchange it with other treasures? The Pluto Pearl is very important to my sister." Xiao Yu said angrily, "Don't imitate me." Luo Qingzhou glanced at Sister Yu and said, "No, I want the Pluto Pearl." Wang Yanzi's eyes showed a hint of anger. At this time, Yu Yao suddenly said, "Giving him the Pluto Pearl is actually helping yourself. If you get the roots, you will naturally need the roots to grow in the netherworld to help you practice. But only roots can grow here, not the trunks and leaves above. So the roots have a time limit. What will you do when the roots are gone?" After a pause, she continued, "And if he has the Pluto Pearl, he can become more powerful and let the heaven and earth sacred tree grow more roots. Because the heaven and earth sacred tree grows with his blood. At that time, he can give you roots continuously." Wang Yanzi's eyes flashed red, and he said, "Why do I believe he will come again?" Yu Yao said lightly, "He doesn't need to come again. When the holy tree of heaven and earth grows to a certain height, it needs to leave his body, take root in the earth, and stretch its crown to the sky. At that time, the roots will penetrate the earth and take root in the netherworld." Wang Yanzi suddenly realized, the holy tree of heaven and earth has a powerful barrier, and not everyone can approach it for cultivation. But because I used its roots when I was young to cultivate, I have its aura in my body. It will be very easy to approach it when the time comes. Right? Yu Yao nodded slightly, was silent for a while, and said, "There is another benefit. The roots contain his aura, and you should also have it in your body by then. There will be his breath. You should have seen his physique just now. If you pass the tribulation at that time, it will be easier than other ghost kings. At least, there is no danger of your soul flying away." Wang Yanzi was immediately excited. "Really?" Yu Yao said lightly, "You can choose not to believe it." Wang Yanzi frowned, thought and hesitated for a long time, and then raised her head and said, "I believe it." Then he said, "If it were someone else, I would definitely not believe it. But you, although I don't know who you are, I feel that you are trustworthy. Moreover, you have a strong Tao rhyme. It is impossible for a despicable and treacherous person to achieve such an achievement." After speaking, she raised her right hand and placed it on her heart. Wow! A red light bloomed like a colorful cloud. Then, a red round bead as big as a pigeon egg slowly emerged from her body. She showed a hint of reluctance in her eyes, but she still gritted her teeth, took it out, and held it in her palm. She looked up at the human boy in front of her and said pitifully, "Good brother, it is my heart. I give you my only heart. Don't let me down and deceive me." Ugh. Xiao Yu retched on the side. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything. He walked to Sister Yu and whispered, Sister Yu, how do you get the roots of the small tree? Do you need to dig it up with the soil? What tools do you use to cut it off? Can a flying sword do it? Yu Yao didn't answer. She stretched out her finger and flicked it. A wooden box flew in front of Wang Yanzi. Wang Yanzi was stunned for a moment. Then immediately took it in her hand and opened it carefully. Wow! A golden light suddenly burst out from the wooden box. And then a golden figure shot out from the open box. Trying to escape. Pop! Wang Yanzi was prepared and closed it immediately. She smelled the smell just now and said excitedly, It's the root of the holy tree of heaven and earth. Sister Yu. Thank you. I know you are a good person worthy of trust. Luo Qingzhou frowned and said, Don't call Sister Yu. Sister Yu is his only one. Wang Yanzi smiled and flicked the Pluto pearl in her hand in front of him, saying, Good brother. Remember to come down often to play with me. With the Pluto pearl. You can come down anytime. Celia said that you like girls' feet. Right. I have many girls under my command. So you can play with them as you like. If you like to play with my feet, I am willing to do that. Celia was immediately angry and said, Don't imitate me, little dog. Wang Yanzi completely ignored her and waved her hand, saying, Brother, Sister Yu. Then Aziz will leave first, and we will see each other again if there is a chance. After saying that, she immediately took the wooden box and left impatiently. The other ghost soldiers and generals around also scattered. Damn it! Seeing the way she spoke and listening to her tone, I feel so disgusted and ashamed. Celia said hatefully, Sister Yu, do you need it? Luo Qingzhou handed the Pluto pearl to Sister Yu. Yu Yao's eyebrows moved slightly, and she said lightly, This is someone's heart. It's for you. After saying that, she turned around and continued to move forward. There is a valley ahead. Go there to practice. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly followed. I hope that the 3 sets of exercises and the netherworld aura here will not disappoint him. Huh? Celia suddenly raised her head and looked at the night sky in the distance. What is that? A scarlet waning moon hung in the night sky. At the same time, another scarlet waning moon rose, flew into the sky, and disappeared. Blade light? Luo Qingzhou guessed. Chapter 993, Peerless Monster. Breaking through the return to one realm. Boom! In the darkness in the distance, another loud noise suddenly came. Someone is fighting, and it seems that some treasure has appeared. However, Luo Qingzhou was not interested. He took a few glances and continued to walk towards the valley in front. He had no time to waste. The old Taoist priest who guarded the sutra library said that the passage to the human world would soon be closed. He must use the netherworld aura here to break through as soon as possible. As for the treasure, he has already gained a lot this time, so there is no need to be greedy. The 3 of them soon came to a valley. Luo Qingzhou found a cave, cleaned it up a little, sat down in it, took out the spiritual liquid, and prepared to break through. This time is a big hurdle, from the peak of the transformation realm to the return to one realm. So, it must be more difficult than before. He first dripped 5 drops of black spiritual liquid on his palm, then slowly closed his eyes and began to operate the internal skills. However, this set of internal skills seems to be a bit behind the times for his current state. At this time, Sister Yu's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Practice black turtle breathing first. Luo Qingzhou suddenly woke up. He almost forgot the internal skills he had just obtained. This set of black turtle breathing internal skills can be practiced by both the soul and the body, and is suitable for the return to one realm and the martial king realm. If he practices now and then sprints to the return to one realm, it should be much simpler and faster. Thinking of this, he immediately closed his eyes and played the black turtle breathing skills word by word in his mind. After playing it many times, he began to stimulate the soul power in his body and slowly flowed along the meridians and acupoints indicated by the skills. After more than 10 times, the speed began to increase. Gradually, he found that the speed of refining energy in the Danhai in his body was getting faster and faster. 5 drops of ink black spiritual liquid, transformed into vast energy, were quickly refined in his Danhai and merged with his soul power. The speed of refining and fusion is 10 times faster than before. At the same time, a black vortex appeared above his head, and the surrounding netherworld spiritual energy gathered and quickly poured into his body. The speed of absorbing external energy breath is also much faster. This set of black turtle breathing skills is indeed extraordinary. worthy of being the internal energy mental method collected by the Taoist Holy Land in ancient times. The speed of soul cultivation is now incomparable to the past. He did not hesitate anymore, and immediately took out the spiritual liquid again, poured a few drops in his palm, and prepared to break through the barrier. To be on the safe side, he also took out the Pluto bead and put it next to it. If the energy is not replenished in time, use it as a yuancher. Everything was ready. He closed his eyes and began to slowly operate the new internal energy mental method. In the Danhai, a stream of soul power gathered into a river and began to rush fiercely along the meridians towards a pass leading to a high place. Boom, 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 boom. He continued to gather soul power to attack. The energy transformed from the spirit liquid, and the energy transformed from the surrounding netherworld spirit energy entering his body constantly replenished his Danhai. When he was breaking through the barrier, Du and Xiao Yu were both guarding the entrance of the cave outside. The sound of fighting continued to be heard in the distance. In the night sky, there were also ghosts passing by. The two stood outside the cave, watching quietly. A few hours later, when Luo Qingzhou took out the spiritual liquid to replenish his energy, Xiaoya couldn't help but look into the cave, and said with some worry, "Will we succeed in breaking through here? We are human beings, and we have never heard of practicing in the netherworld." Yao looked at the dark night in the distance, and was silent for a while before saying, "For some people, there is no difference between the human world, the netherworld, and heaven." Xiaoya looked at her and said, "Heaven? Is he that powerful?" Then he sneered, "Do you like to brag about him? Unfortunately, he is mine. No matter how much you brag, he is still mine." Yao didn't say anything else. Xiaoya thought for a moment and said, "Is it because of the sacred tree of heaven and earth? It is said that the tree can reach the heavens and the underworld. Is it really that powerful?" Then she suddenly asked, "When did you know about the tree? Why didn't I know? You must have secretly seduced him and tempted him to tell him the secret. Right? Also, how did you take out the roots you just gave to the Ghost King? The tree was clearly on his body. You really merged with him?" Yao did not answer and left directly. "Where are you going?" "A quiet place." You wait." "Concubine Dayue. You wait. I'll make you look good when you enter the house." Boom. Another hour later, a sudden explosion sounded in Luo Qingzhou's soul. Then, the huge torrent of energy finally broke through the pass and rushed forward unimpeded. At the same time, his soul began to glow. More meridians and acupoints appeared, and the whole soul became more solid. Breakthrough? He was a little surprised and a little confused. This breakthrough was too simple, easy, and too fast. Right? You know, this is a super hurdle leading to the Gi realm. Many practitioners need a month or even several months to break through from the peak of the transformation realm. Of course, more practitioners will be stuck in this realm for a lifetime. But he actually broke through in just a few hours. He gave himself at least 7 days. After all, it took 3 or 4 days to break through from the middle to the late stage of the transformation realm, and then from the late stage to the peak. This time, there was the netherworld spiritual chi, the Pluto pearl, and the spiritual liquid. So he set himself 7 days. But he never expected that it was only a few hours. He replenished the spiritual liquid in the middle, and he didn't even have time to use the Pluto pearl. But he suddenly broke through. It was so fast that he was caught off guard and unexpected. He was a little unbelievable, and immediately clenched his fists and slowly urged the soul power in his body. A vast soul power that was very different from before suddenly surged from the Danhai and instantly transmitted to his fist. This power has indeed increased many times, and the soul power stored in the Danhai is also more and more pure. The soul seems to have changed, and it is more condensed than before. He clenched his fist, feeling his new power and new changes, and his heart was excited. Is this the power of the return to oneness realm? With this punch, the entire mountaintop would probably be smashed to pieces. If it hits a person. So hard. Because of the rapid breakthrough. The spiritual liquid energy in his body has not been used up, and the energy that was ready to break through has not been released, and is now rushing around in a rage. He restrained his skills, raised his head, and looked at the cave entrance. A tall, graceful red figure was standing there quietly, helping him guard the cave entrance. Luo Qingzhou stood up, walked over, stood beside her, and looked around. Where is Sister Yu? Xia was in a daze, and was startled when she heard the words. She turned her head and looked at him, wondering, Brother, why did you come out? Aren't you breaking through? Luo Qingzhou said, I have broken through. Xiaoya's eyes widened immediately. Luo Qingzhou raised his fist and slightly released a trace of the breath of the return to one realm. Xiaoya was shocked and said, "Brother, you really broke through. Are you now a master of the Gi realm? But how could it be so fast?" Luo Qingzhou couldn't explain. "I don't know either." Xiaoya was excited and immediately threw herself into his arms and hugged him, saying, "Brother is so amazing. I knew that you would succeed. I knew that you are the best genius in the world. Brother, I love you so much." Luo Qingzhou felt uncomfortable being hugged by her, and the energy in his body became more and more restless. "Hey, brother, you are so hot." Xiaoya's body suddenly became softer, raised her cheek, bit her lip, and said coquettishly, "Brother, are you uncomfortable?" Luo Qingzhou clenched his fists. The energy in his body surged, and his eyes looked into the distance, saying, "Yes, I really want to find someone to fight now." Xiaoya's body softened, and she knelt in front of him and said, "Brother, sister wants to fight with you. Okay?" Luo Qingzhou. Swish. At this moment, a scarlet crescent moon rose again in the night sky in the distance. "Not done yet?" Luo Qingzhou looked at the crescent moon, suddenly trembled, and hissed, secretly said, "It seems to be an extraordinary treasure." "Huh? There are also flying swords and sword rays?" He was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered something. Could it be those people from Piamu Xianzong? Thinking of this, two cold rays suddenly flashed in his eyes. It just so happens that he has now broken through the Gi realm, and the power in his body is worried about having no place to vent. Even if Xiaoya helps him, it is estimated that it will not work. I don't know how many Gi masters the other side has. It is said that the Jiuzhou conference is about to arrive, and the other side cannot send too many masters to take risks. After all, the Jiuzhou conference is the most important. He is now in the Gi realm, and with his lightning that specifically counters the soul, it is no problem to beat 2 or 3 Gi masters. Moreover, there are Sister Yu and Xiaoya to help. "Xiaoya, hurry up. We are." He suddenly looked at the hillside on the right and trembled all over. A moon-white figure was standing there silently, like a ghost, and it was unknown how long it had been standing there. Luo Qingzhou. Chapter 994. A Real Lady. The Thunder of H.L. Ahem. Xiaoya immediately stood up, covered her mouth, and ran into the cave. Luo Qingzhou froze in place, as if petrified. The shock came unexpectedly. At this moment, his mind was blank. On the hillside, the white figure of Yu was still standing there silently, and the expression on her face could not be seen clearly. After a while, Luo Qingzhou woke up and hurriedly fled into the cave. "Senior sister, you are too much." Xiaoya came out of the cave and glared at the hillside. "You scared my brother." "I vomit." On the hillside, the white figure of Yu had turned around and looked at the strange phenomenon in the distance. Suddenly, her figure flashed and disappeared. Xiaoya opened her mouth and hurriedly said to the cave, "Brother, come out quickly. Your sister you left alone first." Luo Qingzhou came out of the cave immediately. At this time, there was another tremor in the darkness in the distance. The two of them immediately rushed over. Not long after, a barren mountain suddenly appeared in front of them. On the barren mountain, red light flickered, and swords and sabers flashed. Several human spirits were struggling to kill a group of monsters covered in black mist. A group of evil ghosts were surrounding them, baring their teeth and claws and screaming. But they didn't dare to get close, as if they were afraid of something. In the air, a small golden tripod was suspended upside down. A golden light shield shot out from the tripod and landed on the top of the mountain, covering two horned, huge, and muscular ghosts inside, unable to move. In the belly of the mountain, a crescent-like scarlet light flickered continuously. It seems to be someone from the Piamiao mortal sect. Luo Qingzhou saw Sister Yu standing under a big tree at the foot of the mountain and immediately rushed over. Xiaoya followed, looking at the small tripod in the air with doubt, and said, "Senior sister, that small tripod looks familiar. Could it be that you helped Piamu Xianzong to get the Xianwang divine tripod, one of the 3 great spiritual treasures of the sect?" Yu Yao looked up, and there was a trace of fluctuation in her eyes, but she did not speak. Xiaoya snorted coldly and said, "Piamu Xianzong really spent a lot of money this time. They even let them bring such a treasure. It seems that they want to accumulate more strength before the Jiuzhou conference. They should come for the treasure in the mountain." At this time, 2 figures of Piamu Xianzong had taken the opportunity to enter the mountain from the top entrance of the barren mountain, and were approaching the scarlet light in the belly of the mountain. The other figures were waving their weapons vigorously and guarding the entrance. Those hideous monsters and those evil ghosts seemed to be coveting the scarlet light in the belly of the mountain. Luo Qingzhou observed carefully for a while and thought to himself, there are 4 masters in the return to one realm. 1 in the early stage, 2 in the middle stage, and 1 in the late stage. He looked at the other figures again. The remaining 7 people were all in the spiritual division realm, and all in the late stage. It seems that the Piamyo mortal sect has really invested a lot this time. His eyes turned to the small tripod in the air again, and a look of hesitation and thought appeared on his face. The small tripod is a spiritual treasure, and it is one of the 3 great treasures of the Piamyo immortal sect. Its power is obviously extraordinary. The other party should have brought enough treasures and made a lot of preparations. He thought for a while, looked at the person next to him, and said, Sister Yu, do we need to go up? Yu Yao was silent and did not answer. Xiao Yu snorted coldly, Sister, are you still remembering the previous oath? Or remembering their kindness? Haven't you repaid their kindness a long time ago? If you don't kill them, they will never be polite to you. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and whispered, What oath did Sister Yu swear? Xiao Yu snorted, Don't attack the people of Piamiao Xianzong. Don't interfere in any of Piamiao Xianzong's affairs. Anyway, I was forced to swear a lot. Then he said, Of course, there are good people in Piamiao Xianzong. When those people targeted her and forced her, there were still many people who spoke for her and defended her. Don't look at her coldness. She actually always remembers the goodness of others in her heart. Luo Qingzhou looked at the person beside him, was silent for a while, and said, Let's go. Xiao Yu turned her head to look at him and said, Are you sure? Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, I have gained a lot from coming to the netherworld this time, and I have successfully broken through the state of unity. There is still some time. I want to master the other 2 sets of exercises first. Xiao Yu immediately curled her lips and said sourly, after saying so much, Brother is just considerate of her and doesn't want to embarrass her? Humph. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else and turned to leave. Let's go! Don't be in a daze. Xiao Yu glanced at someone and turned to leave. After the 2 walked a distance, Yu Yao followed silently. Luo Qingzhou returned to the valley just now, posed for boxing, and began to play the moves of Chaos Kaitian boxing in his mind. This set of ancient boxing can be practiced by both the body and the soul, and the power is very powerful. Of course, relatively speaking, a body with strong blood and chi will be more powerful when practicing. Shua. He started from the first move and started to fight slowly. When punching, the soul power in the body also started to flow. For each move, each meridian and acupoint where the soul power flows will be different, and the power and effect will also be different. Shua. 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 After more than 10 times, his speed became faster and faster. While he was practicing, Du Yu and Xiao Yu were guarding under a big tree not far away. Both of them seemed to be worried. For a long time, Celia suddenly said, Sister, you should have seen it just now. Right? That's my other side. For him, I can stand or kneel. But what about you? Can you do it? Of course. You can look down on me, and you can say in your heart that I am shameless and shameless. But this is my love for him, and you can't compare to it at all. You did help him a lot, and you did give a lot for him. But you will never treat him and love him like a real wife. And you will never lower your status to please him and make him happy. So only I can be regarded as his real wife. Even this Qin heir doesn't count. And you, of course, don't count. Of course, since I have promised you in him, I will not regret it. But if you really want to get back in, you must put down your pride, bow your head, and call me sister. Yu Yao finally retracted his gaze from a distance and looked at her. Xiao Yu said proudly, You will shout sooner or later anyway. Why don't you shout now, and let me hear it? If you shout nicely, maybe when you remarry, I won't let you shout. In that case, you don't have to embarrass yourself in front of so many people. What do you think? Yu Yao stared at her quietly for a while, and said lightly, I won't re-enter the house. Xiao Yu was slightly startled when she heard it, and said, Are you too embarrassed to regret? Or are you unwilling in your heart? If you don't want to, why are you so good to him? Would rather burn your soul to save him? If you can't lose face, you think it's shameful that you divorced him before and now ask him to reconcile. If that's the case, it's ridiculous. Is your face more important? Or is happiness more important? Then he sneered, My face is much more important than yours. Don't I often kneel down for him? Boom! At this moment, Luo Qingzhou released his power for the first time. A punch was thrown, and the air was twisted. The hillside not far away suddenly broke into pieces, and was flattened. And this punch, he did not use all the power of the return to one realm. Sister Yu, this set of ancient boxing is really powerful, Luo Qingzhou said excitedly while holding his fist. Celia glanced at him, couldn't help but sigh, and whispered, see? No matter what happened, no matter whether he was happy, sad, or encountered difficulties or difficult things to decide, as long as you are here, he will be the first to share with you, and even ignore me directly. Dayu. In addition to kneeling down for him, I also gave birth to a beautiful baby for him. You are so important in his heart. He cares about you so much. Are you willing to give him up? Yu Yao did not speak, just glanced over there, and there was still no other emotion on her cold face. Sister Yu. Xiao Ya. It's time for us to go. Luo Qingzhou put away his boxing skills, walked towards the two of them, and said, 1 day on Earth, 1 month in the netherworld. It may not be true. We can't stay too long. Moreover, we don't know when the passage to the human world will be closed. Although we have the Pluto Pearl, we can't take risks. My soul has also broken through now, and I should go back and seize the time to cultivate my body. Celia suddenly showed a bright smile on her face, opened her arms, hugged his arms affectionately, and said flatteringly, good brother, when your body breaks through to the realm of Martial King, you will be invincible. If anyone dares to bully your sister at that time, brother will punch him in the head. Okay? Luo Qingzhou was about to nod, when he suddenly saw a figure flashing in front of him. Chilled. Shua. A red light suddenly shot out from the darkness in front, targeting Celia, but was blocked by a figure. Yu Yao stood in front, and a thin layer of ice light shield appeared in front of him. Ka! The light shield broke and disappeared. A tall and thin figure walked out of the darkness in front, and said in an old voice, Yu Yao? It is you. He held a black scimitar, and the blade flashed with scarlet light. It was like the night sky above, and the blood moon in the night sky. Behind him, there were several other figures. You should have been at the foot of the mountain just now. Right? You wanted to take advantage of the fact that we were both injured and defeated by those ghosts. Right? Unfortunately, you didn't have the chance. The blue-robed old man who appeared earlier stood on the mountain with a cold face. At this time, the others suddenly dispersed and surrounded the three people. The tall and thin old man who appeared first sighed and said, my most proud disciple, and also the most promising disciple on the peak. I thought he would go further and bring more glory to my Piaomu Xianzong. But I never thought that he would die on the border of Dian, in the hands of an unknown boy. He looked at the young man in front of him and said lightly, it's you, right? He raised the scimitar in his hand, and the blade suddenly lit up with a more dazzling red light, saying, it just so happens that I want to try this netherworld blood moon knife to see if it is really as powerful as the legend says. On the hillside behind the three people, a thin old man suddenly appeared like a ghost. He held a small golden tripod in his palm and said indifferently, I just want to try the Xianwang divine tripod again to see if the human soul is as vulnerable as those ghosts. Then he looked at the moon-white figure, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. I almost forgot that this Xianwang divine tripod seemed to be obtained by you from an immortal island on the sea. Unfortunately, you should have become the saint of my Piaomu immortal sect. Because of it, I will use it today to end it with you. There was silence in the field. Suddenly, another voice sounded. It just so happens that I also want to try the H.L. thunder of the netherworld to see if it can really make people live worse than death, like falling into purgatory. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes turned to him. Luo Qingzhou removed the cover in his body, and the breath of the root of the thunder spirit was released, instantly establishing a connection with the mysterious energy somewhere in the netherworld. This is the thunder and lightning that breaks through the state of unity. And it was the H.L. thunder that frightened all the ghosts and spirits. When he broke through the Gi realm, he used the skills taught by Sister Yu to cover up the breath of the root of the thunder spirit, and did not want to cause the thunder tribulation for the time being. After all, it was the H.L. thunder that he had never touched before, and he did not want to take the risk. But now it seems that someone can't wait and wants to try it. This is exactly what the saying goes. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to H.L., but you insist on breaking in. Try it. Then try it. Chapter 995 Sister Yu, because I am his eldest daughter. Hell's Thunder? Hearing this name, the tall and thin old man holding a scimitar suddenly shrank his pupils. Then he sneered, "Just you?" After saying that, the scimitar in his hand suddenly raised up, and swish cut out a scarlet crescent moon. As soon as the crescent moon appeared, the air suddenly tightened. It was as if an invisible shackle suddenly appeared, instantly trapping Luo Qingzhou in place, unable to move, and could only watch the scarlet blade light flying. The restraining power of this netherworld blood moon sword is indeed powerful, and it can be released with the blade light. The tall and thin old man was very satisfied. But the next second, Luo Qingzhou's body flashed with red lightning, and he instantly broke free from the shackles. Then a white lightning suddenly flashed in his eyes, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. "Be careful." Lian Lishan, who was standing aside, suddenly changed his face and slapped it in a hurry. Boom! There was a loud bang. Luo Qingzhou's figure instantly appeared in front of the tall and thin old man, and his speed was indescribable. At the same time, he had already accumulated a huge fist with red lightning and suddenly smashed it into the chest of the tall and thin old man. The power of the return to one realm, plus the armor-breaking power of the red lightning, instantly burst out the power of the chaos open heaven fist. Before the tall and thin old man could react, the protective light shield on his body was instantly shattered. And then with a bang, he was smashed and flew backwards, and the scimitar in his hand also flew out of his hand. His chest suddenly sank, and at the same time, a thick purple lightning took the opportunity to drill into his soul. At this time, Lian Lishan's overwhelming palm shadows and the red light of the Xian Wang divine cauldron on the hillside came to rescue. Luo Qingzhou reached out to take the scimitar, but did not chase him. His figure flashed and retreated to the original place, causing those fierce palm shadows and the red light of the Xian Wang divine cauldron to suddenly fall. The tall and thin old man fell to the ground dozens of meters away. The red lightning struck his body like a twisted dragon and snake. He screamed miserably, and smoke came out of his soul. His solid soul suddenly became transparent. Fortunately, Lian Lishan arrived in time, holding a magic weapon, and drew out the red lightning, which fell to the ground. You are Gi realm. The tall and thin old man climbed up from the ground with a scorched body, his face twisted and unbelievable. Others also froze in place, as if they were frightened by the scene just now. They naturally knew the strength of this elder Ming. He had broken through to the middle stage of Gi more than 10 years ago and had rich combat experience. But just now, he didn't resist at all, and was directly knocked away by the young man with a punch. If it weren't for Elder Lian's timely rescue, I'm afraid my entire soul would be. If I remember correctly, at this time, a thin old man suddenly appeared in the darkness, and said in an old and hoarse voice, "When you competed at the border of the Yin, your soul was only at the level of the Spirit Division realm in just a few months. You have not only broken through the Spirit Transformation realm, but also the Unity realm. This kind of cultivation speed is unmatched even in the entire Jiuzhou continent. Liang seen your brother Liang kill him." When Sanha covered his burnt heart and gritted his teeth, Liang Jiu glanced at him, his face calm, still looking at the young man in front of him, and said lightly, "Return the netherworld blood moon knife, and I will pretend that nothing happened today. With your talent, you still have a long way to go. If you are willing to join my Piaomu Immortal Sect, I can make the decision. My Piaomu Immortal Sect can forgive the past. Moreover, I will give you the highest treatment and training resources." There was a moment of silence in the field. Luo Qingzhou gently stroked the scimitar in his hand, looked up at him and said, "Sorry. I like this knife. If you give me this knife, kneel down together, kowtow to the three of us 100 times, and then commit suicide 5 people, I can consider lowering my status, degenerating, and joining your Piaomu evil sect." Xiuya on the side suddenly puffed. Everyone in the Piaomu Immortal sect was full of anger. Liangjiu's face was still calm. He stared at him for a while, nodded slightly, and said, "Okay. Very good. Since. Very good. Then kneel down." Luo Qingzhou interrupted him directly and said, "You have the highest status. You kneel first. How dare you, kid?" On the hillside, the old man holding the Xian Wang divine cauldron shouted angrily, and the small cauldron in his hand while lit up with a bright red light. Golden runes also appeared on Lian Lishan's palms. When Sanha said with a gray and resentful face, "Brother Liang, do it. Kill this little beast." Liangjiu didn't say anything else. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and a purple sword appeared. As soon as the sword appeared, a purple dragon shadow suddenly appeared around him. "Kill Yu Yao first," he said lightly, and his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. At the same time, Wei Feng on the hillside also aimed the Xian Huang divine cauldron in his hand at the white figure. Others also rushed over immediately. Zizi. For lightning bolts suddenly appeared on Luo Qingzhou's body, and he immediately dodged to protect Sister Yu, saying, Sister Yu, don't be afraid. I will protect you. But Yu Yao's figure flashed and appeared on the hillside in the distance. When the people from Piaomyu Xinzong were about to chase, their faces suddenly changed, and they looked down at the ground. Boom! A terrible force suddenly rushed out from the ground. It turned out to be several thick lightning bolts. Then, more lightning bolts drilled out from the ground without warning, like roaring dragons, instantly surrounding everyone inside, except for Yu Bai's figure, who had just escaped to the hillside in the distance. The lightning dragon instantly formed a cage formation, imprisoning Luo Qingzhou, Xiaoya, and all the people from Piaomyu Xinzong. Then, more lightning bolts drilled out from the ground and roared towards them. Ah! A disciple of Piaomyu Xinzong was struck by a lightning bolt on the spot, but he did not disappear immediately. Instead, the lightning bolt wrapped around his body and kept hitting him. A series of shrill screams came out of his mouth. The others were all scared out of their wits. Heaven, hell, thunder, tribulation? Liangjio, who had a calm face the moment before, had turned pale at this moment. Boom! 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 More thunder and lightning came out from the ground and rushed towards them. They were blocked by the thick thunder and lightning in all directions, and they had no way to escape. Ah! Ah! More screams rang out. Those terrible thunder and lightning did not burn and melt their souls immediately, but all wrapped around them, releasing terrible power, constantly hitting and torturing their souls. The thunder of H.L. is also called the thunder of purgatory. Once the soul falls into it, it will be constantly whipped and refined, over and over again, extremely painful, and worse than death, until all the souls become thinner and more transparent, and then disappear. It is quite similar to the thousands of cuts in the human world, but the pain of the soul will be more violent and terrible. The pain of extracting the soul and refining the spirit is not even a fraction of its pain. At this moment, all the people of Piaomyu Xinzong, including the 4 elders, were wrapped in dense thunder and lightning, and were constantly whipped with crackling sounds. The screams were endless. Liangjio's screams were particularly shrill and loud, because he had the highest cultivation and the strongest soul. So the thunder of H.L. would take care of him first. Poor this elder of the Piaomyu immortal sect. He was so majestic and calm when he just appeared, but now he was shaking all over quickly, staring with wide eyes, opening his mouth, and screaming at. And his shit and urine were whipped out, completely losing the image of a calm and composed master just now. Although the others did not scream as loudly as him, they looked even worse. Ah! Ah! Everyone was screaming with their mouths wide open, shaking their heads and shaking, and even wanted to fall to the ground but couldn't. Luo Qingzhou and the other person were safe and sound. There were also thunder and lightning rushing towards the two, but Luo Qingzhou raised his hands to greet them, and the root of the thunder spirit in his body immediately greedily absorbed the thunder and lightning. The lightning came too fast and too much, some of which were too late to be absorbed and also entangled with his body, but did not cause any harm. Xiaoya had absorbed his thunder spirit and had merged with him many times before, so she already had his aura on her body, so she was naturally not afraid of lightning. After shaking a few times at the beginning, she squatted on the ground and hugged his thighs. Those lightnings were swallowed by Luo Qingzhou before they jumped onto her body, and at this moment, the lightnings from the ground were still coming out continuously. The night was illuminated. The lonely ghosts, various evil ghosts, and those ghost soldiers and ghosts were already scared and fled far away. On the hillside in the distance, Yu Yao was wearing a white dress, standing there quietly, watching the scene in front of her for a long time, muttering in a low voice, "What do you mean by protecting me? You just want to electrocute me." At this time, a figure suddenly appeared from the darkness beside her and landed beside her. He looked at the lightning cage in the distance with surprise and said in surprise, "Who is going through the tribulation here? Ghost King? No. Why does this H.L. lightning have 5 colors? And it is even more terrifying than the lightning I had before." Yu Yao looked at the distance and said nothing. Wan Yanzi, who was wearing a black dress, suddenly retracted her gaze and looked at her and said, "Is it him?" Then he looked at the lightning in the distance and said excitedly, "Is it my good brother? Yes. It must be him. The root of the thunder spirit. This is the thunder and lightning that only the root of the thunder spirit can produce. Wow. It already has 5 colors. Brother is so young. Maybe he can cultivate into a young god in the future, immortal and indestructible, and come and go freely in the three realms. Yu Yao was silent for a while, and said, there is also a martial god. Wan Nzi was stunned, turned his head to look at her, and said in a daze, are you serious? Yu Yao also retracted his gaze, looked at her and said, his physical body is already a martial king. Ma. He is about to break through the middle stage. Wan Nzi opened her mouth wide. Yu Yao looked back at the lightning cage in the distance, at the vague figure in the cage, paused, and said lightly, but he is still honest in front of me, and doesn't even dare to speak loudly. Wan Nzi was stunned for a while, and asked in confusion, why? Are you better than him? Yu Yao's eyebrows moved slightly, and her chin seemed to be slightly raised. With a calm face, no. Because I am his eldest lady. Chapter 996. The elders of Pyamyu Shinzong were wiped out. And I am also a baby. Crackle. The lightning was still whipping non-stop, and it was whipping in 5 colors in turn. The power was getting stronger and stronger, and the number was increasing. The extremely shrill screams made the ghosts in the distance shudder and tremble. The disciples of Pyamyu Shinzong were the first to be unable to bear it. Their souls were shattered, and they turned into ashes. And the 4 elders were still shaking, screaming awe. Luo Qingzhou took this opportunity to practice the Chaos Open Heaven Fist. Bang! He punched Liangjiu, who was screaming the most, in the mouth and knocked him out directly. Then, the second punch landed on Lian Lishan's face. After a set of boxing, the 4 elders of Pyamyu Shinzong, who were in the Gi realm, all fell to the ground. But the lightning still did not let them go, and still whipped them all over. Liangjiu even begged, kill me. A thick lightning bolt fell and drilled into his buttocks, causing him to jump up from the ground in pain, and then stood there and began to scream all. In this case, the higher the cultivation of the soul, the more and longer the torture and pain will be. And once the main soul is refined and tortured by the thunder of H.L., the soul will not survive. The other 3 old men were already dying. When they were whipped by lightning, they could no longer scream. Soon, their souls were broken and their souls were completely shattered. Liangjiu was tortured for a long time, and the increasingly weak ah sound was shattered and turned into nothing. So far, the 4 elders of Pyamyu Shinzong and several disciples were all shattered and died in the netherworld, and the terrible thunder of H.L. began to gradually retreat. Soon, all the lightning retreated. Xiaoya stood up from the ground, her face full of admiration. Just as she was about to open her mouth to flatter him, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Brother. Good brother. The Ghost King girl ran over with excitement on her face and immediately flattered him first. Brother. Brother. You are so amazing. You actually drew out the thunder of H.L. and it was unscathed. So many powerful spirits were electrocuted to death by you. Brother. I admire you so much. I love you so much. Xiaoya opened her mouth. Boom. Luo Qingzhou's body was already full of electricity, and he punched out suddenly. The fist light carried lightning and instantly raised a hillside not far away to the ground. Wow! Brother is so cool. So powerful. The Ghost King girl's face was full of admiration and exaggerated expressions. Xiaoya on the side had a dark face, gritted her teeth, clenched her 2 small fists, and was full of anger. She hated this little licking ghost for imitating her and stealing her lines. And she hated this little licking ghost for letting her see her little licking dog appearance. Shameless. She cursed angrily. Zizi. A white lightning suddenly appeared on Luo Qingzhou's body. Then his figure flashed, and he appeared on the hillside in the distance in an instant. With an indescribable speed, shwa! A white lightning flashed on his body again. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the original place. Only then did he confirm that this white lightning was actually a lightning escape technique to increase speed. This speed is so fast that even lightning can't catch up. The ghost girl immediately said with admiration, Wow! Good brother. You are so fast. Before my sister could react, you disappeared. You are the fastest sister has ever seen. Luo Qingzhou. Xiaoya sneered, Fool. Luo Qingzhou tried the white lightning several times, and then said, Sister you. Xiaoya. We should go. Wan Nzi was reluctant to leave and said, Good brother. Play for a few more days. Sister will take you to my palace. Okay. Luo Qingzhou finally couldn't help looking at her and said, Can you stop imitating Xiaoya's speech? Wan Nzi looked confused. What Xiaoya? Brother. I can't help talking to you. I just said it casually. How can I imitate others? Huh? Little lick dog. Xiaoya looked at her with contempt. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and handed the Xian Wang Divine Cauldron to Sister Yu, saying, Sister Yu, return the item to its original owner. Yu Yao looked at the small cauldron, was silent for a moment, and said, Take it. It may be useful during the Jiuzhou conference. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, then looked down at the small cauldron, and put it away without saying anything more. He thought to himself, Sister Yu probably doesn't want to touch anything from Piaomu Xinzong anymore. Well, at the Jiuzhou conference, he might be able to take out this small cauldron and make Piaomu Xinzong lose face even more, and maybe even anger a few old guys to death. Sister Yu, this knife seems to be a very powerful treasure. He handed over the Netherworld Blood Moon knife again. Xiao Ya, who was standing by, was immediately angry and said, Brother, do you want everything for her? I want it too. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Aren't you using a gun? Xiao Ya said angrily, But I want my brother's love. You always think about my sister. My sister is standing next to you, but you don't even look at her. It's too much. Luo Qingzhou also felt that he was a little too much, so he had to hand the scimitar to her again and said, Then I'll give it to you. Humph. Xiao Ya turned around, pouted her lips, and her eyes were red with anger and grievance. Wan Yanzi sneered. Stingy ghost. Xiao Ya was immediately furious, and raised the Fire Moon spear in her hand, ready to fight her. Wan Yanzi spread a pair of Ghost King wings without showing any weakness. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly pulled her back and said, Okay, we should go out. The entrance will be closed at any time. The two were still on edge. Luo Qingzhou picked up Xiao Ya and said, Let's go. Xiao Ya struggled for a few times, and then she lay in his arms obediently. She snorted proudly at Dayue and Wan Yanzi, then hugged his neck with her arms and said coquettishly, Good brother. My mouth is itchy. Brother, help me bite it. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and flew directly to the place where he came in before. Wan Yanzi followed reluctantly. Not long after, several people came to the place where they fell before, but they did not find the exit. Wan Yanzi immediately volunteered, stepped forward to sniff the air, and then pointed to a mountain on the right and said, Brother, it seems to be there. Lead the way. Luo Qingzhou ordered and immediately followed behind. Wan Yanzi waved her wings obediently and flew in front. Soon, the four of them arrived at the top of the mountain. On the top of the mountain, there was an ancient teleportation array. There were several huge stone sculptures squatting around, all of which were strange-looking ghosts with ferocious faces. Is this the teleportation array that connects the human world and the underworld? Who has such a great ability to set up such an array? Luo Qingzhou was full of curiosity. Wan Yanzi said, This is the first time I've seen it. 2. Luo Qingzhou looked at Sister Yu beside him and asked, Sister Yu, how should we get out? Yu Yao looked at the array and said nothing. Wan Yanzi suddenly said, Brother, don't you have the Pluto Pearl? You should stand in the center of the array and use your soul power to activate the Pluto Pearl. Luo Qingzhou then remembered the pearl and quickly took it out. Sister Yu, Xiao Ya, let's go! He walked to the middle of the teleportation array first. On the stone slabs on the ground, there were some strange runes and several ghost head portraits engraved, looking weird and mysterious. Xiao Ya immediately walked over. Her body softened, and she leaned on him, saying, Brother, my legs are weak, but I still want a hug. Wan Yanzi, ugh. You are disgusting if you imitate me. Xiao Ya glared at him. Sister Yu, come here quickly. Luo Qingzhou urged again. Yu Yao then withdrew her gaze from the formation, walked to his side, was silent for a while, and said, The runes on this formation were left by the demons. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and said, Sister Yu, are you saying that this teleportation formation was set up by the powerful demons? Yu Yao nodded. Wan Yanzi suddenly remembered something, and recalled it again, saying, I heard from my grandfather that thousands of years ago, it seems that several demon masters really appeared here. They injured 2 ghost kings, robbed some treasures, and then disappeared. Luo Qingzhou frowned slightly and said, It seems that it is not only us human practitioners who come to the netherworld to take treasures. Judging from the situation at the border last time, the demons are more powerful and difficult to deal with than the monsters. If they suddenly attack us humans, it will be a disaster. Xiao Ya immediately said, So, brother must practice well. When the time comes, whether it is the monster, the demon, or the bad guys from the Piaomu Xinzong, brother will blow them up with one punch. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, and said nothing more. He raised the Hades pearl in his hand, and slowly urged his soul power. Wow! The Hades pearl immediately lit up green light. Brother, Wan Yanzi was reluctant to leave. If you have the chance in the future, please come to see me often. There are many treasures in my palace. And there are many beautiful female ghosts. And they are all female ghosts with feet. Brother will definitely like them. Pooh! Xiao Yu immediately spit at her. When Wan Yanzi was about to spit, the Pluto pearl suddenly lit up with a dazzling light, covering the three of them. At the same time, a thick beam of light suddenly rose from the center of the teleportation array. Wow! The three disappeared in an instant. Wan Yanzi was stunned in the place, and then turned around and left, muttering to herself, if he can really help me overcome the thunder tribulation. What if I play with his feet? If he can really cultivate into a Yan god, I will marry him and help him unify the underworld. Luo Qingzhou and the other two quickly entered a beam of light channel, and under the suction of some powerful force, they flew upwards quickly. At the same time, in the ancestral hall on the back mountain of the main peak of Piamuxianzong, several low roars suddenly came. Then, the voice became deeper and hoarser. Destroyed, all destroyed. The side hall of the ancestral hall was full of soul lamps, and several soul lamps had been extinguished, and several figures sitting in a certain house suddenly shook all over, had splitting headaches, and began to roar madly with hideous faces. What sin has my Piamuxianzong committed? Damn God! Are you blind? There are still more than 2 months, and we have lost 4 elders, plus a spiritual treasure that protects the sect. Several elders were full of grief. The eldest elder Gong Yongyan stood aside. His face was pale, his lips trembling, and he said nothing. Dian Palace? After Luo Qingzhou came back, he was teasing his baby with his fingers when the queen suddenly came over wearing a golden crown and a fiery red dragon robe, with a majestic face, and shouted coldly, "Rebel, kneel down for me." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, "No. Tell me the reason first." Yu Wu, who was standing aside, immediately bowed her head and retreated. Nandong Huiyue said with a frosty face, "There is no reason. I just want you to kneel down." "Will you kneel down?" Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, "No." Nandong Huiyue looked at him coldly. Her towering chest suddenly straightened, and said coldly, "Okay. Then from today on, your baby will not be able to drink my milk." Luo Qingzhou, "Will you kneel down?" "Kneel. I will kneel down. But, Your Majesty, that actually, strictly speaking, I am also a baby." The room was quiet for a while. Nandong Huiyue suddenly said to the door, "Yuewu." Yuewu hurriedly pushed the door open and bowed her head and said, "What do you want?" "Your Majesty? Take the baby away." "Yes, Your Majesty." Yuewu agreed respectfully, and immediately went over to hold Luo Qingzhou's arm. "Luo Qingzhou?" Nandong Huiyue was stunned for a moment. Then she chuckled, then turned around, covered her mouth, and her shoulders shook. After a while, she turned around and said with a dignified face, "What are you doing? I asked you to take Fei Yu out?" Yuewu paused for a moment. Then her face turned red, and she hurriedly took the baby out. Squeak! The door closed. Luo Qingzhou looked puzzled. "Your Majesty, is this girl stupid?" Nandong Huiyue rolled her eyes at him and said, "If she is really stupid, it's because of you. Didn't you just say that you are also a baby?" Luo Qingzhou, a what? It's time for you to kneel down. I will let you be a baby later." Your Majesty, I obey your order. Chapter 997, Disappearing Hope. The Empress and the Baby. In the evening, after Luo Qingzhou had eaten and drunk his fill, he returned to the Qin residence. The family had dinner together. Song Ryue thought he had really gone to understand the people's sentiments on behalf of His Majesty. She kept picking up dishes for him at the table, and said with a distressed face, "Look at my top scholar. He is so thin from hunger." Miss Jean Eyre and the maids laughed at the side. After dinner, Luo Qingzhou and Miss Jean Eyre returned to the house, and asked about her condition. Fortunately, the condition was temporarily stable. Luo Qingzhou chatted with her for a while, and told her that he might have to retreat for 2 months. Miss Jean Eyre said considerately, "Wei Mo will take care of it at home. Brother Qingzhou can go to practice, and don't worry about the family." Luo Qingzhou was affectionate with her for a while, and then went to talk to Xiao Dai and the other two for a while. Then he left. After leaving the door, he looked at the Lingshan Moon Palace next door. He hesitated for a moment, but he did not go over. There were still 2 months left, and he didn't want to be distracted by other things. Leaving Qin's house, He went to Donghu again, met Longer, and watched the scenery in the sky with Longer for a night. After dawn, he left the city and went to Lingshao sect. As he expected, the progress of the master's soul cultivation has reached 100. After a day of rest, he began to help the master's uncle break through. The master's breakthrough was effortless. After an hour of breaking through, he successfully broke through to the Gi realm, which was astonishingly fast. No accident. After the powerful energy poured into his body, the master's uncle fainted again. In the bamboo forest outside the cave, Luo Qingzhou began to practice the Chaos Kaitian Fist. The cultivation of the flesh is more powerful than the cultivation of the soul. Every time he punched, he felt extremely happy. 3 days later, he had mastered the Chaos Kaitian Fist. Then, he took a wooden stick and began to practice the Rui Pomo stick. A few days later, he had mastered the stick techniques. When he left, he told his uncle, "Don't tell anyone about the breakthrough to the Unity Realm for the time being. When the 9 Provinces Conference comes, maybe you can catch the other party off guard." Linghu Qingzhou nodded obediently. Luo Qingzhou hugged her and kissed her little mouth a few more times before saying goodbye and leaving. As soon as he left, Fairy Zixia came out from the corner. Linghu Qingzhou looked at her, shook her head, and said, "I promised him that I won't tell him." Fairy Zixia suddenly picked her up and walked towards the cave, saying, "Then let's take a bath together. Senior sister will teach you a lesson and see if you will tell me." After a while, Fairy Zixia's voice of begging for mercy came from the cave. "Qingzhou, I was wrong. Don't shock me." Ah. Luo Qingzhou returned to the underground of the palace. Then he took out the body judgment stone and checked his data. Grandmaster Peak, progress 38. Initial return to 1, progress 5. The progress of the physical body is still stuck at 38, and has not increased at all. However, the progress of the soul has increased by 5 points as soon as it breaks through the return to 1 realm. It seems that the spiritual energy of the netherworld is really effective for the cultivation of the soul. When there is a chance in the future, he decided to try again. Now he needs to seize the last 2 months to break through to the Martial King realm. Only by breaking through to the Martial King realm can he have a chance of winning. He took out the elixir that Sister Yu had refined for him, and a desperate look appeared on his face. This elixir was originally refined by Sister Yu for him to break through the Martial King realm. But now, he could only take it in advance. "I hope it will work." He didn't hesitate anymore, and immediately put it in his mouth and swallowed it. The spiritual liquid is not used for the time being. Wait until the energy of this elixir is completely digested. Then use the spiritual liquid. And the energy of the spiritual fruit in the body seems to have not been completely used up. Thinking of the spiritual fruit, his heart moved, and his eyes looked at the storage ring. 3 more fruits were produced on the small tree. One of the blue fruits has grown to the size of an egg. He remembered that before he went to the netherworld, these fruits had just bloomed not long ago. But he didn't expect that they would bear fruit and grow so quickly. It seems that Sister Yu was right. The original sacred tree of heaven and earth was indeed rooted in the netherworld. Only when the roots are in the netherworld can it grow faster. He suddenly had an idea. The Pluto bead contained a huge amount of netherworld aura, which might help the small tree and the fruits grow faster. Thinking of this, he immediately buried the Pluto bead under the roots of the small tree. As he was carefully observing the other 2 fruits, a strange and vast energy suddenly rose from his abdomen. The elixir began to work. He didn't dare to waste any more time. He immediately closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and began to slowly practice the black turtle breath internal energy method that he had just practiced in the netherworld. The speed of refining energy suddenly became very fast. And above his head, the speed at which the transparent vortex absorbed the vitality was also much faster than before. The refined energy constantly washed and tempered the meridians, acupoints, bones, muscles, etc. of his whole body. After practicing for 7 days, he slowly put away the skills, and couldn't wait to take out the body judgment stone to check his data. Grandmaster Peak, progress 60. Return to 1 initial stage, progress 10. It really works. The speed of cultivation has increased many times compared to before. Seeing this number, he immediately had more hope in his heart. There is a chance. Continue. He took a short break, ate something, and immediately started to cultivate again. 7 days later, he woke up again and took out the body judgment stone to check the data. Grandmaster Peak, progress 80. Return to 1 initial stage, progress 15. Almost there. He only needs 20 points to break through to the Martial King realm. He will definitely make it in time. Continue. This time, he practiced for a full half-month. Then he slowly exhaled a long white breath and put away the technique. He calmed down the energy in his body. And after a while, he took a deep breath, took out the body judgment stone, held it in his palm, and prayed in his heart, 100. Must be 100. There is only 1 month left. He must reach 100 to have a hope of breaking through successfully. Yuanli flowed into the body judgment stone. The body appraising stone immediately lit up. He slowly opened his eyes, held his breath, and nervously looked at the numbers on it. Grandmaster Peak, Process 1. Luo Qingzhou? He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly stood up from the ground, opened his eyes wide again, and stared at the numbers on the body appraising stone for a long time, thinking that he had seen it wrong. But after he read it many times, the number on it was still 1. He couldn't believe it. He immediately put away his vitality and input his soul power to check. Then, it was still 1. Hack! He suddenly roared, smashed the body checking stone in his hand to the ground, and cursed for the first time. Bang! The body checking stone fell heavily to the ground and broke into pieces. It's broken. The body checking stone must be broken. He clenched his fists, and his face looked a little hideous. Impossible. It was almost 100. How could it be cleared again? How could it start all over again? There must be something wrong with the body checking stone. Thinking of this, hope ignited in his heart again, and he immediately walked outside. When he looked up, he found that Her Majesty the Queen was standing at the door, looking at him calmly. Seeing his gaze, she smiled and her expression became gentle. She seemed to have guessed that his cultivation effect was not very good, because it was the first time she saw him lose his temper so much. In her arms, the baby was also looking at him curiously with a pair of big black eyes. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou's hostility and anger, as well as despair and various complex emotions, suddenly disappeared. I'm fine. He tried to calm his tone, and a smile appeared on his face. He walked in front of the two, stretched out his fingers, and put them in the little guy's hands. The little guy pinched his fingers, shook them gently, and then grinned, with big eyes curved like crescents. Luo Qingzhou's eyes were full of tenderness and gentleness, but his heart became more and more uncomfortable and guilty. It's okay. The queen also spoke softly, her tone gentle, no matter what. It's good that our family can be together. She paused, and then said, I have thought about it carefully. If we can take the baby away from here, we can take your other family members away. Anywhere is fine, as long as the family can be together. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, looked at the baby in her arms, was silent for a moment, looked up at her and said, Your Majesty, you want me to take the baby away? Your Majesty may be willing to give up this throne and this palace, but are you willing to abandon your people and country? Are you willing to abandon the imperial tombs of the late emperor and ancestors? Nandong Huiyue's eyes trembled, lowered his head, looked at the baby in his arms, and said for him, I will give up other things. I believe that the spirits of my father and ancestors in heaven will not blame me. Luo Qingzhou gently pulled out his fingers from the baby's hand and said, Your Majesty, do you have a body judgment stone? I want to take another look. Nandong Huiyue silently took out a body judgment stone and handed it to him, looking at him sadly, hesitant to speak. How could the body checking stone break? Even if the body checking stone broke, if the process was really full, she would know it by trying it herself. She lowered her head and looked at the baby in her arms, unable to bear to see him disappointed and desperate again. It's not broken. Luo Qingzhou looked at the body checking stone in his palm. The data on it still did not change. Grandmaster Peak, Process 1. Return to One Realm Early Stage, Process 15. He stayed for a long time before putting away the body checking stone and looking at the baby again. At this time, the baby was stretching out his little hand towards him, grinning, as if he still wanted to grab him and play with him. Luo Qingzhou did not point his finger this time, but smiled gently at the little guy and said, Daddy has something else to do, so I won't accompany you. Maybe next time. Nandong Huiyue looked at him and said, Where are you going? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, I'll go ask Sister Yu first. Then my soul is still growing. If my body can't be cultivated, I will focus on my soul. There is still a month left. I can find a way to go to the netherworld again. Maybe my soul can continue to break through. Nandong Huiyue trembled. Chapter 998 Sister Yu, although you are fickle, you are really good. It was late at night, in the middle of East Lake. A small boat floated quietly on the water. The waves gently hit the boat, and the boat swayed gently. Luo Qingzhou lay on the boat, swaying, staring at the bright moon in the night sky in a daze. On the water next to him, Langa floated there, accompanying him obediently, not daring to disturb him. For a long time, Luo Qingzhou sighed softly. Still without speaking, Longer couldn't bear it, and whispered, "Young master, don't worry. Sister can definitely help you. Otherwise, young master, play with Longer's feet for a while?" Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her. Longer quickly raised a pair of slender and cute snow-white feet in the water, stretched them in front of him, and whispered, "Young master, play. If you don't want to move, Longer will move." Luo Qingzhou looked at her calmly. After a moment, he reached out his hand, held one of her delicate feet, and gently stroked it, saying, "Longer, the young master wants to ask you for a favor." Longer's feet trembled, and he said, "Young master, please tell me." Luo Qingzhou gently stroked it for a while, and then said calmly, "1 month later, the Jojo conference. If I don't come back by then, you help me. Young master, don't." Longwa hurriedly shook her head and said in a trembling voice, "Longer, don't promise you." Then she said with tears in her eyes, "When the time comes, Longer will go with you, and I will definitely bring you back." Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else. His fingers gently stroked her smooth feet, and the faces of the people he was concerned about lingered in his mind. "Young master, young master." Longer called several times before he came back to his senses. "What's wrong?" Don't touch me," Longer said shyly. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, leaned over and kissed her, and said, "You feel shy after touching it for a while? Then if I use it like last time?" Longer blushed and pointed to the stern. Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, then sat up suddenly and looked at the stern. Then, Yu Yao, wearing a white dress, stood at the stern, looking at him quietly and silently. Pa! Pa! At this moment, there was only the sound of waves hitting the boat on the lake. Plop! Longa immediately retracted her feet and sank to the bottom of the lake. "Sister, master, you guys chat. Longer is going back to practice." On the boat, Luo Qingzhou stood up stiffly, digging his toes hard on the bottom of the boat, lowering his head and stammering, "Sister, you." Yu Yao had no expression on her face, and said lightly, "You asked me to come just to show me your fetish?" "No, it's not." Luo Qingzhou waved his hand quickly, then immediately took out the body judgment stone, changed the subject and talked about business. "Sister, you. It's about cultivation. You see, my progress to the peak of the Grandmaster realm is obviously 100. Who knows that it suddenly reset to 0 like last time? This is too outrageous. Sister, you. Do you know what's going on?" Yu Yao looked at the body judgment stone in his hand. Luo Qingzhou hurried over and stood in front of her, and the body judgment stone was extended close to her. Yu Yao took a step back, glanced at him lightly, and seemed to be a little disgusted. Luo Qingzhou. Silence for a long time. Yu Yao said, "What's the reaction of the body?" Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, "No special reaction. The elixir refined by Sister Yu has a very obvious effect. It makes my cultivation speed much faster, and it has not been absorbed yet. The vitality of the spiritual or heart is still there, and my spiritual fluid can be absorbed normally. But I don't know what's going on. The progress has reached 100, and I can start to break through the level directly. Who knows that I have to start all over again?" Yu Yao didn't say anything else. Luo Qingzhou waited quietly for a while, looked at her hopefully and said, "Sister Yu, is there still a chance to save it?" Yu Yao did not answer, and asked, "Are the other spiritual fruits ripe?" Luo Qingzhou said, "A blue one is ripe. I buried the Pluto pearl under the roots of the small tree, and they are growing very fast. The other green and yellow ones are also starting to grow." Yu Yao pondered for a moment and said, "Continue to eat the blue one." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment and said, "Sister Yu, do you not know the reason? If you don't find out the reason, it will be useless for me to eat more spiritual fruits. Every time the process reaches 100, it will return to 0 and start again. There is still a month left, and it's too late for me." Yu Yao looked at him and said, "What do you think?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, I want to go all out. There is a problem with the cultivation of the physical body, and I can't break through to the realm of the martial king. But there is no problem with the cultivation of the soul. I want to take advantage of the remaining month to go to the netherworld. where I can practice the soul in seclusion and strive for further breakthroughs. Maybe with the help of the netherworld spiritual energy and the little tree, I can break through a few more levels. In that case, we will still have hope at the Jojo conference. Yu Yao said lightly. It's a good idea. But the entrance to the netherworld may be closed soon. What if you go in and can't get out? Luo Qingzhou clenched his fists, and a look of determination appeared on his face. I have to give it a try. Now there is only this way. If I stagnate at my current cultivation, when the Piamu immortal sect makes trouble, I will rely on Sister Yu and Dean Bai. You are weak and not enough. Paused. He said in a deep voice, Sister Yu also knows that I have a family and a baby. As long as there is a glimmer of hope to become stronger, I am willing to fight. Even if I am torn to pieces and can never come back, I am willing. Yu Yao looked at him calmly, and was silent for a moment, and said, Do you believe me? Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled, looking into her deep eyes, and said, Of course I believe. In this world, I cannot believe in anyone, but I will definitely believe in Sister Yu. Yu Yao turned around and looked at the dark night in the distance, and said, Then continue to go back and cultivate your physical body. Eat that spiritual fruit. Use your spiritual liquid, and the spiritual or heart, and try again. Luo Qingzhou was silent. Yu Yao turned her head and looked at him again, and said lightly, Unless you want to go to the netherworld, and flirt with the Ghost King and her men, or covet somewhere from them. Luo Qingzhou. Sister Yu. I don't want to. I am wronged. He was really wronged. He was now focused on cultivation and wanted to advance. So he didn't think about those messy things. Yu Yao looked back at the dark night in the distance and said, Then continue to practice. Luo Qingzhou stared at her figure for a while and said, What if I still don't succeed after a month? Yu Yao was silent for a while and said, Then I'll tell you a secret. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard it and said, What secret? Yu Yao didn't say anything else. Luo Qingzhou said puzzledly, Can Sister Yu's secret make me stronger? Can it allow me to deal with the masters of Piamu Xianzong? If not, I think. Yes, Yu Yao said lightly. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and said, Really? Yu Yao turned her head and looked at him, saying, Have I lied to you? Luo Qingzhou thought about it carefully and said, Yes. Yu Yao's eyes turned cold. Luo Qingzhou immediately changed his words. No. Sister Yu is a man of her word, honest and trustworthy, and has never lied to me. But? He was still a little hesitant. It was not easy to make up his mind to go to the netherworld again, because he felt that going to the netherworld was his last chance. There is another way. At this time, Yu Yao suddenly said again. Luo Qingzhou's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately said, Sister Yu, tell me quickly. Yu Yao looked at him and said, Sacrificing one person may directly help you break through to the realm of Martial King, or even advance 2 levels. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard it. Sacrifice one person. He almost did not hesitate at all, and immediately shook his head and said, No. Yu Yao said, Why not? Luo Qingzhou said, Of course not. Even if I want to advance again, and want to break through to the realm of Martial King again, I will never sacrifice others. Yu Yao was silent for a while, looked at him and said, You haven't asked me who I need to sacrifice. Luo Qingzhou shook. He shook his head and said, No need to ask. It won't be the people of Piamu Xianzong or other bad guys. If it were them, they wouldn't use the word sacrifice, and they don't have the ability to do it. Yu Yao stared at him for a while and said, Then who do you think it will be? Luo Qingzhou looked into her eyes and said, Sister Yu, or Xiaoya, or Longer, or... He was suddenly shocked and said, Master? Master has a special physique. He has been following his footsteps to upgrade quickly, and there is almost no bottleneck. Such a heaven-defying cultivation method must have other shortcomings and other terrible places. At the beginning, he felt that Master followed him to upgrade and stagnate like his appendage or parasite. He couldn't figure out this physique, but at this moment, he suddenly woke up. Master had been nurtured and nourished by him for so long, and he had broken through from a martial artist to the state of unity. Only Master got the benefits. And he, although he also got benefits, but not in cultivation. Now think about it. Master has accumulated so much energy. Could it be that he can feed back to him one day? Sister Yu, is it my uncle? Her physique is actually born for others. Is that right? Luo Qingzhou's voice suddenly trembled. Yu Yao looked at the changing expression on his face, was silent for a moment, and said, Yes. Luo Qingzhou's face turned pale, She has bound me. So from now on, she can only move forward with me, or retreat, or perish. Then she can also feed back all her cultivation to me, so that I can continue to become stronger. And she, sister Yu, can she not give it to me? Fear suddenly rose in his heart. Unprecedented fear and heartache, as well as guilt. Master Uncle should have known it a long time ago. Every time Master Uncle took the initiative to find him to practice, let him help her break through, and was stunned by him. In fact, it was all for him. Yu Yao looked at him and said, if you can successfully break through to Yangshan or Wushan, she cannot give it to you. But if you are stuck at the bottleneck of breaking through Yangshan and Wushan, she will automatically transfer all her cultivation and everything to you. No one can stop it, unless her physique breaks the connection with you, or you die. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, how can her physique break the connection with me? Yu Yao shook her head slightly. She has already chosen you. Her physique can only choose one person in her lifetime, and it cannot be changed or terminated, unless she cuts off her cultivation and physique. Luo Qingzhou's face was ugly, and he was silent for a long time, and said, sister, you just said that she will automatically give me all her cultivation and everything. Everything. What else does it include? Yu Yao was silent for a while, and said, the body and the soul, at that time, will all be transformed into energy and merged into your body. Luo Qingzhou trembled. Just like when sister Yu dismembered the soul at the border and turned it into my energy. Right? Yu Yao looked at the dark night in the distance and did not answer. The lake fell into silence. After a long time, Luo Qingzhou said, then I will listen to sister Yu and go back to practice. Whether it succeeds or not, I will try again. As for uncle, he paused and said, no matter what the situation is, no matter when, I will never let her sacrifice herself. If there is such a day, I would rather commit suicide. Yu Yao's eyes were dazed for a moment, still looking at the dark night in the distance, and said lightly, it's up to you. Luo Qingzhou looked at her cold profile. His lips moved, wanting to say a few intimate words, but hesitated for a moment and didn't say it. Sister Yu, then I will go to practice. He saw that the other party still didn't respond, and looked at her a few more times, then turned around and flew into the sky, disappearing into the night. Pata pata. The night wind blew the waves, gently hitting the boat. Yu Yao stood at the stern for a long time, then lowered her head slightly and murmured in a low voice, although you are very fickle and have a dirty habit, but you are really very good. At this time, Long Air suddenly emerged from the water, and said with a touching face, sister, the young master is really good. He would rather sacrifice himself than sacrifice others also. Long Air thinks that it is normal for the young master to like feet. Some men like girls' breasts. Some men like girls' legs. And some men like other parts of girls. The feet that the young master likes are actually already compared to others. It is not obscene anymore. Also, Long Air heard that the laws of various countries have regulations that if a book describes too much about a girl's breasts, legs, buttocks, etc., it is illegal and will be censored. But if it describes a girl's feet, it will be fine. So, from a legal point of view, the young master's hobby is not obscene at all. Maybe the young master is forced by these rules and can only like girls' feet. By the way, sister, when will you show the young master your feet? The young master will fall for you as long as he takes a look. Luo Qingzhou returned to the palace. After talking with the queen for a while, he teased the little guy for a while, and then went underground. There is still a month left. Success or failure depends on this one move. Chapter 999 Strange Spiritual Fruit. Jealous Sister Yu. Underground of the Imperial Palace. After Luo Qingzhou ate the blue spiritual fruit, he closed his eyes and began to practice the exercises. Different from the previous spiritual fruit. This time, a stream of cold air quickly rose from his abdomen. It was like a pool of ice spring, flowing in his body. The energy carried by this airflow was still very powerful, gradually refining in his body, integrating into his Danhai, and bringing him new strength. Not long after, this cold energy, together with the Yuanli, flowed into the meridians and began to wash and temper all parts of his body. Acupuncture points, meridians, bones, blood, muscles, bone marrow, and other places soon produced a trace of coldness. Gradually, a thin layer of frost condensed on his skin all over his body. He began to feel cold inside. The energy brought by the previous spiritual fruit, when tempering the body, was like a flame burning. And the energy brought by the spiritual fruit this time, when tempering the body, was like ice freezing. However, he was still able to hold on to this discomfort. 7 days later, he put away his skills, opened his eyes, and took out the body-judging stone. He seemed a little scared, but he still held it in his palm and urged his Yuanli. New data soon appeared on the body-judging stone. Grandmaster Peak, 25. Return to 1 initial stage, 20. The progress of physical cultivation has indeed increased. And it has increased by 24 points at once. But for him, time is not enough. And he has no way of knowing whether it will return to 0 again after the progress reaches 100. This time, his emotions were much calmer. Now that things have come to this, it is no use to think about other things. And there is no time. The only thing to do is to continue to practice. Anyway, Sister Yu also said that if he fails at that time, Sister Yu will tell him a secret that can help him. He believes that Sister Yu will not lie to him in this matter. So, keep working hard. Take a short break. After eating, he took out the spiritual liquid again and dripped it on his palm. Then, continue to practice. When he closed his eyes and quickly entered a state of selfless cultivation, Nandong Huiyu appeared at the door holding the baby. Looking at him gently, the baby stretched out his hand to him and kept calling ya, as if saying, Daddy, come and play with me. Nandong Huiyu lowered her head and kissed him, whispering, Baby, your daddy is practicing, and he will help your mother beat the bad guys when the time comes. We can't disturb him. Ya. The baby waved his little hands and called rhythmically, as if saying, beat the bad guys. Beat the bad guys. Nandong Huiyu smiled gently, raised her head, and looked at the hard-working figure again. But her eyes were already misty. Both mother and son looked at him for a long time, and then left silently. Underground? Silence. 7 days later, Luo Qingzhou woke up again, collected the skills, and immediately took out the body judgment stone to check the data. Grandmaster Peak, progress 45. Return to 1 early stage, progress 25. Still 20 points. Although compared to the past and other people, this cultivation speed and progress is already very amazing. But for him, it is still too slow. Half a month has passed. There are still 55 points left. Even if the progress is full, it will take time to break through. After all, it is the great realm leading to the king of martial arts, which is different from the previous small realms. It may take at least 5 or 6 days, or even longer. In this way, he doesn't have enough time. But now there is no room for retreat or hesitation. And the only way is to keep sprinting forward. I hope there will be a miracle. He ate some more, then took out the spiritual liquid and dripped a few drops of spiritual liquid on his palm. At this time, he suddenly remembered the other 2 spiritual fruits. He immediately looked into the storage ring. On the small tree, the yellow fruit looked ripe. Dabao and Erbao were below, looking up, drooling, and squeaking with saliva. The little fire fox was also drooling not far away. Luo Qingzhou didn't hesitate, and immediately picked the yellow spiritual fruit and put it into his mouth. Crack-aw. He opened his mouth and took a bite. He thought it would be as crisp and delicious as the previous spiritual fruits. But this spiritual fruit was unusually hard. Like a stone. He almost knocked his teeth out. And the taste was really hard to describe. Not only bitter, but also very dry, with almost no juice in it. It was ridiculously unpalatable. What the hell? It's not ripe yet. Is it? He covered his teeth and looked at the spiritual fruit with several teeth marks, with a look of doubt on his face. Can this thing be eaten? He was stunned for a moment, and immediately took out the communication treasure, took a photo, and sent it to Sister Yu. He also attached a text to ask Sister Yu if it was edible. The message came back quickly. There was only one, eat. Why did the tone sound like an order? And it was an order with a hint of gloating? Luo Qingzhou replied, dry and hard, bitter and astringent. It's really hard to swallow. Sister Yu, at least it's not obscene. Luo Qingzhou? Sister Yu. What do you mean? Sister Yu, you even eat your feet. Luo Qingzhou. Okay. He didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. As the saying goes, good medicine tastes bitter, but is good for the disease. This thing hurts even his grandmaster's teeth. It must be not simple. Then eat it. He put it in his mouth, carefully cut off a piece with his teeth, chewed it a few times with a painful face, and swallowed it quickly. Hack! Why does it feel like eating shit? It stinks. After swallowing the piece of flesh, His taste buds reacted, and he almost vomited. Forget it. For the sake of cultivation, I am not afraid of death. Let alone shit. He immediately closed his eyes, and bit it again. It is better to have a short pain than a long pain. And it is better to have a short stink than a long stink. Instead of suffering in small bites, it is better to eat it in one bite. Let's fight. Ah. He swallowed the fruit in one bite. Sure enough, the stink became less, and it was not as painful as before. But, oops. Where's the fruit core? He actually swallowed the fruit core into his stomach. He immediately picked up the communication treasure, and was about to send a message to Sister Yu, when Sister Yu's message suddenly came. You haven't eaten that spiritual fruit yet? I remembered that it can't be eaten. It's used to feed spiritual beasts. Luo Qingzhou. Sister Yu. I not only ate it, but also swallowed it in one gulp. And even ate the core. What should I do? He was a little confused. The message came back quickly. You are so delicious that you even snatched the things of the spirit beast. Luo Qingzhou? Sister Yu. Didn't you urge me to eat? Sister Yu, you are really indiscriminate and accept everything. No wonder you even eat people's feet. Luo Qingzhou. Are all women so unreasonable? Even the goddess and fairy in his mind are no exception? Sister Yu. Are you deliberately scaring me? Can I eat that spiritual fruit? At this moment, he suddenly felt a familiar heat rising in his abdomen. And then, a vast energy rose. Sure enough, that spiritual fruit was useful. Although the taste was very different from the previous spiritual fruit, the energy it brought seemed to be more powerful. Sister Yu. You wait. Wait until you give me a daughter. The other party must have felt guilty, and did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help imagining the scene of holding Sister Yu and asking her to give birth to a daughter. And he was immediately excited. Pa! He suddenly slapped himself hard. And immediately woke up. Practice. He immediately closed his eyes, and began to calm down his agitated emotions. Sink the qi into Danhai, and go around for a week. First enter Guanyuan and rush to the four full. Soon, he entered the state of practice again. This time, the energy came particularly fierce and violent, like a huge wave constantly hitting his meridians and organs. Only 2 days later, he began to feel extreme pain all over his body, but it was still within the tolerable range. 5 days later, he finally couldn't bear it anymore, and he stopped the exercise with sweat all over his body, and his whole body was in pain and almost burst. Not only did the meridians in his body hurt, but his bones, muscles, and skin on the outside also felt like bursting. This time, the tempering was more fierce and brutal than before. He could clearly feel that all parts of his body had undergone some changes. Take a short break. He couldn't wait to take out the body-checking stone and check the data. Grandmaster Peak, progress 70. Reunification initial stage, progress 30. This time it increased by 25 points. And the effect was indeed better than before. There are still 30 points left. Calculating the time, there should be only 7 or 8 days left. Although the time may be too late, he must not give up at this juncture. Continue. There is still a lot of energy brought by the spiritual fruit in the body. He took out the spiritual liquid and dripped a few drops on his palm. After resting for half a day, he continued to practice. These days, Nan Donghuyue would come down to see him with the baby in her arms. The mother and son looked at him quietly at the door, and after looking at him for a long time, they left silently. And even the baby didn't make any sound every time. The pain all over the body was like burning in a raging fire, like being cut into pieces by thousands of knives. But Luo Qingzhou still gritted his teeth and persisted. Forging the body is like refining iron. How can you succeed without experiencing the painful thousands of hammers and tempering? 7 days later, he finally slowly stopped practicing. At this moment, his entire body was red. His skin was cracked, and his clothes had turned to ashes at some point, and his body and skin were covered with scars. With trembling hands, he took out the body-checking stone, held it in his palm, closed his eyes, and urged the energy in his body. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at the surface of the body-checking stone. Grandmaster Peak, process 100. Return to 1 initial stage, process 40. He looked at the numbers on it with a complicated look, and after a long time, he muttered to himself, this time, if you return to 0 again. Crack! At this moment, the body-checking stone in his hand suddenly shattered into powder. He was stunned for a moment, and immediately stood up. What happened? He hadn't even said his threatening words yet, and he didn't use any force at all. Why did the body-checking stone break? Chapter 1000 Sister Use Stick Education. Aya. When Luo Qingzhou was in a daze, the baby's cry suddenly came from the door. He came back to his senses and hurried over. Nandong Huiyue saw that his face was not right and wanted to ask, but didn't dare to ask. So she pretended to smile calmly. Look, the baby misses you. Luo Qingzhou put on his clothes and came in front of the mother and son. Then he stretched out his finger and gently placed it in the baby's palm, letting the little guy pinch it for a while. And then said, the process is 100. But for some reason, the body-checking stone suddenly broke. Nandong Huiyue was slightly startled when she heard it. Then he took out another piece and handed it to him, saying, try again. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and seemed a little scared. Aya. The baby grabbed his finger and smiled. Luo Qingzhou finally mustered up the courage, took the body-checking stone, held it in his palm, and slowly input Yuanli. The surface of the body-checking stone lit up, and data appeared. His heart shrank, and he was uneasy, as if he didn't dare to look. He was afraid that the data would return to zero again. Then all the previous efforts and hopes would go to waste. Nandong Huiyue looked down and said excitedly, Grandmaster Peak? Process 100? Fei Yang? You succeeded? Luo Qingzhou's heartbeat seemed to stop suddenly. He looked down immediately. Grandmaster Peak, process 100. Return to the beginning, process 40. It didn't return to zero. It's still 100. At this moment, he felt relieved and let out a long breath. Nandong Huiyue's eyes were full of tears, and she said in a trembling voice, I knew that you would succeed. You work so hard. So hard. God will never play tricks on you again. Luo Qingzhou's heart was full of tenderness, and he opened his arms and hugged her and the baby in her arms tightly. Seeing that he was so close to his mother, the little guy immediately started to scratch him with his little hands and kick him with his little feet, and cried anxiously, It stinks. Luo Qingzhou smelled his arm, quickly let go, and said with a smile, Go take a bath first, so that the little guy won't be disgusted. Then he hurriedly asked, How many days are there before the Jojo conference? Nandong Huiyue said, The dean just came to see me this afternoon. I will leave the day after tomorrow morning. The location is near Jiutianyao, which is quite far. It will take at least 7 days on the road. 7 days? When Luo Qingzhou heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. It just so happens that I can try to break through on the way, and there should be enough time. Nandong Huiyue nodded. After hesitating for a while, he said, I decided to take the baby with me. Okay? Luo Qingzhou frowned slightly. Why take the baby? Nandong Huiyue looked at him gently and said, I want him to see with his own eyes how difficult it is for my great yin, and how hard his father has worked for great yin and for him. Luo Qingzhou looked down at the little guy who was about to bite his finger and said, It's not necessary. It is necessary. Nandong Huiyue said firmly. He is a member of my royal family. Since he was born, he has carried the responsibility of my royal family. Paused. She softened her tone again and said, Of course, I don't expect him to do anything spectacular in the future. If possible, I am willing to advocate and take him and you together to be an ordinary person, as long as he grows up healthily. But now, we are all working hard and fighting for the yin. I hope that he can at least go and have a look, and can go to accompany you. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, nodded, and said, I'll listen to you. Nandong Huiyue smiled and said, Of course, I have to listen to me. I am your king. Luo Qingzhou said, Minister, obey the order. The two laughed and teased the baby, and went up from the underground. Luo Qingzhou was taking a bath in the bathtub, and he couldn't help but think of the sudden breakage of the body-checking stone. The body-checking stone bought by His Majesty is definitely not a problem of quality. Of course, it is not because of his great master's peak power, because he only input a trace of Yuanli. It is definitely unlikely that a trace of Yuanli will break the body-checking stone. What is the reason? Or is it because of the spiritual mind there? After all, he was practicing before, and was madly absorbing the pure Yuanqi in the heart of the spiritual mind. The energy fluctuation centered on him was naturally a little bigger. He secretly guessed in his heart, and decided to ask Sister Yu tonight. I wonder if his stick is ready. Although he majored in boxing, the stick was really hard. With the stick on him, he was not afraid of any magic weapon of the opponent. At the critical moment, it might be able to save lives. Yuewu, take the baby out. Nandong Huiyue whispered beside the bath. Yuewu understood, immediately carried the baby away, and closed the stone door. Luo Qingzhou raised his head and looked at the pool. The queen gently took off the hairpin and ornaments on her head, and her black and smooth hair suddenly poured down like a waterfall. Then, she untied the belt around her slender waist, and the fiery red dress on her body slowly fell down, revealing a tall and graceful, snow-white and flawless perfect jade body. Your Majesty, please respect yourself. You are a monarch, you are a high monarch. You must not degenerate, Luo Qingzhou suddenly said. Plop. The water splashed and the petals rippled. The queen lay on top of him, looking at him with watery eyes, and said coquettishly, No. Now, you are the monarch. I am just a humble and pitiful little licking dog. As she said this, she put her snow-white and slender legs together, knelt down, bit her slender waist, and bowed her head and said, Humble and pitiful little licking dog, please have mercy on me. Luo Qingzhou. Your Majesty, where did you learn? In the early hours of the morning, Luo Qingzhou left the palace and came to East Lake. After floating on the boat, he was worried. So he took out the body appraising stone again, held it in his palm, and looked at the data. Grandmaster Peak, progress 100. Seeing this data, he felt much more at ease. At this time, Long Air swam up from the bottom of the lake. Seeing that he seemed to be in a good mood, he dared to ask, Young Master, how is your cultivation going? Luo Qingzhou said, The progress of the physical body has reached 100, and it will be possible to break through the barrier soon. When Long Air heard this, he immediately said excitedly, Congratulations, young master. You finally succeeded. Luo Qingzhou sighed and said, There is still a distance to success. Before breaking through the martial king realm, it is not considered a success. Long Air encouraged, Young master, you have been very smooth in breaking through the barrier before, and there will definitely be no problem this time. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the body judgment stone in his hand again and said, I hope so. Wow. Longer got on the boat, barefoot, on the ankle of one of the jade feet. A red rope bell jingled. She bit her lip and said charmingly, Young master, you have been practicing in seclusion for so long. It must be very hard. Right? Do you want longer? No. As Luo Qingzhou spoke, he looked around alertly. Longer laughed and said, Young master, are you so afraid of me? Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Are you not afraid? Longer shook her head and smiled. Of course I'm not afraid. I won't eat Longer. Young master is so afraid of me. Are you afraid that I will eat you? Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to continue the discussion, because he found that whenever he did something bad or talked about Sister Yu behind her back, Sister Yu would appear quietly. He must remember the previous lesson. Be careful with what you say and what you do. Long Air whispered again, Sir, have you seen my sister's feet? Luo Qingzhou said seriously, Why should I look at Sister Yu's feet? I'm not a pervert. It's okay for me to look at her. Long Air suddenly took out the communication treasure and whispered, Sir, Long Air has seen it. And Long Air secretly took a few photos. Long Air knows that you like to see it. So I took the courage to take it. Luo Qingzhou immediately said seriously, Long Air, be serious. You are a dragon. You should have the pride and image of a dragon. Long Air stroked the communication treasure with his fingers and said, Then do you want to see it? My sister's feet are very beautiful. White, tender and cute. Look at this one. My sister just took off her stockings, wow. And this one. My sister's feet are also tied with red ropes. Don't talk nonsense. How is it possible? Luo Qingzhou immediately came over and said, Where is it? There was indeed a photo of jade feet on the communication treasure. The jade feet were white and petite. So cute. There was indeed a red rope tied around the ankle, and a bell was tied to the red rope. Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes wide and looked for a while, then lowered his head and looked at Longer's little feet, and said suspiciously, Longer, how come this little foot looks like? Longer immediately said, Oh my God, and realized, Young master, Longer made a mistake. This is Longer's foot. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and said, What about Sister Yu's? Longer held back his laughter, pointed to the side, and whispered, Sister's foot. There, young master. Look. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and turned his head to look. The air was suddenly silent. Yu Yao, wearing a white dress, stood silently beside him, looking at him coldly with her eyes. Plop. Longer jumped into the lake and giggled, Young master. Longer is going back to practice. You play with sister. The boat was silent. For a long time, Luo Qingzhou's toes were on the boat, and he cried out, Sister Yu. It was longer deliberately seduced me. Yu Yao didn't say anything, but took out a stick. A flash of light flashed in her hand, and the dark wooden stick suddenly turned into a golden glow. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and then excitedly said, Sister Yu, is it my stick? Have you refined it? Yu Yao looked at the stick in her hand, and said lightly, I just don't know how powerful it is. Luo Qingzhou quickly stretched out his hand, and couldn't wait to say, Sister Yu, let me try. It just so happens that I have practiced the reed-breaking demon stick. This stick. Bang! Who knew that before he finished speaking, the Rui stick had already hit him, and directly knocked him flying backwards, and flew across the lake and flew to the other side. Power SOSO. Yu Yao looked down at the stick in her hand and murmured in a low voice. Chapter 1001 Sister Yu is so considerate. Sister Yu. I was wrong. Luo Qingzhou limped over and apologized quickly. Then he flattered her again. Sister Yu is so amazing. She actually repaired my stick, and it looks like it has a lot more power. Sister Yu, I admire you so much. Yu Yao had a blank expression, and even looked a little disgusted. She threw the stick to him and said, Try it. Luo Qingzhou took the stick and his eyes lit up immediately. With a stick in hand. The world is mine. At this moment, the feeling that this stick gave him was really heroic and courageous. Huh? He swung the stick and immediately felt a powerful force burst out. A sharp sound of breaking through the air rang in the dark night air. Swish. 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 He swung it a few more times, and felt it was very handy. However, this place was close to the college and residential area, so he didn't dare to use too much energy and strength, and just tried the moves. I have set up restrictions around. You can try it at will. Sister Yu seemed to see his concerns and said lightly. When Luo Qingzhou heard this, he immediately jumped onto the lake with a stick in his hand. The strong wind surrounded his feet, and ripples appeared on the water. Sister Yu is so considerate, he said boldly, and immediately urged the Yuanli in his body to input into his arm. Wow! The wooden stick in his hand suddenly lit up with golden light, as if it was forged with gold. The golden light shone and illuminated the entire lake. The first move of the Rui demon-breaking stick. Yulong out of the sea. He stood on the lake. His left and right legs suddenly staggered and squatted. One hand suddenly lifted the stick, and then bent his elbow to push forward instantly. Swish! It was like a spear breaking through the air, and the air in front was suddenly distorted. The second move. Purple electric whirl. He held the stick with both hands, jumped up suddenly, and his body turned rapidly. The long stick in his hand also had a golden stick light, and he quickly rotated and attacked, instantly hitting the powerful force of hundreds of sticks. The third move. Frozen sky. As he fell from midair, he suddenly swung his stick again. The shadows of the sticks overlapped, covering the area in all directions. The lake water under his feet suddenly splashed, creating a circle of huge waves. Luo Qingzhou held the stick and hit faster and faster. The moves of the Rui demon-breaking stick became more and more powerful later, and the golden stick in his hand also began to do as he pleased, becoming longer and shorter, thicker and thinner, and easily performing each move. This set of stick techniques seemed to be tailor-made for this stick. When he used an ordinary stick to practice this set of skills in Lingxiao sect, many moves could not be performed, and after some moves were performed, the stick broke directly. But now, all the moves have become extremely easy and powerful. After the whole set of stick techniques were used, the entire lake was surging with huge waves and rolling air waves, as if the world was about to end. Fortunately, there were restrictions all around to block it. Long Air also emerged from the bottom of the lake like a mermaid, floating on the water with a pair of snow-white and slender legs together. Watching excitedly, the red bell tied to the slender and cute little feet also jingled in the waves. Fairy, take my stick. When Luo Qingzhou performed the last move and was about to put away the stick, he saw her and immediately raised the stick to hit her. Long Air giggled, but floated on her back without avoiding or giving way. She just raised her snow-white foot tied with a red rope bell and said in a delicate voice, Young master, break it. Anyway, it likes to be naughty and always bullies the young master. It always bullies the young master to tears. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he immediately put away the stick. He looked at her feet with a serious face and said, This magic weapon is really powerful. It actually created a barrier that prevented my Rui Jingu Bang from hitting it. Long Air laughed so hard that she trembled in the water, and her raised snow-white foot also trembled. Seeing Sister Yu watching on the boat, Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to joke anymore. and quickly put away the stick and flew over. Sister Yu. This stick is so powerful. It was just hard before. But now it is not only hard, but also soft. It can stab like a spear, and can also lash people like a whip. It can even become very big and thick in front, and hit like a mace or a hammer. The moves can be very. Yu Yao turned around, looked at the dark knight in the distance, and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou suppressed his excitement and said, Sister Yu, my physical body has progressed to 100. Can I break through immediately? There is one last green fruit left on the tree. It should be ripe. Should I eat it now? Yu Yao was silent for a moment and said, This time, we can't interrupt the breakthrough. We can only break through in one go. If we are interrupted in the middle, it will be difficult to accumulate strength for the sprint. Luo Qingzhou looked solemn and said, I see. Then I will start the breakthrough on the spaceship when I set off the day after tomorrow. Is that okay? Yu Yao said. Yes. Luo Qingzhou said. Is there enough time? Generally. How many days does it take to break through from the peak of the Grandmaster realm to the Martial King realm? Yu Yao said lightly. Generally. It takes a year. Luo Qingzhou, it takes a year just to break through. And it can't be interrupted in the middle. Isn't it? Was he exhausted to death? Long Air immediately interrupted and said, Sir, as long as you prepare a lot of yuanshi in advance, the physical body of the Grandmaster's peak realm is enough to support a year. This kind of great realm naturally requires risking one's life and then surviving. How can it be so easy? Luo Qingzhou had to say. Sister Yu, if it were not an ordinary person, but you, how long would it take? Yu Yao looked into the distance. Her white skirt slightly lifted, and said, 1 day. Luo Qingzhou looked at her face and said, What about me? How long will it take? Yu Yao retracted her gaze, looked at him and said, At least 7 days. Luo Qingzhou froze and said, Is the gap between me and Sister Yu so big? Why do I feel that my talents are not much different from Sister Yu's? Sister Yu only needs 1 day, so it is reasonable for me to use 2 or 3 days. Right? Long Air laughed secretly on the side again. Yu Yao ignored him. Luo Qingzhou clenched his fists and said, I will try to shorten the number of days. At least, I can't be too far behind Sister Yu. Only then can I be qualified. Crack. He suddenly turned into an ice sculpture. Yu Yao glanced at him indifferently, and her figure flashed and flew into the night sky. Luo Qingzhou immediately melted the ice on his body and shouted to her figure, Only then can I be qualified to let Sister Yu give birth to a daughter for me. Longer's eyes widened immediately. In the night sky, the moon-white figure disappeared. Whether it heard or not, Luo Qingzhou stood on the boat for a long time. Long Air bit her pink lips and whispered, Master, Long Air also wants to give you a daughter. Oh, there will be a chance in the future. Luo Qingzhou responded, and looked at the stick in his hand again, muttering to himself, No wonder Sister Yu fell in love with the reed-breaking demon stick technique at first sight. Sister Yu is so good. If I don't let her give me a lovely daughter, I will be sorry for her. Long Air, what do you think? Long Air nodded immediately and said, Master is right. I must let my sister give you a lovely daughter. No, not just one, but many. But? Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, But what? Long Air whispered, Master, you better not flirt with me. Be careful that my sister will get angry and beat you. My sister is so cold, arrogant and powerful. If she loses her image by the young master's electric shock, she will definitely be angry. Luo Qingzhou. Why did the lightning in his body crackle and get excited when he thought of that scene? When it was almost dawn, he left Donghu and returned to Qin's house quietly. He will leave the day after tomorrow. This time, he will take the responsibility and hope of the whole great yin. And he will fight for his life. He cannot guarantee whether he can come back safely. Therefore, he must stay for at least 1 day to accompany his family. Entered the room from underground. On the bed in the inner room, Miss Jean Eyre was still sleeping soundly. Luo Qingzhou walked in quietly, stood by the bed and watched quietly for a while. Without disturbing her, he left the room and went to Xiaoda's room. Xiaodai and Qiu'er had woken up and were whispering in the quilt. Qiu'er had gotten up long ago and was practicing flying knives in the small courtyard. Who? As soon as Luo Qingzhou pushed the door open, Qiu'er sat up immediately, and then said with surprise, Son-in-law, why are you back at this time? I miss you. Luo Qingzhou took off his clothes, shoes and socks naturally, and climbed onto the bed skillfully. Xiao Dai immediately threw herself into his arms and said happily, "Sir, I miss you." Both little girls were very happy. After dawn, Zhuer put away the flying knife and went into the room, pushing the door and shouting, "Two lazy guys. The sun is about to burn your buttocks. Why don't you get up? The lady is awake." Squeak. She pushed the door open and walked in. "Hey, what are you two doing? You are lying together in broad daylight. Shameless awe." She froze for a moment, and after being stunned for 0.01 seconds, she suddenly turned around and ran out with a whoosh. In a moment, she came back and closed the door. The next room. Miss Qin Air whispered, "Let's go out first and go to Mother's place." The lunch was very rich. Luo Qingzhou ate a lot and drank a lot of wine. Song Ryua sat with him, drank with him, picked up food for him, and asked him about his investigation of the people's sentiments. Luo Qingzhou had to make up a story. Song Ryua listened very seriously and toasted him repeatedly. "Top scholar, you have worked hard. Your mother-in-law toasts you. Drink another glass." Luo Qingzhou raised his glass and said, "Madam, mother-in-law, you have worked hard. Qingzhou toasts you." Ha 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 ha, cheers. Cheers. At the banquet, the two were loving and harmonious, and the atmosphere was particularly harmonious. Miss Qin Air was always smiling beside them. In the afternoon, the couple returned to the study and talked for a long time, and was also warm for a long time. After dinner, they took a bath. Luo Qingzhou changed into a clean Confucian robe and said, "Wei Mo, I want to go to Lingchan Moon Palace." Miss Qin Air said, "Do you need Wei Mo to accompany you?" Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, "I can go by myself. There are some things I want to say to the eldest lady alone." Miss Qin Air nodded slightly. When he was about to leave, she suddenly whispered again, "Brother Qingzhou, no matter what you want to say to me, Wei Mo supports you. But I hope, Brother Qingzhou, don't hurt me." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, "I know." After a pause, he said, "The eldest lady will always be my eldest lady. Without her, Xiao Dai and I would not be here today. Don't worry. I know what to do. Although I shouldn't say this, and I don't have the face to say it, but I have to go." Miss Qin's eyes moved slightly, and said, "Brother Qingzhou, then you go quickly. Wei Ma is waiting for your good news." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and left the room. Chapter 1002 Miss. I've fallen in love with a girl. The moon is bright. The night wind brings a cool breeze, rustling the leaves. Inside Lingchan Moon Palace, it was pitch black. Luo Qingzhou stood at the door, hesitating for a long time, then raised his hand and knocked gently. Bai Ling didn't seem to be in the front yard. The wind quietly slipped out from the crack of the door, without bringing the fragrance of the girl's flowers. There was no familiar singing, nor familiar footsteps. Luo Qingzhou raised his hand and knocked a few more times. At this time, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. He took it out and took a look. It was sent by the queen. "The dean just left, reminding us to gather in the palace tomorrow, and also asked about your cultivation. If you come earlier tonight, I can't sleep, and the baby can't sleep either." After Luo Qingzhou replied, he raised his hand again and continued to knock on the door. At this time, a familiar sound of footsteps and a clear and pleasant voice came from the courtyard. Who is annoying outside? Everyone is asleep." Squeak. The courtyard door opened. Bai Ling poked her head out and looked at him with her dark and lively eyes. Then she blinked her eyes and asked with a puzzled look on her face, "Who are you? Why are you knocking on my door?" Luo Qingzhou knew that she was asking knowingly, so she answered, "Your son-in-law." Bai Ling frowned immediately. "Nonsense. My son-in-law is now a high-ranking top scholar and a favorite of the Empress. He is busy looking for flowers and asking willows outside every day, and being a donkey for other women. So he is reluctant to come back to see us. Who are you?" Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, "Bai Ling, I'm sorry." Bai Ling closed the door with a bang, and said aggrievedly in the door, "I am just a humble and pitiful little maid, so I dare not ask the top scholar to apologize." After that, she ran away with a thump thump thump. The courtyard door was ajar and not locked. Luo Qingzhou stood outside the door for a while before pushing it open and walking in. The front yard was empty. The moonlight fell on the ground, and the whole yard was frosty white. Not far away, the blue stone slab in front of the stone table was covered with torn petals, pink and beautiful, but particularly desolate. Luo Qingzhou looked silently for a while, and walked to the backyard. As soon as he arrived at the door, he heard Xiaochan practicing sword. He hesitated and felt uneasy again. But thinking of that figure, he mustered up his courage, walked through the round door, and walked in. In the pavilion not far away, Miss Qin was wearing a snow-white dress, holding a book, sitting there in a daze. The bright moonlight fell on her. That flawless face and spotless figure seemed like a fairy in a painting. Luo Qingzhou still remembered the surprise when he first saw her when he came to the Qin mansion. He was in a trance for a moment, and then he slowly clenched his hands in his sleeves, and gave himself courage again, and walked towards the pavilion. This distance was not long, but at this moment, a myriad of emotions swept through his heart. He entered the pavilion, stopped beside Miss Qin, looked at her again, bowed his head, and said softly, "Mississippi?" He took the initiative to explain, "I've been busy recently and rarely come back, so I didn't come to pay my respects to Miss." "Sorry." Miss Qin looked at him quietly. After a moment, she said coldly, "It's okay." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, "I came here today, in addition to paying respects to the eldest lady. There is another thing I want to discuss with the eldest lady, and I hope the eldest lady can agree." Miss Qin looked down at the book in her hand, slowly turned a page, and said, "You say?" Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, looked at the ground, and was silent for a long time before he said, "I fell in love with a woman." The sound of sword dancing outside the pavilion suddenly stopped. Bailing stood under a big tree not far away without knowing when. Miss Qin's face did not show any emotional fluctuations, and continued to turn the book and said, "Then what?" Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said slowly, "She is very important to me. Without her, I would have died many times, and there would be no today. She sacrificed a lot for me, silently did a lot of things for me, and never asked for anything in return. I don't know when I started to secretly like her." "I'm sorry," he apologized softly, but the look in his eyes was still firm. "So, I want to marry her." The pavilion was silent. Outside the pavilion, Bailing and Xiaochan were also surprisingly silent. Bailing, who had always been very protective of Miss Qin, stood there quietly at this moment, saying nothing. Miss Qin slowly raised her head, looked at him and said, "So, you want to divorce me, right?" Luo Qingzhou also raised his head and looked at her and said, "Miss, you misunderstood. Miss has given me and Xiaodai a second life, and she is my wife who has officially worshipped heaven and earth. What's more, I am just a son-in-law. Even if I have passed the imperial examination, I am still a son-in-law. Only Miss doesn't want me. How can I not want Mississippi? I came here today just to tell Miss that I hope Miss can agree to let me marry her." Miss Qin was silent for a while, and said, "Yes, you have passed the imperial examination now. If you still stay in the Qinfu, you will still be a repeated identity. You say you like a woman. You want to marry her. If you are repeated, can you marry her? Even if she agrees. Do you want to be a concubine?" No. Luo Qingzhou shook his head. "No." After a long time, Miss Qin said, "Do you have to marry her?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Yes, I must." Miss Qin was silent for a while, and said, "If you have to divorce one of me and Wei Mo, who will you divorce?" Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, "I won't." "Then do you like me?" Miss Qin asked again. Luo Qingzhou fell silent. "So, I didn't misunderstand you," Miss Qin said lightly. The pavilion was quiet for a long time. Miss Qin looked outside the pavilion and said, "Bai Ling, take the pen, ink, paper and inkstone." Bai Ling stood under the tree without moving. Miss Qin looked at her and didn't say anything. Bai Ling had to lower her head and went into the house. Not long after, she came with the pen, ink, paper and inkstone, entered the pavilion, and put it on the stone table. She said with red eyes, "Miss, if you don't agree, it's okay. If you don't agree to that woman marrying, the son-in-law won't dare." "Why?" Miss Qin said lightly. "Grind the ink?" Wu Bailing was reluctant, but under her gaze, she had to pick up the ink block, grinding it while humming. "Right." Miss Qin looked at someone. Bailing immediately picked up the pen and said, "Miss, Bailing will write." Bailing's handwriting is very beautiful. Miss Qin looked at her. Bailing's neck shrank immediately, and she handed the pen to the side weakly. Luo Qingzhou did not take it. Miss Qin looked at him and said, "We are divorced. You are free. You are no longer a son-in-law. It doesn't matter who you want to marry. Luo Qingzhou looked at her eyes and said, Miss, I really don't mean that. I come to beg you. Just hoping that you can agree. As for her, I don't agree. Miss Qin said lightly. There was silence in the pavilion for a while. Luo Qingzhou looked down at the pen handed over by Beiling. Paused for a long time. Then reached out to take it. Paused for a while. Then picked up the pen and dipped it in ink and wrote on the rice paper. He did not write a divorce letter. He was not qualified to write a divorce letter. He wrote a divorce letter. According to the laws of Dian, the divorce letter can be written by either party in person. But both parties need to sign it in person. 2 copies. 1 for each person. Luo Qingzhou wrote 2 copies and signed his name without hesitation. Then, he handed the pen to Miss Qin. Miss Qin did not take it, but said in a cold tone, Put it down. I will sign it later. And let Beiling send it to you tomorrow. At least, I want to see the content. Luo Qingzhou put down the pen silently. His lips moved, and he wanted to say something. But Miss Qin had already lowered her head and flipped the book in her hand and said, Go back and spend more time with Wei Mo. Luo Qingzhou did not speak again, bowed his hands, and left, walking out of the pavilion. He looked at the girl under the big tree not far away, and wanted to walk over to say a few words. But the other party turned around and gave him a cold back. He paused, without stopping, and went out of the garden and disappeared into the night outside. Beiling, who had red eyes and hummed softly in her mouth just now, suddenly laughed Pucci. Miss, do you want to sign? What do you think? Ha. Just sign it. Then let the son-in-law kneel in front of you and beg you with tears. Miss Qin didn't say anything else. She picked up the divorce letter on the table and read it quietly. Suddenly, her eyebrows moved. Miss, what's wrong? Signature. Wrong. Beiling was stunned when she heard this, and hurried over to take a closer look, wondering, what's wrong? Luo Qingzhou Luo. Qing? It's not Zhou. It's missing a little. The son-in-law is so cunning. Then she laughed and said, So, even if the lady signed, this divorce letter will not be legally effective. Right? Huh. The cunning son-in-law actually wants to use his own method to return the favor. She said happily. The son-in-law really can't bear to part with the lady. After all, the lady's appearance is much more beautiful than his sister Yu. Haha, by the way. Miss, when are we leaving? Is it tomorrow? Chan and I are ready. This time, we must surprise the son-in-law. At the same time, Meixiang Garden. In the room, Miss Qin was surprised and said, Divorce letter? Brother Qingzhou, did you really write it? Luo Qingzhou said, Don't worry. I tampered with the signature. As he said, he leaned close to her ear and explained in a low voice. After hearing this, Miss Qin laughed. Brother Qingzhou is really cunning. But it's not good to lie to my sister like this. Right? Luo Qingzhou sighed and said, In that situation, I didn't know what to do. I could not write it. So I had to do it this way. Miss Qin said, When is brother Qingzhou going to confess to my sister? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while and said, In fact, there is no need to rush to confess. What I want is that I really divorce the eldest lady, so that I can marry sister Yu freely, and then marry the eldest lady back. If she doesn't agree, I will confess that the divorce letter is fake. As for the matter of wives and concubines, of course the eldest lady is still the eldest, and the others are sisters, but they are all wives. Miss Qin said, But the new marriage law stipulates. Who forced the revision of the marriage law? Luo Qingzhou looked at her and asked. Miss Qin said, Your Majesty. Luo Qingzhou said, What is your Majesty to me? Miss Qin But Your Majesty will not listen to brother Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou gently stroked her delicate and cute little feet, and whispered, The current Majesty is willing to be a servant to me, don't worry. She will agree. If she doesn't agree, I will. What will brother Qingzhou do? Electrify her until she agrees. Don't worry, Weima. When brother Qingzhou cures your illness, it will be your turn. In the early hours of the morning, he left the Qin mansion and returned to the palace. The queen and the baby were lying on the dragon bed, waiting for him with their eyes wide open. Tomorrow, the breakthrough begins. Chapter 1003, King Wu of the Pass. 3 people in Lingshan Moon Palace. It was just dawn. It was raining outside the window. The spring rain was continuous, and the spring nights were short. Luo Qingzhou and Her Majesty stayed in bed for a while before getting up. After washing up, she teased the baby for a while. At this time, Yuewu came in to report. Your Majesty, Dean Bai said that he would pick up people from other sects on the way. So he has set off first. He also told Your Majesty and young master not to worry, because there are still 9 days before the Jojo conference officially begins, so they can make it in time. Nandong Huiyue took out the communication treasure, took a look, and said, I see. Is there anyone else waiting outside? Yuewu said respectfully. Yes. Fairy Zixia and Master Ling Hu of Linshao's sect have arrived at 4 o'clock. Dean Bai originally invited them to go together, and they said they were waiting for Your Majesty. Nandong Huiyue sneered, glanced at someone, and said, They are waiting for my husband. Yuewu lowered her head and dared not speak. Nandong Huiyue glanced out the window and said, Get ready. It's time to set off. Yuewu took the order and left the room. Luo Qingzhou took out the body judgment stone, held it in his palm, and checked the data again. Fortunately, the data has not changed. The progress of the peak realm of the Grand Master is still 100. He breathed a sigh of relief. Today, the breakthrough begins. It takes 5 days to travel, and there are still 2 days after arriving at the destination, so it should be in time. Nandong Huiyue came over, took a look at the body identifying stone in his hand, and seemed to be relieved, saying, After we get on the spaceship, you will go into the room to prepare for the clearance. You don't need to pay attention to other people, so as not to waste time. Luo Qingzhou nodded, and suddenly said, Where is Miss Yu Yao? Hasn't she come yet? Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes immediately, revealing a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. You are so unfamiliar, and those who don't know would think you just met. Luo Qingzhou was a little embarrassed. Nandong Huiyue said coldly, I have already notified her and asked her to wait in the palace this morning. As for whether she will come or not, I can't guarantee it. Then he said, What? Without her by your side, you don't have the heart to clear the barrier? Luo Qingzhou hurriedly lowered his head to tease the baby, hiding his embarrassment, and said, just asking casually, Let's go. He had just sent a message to Sister Yu. However, the other party did not reply. Sister Yu said that day that if he failed to break through, she would tell him a secret, and that secret could help him become stronger. What secret was it? He was very curious. Ah. At this time, the little guy in his arms cried out, as if saying, Baby is also curious. Not long after, a group of people surrounded Her Majesty the Queen and left the palace. In the corridor outside, Fairy Zixia in a red dress and Ling Hu Qingzhu in a green dress were standing there gracefully. Your Majesty? Fairy Zixia smiled immediately when she saw Her Majesty the Queen. As for the King of the North, she ignored him, but the King of the North hurriedly bowed and said, Master, Uncle Master, I kept you waiting for a long time. Humph. Fairy Zixia snorted and ignored him. This guy sneaked into Linshao's sect every time, stunned someone, and then sneaked away without notifying her or visiting her. It was really too much. He doesn't know how to respect his teacher at all. Is Yu Yao not here yet? Nandong Huiyue glanced outside, not knowing who he was asking. Yuewu lowered her head and said, Not yet. Fairy Zixia asked curiously, What is Miss Yuya's current cultivation level? Nandong Huiyue raised her eyebrows and said, You have to ask your disciple. My relationship with her is not as good as your disciple's relationship with her. Fairy Zixia's expression moved, and she looked at her traitorous disciple. Luo Qingzhou said, Disciple doesn't know either. The few of them waited for a while. Nandong Huiyue frowned slightly and said, There are no others. Right? It's getting late. We should set off. Fei Yong still has to practice in seclusion on the spaceship. Fairy Zixia shook her head and said, It should be just a few of us. The others should have set off long ago. Nandong Huiyue glanced at the continuous spring rain outside again, hesitated for a moment, and took out the communication treasure and sent a message to someone. The message came back quickly. No need to wait for me. Humph. Why didn't you say so earlier? Nandong Huiyue snorted coldly, handed the message to someone, and said, See clearly? It's not that I won't wait for her. It's that she said she wouldn't let us wait. Luo Qingzhou took a look, was silent for a while, and said, Then let's go. Sister Yu has her own spaceship, and it's very fast, so she doesn't need to go with them. However, there is still a little disappointment. After all, it is very important to break through the realm of King of Martial Arts along the way. If Sister Yu is by my side, I will feel more at ease. Let's go! A spaceship landed outside the corridor. Nandong Huiyue held the baby, and a layer of light shield condensed on her body to block the wind and rain. And she took the lead to board the spaceship. Luo Qingzhou and others immediately followed. Yuewu, Yuying and several female guards also followed. The group entered the awning. The spaceship flashed, and it slowly flew up, and soon rose into the sky, walking in the rain. However, the spaceship was covered by a light shield, and it was not invaded by wind and rain. Wow! The baby is so cute, with big eyes, and a beautiful nose and mouth. Fairy Zixia saw the little guy for the first time, and she liked him very much at first sight. She stretched out her hand to touch him, but immediately reacted and just smiled and teased him. Linghu Qingzhu's eyes had been silently watching the little guy. Nangong Huiyue smiled and said, "It's okay. The baby is in good health. And the leader of the Zixia sect can touch him. He actually likes others to touch him. He also likes to touch others. He smiles when he touches others." Speaking of this, she suddenly remembered something, glanced at someone, and muttered, "It really looks like a certain guy." Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, Master, Uncle Master, you guys chat outside. I'm going to retreat to my room to practice." Several people ignored him. Luo Qingzhou entered the room awkwardly and closed the door. The laughter of the master teasing the baby came from outside. After a while, the voice of the queen came again, "Master Linghu Peek, you come and touch it too. The baby seems to like you very much and has been looking at you." Suddenly, "Ah! There is electricity. Your Majesty, the baby seemed to have discharged electricity to Qingzhu just now. Poor Qingzhu. He was just electrocuted by a big guy not long ago. And now he is electrocuted by this little guy. Hey, Your Majesty, the baby seems to be calling Qingzhu Auntie?" The queen was silent for a moment, and said, "It is indeed Auntie. Humph. It seems that the baby has the skill to help me recognize the romantic debts of a bad guy. Ah, Your Majesty, the baby also flirted with me. I swear. I didn't. I really didn't." Luo Qingzhou quickly set up a formation to isolate the outside sound and began to practice. Calm down and concentrate. After a long time, he calmed down his emotions. He picked the last green fruit from the storage ring and prayed in his heart, "I must succeed." Crack! With the experience of the last time, this time, he didn't dare to bite hard, but just took a small bite. This time, the fruit is very juicy and crisp, but a little bitter. But compared with the taste of the previous yellow fruit, it is already very good. At least it is easy to swallow. Strangely, this fruit has no core. After he finished a few bites, he closed his eyes and circulated the internal energy. Soon, he felt a cool energy rising. The energy was small at first, but gradually it became larger and larger. He immediately began to circulate the energy and began to refine it. The refined energy was stored in the Danhai one by one, preparing for the breakthrough later. At the same time, not long after this spaceship left Kyoto, another spaceship took off from Donghu Lake and soon flew into the clouds and disappeared. "Miss, only Longer is watching at home. Is everything okay? Isn't there Zhuer?" Zhuer is not good enough now, and needs to practice more." The boat was quiet for a while. The clear and pleasant voice sounded again, "Miss, I have signed the 2 divorce letters for you, and added the name of the son-in-law. Humph. Even if the son-in-law wants to regret it, he can't produce evidence, which will make him anxious. He hates it." The snow-white figure was silent for a while, looked at her and said, "Who asked you to sign?" "I miss. You don't want to punish the son-in-law? When he knows the truth, he will definitely come to you. And then we will take out the 2 divorce letters he wrote and say, 'Oh, no,'" she suddenly exclaimed. Her face changed and said, "In this way, there is no evidence to prove that the divorce between Miss and the son-in-law is fake? I shouldn't sign. At least I shouldn't add the name of the son-in-law. What should I do?" Xia Chan couldn't help but whispered, "Stupid." Bailing was so anxious that she was about to cry. There was silence in the boat tent for a moment. Bailing said weakly, "Miss, it doesn't matter. Even if you really get divorced, the son-in-law will beg you to reconcile. It's just that the status of the young lady may have to be re-ranked from the first to the third, from the elder sister to the younger sister." Xia Chan was immediately anxious. Yu, the snow-white figure, also frowned slightly. "Ha ha ha, who knew that at this time?" Bailing suddenly laughed. "I was just kidding you. I did sign my name, but it was Yuao. And it was not the young lady's note at all." Xia Chan pouted and rolled her eyes at her. The snow-white figure lowered her head and continued to read the book. The spaceship continued to fly quickly. After leaving the Great Flame, the sky was clear. 5 days later, Luo Qingzhou and his party had arrived at the area where the Nine Heavens Yaoi was located. But at this moment, he still hadn't broken through. The pass leading to the Martial King realm was still extremely solid, and the impact of the past few days seemed to have no effect at all. However, his body seemed to be changing rapidly. His skin first turned into a light gold, then turned into a fiery red, and then turned into blue and yellow. Now, it actually began to glow green. Very strange. Chapter 1004 Jojo Conference. Boom! He gathered strength again for the final sprint. At this time, the color in his pupils kept changing. Once. Twice. After another day and night of sprinting. However, the pass was still indestructible. With no sign of breaking, he began to get anxious. Only 1 day left. He gritted his teeth, dripped half a bottle of spiritual liquid on his palm, and continued to accumulate strength to start sprinting. The next day, the spaceship came to the sky above an ocean and began to slow down. An island appeared in the distance. The island was hidden in the sea fog, hazy and looming. It was their destination, Jiolong Island. It is rumored that this island was the place where the ancient great power, Jiolong Zhenren, ascended, so it was named after it. The island is surrounded by huge winds and waves, and there are countless undercurrents on the seabed, so it is difficult for ordinary ships to enter, because of the effect of the island's prohibition. If there is no invitation to sense, and the cultivators on the island open the formation, even if those cultivators fly over the sky, it is difficult to see. Nandong Huiyue and others stood on the bow, looking far away, and could only vaguely see. At this time, not far away, there are other spaceships rushing over there. The flags on the bow fluttered, showing their identities. We are almost there. Why hasn't Fei Yong come out yet? Fairy Zixia said with some worry. Nandong Huiyue finally couldn't help it. Entered the cabin, and came to the door of the room. But she raised her hand several times, but didn't dare to knock on the door. Just when she was about to leave, the door creaked open. Luo Qingzhou said in the room, "Your Majesty, come in." Nandong Huiyue hurried into the room, carefully observing the expression on his face, and hesitated to speak. She had actually guessed the result. If he successfully broke through, it would be impossible for there to be no fluctuations in breath and abnormalities. After all, it is the realm of the king of martial arts. Luo Qingzhou sighed, stood up and said, "There is no sign of loosening at that pass. It is estimated that at least another month will be needed." Nandong Huiyue hurriedly whispered to comfort, "It's okay. A month is already very short. After all, it is a breakthrough in the martial king realm, not other small realms. Others may not be able to succeed in a year." Luo Qingzhou looked at the body judgment stone in his hand and sighed, "But we don't have time." Nandong Huiyue said, "How can there be no time? We are not without others in Diyan, and your peak Grandmaster realm is already very powerful. Maybe you can win many competitions." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "What are the rules of the competition? How many days will it take?" Nandong Huiyue shook her head, "I don't know either. For this conference, practitioners from all the sects in the 9 states will come, and it is estimated that it will take at least half a month to compete." Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou's heart moved and said, "I just don't know when we will go on stage. If it can be delayed to a month later, it will be the best, so that I can continue to break through the barriers with peace of mind." Nandong Huiyue sighed and said, "It should be unlikely. Otherwise, you can break through the barriers with peace of mind and don't go on stage." Luo Qingzhou said, "How is that possible? This competition is related to the fate of my Great Yin country and the fate of the Great Yin practitioners. I have consumed the spirit mind heart, and this spirit mind should not be able to hold on for too long. If I don't take back a spirit mind in this competition, I don't know when the vitality of Great Yin will be cut off." And Piamu Xianzong. While the two were talking, the baby suddenly cried outside. Yuewu hurriedly held the baby and said, "Your Majesty, the baby may be hungry." Nandong Huiyue took the baby and walked to the door and said, "You take a rest first. When you arrive later, you don't have to go out and can continue to break through on the spaceship." Luo Qingzhou nodded and glanced at the baby in her arms. The little guy also looked at him with his big black eyes, and there was a crystal tear in the corner of his eyes. "Don't worry. Daddy will succeed," he said secretly in his heart. Yuewu gently closed the door. Luo Qingzhou walked to the window, opened the window, and looked outside. The sky was blue. The ocean was vast and boundless. I wonder if Sister Yu is here. He took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Sister Yu. The Jojo conference will officially begin tomorrow. He should be too late to break through. According to the previous agreement, Sister Yu should tell him the secret. I hope it can really help him. Suddenly, the communication treasure vibrated. Sister Yu's secret? What secret? Luo Qingzhou was speechless. Sister Yu. It's already this time. Stop joking. I can't break through now. It feels like it will take a long time. Sister Yu, it should be soon. Luo Qingzhou, but there is no sign of a breakthrough yet. Is it related to the previous process being reset to 0? Or is it related to the fact that I used the magic energy to practice too fast before? Sister Yu, you are breaking through the physical body. Just practicing in seclusion should not be enough. Luo Qingzhou's heart moved. Do you still need physical stimulation and training? Is it also necessary to impact the king of martial arts? Sister Yu, you can try. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a while and said, if you really need physical stimulation and training, then I can go on stage to compete in the Jojo conference. Just using the battle to stimulate and train the physical body. Then he said, by the way, Sister Yu, we are almost there. How about you? Sister Yu, on the island. Luo Qingzhou immediately looked out the window and said, where are you? We will find you later. Are you with Dean Bai and the others? By the way, Sister Yu, you should be here in person this time. Right. The other party did not reply. At this time, the spaceship passed through the clouds and began to slowly descend. Below, an island like a giant dragon crawling appeared under the sea fog. At the same time, spaceships or flying swords kept gathering from all directions. A huge square appeared in the middle of the island. Many people had gathered around the square. As soon as the spaceship passed through the mist, 2 young women in white robes stepped on flying swords and flew up, saying politely, guests, please wait a moment. Please take out the invitation to the conference first. Let me check it. Or let someone who has entered the island come to lead you, so you can enter. Nandong Huiyue handed over the invitation. Dean Bai can bring people in here with just his face. So before leaving, he left the invitation to the conference with him. So you are the guests from the Great Yin Nation. Please come in. The woman in white robe handed the invitation back. To be honest, in the entire Jojo continent, Great Yin is a little-known small country. Although it stole the limelight in the last border competition, many people still haven't heard of it. The 2 women are inner disciples of Jiu Tianyao Tai. They didn't go to the Great Yin border together last time, so naturally they didn't know them. The spaceship passed through the mist and landed in the corner of the square on the ground. Before landing, Bai Yishan, dressed in a snow-white Confucian robe, had already flown up and said with a smile, just in time. He looked around on the spaceship and said, where is Fei Yong? Nandong Huiyue whispered, he is still in seclusion. He? At this time, Luo Qingzhou suddenly came out of the awning and bowed. Sir. Bai Yishan smiled and corrected, you should call me Dean. You are Fei Yong now. Luo Qingzhou said, Dean? Bai Yishan looked at him for a few times, without asking more questions, and said, this conference has gathered almost all the powerful practitioners of the 3 major immortal sects and the Jojo continent. So you must not be too strong. It is already very good that my Great Yin is qualified to participate this year, and there is no need to force too much. As for other things, you don't have to think too much. Just practice well. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, Junior understands. At this time, Bai Yishan controlled the spaceship and landed in a forest in the northwest corner. People from other sects in Great Yin and some casual practitioners have already arrived first. Everyone hurried over to greet the queen and Luo Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou is now not only the king of the north, but also one of the strongest in Yin. Other practitioners naturally dare not underestimate him. Luo Qingzhou is not good at socializing. After greeting everyone, he walked to the side and looked around, looking for that figure. Yuewu and the others have quickly set up the tent. This time, the conference may last for half a month to a month, so naturally they have to prepare a place to live. Miss Yuyao doesn't seem to be here yet. When Luo Qingzhou was looking for her, Fairy Zixia came to his side, glanced at him dimly, and said, Did you also electrocute her? Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he said, No, Master, don't talk nonsense. Fairy Zixia snorted, saying, I'm not talking nonsense. You electrocute people everywhere, and it's not just me who knows. Luo Qingzhou changed the subject. Why didn't I see the ancestor? Fairy Zixia raised her eyebrows and said, I went to see an old friend. and chatted with Fairy Luo Ling by the way. Luo Qingzhou was not interested in these gossips. When he was about to enter the tent, he suddenly felt that someone seemed to be looking at this place on the hillside on the left. He turned his head and looked over. There was a huge spaceship parked there, with a flag on the bow, and the flag was embroidered with the sect pattern of Jiutianyao Tai. There were several figures standing on the deck, but under the cover of the formation of the spaceship, they were all hazy and unclear. He once again thought of the fairy Qin Yao, who always secretly went to dine to spy on him. Fei Yang, your baby is very cute. At this time, Fairy Zixia suddenly whispered in his ear, Qingzhou is very envious and has been peeking all the way. Luo Qingzhou turned his head to look at her. Fairy Zixia asked in confusion, it's obviously Qingzhou first. And it's obvious that Qingzhou has accumulated a lot of energy every time. But why? Luo Qingzhou remembered what Sister Yu said. He turned his head and looked at the figure standing under the big tree not far away. Fei Yang, is there something wrong with Qingzhou's body? She doesn't need to practice, but she advances so quickly. This kind of heaven-defying talent can't be without any obstacles and disasters. And, after so many times, why didn't she make any movement? Fairy Zixia said with a worried look on her face. Do you know something? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, Master Uncle is in good health. Nothing will happen. He didn't say anything more and went into the tent. In the evening, he came out of the tent, but still didn't see Sister Yu. At this time, there were still practitioners from various countries, coming from all directions. After dark, bonfires were lit all around, and there were lively voices. When Luo Qingzhou was observing the root of the thunder spirit in his body in the tent, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. He took it out and took a look, and it turned out to be a message from Sister Yu. Aren't there 8 great magic spells? What about the rest? Luo Qingzhou immediately stood up and replied, Sister Yu, where are you? I'll tell you now. By Weir. Chapter 1005, Beauty in Ink. 3 Wives. The moon is bright. The whole Jiulong Island is more lively than ever before. Luo Qingzhou left the tent. After searching around, he soon found 2 tents of Xianin Pavilion. When he was about to go over, Yuying came over and said, Where are you going? Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, P. Do you want to go together? Yuying's face was cold, and she didn't say anything. At this time, the sound of Fairy Zixia teasing the baby came from the next tent. Luo Qingzhou took a look and said, Go to Xianyan Pavilion and find someone. Do you need to report to His Majesty? Yes, Yuying said coldly. Then she couldn't help but said, The tents of Xianyan Pavilion are all women. So what? Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, I'm just going to find someone and say a few words. I'm not going to do anything bad. Yuying didn't say anything else and turned to go to the next tent. After a while, she came out and said, His Majesty said, Give you 1 stick of incense. If you don't come back after 1 stick of incense, His Majesty will personally bring the baby to electrocute you. Luo Qingzhou. After Yuying finished speaking, she turned around and returned to her post with a cool expression. Luo Qingzhou walked towards the 2 tents not far away. He listened carefully. He walked towards the tent on the left. In the tent on the right, there were the voices of Luo Shang and Liuli. Bai Wire practiced a special method, liked to be alone, and naturally slept alone. He came to the front of the tent and coughed at the door. After a moment, Bai Wire's cold voice came from inside, Come in. Luo Qingzhou lifted the curtain and walked in. Bai Wire, wearing a white dress, sat alone on the futon behind the table, looking at him with a pair of dark and cold eyes. Luo Qingzhou glanced in the tent and said, Where is Miss Yu Yao? Bai Wire said coldly. You right. I'll give it to her. Luo Qingzhou was a little disappointed and asked, Where did she go? Where did she rest at night? Bai Wire ignored him and just looked at the rice paper that had been spread on the table. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her again and had to walk to the table and sit down. When he was about to pick up the ink block to grind the ink, he looked at her and said, Help me grind the ink, so that I can write faster. Bai Wire was slightly stunned and said, I can't do it. Luo Qingzhou was speechless. You don't even know how to grind ink? As he said that, he picked up the ink block and ground it in the inkstone, saying, Just like this, grind it in circles. Grind the ink block into pieces, and blend it into the tea. He taught her once and handed the ink block in his hand to her, saying, I will interrupt my thoughts while writing and grinding the ink. If I write wrong, it will be troublesome. Bai Wire hesitated for a moment and had to take it. Luo Qingzhou picked up the pen and dipped it in ink. He looked at the rice paper and pondered for a moment, before writing the 4 characters purifying heart mantra. Then, he began to write the main text. Taisheng Taixing. Respond to changes without stopping. Exorcise evil spirits and bind demons. Protect life and body. Bai Wire was grinding ink while secretly looking at what he wrote. Deep in her pupils, a ray of moonlight flickered slightly. Ling Bao Tianzuan. Comfort the body. The disciple's soul. The 5 internal organs. When Luo Qingzhou was writing the purifying body mantra, he suddenly paused and frowned, saying, "How do you write the word Ming in the 5 internal organs? Hey, why did I suddenly forget it?" He hesitated to put down the pen in his hand, his face full of contemplation. The tent was silent for a long time. Bai Wire finally couldn't help it, stretched out a slender jade finger, gestured on the table, and said, "Like this." Luo Qingzhou took a look. Still confused. "That's not right." "Is that the word Ming?" Bai Wire said seriously, "Yes." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "You don't know how to read? What you wrote is not a word at all." Bai Wire frowned slightly and said affirmatively, "It is a word. I know how to read." Luo Qingzhou handed her the pen in his hand and said, "Write it out. I'll take a closer look. I have never seen the word you just gestured with your finger." Bai Wire took the brush with a cold face, and just as she was about to write it on the table, she suddenly raised her head and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou said, "What's wrong?" "Right." Bai Wire stared at him with her dark eyes, and suddenly put down the pen again, saying in a cold tone, "You can write." Luo Qingzhou was puzzled. "Why don't I write if I can? I'm in a hurry to finish writing and go back to practice. I really forgot that word. If you can't write, I'll go out and ask others. I can't read or write." "What's shameful? I won't laugh at you." Bai Wire clenched her other hand in her sleeve, looked at him again, and then picked up the pen again, and wrote the word Ming on the table very seriously and slowly. Luo Qingzhou looked at this word, and a light flashed in his eyes. He looked at her and said, "Miss Bai, why are you learning my handwriting?" Bai Wire said coldly, "I don't." Luo Qingzhou said, "Then write your name and let me see it." Bai Wire looked at him, put down the brush, and ignored him with a cold face. Luo Qingzhou stared at her for a while, then suddenly picked up the brush and said, "Keep grinding the ink." He wrote the word Ming skillfully. Then he continued writing. Soon, the snow-white rice paper was filled with beautiful handwriting. All 7 magic spells were written. Luo Qingzhou put down the brush, picked up the rice paper, blew the wet ink on it, and said to himself, "Some people don't dare to write because their handwriting is ugly, or they like to imitate others' writing. This is not right." At this point, he looked across and said, "If your handwriting is ugly, you should write more, practice more, or ask me for advice. Miss Bai, what do you think?" Bai Wire didn't speak, but stretched out her snow-white little hand. Luo Qingzhou dried ink on the rice paper, folded it gently, but didn't give it to her. He stuffed it directly into his chest, then looked at her and said, "I want to give it to her personally." The two looked at each other. In the tent, there was silence. After a while, Luo Qingzhou suddenly took out the rice paper from his chest again, handed it over, and said, "To be honest, every time you look at me like this without saying anything, I am very scared." Bai Wire paused, and was about to reach out to take it, and heard him say, "I am afraid that you will be angry, sad, crazy, and in a bad mood. I am even more afraid that you will ignore me and never see me again." He paused, and whispered, "Sister Yu, if I can go back alive this time, I hope you can keep your promise. Okay?" Bai Wire slowly took the rice paper, lowered her head slightly, and said nothing. "It's a deal." Luo Qingzhou stood up and said, "Sister Yu, I should go. No words, no objections. That means tacit consent." The depression in his heart was swept away instantly. At this time, the baby's voice suddenly came from outside. "Ya. Ya ya." Luo Qingzhou did not stay any longer, looked at her again, and turned to leave the tent. Yuewu held the baby and stood outside. Yuying stood beside with the hilt of the sword in her hand. "Sir, His Majesty said that it's not that she is stingy and doesn't allow you to talk, but that the baby misses you." Yuewu looked a little uncomfortable and whispered. Luo Qingzhou went over and picked up the little guy, saying, "Oh, His Majesty is broad-minded. Naturally not stingy. Let's go." The two followed him and looked back at the tent behind them. The lights in the tent had gone out. I don't know how long it took. A figure walked out from inside and walked towards the woods behind. Soon, they came to another tent. Miss, you are back. How are you? Have you seen the bad son-in-law? A girl in a pink dress came up to her immediately. Wire sat down on the futon. A shadow suddenly flew out of her body and entered the body of another snow-white figure next to her. Next to the candlestick stood another cold girl holding a sword. The tent was quiet for a while. Wire stood up, bowed slightly, and said okay, and left. Miss, has the uncle discovered you? The uncle is so stupid. He shouldn't have. Right? Humph. The bad uncle's mind is all on other women. And he has never paid serious attention to you. Mississippi. Miss, during the competition, let Xiao Bailing and Chan Chan go out first. Let's scare him first. And then the young lady will come out after he is scared silly. Humph. I guarantee that he will be shocked. Xia Chan on the side corrected in a low voice. It's a mouth. Bailing immediately said, it's a dog. A dog that licks dogs. Humph. The bad uncle licks other women so much. And has never licked the young lady. Xia Chan whispered, He doesn't. No. Bailing snorted coldly, if you don't know. You can't lick? Miss is his real wife. And the biggest wife. Xia Chan moved her mouth and wanted to speak for someone. Bailing suddenly glanced at her and said, Chan Chan. Don't think I don't know that the bad uncle often licks you. Xia Chan blushed immediately, lowered her head tightly, and dared not say anything. Miss, are you going to practice? Can the things written by the son-in-law really be practiced? Bai Ling stopped talking suddenly, because the words on the rice paper suddenly lit up, and then turned into golden fonts, drilling into the eyebrows of the snow-white figure. So powerful. Bai Ling opened her eyes wide. The tent on the other side. Luo Qingzhou was sitting on a chair, teasing the baby in his arms. Nan Donghuyue was wearing a red dress, lying lazily on the couch, closing her eyes to rest. Everyone else had returned to their tents. After a while, the baby fell asleep. Luo Qingzhou carefully placed him in the queen's arms and said, I'll try again. Maybe I can break through. Nan Donghuyue opened her eyes, looked at him and said, I went to inquire during the day, and there should be only 3 spiritual veins in this Jiuzhou conference. The 3 major immortal sects will also send disciples to participate in the competition for the 2 major spiritual veins. For the last small spiritual vein, ordinary countries and sects like us may have a chance. However, based on the results of previous competitions, most of the countries supported by the 3 major immortal sects will win. Luo Qingzhou said calmly, Your Majesty, don't worry. Whether it is a big spiritual vein or a small spiritual vein, we will fight for it this time. Nan Donghuyue was silent for a while, looked at him and said, Did you just go to see Yu Yao? Luo Qingzhou did not hide it, and said, Yes. There are also 7 Taoist magic spells that I just wrote to her. If it is useful to her, it would be the best. Nan Donghuyue's eyebrows moved slightly, and she looked at him and said, She did her soul see you? Luo Qingzhou said, It was by Ware's physical body. A disciple of Xianin Pavilion, who seemed to have a close relationship with her. Nan Donghuyue's eyebrows showed a trace of thought, and said, Then do you know? Did she come in person this time? Luo Qingzhou said, Of course she came. Without the body, the strength of the soul is greatly reduced. She knows the importance of this conference. If it's necessary. It's naturally not just the spirit that comes like last time. Nan Donghuyue's eyes showed a complex look, stared at him for a while, and said, Fei Yang, according to the new marriage law in Dian Lifa, a man can only have 2 wives. Do you know what I mean? Luo Qingzhou immediately bowed and said, Your Majesty, I was just about to tell you about this. I was going to wait until the end of this meeting and then go back to tell you. But now that Your Majesty has mentioned it, I will tell you first. Your Majesty should know Sister Yu's character best, and also know best Sister Yu's sacrifice for me. So what? Nan Donghuyue narrowed her eyes and said coldly, You want me to abdicate and become a concubine? Dream on. Impossible. I would rather die than surrender. Luo Qingzhou, he said quickly, Of course not. With your status as Your Majesty, how could you be a concubine? Nan Donghuyue immediately said coldly, Wei Mo can't be either. She is your legitimate wife, and she was born before me. She became your wife when you had nothing and were the most destitute and humble. She has always been with you silently. Of course, she can't be a concubine. At this point, she suddenly sneered again, and there seemed to be a hint of gloating in her eyes. Of course, there is another person who was originally above her, and was your most worthy wife. Even I couldn't shake her position. Unfortunately, she didn't cherish you and divorced you. Even if you regret it now, it's too late. If she comes in again, she will call me sister and serve me tea. And she must be a concubine. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to face her gaze. After struggling for a while, he still didn't dare to tell her the truth at this time. He bowed his hands and said, Your Majesty misunderstood. What I meant was, can you revise the marriage law and the Great Yin etiquette law to increase the number of wives to 3? Of course, there must be conditions. Only meritorious ministers, who have made great contributions to Great Yin, can do so. Bah! You are dreaming. Nandong Huiyue immediately rejected it, and stared at him and said, Don't even think about it. Even if I agree, those ministers will never agree. When I changed the number of wives to 2, it was extremely difficult. I almost had to kill the ministers to suppress their noise. You still dream of having 3 wives. It's just wishful thinking. Ah. The sound of the 2 people talking woke up the baby. Luo Qingzhou had to whisper, Your Majesty, let's talk about this after we go back. In fact, I have something else I want to tell Your Majesty. Let's tell Your Majesty together at that time. Maybe Your Majesty will agree. Dream on. Nandong Huiyue picked up the baby and glared at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to provoke her anger again, so he had to bow and retreat, saying, Then I will go to practice. After leaving the tent, it was quiet outside. He glanced at the tent not far away again, and then returned to his tent under the supervision of Ying Yuewu. Continue to break through. If he can break through to the realm of King of Martial Arts at this time, it would be the best. Just as he was concentrating and preparing to start, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. He took it out and took a look, and it turned out to be sent by his uncle. Zhu, haven't you broken through yet? Luo Qingzhou, not yet. Ready to try again. Zhu, come here. Your master is asleep. Luo Qingzhou, is there anything wrong with my uncle? I am ready to continue to break through the barriers. Zhu, I want to practice. Luo Qingzhou, wait a minute. I want to break through the barriers now. Zhu, I want to break through the barriers too. Let's do it together. Maybe I can help you. Luo Qingzhou's heart trembled. Chapter 1006. You are also someone I need to protect. The meeting begins. No need. Luo Qingzhou replied, and then put away the message. He couldn't help but sigh secretly. Did the master uncle know that he couldn't break through the Wu Wang? So he wanted to sacrifice himself to repay the favor? No matter what, he couldn't sacrifice the master uncle. Continue to break through the pass. He closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and began to practice the skills. In the Danhai, the airflow of various colors quickly gathered together, and then rushed to the meridians leading to the Wu Wang Pass. The energy surged up like a torrent. On the root of lightning, the 5-colored lightning sizzled and flickered, and the bones, muscles, internal organs, etc. in his body were constantly changing colors. However, after a night of breaking through the pass, there was still no gain. The pass was as solid as a rock, looking indestructible, without any damage, and even no signs of loosening. When it was almost dawn, he put away the skills and sighed secretly. Just as he took out the body-checking stone to check if the data had changed, the curtain at the door suddenly moved, and a figure flashed in. She was wearing a green dress, tall and slender, but her chest was particularly tall and majestic, and her slender waist was even more slender. There was a jade flute on her slender waist. Her cold face didn't seem to match her perfect figure. Luo Qingzhou's expression froze, and he said, Uncle Master, I want to practice. Linghu Qingzhou said expressionlessly. Luo Qingzhou refused. No. The two looked at each other for a while. Linghu Qingzhou said, I just want to practice. Luo Qingzhou was firm. It's impossible now, unless I break through to the martial king realm. Linghu Qingzhou looked at him and said, maybe we can break through together. Luo Qingzhou looked at her in silence for a while, and said, Uncle, I would rather stay in this realm forever and never break through. And I will never let you do that. Linghu Qingzhou looked calm, stared at him for a long time, and said, Did she tell you? Luo Qingzhou said, Yes. So, do you think I will sacrifice you for a breakthrough? Linghu Qingzhou lowered his head slightly, was silent for a while, and said softly, Break through the martial king realm. You can realize your wish. You can protect them and protect Dian. You don't have to live so hard and so heavy I just slightly insignificant person. I can have the current cultivation because of you. I am already very satisfied. You have so many people who need to be protected. And your baby. You? Uncle Master. Luo Qingzhou interrupted her, looked at her deeply and said, "Are you stupid? Aren't you also someone I need to protect? How can I sacrifice you to protect others?" Linghu Qingzhou looked up and looked at him, and said, "But I am him. You are no less humble than anyone else." Luo Qingzhou looked at her seriously. "In my heart, you are all the same. I would rather sacrifice myself than sacrifice any of you. I would rather give up my cultivation and never practice. And I would not let you suffer the slightest harm because of myself. Uncle Master, it's already now. Don't you understand?" Linghu Qingzhou stared at him for a long time, then turned around and walked out in silence. As the door curtain swayed, Yuying suddenly walked in and said, "When did she come in?" Luo Qingzhou said, "How should I know?" Yuying stared at him coldly for a while and said, "What did you do?" she cried. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, looked at her and said, "Do you want to know?" Yuying paused, and said coldly, "I want to." Luo Qingzhou nodded slightly and said, "Come here. Put your ear close to me." Yuying was slightly startled, walked over, bent down, turned her face sideways, and put her ear close to me. Luo Qingzhou whispered in her ear, "I won't tell you." After that, he closed his eyes and continued to practice. Yuying. The next day, the sun was shining. The huge square of Jiolong Island was full of people. On the stone platform in the middle, a middle-aged man in a white robe and with a dignified demeanor stood on it. This person is called Su Xinghe, an elder of Jiutian Yaotai and the person in charge of this Jiuzhou conference. For the sake of fairness, the three major immortal sects selected 3 elders to preside over this conference. At the same time, several respected independent cultivators were invited to sit in. After the voices around him gradually quieted down, Su Xinghe bowed to the surroundings and began to speak. After a polite greeting, Fan began to talk about the reasons, rules, procedures, etc. of this conference. This conference has gathered all the excellent countries and sects in the Jiuzhou continent. Everyone has come from afar, naturally not just to see the scenery, see friends, and chat. Since the first Jiuzhou conference was held, our purpose has been very clear. The cultivation resources in Jiuzhou continent are limited. Every country, every sect, and every cultivator on our continent needs cultivation resources. But not every cultivator and every country has the ability to get them. So, the cultivation resources belong to those who can. It has been 10 years since the last Jiuzhou conference. In these 10 years, many things happened during this period. Some countries disappeared. Some sects were destroyed. Some forces committed heinous crimes and were driven out of this continent. And some contracts have expired. Therefore, we have to redistribute the vacant cultivation resources. This time, the cultivation resources include 3 spiritual mines, more than 100 magic weapons, and some land. According to the previous rules, each of us participants needs to show our strength to compete for them. Of course, those who can be invited here are all powerful. However, the resources are limited, and only the strongest can get them. The people under the stage immediately whispered, 3 spiritual mines. I remember that there were only 2 spiritual mines at the last Jiuzhou conference, and they were both very small. But even so, in order to compete for those 2 spiritual mines, many practitioners were killed and injured, and even several masters of the Gi realm were killed. Humph! The 3 major immortal sects already have so many spiritual mines and cultivation resources. I heard that they are still fighting for them this time. They are simply greedy, and don't leave any way out for us small countries. Then join them. As long as you join their countries and sects. The cultivation resources are very rich. We don't want to be enslaved by them. They enjoy the benefits themselves. And send other countries and sects to deal with the dangers. I heard that in the last battle against the demons at the border of Dahian, the Mongol Empire and other countries lost tens of thousands of practitioners. Humph! We are not stupid. There is no way. Who let them be so powerful? It's good enough that they can leave some leftovers for us to grab, even if they monopolize these cultivation resources. What can we do? That's not the case. The 3 major immortal sects have a lot of cultivation resources, and they supervise each other. Besides, there are more than 3 sects in the Jiuzhou continent. If they do too much and don't leave any way for other practitioners, who will support them when they become the target of public criticism? Su Xinghe stopped talking, And when everyone had almost finished talking, he started talking about the rules of this competition. The rules are still the same as before. Many people here know them. But there are many newcomers here for the first time. So I have to repeat them again. We will start with land and some treasures. And finally the 3 spiritual minds. Anyone who wants them can sign up. And then we will compete on stage to decide the winner. Each country or sect can only get 3 items at most. But there is no limit to the number of competitions. That is to say, for a treasure, a country or sect can send all the cultivators to the stage to compete. Of course, it needs to be one-on-one. For the sake of fairness, the cultivation of the 2 parties in the competition cannot be too different. Of course, if one party is not convinced and must send a lower-level cultivator than the other party, we cannot stop the cultivators who have cultivated to die on the stage. But they must sign a life and death contract first. And they are responsible for their own life and death. The most important point. In this competition, no matter what injuries and conflicts there are on the stage, after the competition, you cannot retaliate for this reason. Otherwise, my 3 major immortal sects will never forgive you. Of course, I still advocate that everyone stop at the right time. Cultivation resources are indeed important. But if you keep your life, you will have another chance in the future. 10 years is a long time for ordinary people. But for us cultivators, it is just a few days of retreat. Instead of impulsively dying in this competition, it is better to be proud of it in the next competition. Su Xinghe also carefully explained many rules and the process of the competition. The cultivators gathered in the square around them listened and whispered. Some young cultivators were full of vigor and couldn't wait. They came to participate in this conference not only to compete for cultivation resources, but also to take the opportunity to stand out on this stage and in front of the cultivators of the entire Jiuzhou continent and earn some reputation. Maybe he was noticed by the people of the 3 major immortal sects and became their disciple. Or maybe he was seen by a big country or other big sects and invited to enjoy better training treatment. Su Xinghe talked for about a cup of tea before he finished everything. Then he announced the start of the meeting. The first thing to be brought to the stage was the land of a small country. Because the ruler of the country was evil. The people were living in poverty. And most of the citizens fled. The evil ruler and court officials were also killed. And the original citizens were unwilling to go back. So the land was vacant. The soil there is special. Many crops cannot survive. But it is rich in dozens of spiritual medicines that can be used to make elixirs. So it is also a popular training resource. After a middle-aged man finished introducing the land, many people began to come on stage to sign up. Many people who were not interested left one after another. After all, the land cannot be moved. And some forces are too far away. So it is useless to grab it. After listening to the rules and procedures of the competition, Luo Qingzhou left. After returning to the tent, he continued to practice and break through the barriers. In the evening, the day's competition ended. Other people in Dian also came back one after another, gathered together to discuss for a while, and then returned to their tents. Nandong Huiyue came to the tent where Luo Qingzhou practiced, and after he collected the skills, he told about today's situation. 2 pieces of land were won today, and one of the winners was a vassal state of Piamu Xinzong. During the competition, 1 person died and 5 people were injured. 2 people also signed a life and death contract, and both were injured. Luo Qingzhou listened quietly and did not interrupt. After Nandong Huiyue finished speaking, Fong sighed and said, "People died on the first day, and more people will probably die later. When it comes to the magic weapons and the 3 spiritual minds, the competition will probably be more intense. By then, the 3 major immortal sects may also send people to the stage. When they come to the stage, it is estimated that few forces will come to challenge." Luo Qingzhou said, "It is estimated that the later it is, the fewer people will come to the stage. However, for the good things in the future, anyone who dares to come to the stage should have great determination. So the competition will definitely be much more intense than it is now." Nandong Huiyue looked at him and said, Are we only fighting for the spiritual mind?" Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, "Of course not. If there are good magic weapons and other things, we will naturally fight for them. His Majesty and the Dean will make the decision. However, according to the rules, each faction can only get 3 items. We must fight for the last one, the spiritual mind." Nandong Huiyue was silent for a moment and said, "The Dean said that there is little hope. The Dean should have heard the news from a friend that the 3 major immortal sects are determined to get the spiritual mind this time. 2 of the large spiritual minds are said to have a lot of yuanshare. And they also produce mid-level yuanshi. Luo Qingzhou said. We have to give it a try. Is the Dean's current cultivation level at the peak of the return to one realm? Nandong Huiyue nodded and said. It is equivalent to the peak of the return to one realm. However, we have too few masters in Dian, and the Dean alone cannot deal with the return to one realm of the other sect. Luo Qingzhou asked. Your Majesty, do you know how many masters of the return to one realm there are in each of the three major immortal sects? Nandong Huiyue shook his head and said. This is their secret, and will not be announced. We can only know some of the ones we know, and those who often appear outside. There are many others who are practicing silently, and we don't know them at all. I have never heard of it. However, Jiutianyao must have the most masters in the return to one realm. Piaomu Xinzong had so many deaths last time, and its strength is estimated to be greatly reduced. However, there should still be many cultivators in the return to one realm. After all, those peak masters and elders are still there. Luo Qingzhou said calmly, don't worry. They won't just regard us as enemies. Since the two spiritual minds are so good, the three major immortal sects will definitely find ways to compete with each other. After they decide the winner, we will go up. Nandong Huiyue nodded and said, indeed. The Dean said so too. As the two were talking, an old and familiar voice suddenly came from outside. Dean Bai. Why didn't I see anyone from your Great Yen in the audience today? I thought you Great Yen didn't come to attend the conference this time. Luo Qingzhou and Nandong Huiyue looked at each other and walked out immediately. At this time, Bai Yishan and other people from Great Yen also walked out of the tent. Several people from Piaomu Xinzong, surrounded by an old man, walked over here. The old man was naturally the great elder Gong Yongyan of Piaomu Xinzong. Among them, Yu Yanglu and several other elders were also there. Bai Yishan bowed and said, we and the Yin are not interested in those things, so we came back first. Gong Yongyan and his men stopped in front of him, looked at him sharply, and said lightly, I haven't seen you for a few months. Dean Bai's cultivation seems to have improved again. Bai Yishan said modestly. Of course, I can't compare with Elder Gong Yang. Gong Yongyan looked at the people behind him again, and then stopped on Luo Qingzhou, but only stayed for a few seconds, then retracted his gaze and said lightly, Dean Bai, I came here this time to remind you. The contract signed between our Piaomu Xinzong and your De Yin was to be repaid once a year. Now that the one-year deadline has expired, I hope Dean Bai's yuanshi and treasures are ready. Bai Yishan was silent for a while, and when he was about to speak, Nandong Huiyue suddenly said, of course they are all ready. However, they are still in the palace. Wait until the end of this conference. In the end, the elders of the Ram sent someone to get it. Yongyan laughed again. Dean Bai, this time, you should also come to power? There are many treasures this time. With the ability of Dean Bai, you should win a few. Forgot. You have a lot of genius. But Dean Bai is alone. There was silence for a moment. Gong Yongyan bowed and said, goodbye. When they turned to leave, a woman in a purple dress behind Yang Tower suddenly said in a cold voice, Your Majesty, where is Yu Yao? She won't come. Will she? Nandong Huiyue's eyes turned cold. And she said, what does it have to do with you whether she comes or not? Why? You lost so miserably in front of her. And now no one teaches you a lesson. You are itching for trouble again? Lan Ling's face turned cold, and he sneered. If she dares to come, I will naturally avenge her. I'm afraid that she will lose her cultivation resources and the spiritual due of the skills, and she will be transformed from a once pure and innocent genius into an ordinary wife. And she will be too embarrassed to come again. Nandong Huiyue's eyes suddenly showed a hint of evil interest, and she said, Lan Ling, how about letting her current husband compete with you later? When Lan Ling was about to speak, Yu Yangla turned around and took a look. She hurriedly followed him, turned around and sneered. I hope that when I go to your Great Yen to get something, you will still be so stubborn. After that, she followed the people from Yu Yanglu and left quickly. Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes and slowly clenched her fists in her sleeves. At this time, the Taoist Yunshang next to him whispered, Your Majesty, have we really gathered so many gems and treasures? Nandong Huiyue loosened his fist and said lightly, Of course. Not only have we gathered them, but there are still more. If they have the opportunity to take them back at that time. The Taoist Yunshang's eyes flashed, and said, Your Majesty means, it doesn't matter. We Great Yen will abide by the contract. Nandong Huiyue said expressionlessly, turned his head, and looked to the side. Luo Qingzhou looked at the backs of those people, nodded, and said, "Your Majesty is right. We de Yin will of course abide by the contract. We will wait for them in Kyoto to get it." Chapter 1007. Sister Yu is very beautiful? Has she changed her appearance? At night, the starry sky is bright. The night sky over the ocean is particularly clear and charming, as if it is within reach. From outside the island, the sea fog is diffused and hazy, but looking out from the island, the entire starry sky and ocean are in full view, beautiful beyond words. The moonlight falls on the water, adding to the beauty. Luo Qingzhou and the queen sat on the grass outside the tent, quietly watching the night on this isolated island, enjoying this rare tranquility and beauty. Black tights, fiery red dresses, the majestic and cold queen of Dian in front of outsiders, at this moment, leaned on her husband's arms like a little bird. Yu Ying and other female guards were guarding not far away. In a tent not far away, someone stood at the door curtain, silently watching the intimate figures of the two. Damn it! He kissed and rubbed his ears with his concubine in front of his wife. It's so annoying. I'm going to let the bees bite them. Buzz buzz buzz. In the tent, Xiao Beiling put 2 fingers on his head and made a buzzing sound like a bee. He bit Xia Qian's shoulder and said angrily, "There is a bad son-in-law's smell here. Bite him." Xia Qian stood there without moving, looking through the gap in the curtain, staring at the 2 intimate figures not far away. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou seemed to have sensed it, and suddenly turned his head and looked at the woods not far away. But he didn't see anything. The baby's babbling and Yuewu's humming came from the tent. "Your Majesty, go in and rest early." "Well, you too." The 2 got up and separated outside the tent. Luo Qingzhou returned to his tent, took out the spiritual liquid, and continued to break through. The first night on the island passed peacefully. On the second day, the competition continued. This time, in addition to a piece of land, 2 magic weapons were also taken out. The battle was very fierce. After a whole day of competition, more than 10 people were killed and injured again. On this day, Luo Qingzhou did not go out. He hid in the tent alone to break through the barrier. In the evening, when he was making the last breakthrough today, he suddenly felt that the paths leading to the realm of King Wu seemed to have finally loosened. He was very excited. On the second, third, and fourth days, he did not go out, but continued to break through the paths in the tent. Yu Ying and the guards were guarding outside. Linghu Qingzhu was also alone, standing under a big tree not far away. 5 days later, the paths began to become weak, but no matter how hard he rushed, the paths did not change. He knew that the last step left might require physical stimulation and training. After nightfall, he slowly put away the skills. After calming down the surging energy in his body for a while, he habitually took out the body judging stone to check the data. Ever since the process was reset to 0 twice, he had a psychological shadow. Every time after practicing for a few days, he would take out the body judging stone to check the new data, fearing that it would be reset to 0 again. Fortunately, the data was normal. The progress of the Grandmaster's peak realm was still at 100. Only the last step left. The final step must not be taken lightly. After 10 days of breaking through the barriers, his meridians, acupoints and other organs in his body were all in pain from the impact of energy. Some meridians were even torn. He had to rest for 2 days before he could make the next breakthrough. However, breaking through the barriers behind closed doors obviously had no effect. He needed to fight. The tempering and sublimation of the body must not be achieved by meditation alone. Without the tempering of life and death, there is no way to soar into the sky. He put away the body judgment stone and looked outside, not knowing where the competition had gone. It is said that in 10 days, those treasures should have been fought over. It is estimated that the 3 spiritual minds will appear soon. In order for him to practice quickly, the queen gave him the heart of the spiritual mind, so that the lifespan of the spiritual mind into yin suddenly decreased, and it would be exhausted at any time. If the spiritual mind suddenly dried up one day, the entire de yin would suffer a catastrophe. Without vitality and yuanshi, how can practitioners practice again? Either stay in de yin or leave de yin and go to other places for practice. From now on, no new cultivators will appear in de yin. At that time, the entire de yin will collapse. So, this time he must win a spiritual mind for de yin. His Majesty and Dean Bai both said it lightly, and even told him to just focus on practicing and break through the barriers, and not to pay too much attention to this competition. But he knew in his heart that they actually cared more than anyone else, and were more anxious than anyone else. Today's De Yin has condensed all their efforts. How could they watch the spiritual minds dry up? Watch De Yin decline or collapse? In addition, Piao Xianzong is aggressive. The 1-year deadline has expired. According to Dean Bai's thoughts, he naturally wants to win some treasures in this competition, so that he can deal with the other party at that time. Otherwise, the other party will have a reason to do something more excessive to De Yin, and let De Yin fall into a place of no return. Therefore, Dean Bai and his team came to this conference with great determination. He naturally has no choice but to do it. Of course, he never thought about repaying the debt of Piao Xianzong. Signing a contract under duress is invalid. What's more, Piao Xianzong has other hatreds with them. This time, he came not only to win the spiritual mind for De Yin, but also to take the opportunity to avenge De Yin and Sister Yu, and to avenge the blood sea for the princess. So, of course, he had to go on stage. Since Piao Xianzong was determined to kill De Yin, then he would naturally not be soft-hearted. The last time he killed was not enough. This time, he wanted to make the other party completely collapse. What a bullshit 3 major immortal sects. His Piao Xianzong is not worthy at all. This time, he wanted to completely remove the other party from the list of immortal sects. Just as he was thinking about the competition, Yu Ying's cold voice suddenly came from outside. My young master is practicing and will not see guests. Oh, I thought he didn't come. It was the voice of Jiutian Yao Thai. Luo Qingzhou heard this, stood up and walked out, looking at the girl who was about to leave and said, Fairy Fenyo, is there something? Fenyo was about to leave, but she stopped and turned around, looking at him seriously for a few times, and said, I haven't seen you these days, and I thought you didn't come. I sent you a message but you didn't reply, so I came to see you. Luo Qingzhou apologized. I have been practicing in the tent these days, so I didn't check the news. What's the matter? Fairy Fenyo? Fenyo glanced at the tent behind him and said, Why didn't I see Miss Yao? Luo Qingzhou said indifferently, I haven't seen her either. Maybe she didn't come this time. Fenyo was slightly startled and said, Really? Then he said with some regret, What a pity. We wanted to see her current strength. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else. In the current situation, the 3 major immortal sects are all their competitors. Naturally, this also includes Jiutian Yao Thai. So, he naturally has to be vigilant. Fenyo glanced at him again and said, Master asked me to tell you that the previous promise is still valid. If you and Miss Yu Yao agree to join our Jiutian Yao Tai and our Yun Peak, she is willing to help you De Yin obtain a spiritual mind. Luo Qingzhou cupped his hands and said neither humbly nor arrogantly, Thank Fairy Qin Yao for me. I'm still saying it before. Miss Yu Yao, and I don't want to join any sect for the time being. As for the spiritual mind, we and De Yin will fight for it ourselves. Fenyo frowned slightly and said, Do you think we, like Piao Xianzong, want you and De Yin to join our Jiutian Yao Tai and become our puppets? We don't have that idea at all. My master just took a fancy to your and Miss Yu Yao's talents, and didn't have any other intentions. Luo Qingzhou said, I don't have any other intentions. I just don't want to leave De Yin. Fenyo said, I said before that you don't have to leave De Yin for the time being. Luo Qingzhou cupped his hands and said, Sorry. He didn't say anything else. Fenyo looked at him again, sighed softly, and said, Do you know how many cultivators on the Jiuzhou continent dream of joining our Jiutian Yao Tai and joining our Yun Peak? Even the holy son of Penglai Fairy Island dreams of marrying my Yun Peak. Luo Qingzhou's eyes moved, and he said, The holy son of Penglai Fairy Island? At this time, Nan Donghuiyue's sarcastic voice suddenly sounded beside him. That holy son should be the one who was rejected by Yu Yao before? Why? Yu Yao doesn't like him, and he wants to curry favor with your Jiutian Yao I again? Fenyo looked at her and said lightly, What is currying favor? It's just that everyone, the cultivator, wants to become stronger. So he made the right choice. Nan Donghuiyue suddenly asked curiously, Who did he propose to in your Yun Peak? Fenyo hesitated for a moment and said, My senior sister, Hong Yuan. Nan Donghuiyue smiled faintly and said, I have seen Fairy Hong Yuan. She is indeed beautiful and has a good figure. It seems that the vision of the saint has always been very good. And perhaps it is not just for cultivation. When he pursued Yu Yao and forced Yu Yao to marry him, in addition to Yu Yao's cultivation talent, wasn't he also attracted by her beauty? Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and his eyes looked at her. Sister Yu, although Sister Yu is very beautiful in his heart, Sister Yu's appearance is actually his heart suddenly trembled. And he looked around, and he didn't even dare to think about it anymore. If he thought in his heart that Sister Yu's appearance is actually very ordinary, would Sister Yu suddenly appear and give him an extreme cold freeze? Sister Yu's soul has merged with him. In this case, if he and his uncle practiced, ate with his majesty, traveled in the sky with Longer, or played with Shao Daiqiu, with Sister Yu. Thinking of this, he shuddered. My sister didn't agree. Fenyo said lightly, looked at Luo Qingzhou again, and turned away. Nandong Huiyue was stunned for a moment, and suddenly laughed out loud. The holy son of Penglai Fairy Island was rejected by a woman twice in a row, which is embarrassing enough. She seemed to be gloating. Luo Qingzhou walked to her side and whispered, Your Majesty, Miss Yao is very beautiful? Nandong Huiyue's eyes flashed, looking at him and said, You haven't seen it? You have such a close relationship with her. What does she look like? You don't know? Luo Qingzhou said, Just now. His Majesty said that the holy son of Penglai Fairy Island was attracted by her beauty. But the one I saw. Speaking of this, he glanced around and whispered, Did Sister Yu change her appearance? Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes and said, How do I know? I'm not familiar with her, and I haven't merged with her. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he didn't dare to ask again. Due to Fenyo's arrival just now, Bai Yishan and the others in dying came out of the tent. He hurriedly greeted everyone and then returned to the tent. Nandong Huiyue followed him in. Luo Qingzhou changed the subject and asked, What stage is the competition at? Are the three spiritual minds coming out soon? Nandong Huiyue walked to the chair and sat down, lying there diagonally, sighing. Tired, I couldn't sleep well at night because of the baby's noise, and I didn't have energy during the day. Luo Qingzhou hurried over, squatted beside her, helped her massage her shoulders and legs, and said, Your Majesty, you have worked hard. Nandong Huiyue glanced at him and said, How are you going in the breakthrough? Luo Qingzhou said, It should be the last step. If the physical body wants to break through, it naturally needs external stimulation. I'm waiting to go on stage for the competition. Nandong Huiyue was silent for a while, and said, There should be a chance tomorrow. There are still the last few magic weapons and a longevity pill tomorrow. The dean said that he will go on stage tomorrow to help you get the longevity pill back. The dean knows that your Wei-mo is weak and urgently needs this kind of spiritual pill. If you are in a hurry to break through, you can go on stage tomorrow. After all, it is not a spiritual mine. 3. No one from the great immortal sect should go up. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, I do need the longevity pill, but I can't go up tomorrow. I can only go up when the spirit mine comes out and the people from the Piaomio immortal sect go on stage. I can't expose my cultivation in advance. Nandong Huiyue looked at him for a while and said, Are you going to kill their people on the stage again? Luo Qingzhou gently pinched her shoulders and said lightly, The Piaomio immortal sect and our great Yin are already mortal enemies. Either he dies or we die. This time I have the opportunity to weaken their power on the stage, and I will naturally not let it go. Nandong Huiyue frowned slightly, sighed softly, and said, We are really fighting to the death with them. It is estimated that they have already found out that you and the demon clan killed their people at the border, but there is no definite evidence. They should have thought about revenge on us and want to kill you. So, if there is a chance, we really can't show mercy. But, what's wrong? Nandong Huiyue said solemnly, I heard that there are 2 spiritual minds this time, and the 3 major immortal sects are determined to get them. And there may even be Thunder Tribulation Masters on the stage. Luo Qingzhou's eyes fixed. Thunder Tribulation Masters? Nandong Huiyue nodded and said, But when the 3 major immortal sects compete on the stage, they will definitely stop at a certain point and will not kill each other. But if they meet people from other sects, or people from our great Yin compete with them, then they may not show mercy. Especially the Piaomio immortal sect. If you go on the stage, the other party will definitely find a way to kill you. Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said, When I will decide based on the situation. If I really can't win, I will not die in vain. I have the white lightning escape now. If I want to escape, no one can catch up with me. Your Majesty, don't worry. Nandong Huiyue looked at him gently and said, You are a family man, and you have a baby to protect. You can't fight as hard as before. I know. Are you hungry after practicing for so many days? Not bad. Eat something. The baby hasn't eaten well recently. If you don't eat, I will feel uncomfortable. Kneel down first. Later, it will be my turn to kneel. At dawn, Luo Qingzhou left the tent, left in the silent eyes of Yue Yuying, and entered his own tent. He took out the spiritual liquid and replenished the energy in his body. Hesitated for a while. He took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Sister Yu. I have something to ask you. Answer honestly. If you dare to lie, you are a puppy. After a while, the message came back. You are a puppy. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu. I met Fairy Fanyu of Jiutian Yaotai tonight. She still wants us to join Jiutian Yaotai. She said that as long as we agree, Fairy Qingyao will help us to seize a spiritual mine. I refused, and I also refuse for you. Sister Yu, oh. Luo Qingzhou, well, wait until we get back. Sister Yu? Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu. I also heard from Fairy Fanyu that the holy son of Pumlai Fairy Island, who was rejected by you before went to the Jade Maiden Peak of Jiutian Yaotai to ask for marriage, but was rejected again. Sister Yu, oh. Luo Qingzhou, where is Sister Yu? I will find you now. The other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou said again, I also heard from Fairy Fanyu that Sister Yu's appearance is unparalleled. Sister Yu, can you explain it? Sister Yu, you are a puppy. Luo Qingzhou? Sister Yu, you said that it was the puppy who lied. But it was Celia who said that to you. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched. Sister Yu, are you watching me from a distance? Or is it because your soul merged into my body that you can see and hear everything I do and say? Sister Yu, I don't know. Luo Qingzhou said, Sister Yu, then explain to me. Xiao Ya, why did you say you are beautiful? Sister Yu, do you mean that I am ugly? Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, no. I mean that Celia is arrogant. If she said that, it means that Sister Yu's appearance is extraordinary. Sister Yu, sure enough. In your heart, I am ugly. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu. No. I just want to ask. Do you change your appearance every time you see me? Sister Yu, no. Luo Qingzhou, really? Sister Yu, I'm sorry to disappoint you. My appearance is just like this. Ordinary. Ordinary. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu. I'm not disappointed. I actually like your current appearance. Ordinary. Ordinary is good. Sister Yu, as expected. You think I'm ugly? Block me. Luo Qingzhou? When he sent these 3 question marks, he suddenly found that he couldn't send it out. At the same time, a prompt suddenly appeared on the communication treasure. Sorry. You have been blocked by the other party. If you want to add again, please touch the other party face to face for a quarter of an hour. Both parties must hold the communication treasure tightly and look at each other for a quarter of an hour. Otherwise, the addition may fail. You can also kiss the other party and add instantly. Luo Qingzhou. What the H.L. Hold the communication disc tightly and touch it. Look into each other's eyes for a quarter of an hour. Kiss? Is this what happens when you block someone? What if it's a man? Is there something wrong with this communication disc? He stared at the communication disc in his hand for a while, then suddenly stood up, quietly walked out from the back of the tent, and walked towards Bai Wei's tent. Sister Yu actually blocked him again. How could he tolerate this? He must teach her a lesson and let her know who is the mighty and majestic, the champion and the king of the north, who cannot be offended, and her future high and mighty husband and the father of her beautiful daughter. In the tent, a figure slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 1008 Lover's Account. Lan Ling of the Return to One Realm. Cough. When he arrived in front of the tent, Luo Qingzhou coughed lightly. There was no response from inside. Luo Qingzhou could only whisper, Is Sister Yu here? I'm here to apologize. After a while, a cold voice came from inside. Not here. Then where is she? Luo Qingzhou asked, Miss Bai. Can you tell me? I don't know. Luo Qingzhou raised his eyes and looked around, and could only say, If Miss Bai sees her, please apologize to her on my behalf, and tell her that I have questions about cultivation that I want to ask her, and I hope she can see me. No one spoke inside. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the communication treasure in his hand, and had to leave. Just as he walked to the front of the tent, Yu Ying suddenly appeared, looked at him coldly and said, Where did you go? Luo Qingzhou said, To pee. Do you want to go for a checkup? Yu Ying looked at him, and said nothing more. Just as Luo Qingzhou was about to enter the tent, he suddenly asked, By the way, Yu Ying, I have a question for you. If I block you on the communication certificate, can you still add me? Yu Ying was silent for a moment, and said, Why do you want to block me? Luo Qingzhou reached out and patted her shoulder, saying, I don't want to block you. I just want to ask. If you block someone, What methods can the other party use to add you back? Ying stared at the expression on his face for a few seconds, and then said, if you are blocked by the other party, you must touch the communication certificate with the other party in person to add you back. Luo Qingzhou frowned and said, you can only touch the communication certificate in person. Touch the communication certificate? How long do you need to touch it? Are there any other conditions? Ying said, just touch it once. What are the other conditions that you mentioned? Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, for example, the communication certificate needs to be touched for a certain period of time, at least a quarter of an hour. Or when touching the communication certificate, you need to look at the other person affectionately. Or, that's a lover account, Ying said lightly, and then looked at him coldly and said, who blocked you? Lover account? Luo Qingzhou froze in place, and his head buzzed. Ying looked at him deeply and explained, a lover account is an account for a very close relationship. If it is deleted and blocked by the other party, the two people need to express love and closeness to each other before it can be regarded as reconciled by the communication certificate and can be added again. Luo Qingzhou was speechless. Then how can I set it as a lover account? Ying said, I don't know. I just heard about it. Luo Qingzhou was stunned. Ying looked at him and said, who blocked you? Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a while, then looked at her and said, do you want to know? Ying was about to nod, but suddenly narrowed her eyes again. Luo Qingzhou said, come. Put your ear close to me. Ying immediately rolled her eyes at him, turned around and left, and said coldly, young master, go to bed early. Don't run around anymore. Luo Qingzhou stood there for a long time, then walked into the tent in a trance. Lover account? He and Sister Yu are lovers' accounts? No wonder they need to look at each other affectionately for a quarter of an hour, and even kiss each other, before they can add each other again. But how does this seem like a dream? Did Sister Yu secretly set up this account? Although this Chuanqiu treasure was given to him by Xiaoya, it is impossible for Xiaoya to set it up. Even if Xiaoya wanted to set it up, she would set it up for Xiaoya and him, not Sister Yu and him. Only Sister Yu can take things from his storage ring at will. Besides Sister Yu, who else could it be? But when did Sister Yu set it up? Was it after he kissed her? Or after she expressed her feelings? Or a longer time? It turns out that Sister Yu has already regarded him as a lover. It turns out that he and Sister Yu have already been lovers. Thinking of this, he suddenly became excited. Suddenly, he had another thought. Does the lover account have other functions? It is impossible that these special functions are different from other people's accounts. There must be other functions. He thought about it carefully, and immediately took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Fairy Fan Yu. Fairy, are you there? I want to ask you something. The message came back quickly. Fairy Pink, you said. Luo Qingzhou, I heard that there are lover accounts in the communication treasure. Fairy, do you know what the different functions are between lover accounts and other people? Fairy Pink, lover account? I'll ask for you. The message came back quickly. Fairy Pink, Senior Sister said that there is indeed such an account. Two people in love can set up a lover account. As for the function, Senior Sister said she didn't know either. Luo Qingzhou, Fairy is asking others for me. Fairy Fanyo, I asked, but they didn't know. While Luo Qingzhou was thinking, Fairy Fanyo sent another message. Senior Sister Hongyuan said that if you join our Jiutianyao Tai, she is willing to set up a lover account with you, and then personally help you study the function of the lover account. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched. Thank Fairy Hongyuan for me. But I already have a lover. Fairy Fanyo, Senior Sister said. It doesn't matter. She can be your second lover. Luo Qingzhou, sorry. I already have many lovers. Fairy Fanyo. On the hillside in the distance, in the room of a certain spaceship, the laughter of several women suddenly came. Sister, you are rejected. People don't want you. Ha. If the saint of Penglai Island, who was rejected by you knew, I wonder what his expression would be. Ha. Hong Yuan was immediately angry and said, damn it! That kid is too much. You are still laughing. If it weren't for helping Master, I wouldn't use beauty to seduce you. The key is Sister's beauty. People don't like it. Pooh. Go away. What's so funny? You don't know how anxious Master is. The laughter suddenly stopped. Sister, is Master because of the breakthrough? Of course not. Master suddenly changed his mind and wanted to take that kid as his disciple. How could he use him to break through? That wouldn't be strange. Master agreed at the beginning. Why did he suddenly change his mind and take that kid as his disciple? And he was very anxious. Several people were all puzzled. Let me tell you. Master often went to Dian secretly some time ago. Why? Just to meet that boy. Probably to check his background and character, as well as his true cultivation talent. This is the first time I see Master care so much about someone. You say that boy is not Master's illegitimate child. Right? Shh. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful that Master hears it. I heard rumors outside that Master did have a marriage. But for some reason, it suddenly broke up. The other party's background is also very mysterious. And it seems that no one knows. Hong Yuan immediately said with a cold face, Okay. Shut up. Stop talking. How can a disciple secretly discuss Master's gossip behind his back? Senior sister, this topic seems to be raised by you. And you have been talking just now. We don't know these rumors. That night, Luo Qingzhou couldn't sleep all night. After dawn, he left the tent and found that there were already many people surrounding the huge square in front. After 10 days of competition, only the last few treasures are left. And they are all good things. So today's competition will definitely be more intense and exciting than before. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at Bai Weier's tent in Xianyan Pavilion not far away. At this time, Luo Ling, Luo Shang, and Liu Li Fairy all came out of the tent next to them. And Bai Weier walked out coldly. It's the last few days. Why hasn't Sister Yu come out yet? Luo Qingzhou was puzzled. Is Sister Yu hiding something? Or is she practicing in seclusion somewhere? Preparing to go further? While he was thinking, Nandong Huiyue suddenly came over, stretched out her hand and pinched his waist with her nails, whispering, Take out the communication certificate. I want to see it. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, What does your majesty want to see? Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes and said, I want to see which vixen you are in a lover account with. Luo Qingzhou said, With the princess. Nandong Huiyue's hand suddenly exerted force. How dare you lie? Meiju doesn't understand these things at all. Even I don't know. How can she? Luo Qingzhou was surprised. It has become a lover account. Is it difficult for a human account? Nandong Huiyue said with a thrust, Of course. It is difficult. Bai Yishan was about to come over with other martial arts. It seemed to see that the queen was holding him, and suddenly smiled and went directly to the square in front. Luo Qingzhou shouted quickly, Dean, wait for us. They all laughed. Luo Qingzhou was speechless for a while. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly followed behind and glanced at Yuying beside him. Yuying saw him looking at her and immediately looked away. Yuewu held the baby and giggled on the side. The other female guards surrounded them and protected them in the middle. I'll hold it for a while. Luo Qingzhou saw the baby and immediately went over to hold it in his arms. The little guy was looking around with his big black eyes, not afraid of the noisy environment at all. According to Luo Qingzhou's idea, he shouldn't have brought this little guy. But the queen said that he was a member of the royal family, and this little bit of power was nothing. There would be many storms in the future, so he naturally had to see and experience more from a young age, so that he could have a strong heart in the future. At this time, the sky was already bright. The fiery red morning sun was rising slowly from behind the green mountains not far away. The sun fell on the battle platform in the middle of the square. The remaining blood there had been cleaned up, but it still made many practitioners around feel lingering fear. Many people saw with their own eyes how those practitioners were seriously injured or directly killed. But cultivation is like this, fighting against heaven and people. Sometimes, even if you know you may die, you must fight with all your might. Otherwise, you can only annihilate everyone. Su Xinghe, the elder of Jiuyan Yaotai, quickly walked onto the stone platform and announced the prizes for today. 2 top-grade magic weapons, 1 spiritual treasure, and 1 longevity pill. As soon as the news came out, everyone in the audience was excited. There are spiritual treasures. The 3 major immortal sects are willing to give them away. I thought that such good things had been privately divided by them long ago. They are not short of spiritual treasures. And since they want to convince the world of this conference, they naturally have to take out some good things. That longevity pill. Our Songnan country must get it this time. Just take it back to celebrate the birthday of the king. Here in Dian, everyone was also whispering. Zhuang Jian said, We can fight for that spiritual treasure in Dian. If Piaomu Xianzong goes to our Dian to ask for something, at least we can deal with it. Others also nodded in agreement. Bai Yishan said, Let's not fight for the spiritual treasure. Save your strength and fight for the longevity pill. We should also have a chance for the small spiritual mine behind. Ma Chenzi of Huashan sect said worriedly. Dean Bai, are you sure that the 3 major immortal sects will not take the stage for the small spiritual mine? Baishan glanced at the other side of the battle stage and said, "What they care about is the other two large spiritual minds. Even if the Pyamyu Immortal sect is targeting us, they should save their strength and prepare to fight for the two large spiritual minds. So I may have a chance for the small spiritual mind." The Taoist on the clouds whispered, "Does Dean Bai know the strength of the masters of other sects and other countries?" Baishan shook his head and said, "There must be a lot of masters. After all, those who dare to fight for the spiritual veins are all big sects and big countries. So we may have a lot of tough battles to fight next. And everyone should be mentally prepared in advance." While the few people were talking, Su Xinghe on the stage had already announced the start of registration. Baishan waited for a moment and walked up. "What they? De Yen? We're going to fight for was the longevity pill." So he only signed a piece of paper. Across the stage, in the crowd of Pyamyu Xinzong, Yu Yangla saw him coming on stage. His eyes flashed, and he looked at the others. After a moment, Lan Ling walked onto the stage, glanced at the list, picked up a pen, and signed her name and sect on the list of people competing for the longevity pill. Su Xinghe glanced at her, a little surprised, and said lightly, "Your sect is interested in the longevity pill." Lan Ling said respectfully, "It's not my sect's intention. But the elder in my family is old and weak, and he doesn't have much time left. So I want to do my filial piety and win a longevity pill for him to take back." Su Xinghe didn't say anything after hearing this, but just nodded slightly. Lan Ling bowed and retreated. When she retreated from the stage, she looked up at the crowd opposite, but still didn't see the familiar figure. Still not showing up. "Humph. If you don't dare to come, then I can only use the rest of your great yin to test my new strength in the return to one realm." Chapter 1009. Your wife is so cute. On the stage, the competition began. The first thing to fight for was a green sword called Detective Demon. This sword is a top-grade magic weapon. According to Su Xinghe, this sword can easily detect the demonic energy within 1,000 meters around it even without being unsheathed. Moreover, its power is also extremely amazing, and it is specifically designed to defeat demons. So for sword cultivators, it is naturally a rare treasure. The first to go on stage were practitioners from two major sects. A Taoist priest with a long sword on his back. A tall, burly bald man. The two introduced themselves briefly and started fighting. Luo Qingzhou's eyes passed through the stage and looked at the people from the Pyamyu Immortal sect on the opposite side. Lan Ling just went on stage to sign up, and he naturally saw it clearly. He was still worried that she had been scared by the competition at the border of the Yin, and she didn't dare to go on stage again. In that case, it would be difficult for him to kill her. Now, she actually offered herself to him, so he didn't have to wait until later. Originally, he was going to wait until the fight for the spirit mind before going on stage. But now it seems that he has to go on stage in advance. He naturally has to do it himself to avenge the princess's father's murder. This is what he promised the princess. However, since Lan Ling went on stage to register, other people from Pyamyu Xinzong should also go on stage. I just don't know who will take action. At this time, Zhuang Jian next to him suddenly snorted coldly and said, "Does Pyamyu Xinzong not preserve its strength to compete for the spirit mine? The spirit mine hasn't come out yet, and they are going to sign up to go on stage. Are they so impatient?" Baishan sighed. "It should be because they saw me go on stage to sign up just now." Master Ning Yuan clasped his hands together and said, "Amitabha, it seems that they don't want us to Yin to win anything. This hatred is really difficult to resolve," Luo Ling said coldly. "From the day they tore up the treaty and secretly sent people to massacre our Xianyun Pavilion and Lingshao sect, this hatred can no longer be resolved. Moreover, there is hatred at the border. Their elders and disciples were annihilated, and naturally they will be counted on our great Yin. They killed our great Yin soldiers and civilians in Macheng and humiliated our great Yin generals. We will never forget this hatred." The Taoist on the cloud sighed and said, "This hatred is naturally unsolvable. We have to think about how to deal with this disaster. Although we have signed a contract with the other party before, judging from the other party's previous despicable behavior, I am afraid that they will still find ways to target our great Yin until they completely trample our great Yin under their feet." The others were heavy in their hearts. The other party is one of the three major immortal sects in the Jiuzhou continent. Although many people have been lost at the border of Great Yin, its overall strength is still not comparable to that of a small country like them. The sects and countries controlled by the other party alone are all unshakable by their great Yin. If the other party really disregards everything and concentrates all its efforts on their great Yin, then their great Yin will probably not last for one round, and will completely collapse. Baishan saw everyone's worries and said comfortingly, "Don't worry too much for now. After all, Piaomu Xianzong has just signed a contract with our great Yin. And it was signed under the witness of Jiutian Yao Tai and Penglai Xiandao. Even if the other party wants to attack us again, they won't dare to be too blatant. As long as we deal with it carefully, and don't give the other party a legitimate reason or opportunity, there is still room for maneuver." Boom! At this moment, the burly man on the stage broke the ribs of the soul-cultivating Taoist priest with a punch and sent him flying. Just as the man was about to move forward, the Taoist priest immediately raised his head and said, "I give up." After saying that, he spat out a mouthful of blood. This Taoist priest was at the initial stage of the spiritual transformation realm, and the burly man was only at the late stage of the Grandmaster realm. But from the very beginning, the burly man's powerful blood and chi power had already made the Taoist priest's spirit breathless. The gap between body cultivation and soul cultivation can be seen. The Taoist priest was carried down, and after the burly man went down to rest for a while, he stepped onto the battle stage again. This time, the Taoist priest sent a body-cultivating practitioner to the stage to continue the challenge. Both sides seemed to be determined to win the monster detective sword. The two soon began to fight. Until noon, the battle for the sword has finally come to an end. A total of 3 sects and 2 countries sent practitioners to participate in the battle. They suffered injuries to each other, but no one died. The competition has reached the final stage, and everyone is relatively restrained. After all, those who can participate in the final competition are all big sects and big countries. They have friendships with each other, or they will give each other a face. Su Xinghe came on stage and announced the start of the second competition. The competition this time is still a top-grade magic weapon, named Zhaoshan, which is a black iron hammer. Su Xinghe picked it up lightly with one hand, but the iron hammer quickly grew larger, and in a blink of an eye it had become a super giant hammer that almost covered the entire battle platform. Su Xinghe raised it above his head and waved it lightly. A terrible aura immediately crushed the surrounding practitioners, and their faces changed, and they retreated one after another. This mountain-chopping hammer is very suitable for those who are born with supernatural powers and practice body cultivation. Although it is only a top-grade magic weapon, it can easily exert the power of a spiritual treasure when combined with the powerful explosive power of the body cultivator. As he introduced it, he gently waved it above his head, as if he was lifting a mountain, which amazed the practitioners. "I, sure Pasan, want this hammer. If anyone dares to snatch it from me, I will beat his brains out." As soon as Su Xinghe finished his introduction, a muscular boy over 2 meters tall jumped onto the battle platform. Su Xinghe put away the warhammer, glanced at him calmly, and said, "Go and sign up first." The burly young man said, "I can't write." At this time, a burly old man wearing a black scarf hurriedly came to the stage and scolded, "Ashen, don't be rude." Then he hurriedly bowed to Su Xinghe and said, "Elder Su, we are from the Tianqiong sect. This is my intersect disciple. I have never seen the world. This is my first time out. I don't know the etiquette. I hope Elder Su will not blame me." Su Xinghe smiled faintly and said, "So you are a disciple of the Tianqiong sect. No wonder you are so strong. It doesn't matter. Go and sign." The old man quickly agreed and pulled the young man to sign. This signing is different from the previous registration. It requires confirming the identity and signing a life and death contract. One person signs, and the entire sect, or the entire country where the cultivators are located, can participate in the competition. After the 2 of them left, others came up to sign. However, not many people came up this time. Only a few people. These people should have heard of the name of Tianqiong sect. After all, it is the most powerful sect under Penglai Fairy Island. It is said that there is also a Master of Thunder Tribulation in its sect. Its strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, even for the sake of Penglai Fairy Island, other countries and sects are unwilling to compete again. Although this competition is a fair competition, there are still many sects and countries that look at people and serve them differently. After all, in the Jiuzhou continent, no one wants to offend the 3 major immortal sects. The competition begins. Only 2 countries and 2 sects participated in this competition, and they all stopped at a certain point. In the end, there was no surprise, and Tianqiong sect won. The burly young man named Sherpasan won the warhammer as he wished. Although his body was covered with scars, he was grinning with joy. However, when he stepped off the stage, his eyes suddenly turned to the yin, and fixed on Nandong Huiyue, who was standing tall in a fiery red dress. He paused for a moment, shouldered the warhammer, stepped off the stage, and then walked towards the people of Dayan, stopped in front of Nandong Huiyue, grinned, and said, "Master, I still want to marry a wife. I like this girl. She is so cute." The burly old man walked over, glanced at the people of Dayan, and also fell on Nandong Huiyue, but did not say anything to stop him. Luo Qingzhou stood in front of Nandong Huiyue, blocking the young man's gaze, and said, "Sorry? She is already my wife." Sherpasan was stunned for a moment, looked at him, and said, "Are you married?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Yes. And there is a baby." At this time, the baby in Yuewu's arms cried yeah 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 at the right time. Sherpasan took another look at the baby in her arms, and suddenly said in a frustrated tone, "Hey, I finally fell in love with a girl, but she already has a baby." As he said that, he grinned again and looked at Luo Qingzhou and said, "Brother, you are so lucky. I envy you. Your wife is so cute." After that, he waved his hand and left with the war hammer. The burly old man looked at the people of Dayan again, and followed behind. The female guards, who surrounded the queen as if they were facing a great enemy, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Qingzhou retreated to the side of the queen and took a look at her. Nandong Huiyue pinched him again, raised her chin slightly, and whispered with pride in her eyes, "Husband, you are so lucky to have such a lovely wife." Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "I am indeed lucky." Nandong Huiyue snorted, "Then will you go out and mess around with other women in the future?" Luo Qingzhou looked at the stage and said, "No." At this time, Su Xinghe on the stage said, "There is one last treasure today. You should all know the effects of this longevity pill. I will not introduce it in detail. Time is running out. Try to end today's competition before dark. Those who are interested in this longevity pill need to go on stage again to sign, verify their identity, and sign a life and death contract." As soon as the words fell, someone walked up. There are still many people interested in the longevity pill. After all, everyone wants to prolong their life, especially those practitioners who are stuck in a bottleneck and cannot break through. They are more in urgent need of this longevity pill to gain precious time. Just as Bai Yishan was about to go up, Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, "Dean, you should save your strength and wait for the spiritual mine tomorrow. The spiritual mine is of vital importance to our great yin. You are the most advanced cultivator in our great yin, so don't go on stage today." Bai Yishan turned his head and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou said, "I'll go up. The longevity pill is very important to me personally, so I'll." "Qingzhou, what are you doing?" At this time, Fairy Zixia suddenly called out behind him. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and turned his head to look. Lenghu Qingzhou, dressed in green, suddenly walked onto the stage alone, picked up a pen, and signed her name and the life and death contract. And standing next to her was Lan Ling, who had just walked onto the stage. Chapter 10:10 Final Battle. Signatures completed. After Su Xinghe carefully checked everyone's identity, he announced the start of the competition. The contestants included 5 countries and 3 sects, including Piamu Xianzong. Everyone was surprised to see that Piamu Xianzong also signed a life and death contract. 3 countries and 1 sect voluntarily withdrew from the competition. The remaining 2 countries were Dayan and Jin. The remaining 2 sects were Piamu Xianzong and Tianxiong sect, which had just participated in the competition. At this time, the practitioners in the audience had begun to discuss in a low voice. Didn't they say that the 3 major sects would only fight for the 2 large spiritual mines? Why is the Piamu sect going to take the stage now? Isn't this bullying? Someone should need that longevity pill. Humph. It's probably aimed at Dayan. Back then, at the border of Dayan, the Piamu sect lost all its face. Which one is Dayan? That's over there. See, the one in the red skirt protected in the middle is the Queen of Dayan. TSK. Such a small country actually killed so many talented disciples of the Piamu sect on the stage. And now it's still safe and sound. It seems that Dayan is not simple. At this time, Su Xinghe had someone make the lots. The 4 teams just drew lots to decide each other's opponents, and the 2 winning teams would enter the final competition. This way, a lot of time can be saved. The 4 teams drew lots in turn. Su Xinghe and the 2 gray-robed old men took the lots in their hands and unfolded them to check directly. It just so happened that Dayan and Tianxiongzong caught each other and became opponents. The remaining battle was naturally between Jinghe and Piao Xianzong. A golden-haired old man from Jinghe suddenly said pooh and said bad luck. then turned around and whispered with others. Then, one of the old men left the crowd and walked towards Jiao Tian Yao Tai. The reason why they were not afraid of Piao Miao Xianzong was that they were a vassal state of Jiao Tian Yao Tai, and their old king had amazing cultivation talent. After abdication, he became an elder of Jiao Tian Yao Tai. They were also very interested in the longevity pill. However, now the first opponent was directly Piao Miao Xianzong, and they immediately hesitated, so they sent someone to ask Jiao Tian Yao Tai for his opinion. Not long after, the old man came back, whispered a few words to others, and then went on stage to tell Su Xinghe that he would withdraw from the competition. In this way, Piao Miao Xianzong would have a bye. De Yin and Tian Xiongzong will fight a decisive battle, and the winner will continue to fight Piao Miao Xianzong. Seeing this, all the cultivators below the stage started to discuss again with dissatisfaction. At this time, Yu Yanglu of Piao Miao Xianzong suddenly walked onto the stage, bowed to the crowd and said, "The competition for this longevity pill is because our disciples need it, not because of greed or bullying." After discussing with the elders, in this competition for the longevity pill, our Piao Miao Xianzong will only send out 3 people at most. And no matter the victory or defeat, there will be no more people on the stage. These words suppressed the discussion a little. After Yu Yangli finished speaking, he bowed to Su Xinghe on the side and walked off the stage. In fact, with their status as Piao Miao Xianzong, they naturally didn't need to go on stage to explain to everyone. This explanation was not entirely for other sects and countries, but for the other 2 major immortal sects, for fear of causing dissatisfaction on the other side. After all, they will have to compete for the spiritual mind later, and everyone knows that their Piao Miao immortal sect has a grudge against De Yin, so naturally they can't do it too obviously. Su Xinghe glanced at the audience and announced the official start of the competition. The first person to come on stage from Tianqiong sect was a young man named Jia Song. The young man had long gray-brown hair, was nearly 2 meters tall, had bare arms, bulged muscles, and carried a 9-foot-long golden broadsword on his shoulders. His pupils were also golden, and his whole aura was particularly fierce. And his cultivation level was the early stage of the Grandmaster. When everyone in De Yin saw this, and was discussing who would go up first, Fairy Zixia said, "This person seems to be born with supernatural power, and his swordsmanship should also be very fierce. It just so happens that my fists haven't fought such a hard battle for a long time. Let me go up in this competition." Everyone looked at her. Bai Yishan thought for a moment and nodded. "It's just right for Master Zixia to go up. It's just right for young people to face young people. But be careful. This person's pupils are golden, and there is also a layer of light golden light on his skin. His explosive power and defense should be very strong. Master Zixia must not be careless." Fairy Zixia nodded and walked onto the battle stage. Zhuang Jiyan turned his head and looked at Linghu Qingju next to him, wondering, "Qingju, why did you go up to sign just now? It is said that with this girl's personality, it is impossible for her to take the initiative to do such a thing." Linghu Qingju's eyes passed through the battle stage and looked at the crowd of Piao Miao Xianzong opposite. He was silent for a while and said, "Revenge." "Revenge?" Zhuang Jiyan was stunned when he heard this. And then he remembered that she was almost killed because of her soft heart in the competition at the border of Dian. "Revenge is indeed necessary." Zhuang Jiyan nodded and said, "But don't be careless. By the way, Qingju, what is your current level of cultivation? Last time I asked Zixia, she hesitated and didn't tell me." Linghu Qingju paused and said calmly, "In the early stage of Gi, late stage of Grandmaster." As soon as these words came out, Zhuang Jiyan's body was shocked and his mouth opened wide. Luo Ling and Luo Shang from Xianyun Pavilion, as well as Master Ning Yuan and others from Jinshan Temple, and even Bai Yishan, all had stunned expressions on their faces. Gui Gi Realm? Grandmaster late stage? For a moment, everyone froze in place, their faces dull. You know, Luo Ling, the ancestor of Xianyun Pavilion, is only in the late stage of Huash Realm, and the ancestor of Lingshao sect, Zhuang Jiyan, is only at the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm. You are at a higher level than your ancestor? And he is practicing both body and soul. How did he practice? Amidba. Monster. Monster. When this news came out, it was like a bolt from the blue, and everyone in De Yin was stunned. Zhuang Jiyan was even more speechless. "Master Linghu, how did you practice? The last time I saw you, you were only at the early stage of the spiritual transformation realm. I remember that a year ago, when Master Linghu went to my Qingyun temple, He was only at the late stage of the Grandmaster and the spiritual refining realm. The more they talked, the more shocked and unbelievable they felt. Ling Hu Qingju still had a calm expression on his face, but he secretly glanced at someone in front of him. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the stage. The practitioners around the stage all took a breath of cold air. On the battle stage, the fairy Zixia, who was wearing a red skirt, actually waved her huge fist with a flashing fist light, and collided head-on with the sword of the young man named Jia Tsong. The air wave rolled. Both figures were shocked and retreated backwards. Jia Tsong stood firm, immediately held the sword with both hands, roared, and instantly swung the sword to roll up the sword light storm, sweeping away again. The tall and burly body and the fierce golden sword in his hand formed a sharp contrast with the tall and slender figure in a red skirt opposite. However, what surprised everyone was that the fist of the slender and delicate woman turned out to be extremely huge, like a hammer, and boomed at the blades. The two of them fought with swords and fists, fierce against fierce, and their moves were fierce and violent, like a storm. In a blink of an eye, they had fought hundreds of moves, and they became more and more courageous. Zixia is so strong. I really didn't expect that she was so young and had broken through to the Grandmaster level. That girl was born with supernatural power since she was a child, and the skills she practiced have always been based on toughness. But her temper is not hot at all. Senior Zhuang's generation of Lingxiao sect is really full of talents, which is enviable. Although Zhuang Jian was a little embarrassed, he was also very pleased and proud, and sighed. No wonder people say that the waves behind push the waves in front, and each wave is higher than the other. I can be said to be worthy of the ancestors of Lingxiao sect. The two people on the stage fought fiercely for another half an hour, but there was still no winner. After a brief pause, Jia Tsong held the knife in both hands, grinned and said, "Very good. Jia Tsong, haven't fought so happily for many years. Miss Zixia, next time, I won't show mercy." Fairy Zixia clenched her fists and said with a cold and arrogant face, "Me too." After that, the two fought again. The knife light and fist light collided violently at a very fast speed, and the huge sound of airflow explosions came continuously on the stage. Another half an hour later, the two separated in the explosive air wave and fell to the ground. They both retreated a distance before stopping. At this time, both of them were sweating, panting, and exhausted. The two had fierce moves and great power, but they also consumed a lot of energy in their bodies. After more than an hour of fierce fighting, they were now at the end of their strength. Jia Tsong panted, looked at the other side with admiration and said, "Miss Zixia, you and I are evenly matched, and it is difficult to tell who will win. Let's not waste time. Why don't we shake hands and call it a draw?" Fairy Zixia raised her chin slightly and said, "Sorry. I must win this round. My Great Yin is a small country, not as good as your Tianqiong sect, and we can't afford to lose a round. We are determined to get that longevity pill." Jia Tsong's eyes flashed, and he stared at her for a few more times. Suddenly, he put away the golden knife in his hand and bowed his hands and said, "In this case, then this round, Jia admits defeat. Jia claims to be born with supernatural power. No one at the same level can resist my 72 swords of opening the sky." But Miss Zixia resisted with her fists and did not lose. Jia admires her very much. This round, Jia is ashamed of himself and admits defeat. Fairy Zixia clenched her fists, not letting down her guard at all, and said coldly, "Then you go down first." Jia Tsong smiled slightly. His eyes brightened, and said, "Miss Zixia is so cute." Then he bowed to Su Xinghe in the corner and said, "Senior, this round, I admit defeat." Su Xinghe nodded and announced, "First round, Dian wins." Fairy Zixia then slowly put away her skills, and her two huge fists quickly turned back to their original small pink fists, and the fierce momentum on her body also quickly subsided. She respectfully made a salute to Su Xinghe, then turned around and walked down the stage. Jia Tsong suddenly said, "Fairy Zixia, excuse me, are you married?" Fairy Zixia was stunned when she heard this, then turned her head and smiled, with bright eyes and white teeth. "As beautiful as a flower, of course I am married, and I have several children." After that, her red skirt fluttered, like the charming sunset in the sky, and she floated down the stage. Jia Tsong stayed on the stage, his face a little stiff. "Brother Jia, come down quickly. I will fight in the second round." The burly young man named Sherpatian suddenly jumped onto the stone stage carrying the war hammer he had just won, and looked at the people of Diyin below the stage with a defiant look, saying, "Who will come to fight in Diyin?" The people of Diyin looked at him, and the war hammer on his shoulder, all with solemn expressions. This man is a mid-stage grandmaster, and his defense and explosive power are stronger than that of Jia Kong. He was injured in the previous competition, but he recovered so quickly. The power of his war hammer is at the level of spiritual treasure, plus his own strength. I am afraid that even a late-stage grandmaster will find it difficult to defeat him. When everyone was discussing in a low voice, Shuangjian sighed and said, "It seems that I have to fight in this round. Although it is not good to bully the weak with the old. We in Diyin are not comparable to the big sections. I'll go." At this time, a cold voice suddenly sounded beside him. Chapter 10:11 Electric Shock. As soon as the words fell, the temperature around them suddenly rose. Everyone turned their heads to look. Their queen. Her red skirt fluttered slightly, and a scarlet flame mark appeared between her eyebrows. At this moment, her momentum suddenly changed. She had changed from being calm and restrained just now to being particularly unruly and aggressive, like a ball of fire about to burst into flames. "No!" Luo Qingzhou decisively refused. At this time, the baby in Yue's arms seemed to feel the mother's fiery momentum and began to twist and turn restlessly. Baishan also said, "Your Majesty, you are the king of a country, so don't go on stage. Besides, the prince is still here." The flame mark between Nandong Huiyue's eyebrows jumped slightly, and he said coldly, "It is precisely because I am the king of a country that I must lead the troops and fight for the country." Zhuangjian also hurriedly said, "If your Majesty goes on stage in person, where will we be? Although my great Yin is a small country, and there are not as many masters as the other side, your Majesty can't take the risk. Let me go up." "Don't argue." Luo Ling of Xianyan Pavilion suddenly spoke, looking ahead and said, "Someone has already gone up." Everyone was startled and immediately turned their heads to look. Linghu Qingzhu, dressed in green, has already walked up the steps. The figure that looks a little frail and thin forms a sharp contrast with the tall and burly young man on the battle stage. On the battle stage, Sherpasan carried the war hammer and looked at the woman who came up. He couldn't help but grin. "Are there only women in your great Yin? And they are all so weak that I can't bear to fight." Linghu Qingzhu went up to the battle stage and stood in front of him, looking even weaker. A jade flute was pinned to her slender waist, and the towering chest was tightly bound and hidden. Her black hair like a waterfall was also tied together by an ancient wooden hairpin. She looked cold and calm. She didn't reveal any aura of a cultivator. She just stood there quietly, like an ordinary woman. There was a noisy discussion from the audience. What the young man said is that there are only women in Diyin. 2 rounds in a row have been played by women, and the opponent is a body cultivator with natural supernatural power. The size and momentum of the two are too different. The defense of Tianxiongzong is so strong that I am afraid that if I stand there and let the woman hit me, she probably won't be able to hit me. Have all the men in Diyin died? This girl can't bear to watch. That guy's hammer is so big and his strength is so scary. I guess the woman will be gone with this hammer. Alas. At this time, Su Xinghe on the stage announced, "The competition begins." Sherpasan waved the war hammer in his hand and grinned, "Girl, I will give you a few light hammers first. If you can't resist, admit defeat immediately, so that I won't be too excited to hurt you later. To be honest, I feel embarrassed to fight with you." Linghu Qingzhu stood there without moving or speaking. The green dress on her body and the green hair behind her began to flutter slightly. At the same time, 2 sword shadows appeared in her eyes. "So he's a swordsman." Sherpasan smiled, and the hammer in his hand lit up with a whoosh. Then he held the hammer handle with both hands, and with a whoosh sound, he spun around and smashed the hammer over. Linghu Qingzhu dodged. Sherpasan did not stop, and spun around again, smashing the hammer in his hand again. Linghu Qingzhu still relied on her agile and light body to dodge. Sherpasan hit more than 10 hammers in a row, but all hit nothing, and immediately shouted, "Girl, I'm going to use all my strength. This time, you can't dodge." After that, he roared, and the hammer in his hand instantly turned into a sky full of hammer shadows, covering Linghu Qingzhu on the opposite side. At this time, Linghu Qingzhu did not dodge again. She stood there without moving, but suddenly dense green sword shadows appeared around her, like an airtight shield, protecting her inside. Boom! 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 Sherpasan's hammer suddenly hit the sword shadow shield in front of her like a storm, and a deafening sound of airflow explosions rang out. But after hundreds of hammers, those sword shadows were actually safe and sound. At this time, the expression on Sherpashan's face suddenly became solemn. The eyes of the cultivators watching below the stage also lit up and were surprised. This woman's sword intent is so powerful. Just relying on the sword shadow formation, she can withstand the heavy hammer of the young man. She is really capable. The Yen is really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. No wonder they were able to surprise and make Piao Miao Xianzong lose face so much. On the battle stage, after Sherpashan smashed hundreds of hammers, he suddenly got angry and roared suddenly, urging all the power of the war hammer in his hand. The war hammer suddenly became bigger, like a small mountain, smashing towards those sword shadow shields. Break it for me! Boom! Sure enough, as soon as the huge war hammer fell, the sword shadow shields were shattered. But the figure behind the sword shadow had disappeared. Sherpashan was not panicked at all. His defense is abnormal, invincible at the same level. Even a cultivator who is one level higher than him may not be able to break his defense in a short time. Huh? He waved the war hammer with both hands, and suddenly spun around, instantly sealing off all the surrounding space. The green figure appeared in a corner not far away, and did not use his agility to sneak attack him. Sherpashan grinned and said, "Girl, the sword formation has been broken. If you have any tricks, just use them. I can wait for you to cast a spell." Linghu Qingju stood there without moving or speaking. After she came on stage, she didn't say a word. "Are you a mute?" Sherpashan was puzzled. So he had to wave the war hammer and rushed up on his own initiative, shouting, "Girl, I'm going to knock you out with this hammer." Swish. At this moment, a scene that everyone in the audience didn't expect happened. The green figure standing in the corner suddenly raised her finger and shot out a green air sword. Then, her 10 slender fingers were raised one after another. Swish. 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 Instantly, densely packed chi swords of various colors flew out from her fingers, looking extremely gorgeous and spectacular. The audience couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Some girls even exclaimed, "So cool! So beautiful! I want one too!" Sherpashan didn't take it seriously at first, thinking that he could ignore these chi swords with his shield and defense. So he ignored them and rushed forward with his war hammer. But when several air swords hit him, his heart suddenly condensed. He stopped, and immediately swung the war hammer in his hand to hit the flying air swords. The protective light shield on his body was easily pierced by those air swords. At the same time, the golden armor on his skin was also hit by these air swords. Ding ding dang dang. He swung the war hammer and quickly opened those air swords. A crisp and pleasant sound came out in the air, as if the flying swords really hit his war hammer. Swish. 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 Before he finished hitting them all, more colorful air swords flew out from Linghu Qingju's fingers again, constantly hitting various acupuncture points on his body. Sherpashan had to swing the heavy hammer and continue to hit. Not long after, sweat broke out on his forehead, and he consumed a lot of energy. The people in the audience were very excited. If this goes on, the big fool will probably be exhausted soon. The best thing to do now is to get close and interrupt the woman's sword energy. That woman really can't be underestimated. Releasing sword energy like this consumes a lot of energy in her body, but she has been releasing it without interruption. Moreover, the power of the sword energy can instantly penetrate the boy's body shield. It seems that there is still suspense in this competition. Good. The big fool finally got smart and started to fight back. On the battlefield, Sherpashan roared angrily, and his whole body lit up with golden light. He no longer cared about the dense sword energy. He directly used his powerful defense and rushed up with a war hammer in his hand. Bang! He smashed down with a heavy hammer. The powerful pressure and air wave immediately interrupted the air sword released by Linghu Qingju. Her figure flashed, and she got out of the huge hammer shadow and pressure. Unexpectedly, just as she passed by the burly figure, a huge fist suddenly hit her. Bang! The huge fist light hit her body, protecting sword shadow. Linghu Qingju was directly knocked out. Humph! This hammer is not easy to use when I just got it. My big fist is more useful. Sherpashan immediately put away the war hammer, clenched his fists, and regained confidence on his face. Girl, from now on, I will use 100% of my power. My big fist is not something that ordinary people can catch. You have to be careful. After saying that, the fists of both hands burst out, and his legs slightly bent. And then Shua bounced out. That burly body, at this moment, was like a sensitive cheetah, extremely fast. Take my punch. His huge fist, like a big iron hammer, with a dazzling fist light, smashed up. But the green figure stood there without moving. When the huge fist came close, she suddenly clenched her fist and punched forward. The audience was stunned. Fist against fist? Is that woman crazy? Isn't she a sword practitioner? I'm afraid her hand will be smashed. Just as the audience was shocked, the two fists on the stage had already collided heavily. Bang! The golden fist light and the green fist light exploded. At the same time, there seemed to be a lightning. An incredible scene happened to the audience. The green figure only shook and remained standing there, while the burly young man suddenly flew backwards. After landing on the ground, he couldn't help but retreat backwards, and retreated more than 10 steps before he stopped. The noisy discussions in the audience suddenly quieted down. Sherpasan stood there, clenched his fists, and was also shocked and incredible. But at this time, the green figure on the opposite side had already rushed up. Boom! 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 The dense green fist shadows suddenly hit him. At the same time, there seemed to be a crackling lightning in the fist shadows. Sherpasan hurriedly waved his fist to resist. After dozens of explosions, Sherpasan flew backwards again, and the protective light shield on his body and the golden armor on his skin were smashed, and the light golden skin on his body had turned black at this moment, and the clothes on his body were only pants. Everyone in the audience was stunned by the scene. Even the people in the yin were shocked at this moment. Brother Zhuang, you are so strong I feel like I can knock you away with one punch. Zhuang Jian, Chapter 10-12 Crushing. I admit defeat. On the stage, Sherpasan climbed up from the ground with a charred body and admitted defeat directly. If he didn't admit defeat, he might not even have pants later. He came to the stage to compete in order to stand out and become famous. If he went down naked in front of all the practitioners in the world, he would lose face completely, and would probably become the laughing stock of the entire Jiuzhou continent in the future. Sherpatian bowed to the woman in front of him and said, "You are very powerful. I know you haven't used your full strength yet. Thank you very much." Although he lost so badly, he didn't have any resentment. He admitted defeat and thanked her very happily, and then walked down the stone stage. The crowd below the stage was quiet for a while, and immediately responded with warm applause. Su Xinghe announced, "This round, Dian wins." In the crowd of Piamu Xianzong, Lan Ling looked at the green-clothed woman on the stage with a sinister look, his face full of coldness. The other practitioners around were all discussing. Dian has produced another late grandmaster, and she is so young. This one is not only a late grandmaster, although she has been using Yuanli and Shenmine to control the sword intent. Judging from the fluctuations of her soul, she may have broken through to the Gi realm. The young man from Tianxiong's sect did not lose unfairly. This woman should wait for the next battle, so she did not use her full strength. Gi realm? Dian has produced another Gi realm? And she looks so young? Those practitioners who knew Dian were all shocked, and the people of Piamu Xianzong had gloomy faces. Dian does not have powerful cultivation resources. How did that woman cultivate so fast? I remember that when she was at the border of Dian, she was only a grandmaster and a spiritual severing realm. It's really strange. It's really a bit strange. This time, our Piamu Xianzong can't repeat the same mistake and capsize in the gutter. Several old men from Piamu Xianzong discussed in a low voice with solemn faces. At this time, the sunset has fallen to the horizon. Su Xinghe announced, the next round, Deyin vs Piamu Xianzong. 3 games to decide the winner. The winner can get the longevity pill. The eyes of everyone in the audience all looked at the Piamu Xianzong. Back then, at the border of Deyin, the Piamu Xianzong, one of the 3 major Xianzongs, was suddenly killed by a little-known country and lost face. It is still laughed at behind the scenes. I think today, the other party must be asking for face back. At this time, the Piamu Xianzong was discussing who to send to the stage. Lan Ling, are you willing to go up? Yu Yangle asked. Lan Ling hesitated for a moment and said respectfully, disciple is willing. At this time, the great elder Gong Yangyan said, junior brother Lan is only cultivating the soul, although he has a spiritual treasure. I am afraid he is not very confident. The opponent seems to be cultivating both the body and soul. He has not used the skills of the soul just now. I am afraid he is deliberately waiting for us. In this round, we must be fully confident. Lan Ling looked at the figure on the stage with a gloomy look and clenched his fists quietly. The eyes of the senior leaders of Piamu Xianzong turned to the other disciples standing behind. and their eyes swept over each disciple one by one. When they swept over one of the ordinary-looking young disciples, he trembled all over, and was so scared that his knees bent. He knelt on the ground with a thump, crying and begging, "Great Elder, don't let me go. I am only in the early stage of the transformation of the spirit realm. Going up is also a death." The muscles on the faces of the high-level officials twitched continuously. Among them, Luo Guangzhong, the peak master of Wanxian Peak, shouted angrily, "Zhu Yufeng, get up. Don't embarrass me. Who said I would send you up? You are a coward. I really don't know how you have cultivated to your current level." Then he couldn't help but kick him, staring at him, and said angrily, "You kid dared to lie to the great elder. Tell me honestly, what is your current level of cultivation?" Zhu Yufeng immediately cowed like pounding garlic, and said in a crying voice, "Master, disciple is wrong. Disciple is actually in the middle stage of the transformation of the spirit realm." Pa! As soon as the words fell, Luo Guangzhong slapped him on the head fiercely, and said angrily, "I will give you another chance. If you dare to lie again, your legs will be broken." Zhu Yufeng trembled all over, and had to kowtow again and trembled. Disciple just broke through the peak level of the transformation of the spirit realm. As soon as these words came out, the high-level officials of Piamu Xinzong and those disciples were all shocked. "Brother Luo, your disciple's cultivation speed is so fast? I remember that when he was at the border of the Yen, he was only at the initial stage of the spiritual transformation realm." An elder said with a surprised face. Luo Guangzhong snorted coldly and said, "What's the use of practicing fast? He is so capable. But he is as timid as a mouse, as cowardly as a grandson, kneeling down when he is not right. I am so angry." After that, he slapped Zhu Yufeng on the head again, gritting his teeth, and said, "You are so bold, and you dare to lie. Tell me, what is your physical cultivation?" When this was said, everyone else was stunned. This kid is practicing both body and soul? When did it happen? Why don't they know? Luo Guangzhong's face was full of disappointment, and he said angrily, "I only found out about it some time ago, and I discovered it by accident. This bastard is hiding deeper than a turtle." Then he shouted angrily, "Zhu Yufeng, tell me, what is your current level of cultivation in the flesh?" Zhu Yufeng touched the ground with his forehead, trembling, and said in a crying voice, Report to master. My flesh is a grandmaster late stage." The senior leaders of Piamu Xinzong, as well as those elite disciples who have always despised this coward, are all shocked and stunned at this moment. Luo Guangzhong said angrily, "This bastard has been hiding since he was in the soul-divided realm. He told me that he chose to focus on the soul, but he actually secretly practiced both the body and soul, and the speed of his physical body cultivation is faster than that of his soul. I am so angry. Brother Luo, what about this year's Misty ranking? Brother Zhu, this bastard has a treasure on him that can hide his cultivation. During the Misty ranking competition, he used his soul to fight a few games, and he didn't use his full strength. If it weren't for my personal supervision, he wouldn't even dare to enter the top 10. He is so hacking cowardly." Everyone. Yu Yangla looked at the young man in front of him with a complicated expression, and said with a cough, "Since Brother Zhu is at the peak of the transformation realm and his physical body is at the late stage of the Grandmaster, it should not be a problem to fight the woman of Dian. After all, his physical body has one more realm than the other party. I can also lend him the soul-locking cauldron. He should have other." "Ah, master, you don't." Before he could finish his words, Zhu Yufeng suddenly howled and burst into tears, lying on the ground trembling, and said, "Disciple can't beat him. Can't beat him. Master. Disciple dare not, great elder. All uncles and uncles. Disciple is only a high-level cultivator, without any practical experience, and trembles as soon as he steps on the stage. A weak chicken. Don't send disciple up after saying that." He cowed out again, crying and begging for mercy. Everyone's face was stiff. "Waste. Coward. Coward. Dog." Luo Guangzhong immediately felt humiliated, and went up to punch and kick him, almost fainting with anger. Others hurriedly grabbed him. Forget it. Forget it. Since junior brother Zhu doesn't want to go up, we won't force him. Hey, junior brother Zhu can't blame us. Back then, at the border of Great Yen, that little beast from Great Yen was too. It's okay. Junior brother Zhu will keep it to fight for the spiritual mind and other sects when the time comes. Who should we send up then? Should we send junior brother Su and his men? They will have to fight for the spiritual mind with Jiutian Yao Tai and Penglai Fairy Island later. At this time, a tall and handsome young man suddenly stepped out of the crowd and said respectfully, "Grand Elder, Uncle Yu, disciple Jiang Yuzhou is willing to go up on stage for a decisive battle." As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at him. Yu Yanglu's eyes lit up immediately, and he said, "Junior brother Jiang was the third in the last Piami ranking. I heard that his cultivation has broken through to the Gi realm." "Right?" Jiang Yuzhou bowed his head and said respectfully, "Disciple has broken through to the early stage of Gi a year ago, and has been in seclusion for another year. Now he is in the middle stage of Gi. The physical body has not stopped practicing, and now it is the cultivation of the middle stage of the Grandmaster." As soon as these words came out, Ganjianjian's eyes lit up, and he nodded and said, "Okay, the overall cultivation is higher than that of the woman Dian, plus the unique skills and spiritual treasures of my Piamu Xinzong. There should be no problem." Yu Yanglu immediately took out a small golden tripod and handed it to him, saying, "Even so, you still can't be careless. Take this soul-locking tripod. Just input soul power to use it. It is specially used to lock the soul. As long as the opponent dares to use the soul to release, you can use it immediately to ensure that the opponent will be unable to move for a few breaths." "Thank you, Uncle Yu." Jiang Yuzhou quickly accepted it and thanked him respectfully. The elder Gong Yongyan whispered a few more words of advice, and seeing that time had been delayed for too long, he hurriedly said, "Go, perform well, and avenge the shame of my Piamu immortal sect." "Yes." Jiang Yuzhou walked onto the stage with great spirit. Yu Yanglu sighed. "I didn't expect that Jiang nephew would break through another level after a year of seclusion. His talent is indeed good." Gong Yongyan nodded and said, "After all, he was the third in the last Piamia list. I still remember his several competitions at that time. He has a lot of combat experience." When several people were talking about this disciple, Zhu Yufeng was still kneeling on the ground and trembling, and did not dare to get up. Luo Guang couldn't help but kick him again, and said angrily, "Why are you still kneeling? Get up. Open your eyes, and take a good look at how others become famous on the stage. Coward. I give you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. You will be laughed at for the rest of your life." Zhu Yufeng raised his head and glanced at the stage timidly, and said weakly in a low voice, "Being laughed at is better than being beaten to death." "Pa!" Luo Guang slapped him hard on the head again, and said angrily, "You dare to be stubborn. Who was beaten to death?" Just as he finished speaking, a cry of surprise came from the crowd around him. On the stage, a green giant sword suddenly appeared, and it fell down with a bang. Jiang Yuzhou, who had just stepped on the stage and had not yet made a move, was immediately shattered by the sword's protective light shield, and then fell to the ground by another sword. The green giant sword suddenly turned into countless sword fragments, covering him. Wow! Jiang Yuzhou's whole body was shining with golden light, and he escaped from the sword light. He held a red sword in his hand, and suddenly walked into the air step by step, holding the sword formula in his hand, and muttering something in his mouth. "Nine heavens immortal, grant me awe." Who knew that before he finished his words, a gorgeous giant sword composed of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple and other sword energy suddenly fell from the sky again, directly shattering the protective light shield around him, and once again fell to the ground. This time, before he could escape from the sword light. With a sizzle, colorful and thick lightning suddenly appeared in the exploding sword light. "Ah! Ahu!" The shrill and trembling screams came from the sword light one after another. After a moment, the sword light was retracted, and the lightning disappeared. There was only a storage ring and a small golden tripod left, spinning on the ground with a ding-ding-ding-ding sound. This genius disciple of Piamu Xinzong was annihilated in the blink of an eye and turned into nothing. Everyone in the audience, everyone in Piamu Xinzong. Zhu Yufeng opened his mouth wide, and then hurriedly covered his mouth with lingering fear. Trembling with fear, De Yen really can't be provoked. Can't be provoked, fortunately. Fortunately, I am a coward. First round of the finals. De Yen wins. Su Xinghe looked at the green figure with a strange look on his face and announced. The audience was silent for a few seconds. Then, suddenly, the excited cheers of De Yen people rang out. "Qingzhu is mighty! Qingzhu is mighty!" Fairy Zixua's voice was the loudest. Luo Qingzhou was also ready to praise a few words, but suddenly found that Her Majesty the Queen next to him was staring at him with a dangerous look on her face. Chapter 1013 Lan Ling comes on stage. The air of Confucianism and Taoism. It is dusk. The setting sun hangs in the sky, swaying. The sea is shrouded in mist. The whole island is bathed in the golden setting sun and mist, hazy and like a fairyland. But at this moment, the island is particularly noisy. The battle on the battlefield ended too quickly. So fast that many people have not yet reacted. Especially the Pyamyu immortal sect. No one expected that a genius disciple in the Return to One realm would be killed in a blink of an eye when he came on stage, without even a chance to admit defeat. They are one of the 3 most powerful sects in the Jojo continent, the Pyamyu immortal sect, and the other party is just an unknown small country. Many of the forces that came here to participate in the conference had never seen people from this small country. Of course, they have heard of it. Most of them first heard about it when this small country competed with the Pyamyu immortal sect at the border of the Yen last time. The Pyamyu immortal sect at that time became the laughing stock of the entire Jojo continent. Now we won't repeat the same mistake again. Will we? This is just the first round. And this situation has occurred? How could the immortal sect that was once so high and powerful, and that all the cultivators in the Jojo continent looked up to and admired, suddenly fall to such a state? Who could have thought? At this moment, everyone in the Pyamyu immortal sect clenched their fists, and their faces were ashen. The whispers and strange looks around them were like whips, constantly whipping their bloody wounds, making them grit their teeth. At this time, a cold voice suddenly sounded. This little bitch is so vicious that she actually destroyed Brother Jiang's body and soul. Dear elders, I am willing to go up and avenge Brother Jiang. Avenge the previous shame for my Pyamyu immortal sect. Gong On Yin and others looked over. Lan Ling bowed his head with hatred. At this time, Ling Hu Qingzhu on the battle stage looked particularly pale after using a large amount of sword energy and the last thunder and lightning in succession. In fact, she had run out of energy and was exhausted. This was her first time trying to use lightning. But with her cultivation level, she was drained of all the energy in her body in an instant. She didn't want to step down at this time, but she couldn't move her feet for the time being. She held on and didn't let herself fall. Lan Ling seemed to have seen her situation, so he volunteered to go on stage to duel. This is her best chance to become famous. Gong Yong'an heard this, glanced at the battle stage, pondered for a moment, and said gloomily, "Go. Kill her." Yu Yanglu also said in a gloomy voice, "Remember to pick up the soul-binding cauldron on the ground. She doesn't dare to take it." "Yes." Lan Ling immediately clenched the sword in his hand and walked onto the stage. But at this time, Ling Hu Qingzhu had recovered some of his physical strength and was walking down the stage. Seeing this, Lan Ling immediately shouted coldly, "Stop! I want to duel with you." Ling Hu Qingzhu ignored her, didn't even look at her, and walked down the stage directly. As soon as she got down the stage, she suddenly softened and almost fell to the ground. Luo Qingzhou held her slender waist and whispered, "Uncle Master, don't use lightning so easily next time. If you want to use it, at least wait until after the Thunder Tribulation." Ling Hu Qingzhu glanced at him and whispered, "Oh." Fairy Zixia came over quickly and helped her to the tent behind to rest. Lan Ling stood on the battle stage, his eyes full of sinisterness. At this time, Su Xinghe said, "The second round can begin. Try to end today's competition before dark." Lan Ling suddenly looked at the crowd of the Yen and shouted, "Is Yu Yao here? Do you dare to come on stage to fight me?" She didn't see that figure, so she was more courageous. Most people here have heard of the name that was brilliant but short-lived like a meteor. So when she directly called out the name and said she wanted to fight the other party, at this moment, her fame also rose. No one in the crowd of the Yen responded. She became more and more proud and continued to shout, "Yu Yao, if you come on stage. I want to see how much you have improved your cultivation since leaving my Pyamyu Xinzong." Still no one responded. Lan Ling sneered, revealing a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. "Why? You are in a hurry to go back and marry an ordinary person. And now you are so timid? Let me fight you." At this time, a figure suddenly climbed the steps and walked onto the battle stage. When seeing this figure, the sneer at the corner of Lan Ling's mouth and the expression on his face suddenly froze, and he shuddered involuntarily. And under the stage, the other people of Pyamyu Xinzong also shrank their pupils and were full of hatred. Zhu Yufeng, who quietly retreated to the back, was frightened and trembled all over when he saw this figure. He turned around and was about to escape, but was caught back by his master. "You bastard! Where are you going?" Pee here. Pee in your pants." Luo Guangzhong stared at him angrily. Zhu Yufeng immediately cried and said, Master, this guy is a devil as long as he appears. Someone will die and maybe the people in the audience will also suffer, master. Let's go together, ah. Luo Guangzhong couldn't bear it anymore, and suddenly kicked him in the stomach. Then waved his fists and punched and kicked him. You bastard. Trash. A coward. A cowardly turtle. You embarrass me every time you come out. If you weren't the most talented disciple on my peak, I would beat you to death. The other disciples nearby were scared and hurriedly scattered. The other high-level members of Piaomu Xinzong were looking at the stage at this time, and they had no time to care about their master and apprentice. On the battle stage, Lan Ling looked at the familiar figure in front of him, trying to keep calm, but his voice couldn't help but tremble. You, what is your cultivation level? Luo Qingzhou said lightly. Physical master cultivation level. Soul and spirit realm cultivation level. Lan Ling. Su Xinghe on the side couldn't help but twitch a few times, and immediately said seriously, don't lie. Some people in the audience couldn't help laughing. This kid, ha ha ha. When he was at the border of the yin, he was already a grandmaster in the early stage of cultivation. Maybe he practiced the wrong technique and his cultivation level regressed. Ha ha ha. This kid is so cute. This girl wants him. On the hillside not far away, there was a huge flying boat parked. At this moment, several figures on the flying boat couldn't help laughing. Master, that kid is so naughty. Talking nonsense in a serious manner. If you take him in, I'm afraid you won't be able to control him in the future. It's okay. We are here. We will help you control him. Sister, you want to help you control him? I'm embarrassed to expose you. On the stage, Luo Qingzhou finally told the truth, saying, the peak realm of the physical grandmaster. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The audience quieted down. Even Su Xinghe, who was standing next to him, had strange eyes. Lan Ling's face turned pale, and his body was shaking. Last time, this kid just broke through to the grandmaster level. He was invincible, and even killed several of their genius disciples. Now he has broken through to the peak realm of the grandmaster. How can a realm of the initial stage of Gi be enough? At this time, Su Xinghe suddenly asked again, where is the soul? What is the cultivation level of the soul? Luo Qingzhou said indifferently, the initial stage of Gi. Su Xinghe. Everyone in the audience. Lan Ling was shocked and turned to walk to the audience. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Senior Su. She has just signed the life and death contract. Lan Ling's footsteps suddenly stopped. Su Xinghe said indifferently, she did sign. But you didn't. The difference between your cultivation levels is too big. She can refuse. Luo Qingzhou said, you are both in the initial stage of Gi. How can the difference in cultivation be too big? Lan Ling suddenly turned his head and looked at him. Angrily, you are still at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. How can you be so despicable and shameless? Last time, our disciples were deliberately concealed by you. The cultivation level was sneak attack to death. Do you want to do the same trick again? You are dreaming. Luo Qingzhou did not speak again. Su Xinghe said, at the same level, the body is inherently stronger than the soul, and the gap becomes larger as time goes by. Your body is at the peak of the Grandmaster level, so you are not afraid of a soul cultivator in the middle stage of unity, let alone an early stage of unity. And your soul is also in the early stage of unity. She is just a simple soul cultivator in the early stage of unity. Therefore, according to the rules of the competition mentioned earlier, she can refuse you. Lan Ling immediately walked onto the stage again and said, Senior Su, I refuse him. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said slowly, in fact, I came up to compete with you for your own good. You might as well duel with me instead of dueling with Miss Yu Yao. Lan Ling, with a cold face, he asked. Why? Luo Qingzhou said calmly. Because at least, I will let you die more quickly, and it will be solved with one punch. Lan Ling's heart trembled, and he gritted his teeth and said with a sinister face, Chu Feiyang, don't be arrogant. Someone from my Piaomu Xinzong will deal with you. By then, I hope you can still speak like you do now. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, I'm waiting. But Lan Ling, remember, someone will come to settle accounts with you for the evil things you did in Yin. I hope you can still speak like you do now. Lan Ling clenched the sword in his hand. Luo Qingzhou still had a calm face. At this time, Su Xinghe said, go down. Let someone else come up. Luo Qingzhou bowed and walked down the stage. Nandong Huiyue stretched out his hand to hold him, and whispered, I know you want to avenge Meijiao, but at this time, you must not be impulsive. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, I know. He glanced at the tent behind him and said, "I'll go see my uncle." Nandong Wuyue let go of his hand and said, "Go ahead." At this time, Baishan and others were discussing who would go on stage in the second round. The opponent is at the initial stage of Gi. At least, he needs to be at the late stage of Grandmaster, or the initial stage of Gi to have a chance. There are too few Grandmasters and Gi cultivators in my great yin. Dean Bai. You guys still have to fight for the spiritual mind tomorrow. So you definitely can't go up now. By the way, where is Miss Yu Yao? Didn't she come? At this time, Nandong Wuyue suddenly said again, "Dean, I will go up this time. My great yin is a small country. And I am the king of a country. As long as we can win, anyone can go up." Baishan looked solemn, and did not agree immediately. At this time, someone from Longhu Academy volunteered. A middle-aged man bowed and said, "Dean, I am at the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm. I can go up on stage and give it a try." Baishan looked at him and said, "Teacher Tian, the other party is at the Gi realm. And she also has a spiritual treasure. So she is not easy to deal with." He pondered for a moment, looked at Her Majesty the Queen again, and said, "Your Majesty, if you are sure," Nandong Wuyue immediately said unyieldingly, "Of course I am sure. Killing her is like killing a chicken. It won't take a quarter of an hour." After saying that, he waved his sleeves and was about to go up. At this time, a voice suddenly came from behind the crowd, saying, "Your Majesty, let me go up." When these words came out, everyone turned their heads to look. And then, they were all stunned and looked at each other. Baishan paused when he saw the person coming. Nandong Wuyue froze in place and said, "Yu, I am the descendant of Confucianism and Taoism, and the direct disciple of Dean Bai. It's best for me to go on stage to compete." Luo Qingzhou, who changed into a Confucian robe, took off the mask on his face, revealing a handsome and elegant face. He came to the crowd with his sleeves fluttering, bowed and saluted in a gentle manner. "I am Luo Qingzhou, the direct disciple of Dean Bai, majoring in Confucianism and Taoism. The cultivation can be high or low, as you like." Everyone. Chapter 1014 Scholar Fist. Everyone in Yin was a little confused. They knew about Dean Bai's direct disciples and Confucian and Taoist descendants. When Dean Bai accepted disciples, he had announced the news. After all, Yan's literary spirit has revived, and Confucianism and Taoism can also be practiced. All talented people in the world can practice. This is good news. And the young man in front of him is not only a talented man in Yin, but also the young minister that His Majesty relies on the most. And this year's new champion. Of course they know him. But even if this young man is a genius, he has only practiced Confucianism for more than a year. How can he be qualified to go on stage to compete? And what does he mean by the cultivation level can be high or low, and as he pleases? Can the cultivation level change at will? Zhuangjian couldn't help but say, "Mr. Luo, you have just practiced Confucianism for a short time. I'm afraid you are still a Confucian scholar? This competition is not a joke, let alone a poetry contest. You will lose your life if you are not careful. You are a civil official of our great Yin. And you are also the new champion of the top 3 this year. You can't just go up casually. You'd better watch carefully from the bottom of the stage." Master Ningyuan, the abbot of Jinchan Temple, also put his hands together and said, "Amitabha, Mr. Luo is serving the country with literature. As for these rough work, let us go on stage." Others also persuaded him. But strangely, Dean Bai and Her Majesty the Queen didn't say anything at this time. At this time, the master of Qingyun Temple, Yunshan Taoist, suddenly said, "Since he is Dean Bai's direct disciple, he must have some strength. Let Mr. Luo go up and try." He naturally knew the other identity of this young man. When others saw him say this, they looked at him in surprise. Luo Ling couldn't help but ask, "Master Yunshang, do you know his strength?" The Taoist Yunshang smiled and said, "I just believe in Dean Bai." You all persuaded him. But Dean Bai, as Mr. Luo's teacher, didn't say a word. Aren't you surprised? After these words came out, everyone realized and immediately looked at the elegant middle-aged man on the side. Baishan smiled bitterly, not knowing how to explain. So he could only say, "Since Qingzhou has the courage, let him go up and try. At worst cough. Just admit defeat." Ma Chenzi of Huashan sect immediately said, "Dean Bai, the people on the other side are from Piamu Xinzong. We Yin just killed a disciple of the other side. How could the other side show mercy? If the difference in cultivation is too big, It may be too late to admit defeat. At this time, Nandong Huiyue, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, "Let him go up and try." The revival of Confucianism in Dayin is also time to show it to everyone. Luo Qingzhou. He suddenly asked, "By the way, sir, how are the realms of Confucianism divided?" Everyone. You are going to compete on the stage. And you don't even know the realm of Confucianism you are practicing? Baishan paused for a moment and said, Confucian scholar, Confucian teacher, great Confucian, semi-saint, sub-saint, Confucian saint. Luo Qingzhou thought for a moment and said, the last time you broke through, you reached the semi-saint realm, which is equivalent to the late stage of Gi, right? Baishan nodded and said, yes, but there will be some differences. Luo Qingzhou said, then what realm of Confucianism is the realm of the middle stage of the great master equivalent to? Baishan thought for a while and said, late Confucian master. But late Confucian masters are generally stronger than mid-level grandmasters. It depends on the practice. In fact, Confucianism and the realm of soul cultivation and body cultivation are not easy to correspond. After all, the practice of Confucianism and Taoism is ever-changing. If the poetry and songs are strong, the strength can actually transcend the original realm. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a while and said, it seems that I can only be a mid-level Confucian master. If the practice is too high, I am afraid that the other side will surrender directly, which will be difficult to deal with. Dayin everyone. By the way, sir, can I talk about the practice casually? It is not against the rules. Right? Luo Qingzhou suddenly asked again. Baishan said, as long as it's not too outrageous. It doesn't matter. Confucianism has been declining for many years. Few people in the audience can rely on the short-term fluctuations of the skills to detect your true Confucianism. Nor can they accurately define whether you are a mid-term or late Confucian master. As for whether it will violate the rules. By the way, Qingzhou, do you have literary energy in your body? Luo Qingzhou said, I don't know either. Everyone in Dayin. It's okay. I'll know when I go up and try. Luo Qingzhou arched his hands, said nothing more, and walked directly to the battle stage. Behind him came the muttering of Zhuang Laozu, Dean Bai. Do you scholars like to brag? Master Ning Yuan, Amitba. Outside the tent in the woods in the distance, a beautiful girl in a white dress stood there quietly. A crisp and pleasant voice came from the side, Miss, the son-in-law is going to go on stage as a scholar. So humble, so scheming. On the other side, stood a cold girl in a light green dress holding a sword. The three of them all looked at the figure who walked onto the battle stage. On the other side of the hillside, a veiled figure also walked out of the cabin of the spaceship. Several figures wearing clothes of different colors stood beside her. Master, who is that boy? Why haven't I seen him before? So handsome. He looks like a scholar? The great Yin culture has revived. So he must be practicing Confucianism and Taoism. Right? Qingyao did not answer, but a light flashed in her deep eyes. At the same time, Lan Ling on the battle stage looked at the boy in front of him with doubt. Luo Qingzhou approached, with his sleeves wide facing each other, and bowed, saying politely, I am Luo Qingzhou, a scholar from Dayin, and I am a disciple of Dean Bai, majoring in Confucianism and Taoism. Today I am fortunate to see such a wonderful competition, so I also want to come on stage to try, and I hope the lady can give me more advice. Then he bowed deeply again and said, this is my first fight. I may be a little rusty, and I hope the lady will stop when it is enough. I am very grateful. The practitioners in the audience, Su Xinghe was slightly surprised and said, a Confucianist and Taoist practitioner? What kind of cultivation is that? Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, I just passed the exam and became the top scholar this year. As soon as these words came out, there was a burst of laughter from the audience. Ha ha ha, this kid came to the stage to make people laugh. What kind of cultivation is that? The top scholar cultivation. Ha ha ha, he is a nerd. Ha ha ha, the people in Dayin were embarrassed and looked at each other. The corner of Su Xinghe's mouth twitched, and he said, what I'm asking is, what realm of Confucianism are you at now? Luo Qingzhou bowed slowly and said, I am a Confucian master in the early stage of cultivation. After these words came out, the laughter from the audience gradually stopped. The early stage of Confucian master? It is said that the early stage of Confucian master is equivalent to the early stage of grandmaster. This kid looks silly. But he is so powerful? Didn't the literary spirit of Dayin just revive not long ago? I remember that it seems that it was said in the book that many nerds practice Confucianism and are the most talented. This kid is not bad. At this time, Su Xinghe said again, don't lie. When he said this, a light flashed in his eyes. Looking at the eyes of the young man, he performed the art of soul shaking. Luo Qingzhou froze for a while, then came back to his senses, and bowed his hands and said, I am a scholar, and I never lie. Confucius said, those who love to lie will be struck by lightning. Those who love to lie will die without a complete body. Love. Okay. Come and sign. Su Xinghe interrupted him. It was almost dark, so there was no time to listen to him boast about his knowledge. Someone in the audience was puzzled. Why are there no such words in the Confucius sayings I read? It's strange. Luo Qingzhou immediately went to sign. He picked up the pen and dipped it in ink, and wrote his name neatly in a very elegant and beautiful handwriting. Su Xinghe watched from the side and nodded secretly. He is indeed a scholar, and this handwriting cannot be written without thousands of times of practice. Hey, life and death contract? When Luo Qingzhou was about to sign the second name, he was stunned for a moment and said, Senior, do you still need to sign a life and death contract? Su Xinghe said, Of course I have to sign. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, I just came up to compete with that girl, not to fight a life and death battle. Can I not sign it? At this time, Lan Ling, who had been observing him carefully, suddenly sneered and said, If you are afraid of death, then go down. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Miss, it's not that I am afraid of death. I just think that you and I have no grudges. Just a competition. Why bother to risk your life? Confucius said, Stop talking nonsense. If you don't dare to sign, go down. Don't waste time here. Lan Ling shouted coldly. Oh, then I will sign. Luo Qingzhou wrote his name elegantly again. Su Xinghe took a look and announced, Dian and Piaomu Xianzong. The second match begins. Luo Qingzhou walked over and stood opposite Lan Ling, and bowed again. Miss, Confucius said that it is better to resolve a feud than to create one. Why don't we? Before he finished speaking, a sword energy suddenly flew over. He hurriedly dodged to the side, and a piece of the wide sleeve of his right hand was cut off. Lan Ling did not relax his vigilance, so he did not get close at first, but just drew his sword and released the sword energy to test it. After all, the Confucian and Taoist skills are strange and unpredictable. The only thing she knew was that people who practice Confucianism and Taoism should not be allowed to chant in their mouths. Whether it was chanting poems, chanting lyrics, or reading articles, or even talking, it was very dangerous. Although she had never seen this young man in person, she had seen him in the portrait and heard about him. The talented man of Dian, the favorite of the queen, was said to be a son-in-law, but she didn't know where he was born and where he married into the family. Of course, she would not care about the origins of a little scholar, nor would she waste energy to investigate him. She cares about Dian, not only Yu Yao, but also the regime of Dian. However, since Yu Yao returned to Dian, she has disappeared. She has been searching for a long time, but she has not found her trace. Every time the spies are about to find her, they will suddenly die, as if there is an invisible big hand protecting her and her family. She went there several times in person, but she couldn't find her until a year ago, when she found her trace in the Yuwu Mountains of Dian. But she still found it in advance. She was very curious about what kind of man the proud woman had fallen into. The holy son of Pumlai Fairy Island seemed to know, but she asked many times in a roundabout way, and the other party didn't tell her, just told her that the woman married an ordinary person and asked her not to disturb her again. Ordinary person? The more this happened, the more she wanted to humiliate her. She was a proud girl of heaven, stunning the world, and she only used a few moves on the ring. And she, who had practiced hard for many years and accumulated many years of reputation, was trampled in the mud and ridiculed. She must avenge this hatred. She must avenge this shame. So today, she stepped onto the battlefield, clenched the sword in her hand, and held back the hatred in her heart, ready to defeat her in front of all the practitioners in the world. However, the other party did not come. Buzz! The sword in her hand suddenly hummed and shone with a bright light. It's okay. If she doesn't come, then let's use the other people in her great yin to try the sword first. But at this time, the scholar on the opposite side suddenly said, I want to ask, why do you hate Yu Yao so much? As soon as this name came out, Lan Ling's eyes suddenly became angry with hatred, and his voice was cold. Do you want to know? Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, I want to. Wow! A circle of sword light storm suddenly appeared around Lan Ling. and the whole body was full of murderous aura. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. Then I'll tell you when you die." Boom! As soon as she finished speaking, a loud bang suddenly rang in her ears. Then, a golden fist shadow instantly enlarged her pupils, and then hit her chest heavily, smashing the sword storm and the protective light shield in front of her into pieces, and then fell on her body. Bang! Before she could react, she was directly smashed out. Then wait until you die. I will ask you again. After Luo Qingzhou punched her out, he pretended to chant, "The wind rises and the clouds fly. I smile at the sky with my sword. Who in the world does not know you?" Baishan in the audience. Chapter 10:15 A Life Worse Than Death. The audience suddenly went silent. The noise and bustle just now suddenly became silent. Everyone opened their mouths and looked at this scene in amazement. The female disciple of Piamu Xianzong, who had reached the Gi realm, was actually knocked away by that nerd with one punch. What kind of Confucian and Taoist skills is this? It's so terrifying. And the nerd only started to recite poems after knocking people away. Everyone was stunned and felt incredible. Confucian and Taoist skills are really ever-changing and unpredictable. I thought that I could only cast spells after chanting. But who knew that I could cast spells first and then chant? So powerful. So powerful. This scholar actually only used one punch. The opponent was a master of the Gi realm. And he also had a sword storm and a protective light shield to protect himself. But they were all broken by this punch. Confucian and Taoist skills are really profound and unpredictable, and should not be underestimated. Everyone was shocked. Even the people of Deyan were stunned. Zhuang Jian couldn't help asking, "Dean Bai, what kind of martial arts is this? It's so powerful that even the Gi realm was knocked away by a punch. And why do you punch first and then recite poetry? I remember that every time you fight, you recite poetry first." Others were also curious. Yes. You Confucianism and Taoism have such martial arts? It's really eye-opening. Baishan, The abbot of Jinshan Temple on the side put his hands together. Amitabha. Dean Bai is indeed worthy of being the #1 master of Deyan. It's only been more than a year since he accepted his apprentice. But he has trained him so well. I admire him. I admire him. Baishan, Pucci. Nandong Huiyue on the side couldn't help laughing and quickly covered her mouth. In the woods not far behind, outside the tent, a goose-like laughter suddenly sounded. "Miss, the son-in-law is so humble, so good at playing. Goose, 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 goose." At this time, on the battlefield, Lan Ling fell heavily to the ground without any pause. She rolled over in an instant and jumped down immediately. She clenched the sword in her hand. Her face was full of doubts. When she was about to open her mouth to speak, she suddenly felt a sweetness in her throat and spit out a mouthful of blood. Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang sounded in her ears again. At the same time, 2 huge golden fist shadows appeared in her pupils again. Before she could react, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach, and then her whole body flew backwards again, hitting the light shield behind her heavily, and was bounced back. However, before she landed, a larger golden fist suddenly cut through the air, making a sharp and piercing sound, as if it was a grin from H.L. And boom, hit her stomach heavily again. Her flat belly suddenly sank. Her back suddenly bulged backwards, and the ribs and spine at the back all broke with a crack. At this moment, she could no longer feel the pain, but only the fear from H.L. and death. She opened her eyes wide and her mouth wide, trying to make a sound of surrender. But no sound came out. She fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, she was a little confused. Her mind was blank, and she seemed to have no idea where she was, or what she was doing. "Stop!" Off stage, Yayang Tower of Piamu Xianzong shouted angrily. But just as the voice fell, Luo Qingzhou's fist hit her again. And then he muttered, "The orioles are singing in the river island. The beautiful lady. The gentleman is good at playing." In fact, when he just punched, his mouth was moving all the time, and he was muttering all the time. But even he himself didn't know what he was muttering. Anyway, he just muttered whatever he thought of. But at the end, he naturally had to recite more seriously. "Stop!" At this time, Su Xinghe also suddenly spoke, and at the same time, he waved his sleeves and a whirlwind blew up. Luo Qingzhou immediately retracted his fist, without any resistance, and was blown back by the whirlwind. At this time, Lan Ling was already lying on the ground, with a sunken stomach, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, eyes wide open, body twitching, and could no longer stand up. Su Xinghe said sternly, "She has no power to resist. Why do you still want to attack? As a descendant of Confucianism, how can you be so cruel? Luo Qingzhou's muttering slowly ended. And then he put on his sleeves and robes, and regained his gentle and elegant scholar temperament. He bowed respectfully and said, Senior, I'm really sorry. I just entered Confucianism not long ago, and I'm not very proficient in the skills. I can't stop once I attack. I can only wait until the poem in my mouth is finished before I can collect my strength. Su Xinghe. Everyone in the audience. And this girl didn't admit defeat. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully again. Su Xinghe's mouth twitched suddenly, and he said coldly, Do you think she can still speak? Luo Qingzhou looked at the ground seriously, thought for a while, and said, This you have to ask her. I don't know either. Su Xinghe's mouth twitched again, squinted at him and said, What is your cultivation level? Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, The early stage of Confucian master. I just said it. Su Xinghe squinted at him again, then turned his head and looked at the audience, saying, Dean Bai, is your student an early stage of Confucian master? Bai Yishan bowed and said, Scholars don't lie. He is indeed a Confucian teacher ahem. In the early stage. Su Xinghe was still a little suspicious. What kind of skills did he practice? Why did he attack first, and then recite the poem? Bai Yishan said calmly, Of course, it is my Confucian secret method. However, since Elder Su wants to know, Bai has no need to hide it. In fact, he had already finished reciting in his mind before taking action. At that time, he had already accumulated enough strength. He waited until after the attack to recite it again. In fact, in order to fit my image of a scholar who never leaves the book. Everyone. Bai Yishan's cheeks were a little hot. At this time, a red-faced old man from Pyamyu Immortal Sect suddenly shouted angrily, You are talking nonsense. This kid is definitely not an early Confucian master. And he has been using boxing, which is not your Confucianism at all. Bai Yishan looked at him and said, Elder Wei, who said that my Confucianism has no boxing? My Confucianism is ever-changing. And I can use fists, feet, mouths, eyes, swords, guns, sticks and clubs. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. If Elder Wei thinks that Bai is talking nonsense, you can ask other people who practice Confucianism. At this time, a middle-aged man in a Confucian robe from Penglai Fairy Island suddenly said proudly, My Confucianism, let alone fists and feet, can use any weapon in the world. If Elder Wei thinks it is unbelievable, I am willing to use Confucianism boxing to learn from you. Seeing this, the red-faced old man had to shut his mouth with a gloomy face. When others were about to speak, a woman from Jiotian Yaotai suddenly said in a cold voice, The outcome has been determined. There is no need to waste time. If your Pyamyu Xianzong can't even afford to lose this round, what qualifications do you have to participate in the competition for the spiritual mind next time? As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Pyamyu Xianzong looked at her, and then they stopped talking. At this time, the sunset is set, and the night has quietly enveloped. There will be more important competitions tomorrow, and no one wants to waste time on such things. The practitioners around were also muttering in a low voice. A dignified Xianzong can't afford to lose. They make trouble unreasonably after losing, and keep finding faults. It's really eye-opening. I really don't feel ashamed. On the battle stage, Su Xinghe glanced at the young man in front of him again and said, In the second round, Dian won. Dian won 2 rounds in a row. So this longevity pill belongs to Dian. Someone quickly brought up a brocade box next to him. Su Xinghe took it in his hand, opened the brocade box, showed it to the audience, and then handed it over. Luo Qingzhou hurried over and bowed deeply, then took it with both hands, and said respectfully, Thank you, Senior. When Su Xinghe's fingers touched his hand, a sharp light suddenly flashed in his pupils, and he quickly checked his body. But strangely, the boy's body was filled with mist, hazy, and nothing could be seen clearly. Luo Qingzhou pretended not to know, took the brocade box, and stepped back. He did not step down from the stage immediately, but walked towards Lan Ling, who was still lying on the ground with eyes wide open and twitching. At this time, 2 people from the Pyamyu Immortal Sect immediately came up, drew their swords and said, What are you going to do? Luo Qingzhou smiled slightly and said, Don't be nervous. I just hurt this girl unintentionally, and I feel sorry in my heart. I just want to apologize to this girl. After speaking, he walked in front of Lan Ling and squatted down slowly, getting closer to the woman on the ground, and seeing the fear and despair in her eyes. Lan Ling looked at him, his mouth open, his lips trembling, but he still couldn't say a word. The smile and nerdy look on Luo Qingzhou's face had gradually disappeared, replaced by a trace of ferocity and viciousness. Like a demon with a changed face. Whispering, "Actually, I can kill you with one punch. Do you know why I only destroyed your Danhai and made you a useless person?" Lan Ling's eyes widened, his whole body trembling. Raised his finger and pointed at him, his lips trembling violently. But he still couldn't say a word. "Because I want you to see the next competition. I promise. You will be more painful. But don't worry. When you are done with the pain, I will send you off." After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, he stood up. His face regained a gentle smile and nerdy look. His sleeves swaying, his temperament elegant. And he walked down the stage gracefully. What greeted him was the Queen's reserved smile, the Dean's embarrassed expression, and the enthusiastic cheers of other people in Diyan. In the woods not far away, in front of the tent, the beautiful figure in a white dress still stood there quietly, as if she had never moved. A clear and pleasant voice sounded next to her, "Miss, guess what the uncle just said?" Xiao Bailing guessed that the uncle must have said to that bad woman, "Humph. I tell you, if you mess with my wife, I will make you live a life worse than death. I don't even dare to bully my wife. What qualifications do you have to bully her? You deserve it." The beautiful figure was quiet for a moment, her eyebrows slightly raised, and she said in a cold tone, "I guess. That's right." Another sword-holding figure on the side. Chapter 10:16 So cool. Night fell. The whole island suddenly became dark. Today's competition has ended. In the square, the practitioners gradually dispersed, whispering about the competition, and occasionally looking at the Piamu Zone. The people of the Piamu Zone left quickly, and got into the flying boat not far away. A mist enveloped the flying boat. "How is the injury?" "In the cabin," Yang Lu asked with a gloomy face. Lan Ling lay on the ground, his abdomen sunken, trembling with pain, and his face full of tears. The other people of the Piamu Zone also had gloomy faces. After the examination, a white-haired old man sighed and said, "The Danhai is broken. The 5 internal organs are severely damaged, and even the soul heart is shattered. He will not live long." As soon as these words came out, Lan Ling, who was lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes and opened his mouth, as if he wanted to speak, but his throat seemed to be blocked by something, and he could only make a hoarse ho-ho sound. But he couldn't say anything. The white-haired old man frowned and said, "He is so scared that he can't even speak. Damn little beast. I will tear him into pieces." The red-faced old man Wei Changming on the side gritted his teeth and looked angry. Yang Tower was silent for a while and said, "Old Yuan, is there no way to save him?" The white-haired old man pondered for a moment and said, "Unless the ancestor takes action and consumes his own natural power to help him slowly repair, there should be a chance of survival." Lan Ling hurriedly opened his mouth and raised his hand, and his mouth trembled and made a ho-ho sound again. Gong Yongyan said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, nephew Lan. You were injured for the sect. After this meeting is over, I will go to the back mountain to ask the ancestor to treat you." Lan Ling slowly put down her hand, and 2 lines of tears suddenly flowed down. "Send her in to repair her injuries," Gong Yongyan ordered. The 2 disciples hurriedly and carefully lifted her up and sent her back to the room. In the cabin, the other disciples retreated. Silence for a moment. A short old man said, "That boy is not simple. I'm afraid his strength is at least in the middle stage of Gi. Baishan must be hiding something. Although I am not familiar with Confucian and Taoist techniques, I have read some in books. I have never seen that kind of technique. And there is no literary aura on the boy." Another old man with loose hair looked at him and said, "Brother Chen means that he is not actually practicing Confucianism?" The short old man shook his head. "There are countless Confucian and Taoist techniques, which have been gradually lost thousands of years ago. How can I be sure that he is not practicing Confucianism? I just have some doubts. I just have doubts," Gong Yongyan said. "Since the competition is over, it is meaningless to say these things. The other side suddenly has a Confucian and Taoist air, and his strength is so strong. We should talk about tomorrow's competition. The first thing to be taken out tomorrow should be the small spiritual mind, and De Yin will definitely fight for it." Wei Changming gritted his teeth and said, "No matter who gets it, it is absolutely impossible for De Yin to get it. Tomorrow, I will personally go on stage and grind that little beast to ashes." Gong Yongyan looked at him and said, "Brother Wei, don't be impulsive. Our goal is the other 2 large spiritual minds." After a pause, he added, "Of course, If Jiutian Yaotai and Penglai Fairy Island are determined to get the two large spiritual mines, we can only settle for the small spiritual mine. There should be news tonight. An elder son and Fairy Luyun will inform us in advance. As for the hatred with the Yin, we must take revenge. But we must not be careless again. My Piamu Xianzong can no longer bear losses like today. Another elder sighed. It's shameful. After the last battle at the border of the Yin, my Piamu Xianzong became a laughing stock in the Jiuzhou continent. Who would have thought that today, hey? Who would have thought that a small and unknown Yin could force my Piamu Xianzong to this point? The room suddenly fell silent. After a moment, Gong Yanyan said, knowing shame leads to courage. This time, all the cultivators in the world are watching the Jiuzhou conference. We just need to perform well. Yu Yanglu's eyes flashed with a fierce light. And he also said, after the Jiuzhou conference, it is time for them to repay their debts. At that time, I will personally lead people to their imperial city to see how they can take out so many yuanshi and treasures. If they can't take them out, it means they broke their promise first. And then Jiutian Yaotai and Penglai Fairy Island will have nothing to say. Wei Changming said with a sinister face, Master Yefeng, I will take my disciples with you at that time. I must make them pay for their blood debts with blood. On the other side, Luo Qingzhou was surrounded by everyone and returned to the tent for dinner. At this time, Zhuang Jian realized that his genius junior was missing, and hurriedly asked Fairy Zixia to look for him. Fairy Zixia went out and pretended to look for a while, then came back to report, Grandpa, Fei Yang is practicing in the cave behind. He said don't worry about him. Zhuang Jian said with a smile on his face, Fei Yang is really hard-working. We old guys are ashamed of ourselves. Then he smiled at Luo Qingzhou and said, Mr. Luo, I heard that you and my Fei Yang are good friends. You should help each other and make progress together in the future. Master Ning Yuan couldn't help but praise. Mr. Luo is a man of both civil and military talents. He can govern the country with civil and military skills. It is really a blessing for our great Yin. Your Majesty's vision is not as good as ours. Zhuang Jian said with a proud face. The younger generation of our great Yin is now full of talents. I believe that in a few years, it will be even more amazing. Let's see who dares to bully us. Bai Yishan sat aside with a smile on his face, and did not interrupt. Nandong Huiyue sat with Luo Qingzhou, stepping on him under the table, with a fake smile on his face. After dinner, everyone chatted for a while, before dispersing and returning to their tents. Seeing everyone leave, Bai Yishan couldn't help but whispered a reminder, Qingzhou, next time you go on stage, be a little more careful, and don't perform too exaggeratedly. Although my Confucian and Taoist skills are ever-changing, I can't just do it without any basis. Be careful not to be seen through by the masters. Luo Qingzhou bowed his hands and said, Student will be careful next time. Bai Yishan smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, I didn't expect that you can be used as two people. His Majesty is making a big profit by marrying you. TSK. Nandong Huiyue on the side curled her lips. Bai Yishan smiled and didn't stay any longer, saying, You have a good rest and spend more time with the baby. After saying that, he turned and left the tent. In the tent, only Luo Qingzhou and Her Majesty the Queen were left. Look how proud you are. The corners of your mouth are about to curl up to the sky. Who is the one who made the most profit? Me or you? Nandong Huiyue snorted coldly. Luo Qingzhou said, Of course it is me who made the most profit. I have received the favor of your Majesty, which is a blessing I have cultivated for 8 lifetimes. Humph! Nandong Huiyue suddenly asked again, What's the matter with your uncle? How can she also have lightning? And the color of lightning is the same as yours? Luo Qingzhou did not hide anything, and told her everything about his uncle. Then he said, I have been unable to break through the barrier of King Wu this time. And my uncle wanted to sacrifice herself to help me several times. She did benefit a lot from me, but she was willing to give up everything for me, including all her cultivation and even her life. Your Majesty, do you think I can let down such a woman? After listening, Nandong Huiyue was silent for a long time and said, I didn't realize that she was so infatuated. I thought she was a cold and unkind person like Yu Yao. Luo Qingzhou said, Although my uncle is cold on the outside actually, he is very warm inside. Right? Nandong Huiyue said coldly. Luo Qingzhou said, My uncle's heart has always been warm. She is just a little lonely. Nandong Huiyue snorted and said nothing. After a while, she said, It doesn't matter. She's just a concubine anyway. I don't care. Luo Qingzhou said, Then please don't pinch my waist anymore. It hurts. Humph. I'm going to pinch you. I'll pinch you to death. I'll make you flirt with other women everywhere. I'll make you electrocute people everywhere. It was late at night, and the people were still. After the Empress and the baby fell asleep, Luo Qingzhou left the tent. Yuying, wearing a black dress, tied her hair into a ponytail, held a sword at her waist, and stood outside the door in a heroic manner. When she saw him coming out, she immediately looked at him with cold eyes. Luo Qingzhou said, "Do you want to know where I'm going?" Yuying moved her lips, and just about to say she wanted to, she suddenly stopped, just looking at him, and didn't say anything. Luo Qingzhou went to the tent of his uncle and master, ready to go see his uncle. When he got close, he suddenly heard voices coming from inside. Luo Shang, the head of Xian'an Pavilion, was also inside. He didn't go in again, but looked around and walked towards the tent of Xian'an Pavilion not far away. He came to Bai Weier's tent. After standing for a while, Fong said, "Is Sister Yu here?" Bai Weier's cold voice came from inside. "No." Luo Qingzhou paused and said, "Did Miss Bai tell her? I have something to find her." Bai Weier spoke after a while. "She is here, practicing." Luo Qingzhou was a little disappointed, and sighed in his heart, and had to say, "Okay, then I won't disturb her. By the way, will she come out for the competition tomorrow?" There was no response from inside. Obviously, she didn't know. Luo Qingzhou didn't stay any longer, so he turned around and left. He returned to his tent. He took out the body judgment stone again and checked his data. The data did not change. He was relieved when there was no change. Today's battle was too fast, and the opponent had no resistance, so the stimulation of his physical body had no effect. I hope that the Piaomio Immortal Sect will send a good opponent to the stage tomorrow. He took out the communication certificate and slowly flipped through the chat messages with Sister Yu. When he saw the word OK, his heart could not help but ripple. "Hey, Sister Yu blocked me, and I can't talk to her. I wonder if she saw today's competition. How should I add her again when the time comes? Do I really have to send the communication certificate to each other and look at each other with affection for a quarter of an hour? Or kiss her? Humph. When he successfully breaks through the realm of King Wu, he will kiss her. Kiss every day." At this time, in the woods not far away, there is a tent. In the tent, a dim candle is burning. 3 figures are sitting inside. Chan, you may have to go out tomorrow. Humph. Remember when you pass by the uncle? Don't look at him. Ignore him. Pretend you don't know him. Let him drop his jaw. Hee. The uncle's expression will be very interesting then. By the way, Chan, what is your cultivation? Oh, you have no cultivation. You can only play with swords. Yes, you can also play cool. Miss, the uncle is so cool today. Chapter 1017 Xia Chan? It was not yet dawn. It was drizzling outside the tent. Luo Qingzhou had not slept all night. Hearing the sound of rain, he walked out of the tent and looked at the gray sky. The drizzle was like silk, swaying in the wind. Luo Qingzhou stretched out his hand and touched the falling rain. It was gentle and lingering, with a hint of coolness. Just as he was thinking about his worries, Yuewu's voice suddenly came from the side. "Sir, in this rainy scene, write a poem." Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her. Yuewu was wearing a pink flower dress and holding a flower umbrella, standing gracefully outside the tent of Her Majesty the Queen. Yuying stood next to her with a cold face. There were other female guards. Luo Qingzhou glanced at a few people, pondered for a moment, and read, "Spring rain is as precious as oil. It flows all over the ground." Lording fell down, and a group of cows laughed to death. Puff. Yuewu immediately covered her mouth and laughed secretly. The other women also had curved eyes, and were trying not to laugh. Yuying turned around expressionlessly and looked away, and seemed to roll her eyes. Yuewu laughed and said, "Why are you bullying Yuying?" Luo Qingzhou said, "How dare I bully only her? If I want to bully someone, I will definitely bully you as well. Look, you are laughing like a group of cows." Yuewu and the female guards. Puff Yuying suddenly made a strange sound with her back turned. At this time, the sound of the baby suddenly came from the tent. Luo Qingzhou said, "Is the baby awake?" Yuewu pouted and said, "I guess he just woke up. Go in and take a look. His Majesty didn't sleep well last night because of the noise all night." Luo Qingzhou hurried into the tent. Her Majesty had woken up and was lying on the bed with her long black hair, curvaceous, teasing the baby with her fingers. The baby grabbed her fingers and smiled. Luo Qingzhou walked to the bed and sat down. He also stretched out his fingers to tease the baby. With his other hand, he gently hugged his own queen and whispered, "Your Majesty, you have worked hard." Nandong Huiyue glanced at him and said, "I am not tired. It is you who is tired. You go on stage to fight with others during the day. And you have to go to see your sister Yu in the middle of the night." Luo Qingzhou said awkwardly, "I didn't see her." Nandong Huiyue snorted and said, "If you saw her, you probably wouldn't get up so early this morning. Maybe you would stay in someone's tent all day." Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and he looked at her and said, "Which tent is sister Yu in?" Nandong Huiyue raised his eyebrows and said, "How do I know? Can't you ask her yourself?" Then he looked at him again and said, "She didn't really block you, did she?" Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and kissed her, saying, "Your Majesty smells so good. It's still early. How about we?" As he spoke, his hand slid down her hair, fell on her slender waist, and then fell on the perky bottom below. "Don't even think about it." Nandong Huiyue opened his hand and rolled her eyes, saying, "It's already this time. And you're still thinking about that kind of thing. Can't you bear it if you don't do it for a day?" Luo Qingzhou said, "It's been more than a day, including the time on the road. It's almost half a month." Nandong Huiyue snorted, "Go find your sister Yu. Kiss him and add the lover account again. And call her at the same time." Luo Qingzhou. Zizi. At this time, a faint lightning suddenly appeared in the baby's little hand. Nandong Huiyue trembled subconsciously, and couldn't help pinching him hard again, saying, "I have been scared by you. And I am afraid of lightning." Luo Qingzhou suppressed his laughter and said, "Then I won't shock you next time." Humph. Nandong Huiyue ignored him, held the baby in his arms, and tapped his forehead with his finger and said, "Little boy, don't learn from your father and shock people everywhere in the future. You can only shock your wife, who is married to you, in a formal way. Understand?" Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched. "I'd better tell His Majesty the truth about that matter when I go back. It can't be delayed any longer. Don't let His Majesty go to the Qin mansion and his mother-in-law suddenly let it slip. Then he will probably be shot to death by His Majesty on the spot. Little thing. Next time you can't shock your mother. Your mother. Only your father can shock her." Luo Qingzhou also poked the little guy's forehead with his finger. Nandong Huiyue glanced at him, and suddenly looked outside and said, "Is it dawn?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Not yet." "Yuewu, come in." Nandong Huiyue suddenly shouted. Yuewu quickly opened the curtain and walked in. Nandong Huiyue got off the bed, handed the baby in her arms to her, and said, "Go to the tent next to you." Yuewu was slightly startled, looked at the two of them, and immediately understood, and hurriedly retreated with the baby in her arms. The tent suddenly became quiet. Nandong Huiyue turned around and looked at someone sitting on the bed with a dignified face. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he quickly said, "Your Majesty, I'm kidding, swish." The red skirt bloomed like a flower and fell on him. "I order you to shock me." The next tent. Yuewu and Xiaohe are teasing the baby. The night gradually faded away. The sky outside was still gray. The drizzle was falling continuously. In the surrounding woods and on the hillside, voices were heard. The square in front was soon filled with people. When Luo Qingzhou and Her Majesty the Queen went over, everyone in Dian had already arrived. He looked around, but still couldn't see Sister Yu. At this time, Su Xinghe walked onto the stage and said, "Today's prize is a small spiritual mine. This spiritual mine is located in the demonic kingdom in the Blue Sea. The demonic kingdom is located on an island. The people of the entire country were slaughtered by sea monsters, and the land was also occupied by sea monsters. The entire island is about to sink. My three major immortal sects sent people to drive away the sea monsters and discovered this small spiritual mine. Now, this spiritual mine has become ownerless. So it is brought to the Jiuzhou conference for you to fight for with martial arts. The strong will occupy it." The people below the stage were talking. "The island is about to sink. Will the spiritual mine be mined in time? Just take the heart of the spiritual mine away. Once the heart of the spiritual mine is taken out, all the energy of the spiritual mine will be gathered in the heart of the spiritual mine. Then take the heart of the spiritual mine back to your own sect or country and find a good place to put it. It will soon become a new spiritual mine." "I see. No wonder I heard before that the heart of a spiritual mine in a certain country was taken away and the entire spiritual mine was turned into ruins. Humph. That spiritual mine has probably been mined by the three major immortal sections." "That's not the case. The three major immortal sects are all people with dignity, and they don't lack a small spiritual mind. Su Xinghe explained for a while, before announcing the start of registration. Spiritual minds are priceless treasures for every country and every sect, and they are even related to their future and destiny. But not many people signed up. Not even as many as when they competed for magic weapons before. Because everyone knows their own strength. All the powerful forces gathered here for this Jiuzhou conference. In addition to the three major immortal sects, there are also many famous big countries and famous super sects. These strong men did not compete for the magic weapons before, and they were obviously accumulating strength and waiting for the spiritual mind. Therefore, those who are not strong enough have no need to go on stage at all. Going on stage is completely looking for abuse or death. There are also some sects and countries that have spiritual minds and other cultivation resources. So there is no need to go on stage to risk their lives. The burly young man of Tianqiong sect was the first to go on stage to register. Then, everyone else also stepped onto the battle stage. Zhuang Jian, on behalf of De Yin, went up to the battle stage to sign up. Seeing this, Piao Miao Xianzong also sent a young man to the stage. Hey, Piao Miao Xianzong actually sent someone up again. TSK. How shameless. Didn't they say they were only competing for the other two large spiritual minds? I just heard about it. And they didn't admit it in person. Humph. De Yin killed two of his disciples yesterday. Don't go up to the stage to embarrass yourself again today. Look at Jiu Tian Yao Tai and Peng Lai Xian Dao. That's the real Xianzong. That's right. So thick-skinned. Listening to the discussions around them, everyone in Piao Miao Xianzong had a gloomy face. A total of 6 forces signed up. Tian Xiongzong, Bai Haigua, Daming Empire, Shui Gong, Piao Miao Xianzong and De Yin. Except for De Yin and Shui Gong, the other 3 forces are all forces under the 3 major Xianzongs. Tian Xiongzong is a sect supported by Peng Lai Xian Dao. Bai Haigua is an island country under Jiu Tian Yao Tai. Daming Empire belongs to Piao Miao Xianzong. Naturally, someone in the audience laughed in a low voice. Look, not only did the Piao Miao immortal sect come on stage themselves, they also sent their lackeys to come on stage. After Su Xing had confirmed the list, he began to have people draw lots. Soon, the 6 forces began to draw lots in turn to decide the first opponent. Tianqiong sect versus Piao Miao immortal sect. Bahai Kingdom versus Xueshan Palace. Daming Empire versus Dian. Su Xinghe announced quickly. When Tianqiong sect heard it, they immediately started to curse. Damn it. How unlucky. Damn Piao Miao immortal sect. They even want to snatch the small spiritual mind from us. Curse them to be killed by that kid Dian. Oh, bad luck. Su Xinghe glanced at them and said, who will go on stage first? You can discuss it yourself. 6-3. 3 rounds to decide the winner. As soon as the words fell, a long-faced middle-aged man from the Great Mongolia Empire looked at Zhuang Jian and said, Senior Zhuang, how about our Great Mongolia and Great Yin go on stage first to compete? Zhuang Jian sneered and said, that's what I mean. The 2 countries have a big hatred. During this period of time, there has been constant friction on the border. Either you arrest my people, or I kill your merchants. And the hatred is getting deeper and deeper. Deming has 200,000 troops stationed on the border, and has been helping Piao Miao Xianzong to threaten De Yin. Obviously, after the Jiuzhou conference, the other party will cooperate with Piao Miao Xianzong to invade. Piao Miao Xianzong will go to collect debts, and they will send troops. At that time, De Yin will be alone and may collapse completely. When enemies meet, they are naturally jealous. After the 2 sides confirmed, they sign the life and death contract without hesitation. Su Xinghe glanced at the signature and announced, the first match. Deming versus De Yin. The first game begins. Zhuang Jian walked down the stage and discussed with Dean Bai who would be the first to go on stage. De Yin was determined to win this small spiritual mind. So the match against Deming must be won. At least 2 of the 3 games must be won. Otherwise it will not be able to enter the finals. And both sides have personal hatred. So naturally no mercy will be shown. Zixia, how is Qingju's body? Zhuang Jian suddenly asked. Linghu Qingju is a master of both body and soul cultivation. And he is still very young. So it is more appropriate for him to go on stage first. Before Fairy Zixia spoke, Linghu Qingju came over from behind and said, I'm fine. Zhuang Jian nodded and looked at Dean Bai and the others. Let's see who will come on stage first. The other party has the support of Piao Miao Xianzong and has always been arrogant. He should come on stage first. As soon as he finished speaking, a burly man from the Great Mongolia Empire, carrying a silver axe, swaggered onto the battlefield. I am Ming Hinemer from the Great Mongolia Empire, a body cultivator, a late-stage grandmaster, and have the blood of the heavenly wolf. He looked down at everyone in Dian and introduced himself in a rough voice. The reason why he said his heavenly wolf bloodline was that he was afraid that he would be misunderstood as a demon later. Have the blood of the heavenly wolf? It is said that the heavenly wolf is the totem of the Great Mongolia Empire. With the blood of the heavenly wolf, you can temporarily use the divine power of the heavenly wolf king in battle, which is extremely powerful. Some practitioners familiar with the Great Mongolia Empire couldn't help but whispered. Everyone in Yin looked solemn. Zhuangjian whispered, I have also heard of the blood of the heavenly wolf. Only a very small number of the royal family of Deming have it. It is said that you can transform during battle, which will increase your own strength a lot. As for how much it can increase, I don't know. Baishan frowned slightly and said, it is indeed the case. And the power of the heavenly wolf can restrain many exercises, and also restrain the soul. Ma Chenzi snorted coldly. It seems that the other party has really invested a lot. Even the prince has joined the battle. I guess they see that Yin is not easy to deal with, so they are ready to suppress us in the first round. Amidba. Ning Yuanda. The master said, this late-stage grandmaster with the blood of the heavenly wolf. If he uses the heavenly wolf power to transform, his strength may reach the peak of the grandmaster. Although there is a time limit, his attack is fierce. It is difficult for ordinary people in the early stage of Gi to deal with him. Baishan nodded and said, indeed. Zhuangjian pondered for a moment and said, with Qingju's strength, as long as he can drag the opponent's heavenly wolf power to the end, there should be no problem in winning. After all, Qingju's body is also a late-stage grandmaster, and his defense is also very strong. While the few people were discussing, Linghu Qingju was ready to step onto the stage. Luo Qingzhou held her back and said, Uncle Master, I'll go up this round. It just so happens that I need the opponent's heavenly wolf power. The more ferocious the opponent is, the more I like it. Linghu Qingju glanced at him and said, you should go up after we lose. As the two were talking, a cold voice suddenly sounded behind the people of Yin. I go up. Hearing this familiar voice, Luo Qingzhou's heart was shocked, and he turned around in a hurry. Linghu Qingju's expression also moved, and he looked over. Of course she remembered this voice. And of course she remembered this person, because she was defeated by her. Everyone in Yin looked over. A beautiful girl in a light green dress and holding a sword came from behind with a cold look, walked through the crowd, and went directly to the battle stage. When she passed by Luo Qingzhou opened his mouth and was about to speak, but she suddenly turned her pretty face away, snorted from her upturned little nose, and then walked up to the battle stage coldly without even looking at him. Luo Qingzhou. Xia Chan? Nandong Huiyue, who was standing by, was also surprised, but she immediately reacted, turned her head, squinted her eyes, and looked at the woods behind the crowd. Chapter 1018. My name is Xia Chan. I have the cultivation of a martial artist. Luo Qingzhou was confused. However, everyone in Dian was even more confused, because they didn't know the girl who walked onto the stage at all, except for a few people. Who is this little girl? Which sect is she from? Someone asked, but no one answered, because the few people who knew her identity were in a daze and thinking about other things. There were also noisy discussions around. Is there really only a woman left in Dian? Why is there another little girl? The size and momentum are so different. Right? This little girl looks so weak. If it were me, I wouldn't have the heart to do anything. On the stage, the burly man named Ming Hinemer also sneered. Is there no one left in Dian? Let a little girl come up. Everyone on the side of the Great Mongolia Empire also laughed and laughed. Xia Chan stood on the stage, motionless and silent. Su Xinghe glanced at the little girl and said, you must tell me your name and cultivation level first. Xia Chan seemed to think for a moment after hearing this and said, Xia Chan, I don't know about her cultivation level. Everyone in the audience? Su Xinghe was also confused. Everyone in Dian looked at each other. Xia Chan? This little girl is called Xia Chan? I've never heard of her. Doesn't anyone know her? Could she not be from Dian? Someone asked doubtfully. At this time, Nandong Huiyue said, she is from Dian. Everyone looked at her. Zhuangjian said, Your Majesty, do you know her? Which sect is she from? Nandong Huiyue looked at the thin figure on the stage and said lightly, no sect. Just a little maid in someone's house. Little maid? What? This little girl is just a maid. Everyone in Dian was stunned. Zhuang Jian said quickly, "We have to let her down quickly. Don't waste our quota." When he was about to speak to the stage to stop her, Nandong Huiyue said again, "It's okay. Let her play a game." Zhuang Jian was stunned when he heard this, and said, "Your Majesty." But Nandong Huiyue looked at him, suddenly smiled faintly, and said, "Senior Zhuang, don't worry. She is not weak. At least, not weaker than you." Zhuang Jian. Others were also shocked when they heard this, but they were a little unconvinced. After all, this little girl is unknown. Not only have they never seen her, but they have never heard of her. How can she be compared with the ancestor of Ling Xiao's sect? On the battle stage, Su Xinghe frowned. "I don't know her cultivation level." Then, he looked at Bai Yishan in the audience and asked, "Dean Bai, is this girl from your great yin?" Bai Yishan bowed and said, "Yes." Su Xinghe said, "Then what is her cultivation level?" Bai Yishan, at this time, a voice suddenly sounded next to him. "It should be the cultivation level of a martial artist." When this was said, everyone was stunned. Martial artist? Martial artist's cultivation level? Can she go on stage? Zhuang Jian was also stunned and said, "Fei Yang, do you know this girl?" Luo Qingzhou nodded silently. When Zhuang Jian was about to continue asking, Su Xinghe on the stage said to the girl, "Use your Yuanli and release your breath." At this time, everyone's eyes were on the thin figure on the stage. Xia Chan hesitated for a moment, then slowly urged the Yuanli in her body. Su Xinghe was slightly stunned. Meng Hinnemer on the opposite side was stunned at first, and then burst into laughter. "It's really the cultivation of a martial artist." "Ha ha ha. Little girl, you came here to make people laugh, right? I am dying of laughter. Ha ha ha." Everyone in the audience also looked at each other, puzzled. How dare she go on stage with such cultivation? Isn't this looking for death? Su Xinghe had to look at the audience and said, "Dean Bai, are you sure you want to send her up to compete in this round? The difference between the two people's cultivation is too big. You can change people into yin." Before Bai Yishan replied, Nandong Huiyue said, "Sure." Bai Yishan glanced at her and nodded. Su Xinghe didn't say anything more, retreated to the corner, and said, "In this case, let's start." The life and death contract had just been signed by Zhuang Jian on behalf of the yin. Therefore, those who come on stage do not need to sign again. The Queen of Dian will not have a grudge against the girl on the stage. Right? So she deliberately forced her to go on stage to die? It is very likely. Look at the young man standing next to the queen. That is her husband. Look at her husband's eyes now, staring at the girl on the stage. Hee hee. So bloody. The surrounding discussions continued to reach Dian. Even some people in Dian could not help but look at their own queen and her husband. Nandong Huiyue looked at the stage, with no other expression on her face. The first round. De Ming versus De Yin. The competition begins. On the battle stage. As soon as Su Xinghe finished speaking, Meng Hinnemer of De Ming grinned, and the silver axe in his hand suddenly wow, and shone with a dazzling light. At the same time, his momentum instantly rose. Of course, he would not show mercy, let alone be careless. So he was ready to resolve this battle as quickly as possible and give Dian an unforgettable lesson. He wanted to chop off the head of this overconfident girl with an axe. Let her blood spill all over the battlefield. Let him be famous in the empire, spread all over the 9 provinces. His muscles began to swell. His body began to grow taller. The silver battle axe in his hand suddenly turned into a giant axe, and his aura was still rising rapidly. He looked at the girl opposite with bloodshot eyes, grinning. "Little girl, you are lucky to see the power of my heavenly wolf. Don't worry. It won't hurt. It will be over soon. I only need 1 axe, and your head will." Schwa. Puff. Who knew that before he finished speaking, the girl opposite suddenly disappeared from the spot. His pupils shrank immediately, and he immediately swung the silver giant axe in his hand. But the next second, his head suddenly flew up from his neck, and then followed by the gushing blood. Snap. Fell to the ground. The burly figure, who was 2 meters tall, stood there, holding the silver axe in both hands, and his aura was terrifying. But his head was gone. Blood spurted from his neck, 10 feet high, and looked even more terrifying than his heavenly wolf aura. And the girl who was standing opposite him a second ago was now standing quietly behind him. The sword in the girl's hand has been unsheathed, but the blade is clean, spotless, and without any blood. She stood there quietly, still motionless and silent. And at this moment, the noisy voices under the battle stage suddenly disappeared. The huge square suddenly became silent. Even the sound of wind and waves on the island and the sound of spring rain suddenly disappeared. In an instant, not even a breath. The great Mongol Empire has Prince Menghenimur, who has the cultivation of a late-stage grandmaster, and has also stimulated the blood of the heavenly wolf in his body. He has the power of the heavenly wolf, but he has no power to resist, and his head is directly chopped off by a sword. Yes, one sword. The girl only used one sword. One sword shattered his body shield, shattered his divine power body, shattered his powerful skin, flesh and bone defense, and then chopped off his head. What kind of immortal swordsmanship is this that can be so powerful? Not to mention the other practitioners below the stage, who were stunned by this scene. Even Su Xinghe on the stage was stunned and remained silent for a long time. Too fast. In his eyes, the sword of the girl just now was really too fast. So fast that even he couldn't react. Any skill in object, when the speed reaches the limit, will become extremely terrifying and indestructible. Even a leaf, a hair, or even a gust of wind. At this moment, he suddenly remembered what the senior had said to him. At this time, the faces of the top leaders of the three immortal sects below the stage also changed. On the hillside in the distance, a spaceship was parked. At this time, at the railing of the spaceship, 5 girls surrounded a veiled woman and stood there. Seeing the scene on the stage, the 5 girls were all surprised. And the veiled woman, in her deep and beautiful eyes, was still calm, as if she had expected this result. Master, that girl is so amazing. It doesn't look like she is cultivating her body and soul, but rather a combination of sword and human. No wonder she just said that she didn't know her cultivation level. Master, how come there are so many evildoers in Dian in the past 2 years? How about taking her into our Jade Maiden Peak? Fairy Qinyao's gaze was withdrawn from the battlefield and fell on the woods next to it. It seemed to sense her gaze. In the woods, a pair of cold eyes also looked at her. Fairy Qinyao retracted her gaze and continued to look at the battlefield in the distance, her lips under the veil trembling slightly. In the woods, a clear and pleasant voice like a lark came from the woods. Miss, Chan Chan is so amazing. The son-in-law must be scared silly. Right? Haha. But isn't Chan Chan a little Chan Chan who can kill with one sword? How come she suddenly became a little Chan Chan who can behead with one sword? No one responded. At this time on the battlefield, Su Xinghe woke up from a brief shock. He looked at the girl again, and then announced the first round. De Ming versus De Yin. De Yin wins. The silence was broken. At this time, the practitioners in the audience began to discuss excitedly. A middle-aged man from the De Ming Empire immediately shouted angrily, Senior Su, we De Ming will not accept it. De Yin, this little girl, concealed her cultivation, violated the rules, and killed our De Ming prince. Please make a decision for us, De Ming. The other people in Damong also started shouting and cursing angrily. Su Xinghe looked at them coldly, and immediately asked them to quiet down. Then he said lightly, she did not hide her cultivation. Her cultivation is indeed only at the level of a martial artist. The reason why she was able to kill your Damong prince with one sword is because her swordsmanship has been practiced to the highest level. As for why her cultivation does not match her swordsmanship, I don't know. But there are so many strange things in this world. Who can see them all clearly? At this time, the fairy Luyun of Jiutianyao I also spoke. She is a genius in swordsmanship. Some people who practice swordsmanship do not need to practice body and soul, but only practice swordsmanship. Just as Elder Su said, her sword has indeed reached the highest level, but her shortcomings are also obvious. She has no defense power. Even a great martial artist can defeat her if his fist falls on her. Therefore, your Daming's defeat this time was also due to carelessness. If your prince did not waste time transforming, did not stand there motionless, and only blocked the surroundings with the axe in his hand, so that she could not get close, and only used one axe to fall on her, she would be defeated. As soon as these words came out, everyone in Damong fell silent. As for De Yin, his face was gloomy. 2 cold rays appeared in Luo Qingzhou's eyes. This woman seemed to be explaining for De Ming and others, but in fact, she had a malicious intention and directly pointed out Chan Chan's weakness. In this way, if Chan Chan goes on stage to compete again, the other party will naturally know how to deal with her. It is said that the eldest disciple of Fairy Liyun is a relative of an elder of Piamu Xianzong. So she should have been in collusion with Piamu Xianzong for a long time. Sun Ming of Penglai Fairy Island. Liyun of Jiutian Yao Tai. Don't worry. Wait until Piamu Xianzong is completely destroyed. Then deal with you. He slowly clenched his fist. On the battle stage, Su Xinghe also glanced at the Fairy Liyun below the stage, and then looked at the people in Dameng and said, "Take the body down and clean up the stage." Several people from Dameng came up immediately, all looking at the sword-wielding girl on the stage with hatred. But they were all frightened by the scene just now, and dared only glare at her, not even daring to say a harsh word. Xia Chan sheathed her sword and walked off the stage. The eyes of the people in Dian looked at her, and they all became surprised, excited and confused. "Your Majesty, can you tell me now? Which mansion does this Miss Xia belong to?" Everyone asked curiously. Such a powerful little girl is just a little maid in a mansion? Even if the mansion is the palace, it is impossible. Right? Who can afford such a little maid? What can they use to support her? A spiritual mind or a country? Why would such a person be willing to be just a little maid? Everyone was extremely confused. But before Her Majesty the Queen answered, they seemed to suddenly see the answer, and they were all shocked. After the girl walked down from the stage, she walked directly here, and then stopped in front of someone, looking at him with cold eyes. Someone was about to speak. "Chan." Humph. She suddenly turned her head and walked coldly to the back of the crowd. Someone was about to catch up, but suddenly stopped again. At this time, not only the people of Dehien were looking at him, but also people from other sects and countries around him. But now, his identity is wrong. Fei Yang? She can't be you. Zhuang Jian looked at this scene with a stunned expression on his face. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "She is not from the disciple's house. She is from my friend's house. He is now Chu Fei Yang. So naturally he can't recognize her." Zhuang Jian hurriedly asked, "Your friend is?" Luo Qingzhou coughed, looked at his own queen and his own teacher, and said calmly, "This year's new champion. Dean Bai's personal disciple. Confucian genius disciple Luo Qingzhou. Mr. Luo. Bai Yishan." Her Majesty rolled her eyes immediately, which was quite similar to the roll of eyes this morning. "What? Miss Xia is actually the little maid in Mr. Luo's house? Mr. Luo is so hidden." Everyone was even more shocked when they heard it. "By the way, where is Mr. Luo? Why didn't he come?" Someone suddenly asked in confusion. Luo Qingzhou quickly took the opportunity to say, "He is in seclusion studying and practicing Confucianism. By the way, the first game is over and our Dehien won. I will go and inform him." After saying that, he immediately turned around and left, chasing after the cold and arrogant figure. Chapter 10:19 Chan Chan's Electricity. Xia Chan ran into the woods. But at this moment, a voice suddenly rang in her ears. "Stupid! Why did you bring your son-in-law here? And you have to win another game before you can win." "Oh!" Xia Chan stopped immediately. At this time, Luo Qingzhou caught up with her and hurriedly said, "Chan Chan. You?" Swish. Who knew that as soon as he opened his mouth, a figure suddenly flashed in front of him. Xia Chan passed by him and walked back to the battle stage. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly caught up with her, whispering, "Chan Chan. Listen to me." "Hey!" Not only did Xia Chan not listen to him, she also suddenly sped up, and her figure flashed, and she had passed through the people of Dian and rushed back to the battle stage. Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, and found that his current identity seemed to be not very useful. So he had to turn around and go into the woods again, avoiding everyone's sight, and got into a tent. A moment later, he changed into a Confucian robe, took off his mask, and quietly slipped out of the tent. He suddenly turned into Luo, a handsome scholar from Dehien. At this time, everyone from Dehien was discussing the second round, and whether they should let her continue to compete on stage. Xia Chan stood on the stage, facing the eyes and discussions of everyone, and looked a little nervous. Su Xinghe looked at her with some surprise and said, "Are you going to participate in the second round?" Xia Chan clenched the sword in her hand and nodded stiffly. Su Xinghe looked at her again, hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help but said, "Little girl, have you ever considered joining our Jiutian Yao Tai?" As soon as these words came out, everyone in the stage was stunned. And then, they all talked about it with envy. Senior Su couldn't help but recruit her. And on the stage, it seems that this girl from Dian is really amazing. She must be amazing. Didn't you see that the masters of the late Grandmaster were defeated by the little girl with one sword? And she is still so young. She has a bright future. I'm so envious. On the stage, Xia Chan, however, had a tight and beautiful face and shook her head. Su Xinghe moved his lips, as if he wanted to say something but stopped, as if he had something to say, but felt that the occasion was not right. He didn't say anything else, and looked at the people of the Great Mongol Empire below the stage. At this time, the top leaders of the Great Mongol Empire gathered together to urgently discuss the candidates for the second competition. At the same time, the Piamiao mortal sect also quietly sent a disciple over. Just now, Fairy Luyan has pointed out the opponent's weakness. The opponent's swordsmanship is powerful, but he has no defense power. Moreover, he only has the cultivation of a martial artist, and his physical strength cannot last long as you prevent the opponent from getting close to you and consume his physical strength. The opponent's speed will naturally slow down gradually, and then you can attack and kill with one blow at this time. Luo Qingzhou has changed his identity and came to the battle stage. Nandong Huiyue glanced at him and deliberately said, Luo Qing, you are here. Is the one on the battle stage your little maid? Everyone in Dian immediately looked at him. Zhuang Jian seemed to know him again, and said politely, Mr. Luo, is that Miss Xia-chan really your maid? Luo Qingzhou looked at the thin figure on the stage, and a complicated look appeared in his eyes, saying, not only a maid, but also my wife. After saying that, without waiting for others to ask, he walked onto the stage. Zhuang Jian was stunned when he heard this, and then whispered, as expected, my guess was right. Mr. Luo is so lucky. Others also praised him. Nandong Huiyue looked at the stage calmly, without showing any angry expression. Baishan glanced at her and also looked at the stage. Chan! Luo Qingzhou stepped onto the stage, walked in front of the girl, and whispered, you can't compete in this round. Go down. Xia Chan looked at him with her dark eyes, looked him up and down, then turned away again and ignored him. Su Xinghe looked at the two of them, but did not stop them. Luo Qingzhou whispered, Chan, the opponent already knows your weakness. This time, they will definitely send someone to target your weakness, so you can't compete again. Let me do it. Xia Chan was silent for a while, and finally said, I want to win 2 games. Luo Qingzhou held her cold little hand and whispered, I know you want to help me, but I don't want you to get hurt. You have helped me win a game, so let me do this one myself. Xia Chan still turned away stubbornly. At this time, a fat middle-aged man from the Great Mongolia Empire walked onto the stage, looked at the two of them with a cold look, and sneered, What? Are you from Great Yin going to send 2 people this time? When Luo Qingzhou was about to forcibly pull the girl in front of him down, she suddenly turned around and looked at him, her eyes calm, and whispered, Believe it. Chan. Luo Qingzhou looked at her for a few seconds, and his heart suddenly settled down. He nodded and said, Okay. Then the son-in-law believes you. Then he whispered, It doesn't matter if you can't beat her. Don't be afraid. The son-in-law will come up to help you at any time. The fat middle-aged man opposite immediately laughed sarcastically. What do you think this is? If she can't beat her, can you come up to help her at any time? Do you think the rules of the Jiuzhou conference don't exist? Or do you think Senior Su doesn't exist? Luo Qingzhou turned to look at him calmly. I just think you don't exist. I'm talking to my wife. It's none of your business. You? Sorry. Scholars shouldn't say bad words. Confucius said, dogs like to bark. You? The fat middle-aged man was about to get angry, but suddenly remembered the reminder of the elders just now, and sneered, You kid want to provoke me? Want me to attack in anger later? No way. Silly sculpture. Luo Qingzhou cursed again, then turned to look at the girl in front of him, and whispered, Then I'll go down. Don't be polite to him. The son-in-law loves to see you kill people. Xia-chan, oh. Luo Qingzhou then let go of her little hand, and walked off the stage. The fat man snorted coldly, bowed and introduced, I am Damon Leita. The initial stage of Gi cultivation. He didn't introduce too much, and looked at the opposite side with a cold look. Xia-chan clenched the sword in her hand, lowered her head slightly, and whispered, Xia-chan. Wu. Martial arts master. Cultivation. Su Xinghe glanced at her and announced, Domain versus De Yin. The second match begins. Schwa. As soon as the words fell, the middle-aged man named Lady Deo suddenly burst into light, and many shields and magic shields appeared in front of him in an instant. Then he left his body with a wisp of his soul. driving a set of flying swords composed of more than 20 small swords, turning into dense sword shadows, covering the girl opposite. He didn't say anything nonsense. He took out all the defensive means as soon as he made a move, and then drove the sword formation to attack remotely, blocking the opponent's way. In this way, no matter how fast the opponent is, he can't get close. Shwa! The dense sword shadows came to Xia Chan in an instant. Xia Chan didn't draw her sword, and even stood there without moving. She just opened her dark eyes and looked at the fierce sword shadows. In her pupils, 2 sword shadows condensed by sword intent appeared faintly. Those flying swords just came to her with murderous aura, but suddenly stagnated and fixed there. It was as if they were covered by an invisible big hand, fixed in midair, motionless. Seeing this scene, Reed's face suddenly changed, and the soul hurriedly pinched the sword formula, muttering something in his mouth. At the same time, the soul power in his body surged out, trying to control the flying swords to move forward again. But those flying swords were still fixed there, motionless. Clang! At this time, Xia Chan suddenly drew out the sword in her hand. Amidst the flashing cold light, Leida's heart suddenly chilled and his body trembled. Shwa! His flying swords finally moved, but suddenly they all turned strangely and shot towards him fiercely. Leida was shocked and roared in panic, and his entire soul left his body. Then, all the soul power in his body rushed out, and he shouted, "Retract!" He wanted to retract his flying swords. However, those flying swords seemed to have been controlled by a mysterious and powerful force. Not only did he not regain control, but they stabbed him faster and more fiercely. No! He suddenly widened his eyes and let out a shrill and terrified cry. The dense flying swords carried a strange and powerful sword intent, and at the same time, several red lightning flashed with a sizzling sound, instantly piercing through the magic shield and body light shield in front of him, and directly pierced through his entire soul. He opened his eyes wide, trying his best to bring his broken soul back to his body. But at this moment, his head suddenly flew up from his neck with a hiss sound. Puff! Blood spurted out. His head fell to the ground with a pop. His broken soul was about to struggle to escape, but was suddenly torn into countless pieces by the powerful sword energy and disappeared completely. So far, his body was separated from his head, and his soul was reduced to ashes. Xia Chan held the sword and stood behind the headless corpse. The surface of her light green dress flashed with a layer of light golden lightning, as if a layer of golden shield was covering her. At this moment, the noise in the audience suddenly returned to silence. For a long time, someone sneered in a low voice, "It's really stupid to use a sword in front of a genius of swordsmanship." In the distance, someone else said, "The lightning is interesting. The red broken shield. The golden body humph. Who said that the girl has no defense? Lu Yun of Jiutian Yaotai has such a good vision. And the people of Piaomi Xinzong are even more stupid." Lightning. Nandong Huiyuan narrowed her eyes, turned her head, and looked at someone beside her, with a dangerous look on her face. "They all have it. Why don't I have it?" Then she snorted coldly, "Is it because you didn't get as much electricity as them? Or you didn't use the hard electricity every time?" Luo Qingzhou. On the battlefield, Xia Chan's sword returned to the sheath. The headless body fell to the ground. Su Xing glanced at the girl in front of him again, and announced, "In the second competition, Dian won. Dian won 2 games in a row and entered the finals. And Dameng was eliminated." Everyone in Dian cheered like thunder. The girl on the battlefield, holding a sword, walked down, ignored someone, and walked past him coldly. Luo Qingzhou grabbed her little hand and whispered, "Little girl, do you want to tie your hair into 2 ponytails? Or do you want to be a donkey?" The girl froze and stopped where she was. Chapter 1020. Kill instantly. The first round is over. In the second round, Piaomu Xinzong vs Tianxiongzong. The winner is still decided by 3 rounds. Tianxiongzong hesitated and seemed a little hesitant, but there was still a burly young man who walked onto the stage and glanced at Dian. He was obviously encouraging himself. "You, a small Dian, can beat Piaomu Xinzong, let alone my great Tianxiongzong." Others from Tianxiongzong also thought so. After 2 competitions with Dian, Piaomu Xinzong has fallen from the altar, and many elite disciples of the sect have been killed. This is the best time for them to step on Piaomu Xinzong and ascend to the 3rd largest sect in Jiuzhou continent. However, the result was not what they wanted. In the first competition, Piaomu Xinzong sent a disciple with the same cultivation as the burly young man. relying on the powerful skills and the spiritual treasure in his hand. He only used hundreds of moves to knock the burly young man to the ground. Because the Tianqiong sect is backed by the Penglai Fairy Island, the disciples of the Piamiu Fairy sect did not kill them. In the first match, the Piamiu Fairy sect won. In the second match, the Tianqiong sect directly sent an elder in the middle stage of Gi, and the Piamiu Fairy sect still only sent one disciple. But this disciple is not small. Lin Peng, who ranked first in the last Piamiu list, became famous when he was young. Now he is only 30 years old, but he has reached the middle stage of Gi. At the same time, he has a special physique, which makes him have no bottleneck every time he breaks through. So the speed of cultivation is very fast. As Su Xinghe announced the start of the competition, the two immediately started fighting. Fighting off the stage, Luo Qingzhou was looking at the genius disciple of the Piamiu Fairy sect on the stage with a burning gaze. He would carefully observe everyone who came on stage from the Piamiu Fairy sect. Xiaochan stood quietly beside him, well-behaved, and completely without the coldness and cruelty of killing people on the stage before. Everyone in Dian next to him was amazed and full of envy. I didn't expect that it was someone from young Master Luo's mansion. Young Master Luo is really a hidden talent. Anyone from his mansion can kill a master of the Gi realm in seconds. I am so lucky for Great Yen. Your Majesty has a great vision. Nandong Huiyue, who was standing aside, had a cold face and said nothing. From time to time, she glanced at the two people holding hands together. She wanted to speak several times, but couldn't, because she knew that the girl in front of her was his true first woman. Even the second lady of the Qin family couldn't compare to her, let alone her. Moreover, his current identity is Luo Qing, the son-in-law of the Qin family, the new champion Luo Qingzhou, not her Chu Feiyang. Humph. So, she just hummed in dissatisfaction, muttering, in public, pulling, tugging, rubbing. How can it be decent? Luo Qingzhou was looking at the stage, while naturally rubbing the little hand of the girl in his hand with his fingers. I don't know if he really didn't hear her words, or pretended not to hear them deliberately. Xiaochan, who was standing next to him, blushed. The two sides on the stage had already started a fierce battle. The middle-aged man from the Tianqiong sect held a long spear in his hand, and his first move was a thunderous strike, with each move making the sound of wind and thunder. At the same time, his spirit also drove the flying sword to attack. Lin Peng of the Piamiao Immortal sect on the opposite side held a sword, and was only on defense at first. A quarter of an hour later, the sword in his hand suddenly whistled and turned into a silver dragon. Rushing forward with great momentum, he began to change from passive to active, attacking like a violent storm, continuous and faster and faster. The burly middle-aged man on the opposite side began to be in a defensive position. The two sides fought fiercely for another half an hour, with no winner. Lin Peng slashed with a sword and suddenly retreated, then took out a blue bronze mirror from his arms, and chanted to the burly middle-aged man on the opposite side. The burly middle-aged man had just defeated his sword light, when he suddenly felt a terrifying force enveloping him, instantly locking his figure and breath, making him fixed in place and unable to move. He was shocked and immediately urged all the power in his body to break free. At the same time, he hurriedly left his body and drove the flying sword to slash at the power shot from the bronze mirror in front of him. But at this time, Lin Peng had already taken the opportunity to get close to him, and slashed out with a sword. With a rumble, a silver dragon shot out and instantly pounced on him. A huge force suddenly attacked. The burly middle-aged man was shocked and flew backwards. Before he landed, Lin Peng slashed out with a sword again, and hundreds of sword shadows appeared and slashed at the burly middle-aged man together. The protective light shield and protective shield on his body were instantly shattered. Bang! A huge force fell on him. He fell heavily to the ground, and at the same time, many wounds were cut all over his body by those sword beams. But a new shield soon condensed on his body. He roared suddenly, jumped up from the ground, and the spear in his hand hummed and began to grow larger. However, at this moment, the blue bronze mirror in Lin Peng's hand shone on him again. A blue light shield fell on him. The soul power that the burly middle-aged man had just rushed out suddenly stopped at his arm, and his whole body was instantly fixed in place. Although it was only a short moment, it changed rapidly. When he struggled to break free, the sword in Lin Peng's hand had already swished and fell on his head. Puff! The protective light shield that he condensed was instantly shattered. The sharp sword blade with dazzling sword light, with the sound of sword whistling through the air, fell on his head, and instantly broke his hair and scalp. The fear of pain and death came. He didn't hesitate at all, and hurriedly shouted, I give up. The people of Qianqiang sect below the stage also shouted in a hurry, show mercy. We give up. Wow. The sword in Lin Peng's hand suddenly stopped. At the same time, the sword light on the sword was instantly condensed and disappeared. The sword energy and murderous aura, like a summer rainstorm, came quickly and went quickly. In the blink of an eye, the sky was clear. Lin Peng took back his sword, stepped back 2 steps, and bowed, saying, Elder Gu, I'm grateful for your help. The burly middle-aged man named Gu Ming was pale and frightened. He panted heavily for a while, and then said unwillingly, If it weren't for your mirror, I would never lose to you. Lin Peng just smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. Everyone knew that he did take advantage of the mirror, but the rules of the competition did not prohibit the use of magic weapons and spiritual treasures. As long as it was his own thing, he could use anything, even poisonous objects, puppet spirit beasts, etc. Their Piaomu Xianzong is a big family with a great business, so naturally they have more and better magic weapons and spiritual treasures than other sects. The only thing to blame is that the other sects are not good enough. At this time, Su Xinghe announced, Piaomu Xianzong versus Tianqiang sect. Piaomu Xianzong wins. Lin Peng bowed to the audience, glanced at Dian, and walked down the stage. Gu Ming also walked down, with a face full of embarrassment and anger. The next game was between Baihai Kingdom and Shueshan sect. Strangely, Baihai Kingdom withdrew directly. So, 3-2. The winning Dian and Piaomu Xianzong, as well as the Shueshan Palace, which had a Bai, drew lots to fight. This time, Bai Yishan personally went on stage to draw lots. And the Piaomu Xianzong, it was Yu Yanglu, the peak master of the 6 immortal peaks, who personally went on stage. When the two met, Bai Yishan still greeted them politely with a bow. Yu Yanglu just nodded faintly. The person who came on stage from the Snow God Palace was a woman in a white dress wearing a veil. She had a cold temperament and was elegant and graceful, like a snow lotus on an iceberg. The practitioners below the stage were all whispering about this mysterious sect that had only risen in recent years. I heard that the Snow God Palace is located on the top of the Arctic Glacier. All the women in this sect wear veils or masks after going down the mountain, and do not show their true faces. The disciples in this sect rarely appear in the secular world, never participate in various competitions, and rarely show their cultivation and skills. They are very mysterious. According to my master, the people of the Tiankuei sect went to trouble them last year, but more than 50 people went there, and all disappeared out of thin air and never came back. The Tiankuei sect is one of the top 10 sects in our Jiuzhou continent. Since then, the name of the Snow God Palace has appeared on the list of various sects. At this time, Su Xinghe announced the result. The Piaomu Xianzong and the Snow God Palace have caught each other, and both sides have begun to select candidates and prepare for the competition. As soon as the result came out, there was a sudden agitation in the audience. It seems that Dian and Piaomu Xianzong will meet again in the finals. The two are mortal enemies. It is estimated that they will fight to the death in the finals this time. It is estimated that Piaomu Xianzong will not dare to be careless this time. If Piaomu Xianzong loses to Dian again this time, it is estimated that the status of the 3 major Xianzongs will be lost immediately. Yu Yanglu walked down the platform and discussed the candidates with the senior leaders of Piaomu Xianzong. The woman from the Snow God Palace also walked down the platform coldly and walked towards the woods not far away. It just so happens that we can take a closer look at the strength of those people from Piaomu Xianzong. After Bai Yishan stepped down, everyone in Dian whispered. Luo Qingzhou had time to ask Xia Chan beside him, whispering, Chan Chan, who did you come with? Who asked you to come? Xia Chan lowered her head, was silent for a while, and said, I? Alone. Of course Luo Qingzhou would not believe it. This girl is just a road idiot. How could she come alone from such a long distance? If you don't tell the truth, I'll take you into the tent, tie your hair into 2 ponytails, and make you sing Little Donkey. Luo Qingzhou held his little hand and threatened in a low voice. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. What ponytails? What little donkey? Luo Qingzhou froze and turned his head to look. Her Majesty the Queen had come to his side without knowing when, almost sticking to him. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Your Majesty, please respect yourself. My current identity is Awe. There was a sudden pain in his waist. This time it really hurt. Not only was it painful to be pinched, but it seemed to be burned by the flames. The queen glared at him fiercely, narrowed her eyes, and said threateningly, "I'm asking you a question. What are twin ponytails and donkeys?" Luo Qingzhou hesitated and couldn't say it. Xia Chan next to him lowered her head tightly, twisting her fingers on her skirt, and her cheeks were full of blushes. "Speak." The queen looked like she was really going to get angry. She was really curious. Luo Qingzhou had to whisper, "Your Majesty. Let's talk about it when we return to the tent tonight. There are many people here." "Humph. It's obvious that it's some obscene things." The queen looked sarcastic and contemptuous. Luo Qingzhou was about to say yes. 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 Let's not talk about that. But she said again, "Humph. When the competition is over, come back to the tent and tell me. I want to see how filthy you are. A hypocritical guy." Luo Qingzhou. At this time, a woman from the Snow God Palace walked onto the stage. The woman was wearing a pink dress, a pink veil on her face, pink pearl flowers on her head, and a scarf like a mask on her eyes. She was wrapped tightly, but she looked particularly pink and lovely. When Luo Qingzhou saw this woman, his heart suddenly shook. He was stunned for a moment, turned his head, and looked at Xia Chan beside him. At this time, Xia Chan still lowered her head and blushed, and seemed not to care about the people on the stage. When Luo Qingzhou was about to ask, a shrill cry suddenly came from the Piamu immortal sect. Everyone's eyes were attracted to it. In the crowd of Piamu Xianzong, a young disciple was seen kneeling on the ground, kowtowing and crying loudly, "Master, great elder, don't let me go up. My stomach hurts. It really hurts. I'm going to poop. I'm really going to poop." He was crying and kneeling backwards, as if he wanted to slip away. A thin old man was punching and kicking him, cursing, "Coward! Coward! Waste! Go up! Even if you have to poop, go up. The other party is not dying. You are afraid of your uncle. Damn it! I can't kill you." The young disciple, despite his punches and kicks, still knelt and kowtowing, crying and begging, "Master, please kill me. My stomach really hurts. I can't stand up." The thin old man was immediately furious, jumped up directly, and beat him up on his body. The practitioners around were all stunned. The great elder of Piamu Xianzong, Gong Yongyin, waved his sleeves, and immediately a hazy light shield appeared, covering everyone in Piamu Xianzong. The cries, beatings, and begging for mercy inside disappeared. At this time, the practitioners around couldn't help laughing. Piamu Xianzong actually has such a timid disciple. That disciple is not simple. I heard that he was one of the top disciples on the Piamu Xianzong last year. Haha. It seems that he was scared by the young man in Dian. I heard that the disciples of Piamu Xianzong who died tragically at the border of Dian last time were all famous genius disciples on the Piamu list. When everyone was discussing excitedly and gloating, the light shield covering the people of Piamu Xianzong suddenly disappeared. A tall woman in a blue skirt, holding a sword, walked out of the crowd and walked onto the battle stage. She first bowed to Su Xinghe, and then introduced in a cold voice, "I am Tian Fian from Piamu Xianzong, and my cultivation is in the middle stage of Gi." As soon as this name came out, there was a burst of exclamations from the crowd. "Tian Fian, the new saint of Piamu Xianzong. I heard that she is practicing both body and soul, and her physical body has reached the late stage of Grandmaster. TSK. I thought Piamu Xianzong would take her out when competing for the Great Spirit Mine, but I didn't expect her to come out now. It seems that the young generation of Piamu Xianzong has suffered heavy casualties in the past 2 years. By the way, I also heard that this woman has a special physique and can take yang to replenish yin and use dual cultivation to practice. Is it true?" This news came from the outer sect of Piamu Xianzong. "Hush. Keep your voice down," the people below the stage whispered. On the stage, the woman from the Snow God Palace did not introduce herself for a long time. Luo Qingzhou stared at her closely. After a while, Su Xinghe was about to remind her, but the woman finally spoke, "Shui Wu from the Snow God Palace. Early stage of Gi." The voice was cold and without any emotion. Luo Qingzhou frowned slightly, but his eyes were still fixed on her. Su Xinghe announced, "The first match between Piamu Xianzong and Shuishan Palace begins." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly staggered and almost fell. His face changed immediately. At this time, Tian Fian, the saint of Piamu Xianzong, was about to draw her sword and fight. But suddenly her eyes went black. Her body shook a few times involuntarily, and she almost fell. Bang! At this moment, The pink-skirted woman named Shui Wu on the opposite side suddenly rushed in front of her and punched her in the face. Tian Fian was immediately knocked out. And at the same time, 2 front teeth flew out of her mouth with blood. As soon as she fell to the ground, the woman named Shui Wu appeared in front of her, with a flash of cold light in her hand. She cut off her head directly. The competition was over. The crowd below the stage. Su Xinghe on the stage. Puff. The headless body spurted blood. A shadow suddenly emerged from Tian Fian's body. And while running away, it screamed shrilly, "Master, save me!" The woman named Shui Wu grabbed her neck. The elder of Piamu Xinzong, Gong Yongyin, woke up in shock, hurriedly flew up, and angrily said, "Stop! We admit defeat." Su Xinghe also shouted immediately, "Stop!" The woman named Shui Wu looked at him coldly and said, "Announce the result first." Su Xinghe froze for a moment, and then said with a twitch in the corner of his eyes, "The first match between Piamu Xinzong and Xueshan Palace. Xueshan Palace won." After the words fell, Shui Wu slowly let go of his hand. Tian Fian's soul hurriedly fled off the platform, trembling and crying. Thousands of practitioners below the stage were all silent at this moment, and Luo Qingzhou's eyes were still fixed on the pink figure on the platform, his expression changing constantly. When the figure walked down the platform coldly, he immediately flashed and chased after it.